Chapter 1. Bang, bang, bang. The battlefield was rife with shurikens and kunai whirling through the air. Behind the front lines, the members of the analysis squad were engaged in an urgent mission. Captain, this is a perceptive genin, Feiju Qingting, who chose to join the analysis squad after graduation, Duel pointed out, gesturing towards Feiju Qingting behind him. Yamanaka Hai looked at him, his youthful features raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Yamanaka Hai observed Feiju Qingting, whose forehead was adorned with a Konoha headband. His eyes, ears, and even the back of his neck, along with the area above the headband, were entirely wrapped in white-gray bandages. Could one perceive the world without sight? It appeared that his perceptive talent was indeed remarkable. "Is it you, Senior Hai?" "Hello, I am Feiju Qingting," he exclaimed, standing tall with a tone infused with excitement upon catching Hai's gaze. "We have no time for pleasantries. You will be responsible for him. Strive to teach him the mind-reading technique in the shortest time possible. Can you manage that?" commanded Yamanaka Hai. "Consider it done." Captain Duel replied, his eyes glinting with determination. Alas, Feiju Qingting's expression fell. He had hoped to receive guidance from a jounin. His perceptive ability focused on Duel. Duel, the notorious instructor of the analysis squad, was still quite young, unaware of the ominous reputation that awaited him, a concept that Kishimoto had yet to bestow upon him. Let's hope it is not now. He had never anticipated that binge-watching anime would prove insufficient, resulting in an all-nighter spent reading a novel that reimagined Naruto in a fantasy setting, leading to his untimely demise. He had traversed to the time of the Third Great Ninja War, graduating at the tender age of 5th grade. Fearful of death, he quickly identified the best means of survival, which was to follow the original path of Feiju Qingting. Members of the analysis squad, they had but one task: to extract intelligence from the minds of enemies and meticulously relay it to their superiors. In peacetime, they would operate like the two legendary Sannin, moving wherever they were needed. What could be better? He followed Duel to a nearby encampment. At this moment in wartime, the environment was far from favorable. Next, here is the specific method for training in the mind-reading technique. Given your perceptive talent, it should not pose much difficulty. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to inquire after I complete my mission. Duel tossed him a scroll before departing. Feiju Qingting understood the urgency of the battlefield. Every second counted. Even his classmates, Might Guy, Ebisu, and Narashikamaru, were poised to join the fray. As a support ninja, he naturally lacked the resources to mentor anyone. He unfurled the scroll. Pulling away the bandages from his face, he revealed his eyes. He had initially believed that the method for executing the mind-reading technique would be straightforward. He had underestimated it. The scroll was densely filled with intricate numbers and was quite lengthy. However, as he delved deeper into the text, he realized that, aside from the execution method, it also detailed how to maximize intelligence extraction once inside another's thoughts, as well as methods to prevent one's mind from being invaded post-reading. In essence, this technique resembled a discipline, with the execution merely being the least significant aspect. Provided one possessed perceptive talent and sufficient mental energy, the execution was relatively simple. As he continued reading, the words seemed to come alive, and Feiju Qingting found them remarkably comprehensible, far easier than he had anticipated. Once he had comprehended all the necessary components, he swiftly formed the hand seals. The mind-reading technique was effortlessly summoned forth. Scanning the surroundings of the encampment, he discovered nothing that could allow him to read minds. Thus he dissolved the ninjutsu. What shall I do next? The analysis squad, in order to prevent enemy attacks, naturally operated in secrecy, rendering large-scale ninjutsu practice impractical. Thus, he resolved to practice his perceptive abilities. After all, he was a ninja endowed with perceptive talent, a rarity surpassing even wind-natured chakra users. He covered his eyes with the bandages once more. At that moment, within his perception, everything around him transformed into mere lines. This was precisely why he had kept his eyes covered. It did not impede his abilities. Forming the tiger seal, he refined his chakra. Instantly, his perception shifted. Within a kilometer radius, the distant reactions of small frogs, birds, and ninja chakra appeared vividly in his mind. Although lacking the direct visual clarity of the Byakugan, this talent was still among the upper echelons of commoners. No wonder perceptive ninjas were so rare. He experimented with other ninjutsu as well, such as the transformation jutsu and the shadow clone jutsu. Moreover, he discovered a curious phenomenon. It seemed that since his arrival, his talents had grown stronger. No matter the knowledge, he found it remarkably easy to grasp and innovate. For instance, while the original transformation jutsu only allowed him to transform into objects he had observed for an extended period, he could now glance at nearby animals and instantly conjure their forms and postures within his mind, completing the transformation seamlessly. The shadow clone jutsu, which previously required a second to execute, now took merely a third of that time. This represented a qualitative difference in combat. What are you doing? Did I not instruct you to practice the mind-reading technique? Just as he was practicing chakra tree climbing, Duel appeared. Seeing Feiju Qingting diverging from his instructions, he felt a twinge of irritation. This was wartime. Disobedient ninjas were prone to fatal consequences. I have mastered it, but I lack a subject for experimentation, Feiju Qingting replied, landing before him. Duel was momentarily taken aback, skepticism evident on his face. According to the records, although Feiju Qingting possessed formidable perceptive talent, he was merely average in ninjutsu and theoretical studies at the Ninja Academy. Follow me. Given his assertion, Duel chose not to question further, primarily because Fee's face was obscured by bandages, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Curiosity piqued, Feiju Qingting followed. Before long, they arrived at an underground chamber. A series of tightly shut doors lined the corridor. Duel led him to one of the rooms. The ninja inside has already had their thoughts read. Their mind is in disarray. Give it a try, but remember, do not overexert yourself. Upon hearing this, Feiju Qingting stepped through the door. The space was rather dim, illuminated only by a single flickering candle. A dazed Suna ninja lay within. It seemed that forceful mind reading had its side effects. Duel did not depart, but remained beside him, vigilant against any reckless actions from Feiju Qingting. Feiju Qingting skillfully formed the hand seals, placing his hands above the ninja's temple on the neural center. It appears he has truly learned. Duel observed his actions, recognizing that Feiju Qingting spoke the truth. When he had learned this technique, it had taken him 3 days. Moreover, Feiju Qingting seemed to intuitively know the most accessible areas of the nervous system. Approaching it from that angle allowed for a significant conservation of effort in extracting thoughts. As Feiju Qingting penetrated the ninja's mind, he felt as though he were traversing a temporal tunnel. Within that tunnel, countless fragments of memories flashed before him. From his early school days to his graduation and subsequent assignment as a mere genin. However, his experiences were not lacking. He had survived the battlefields of the Third Great Ninja War for half a year, until he was ultimately captured by Konoha ninjas. Yet most of the memories were disjointed and fragmented, likely a result of the prior mind reading. Nevertheless, Feiju Qingting gleaned a wealth of experienced combat strategies, reconnaissance techniques, and more. He was astonished at how the insights from the others' experiences allowed him to deduce and innovate. It seems that within the analysis squad, my combat experience will not fall short of my peers. Feiju Qingting's talent took Duel by surprise, prompting the realization of his exceptional abilities. The following day, he was assigned a mind-reading mission. Through this endeavor, he also grasped the brutal nature of war. At this moment, the Third Great Ninja War was in full swing, orchestrated by Orochimaru, with various jounin leading the charge against the assault from other nations. Regrettably, only Orochimaru was present. Jiraiya and Tsunade had yet to appear on the battlefield. Konoha's legendary White Fang had also taken his own life years prior. This marked one of Konoha's weakest periods in recent memory. Minato Namikaze was beginning to emerge as a formidable presence, earning the moniker of the Yellow Flash on the battlefield. From the memories gleaned, it was indeed as the original narrative described, striking terror in the hearts of opponents. Ninjas encountered would often abandon their missions to flee in fear. War is truly terrifying. Perhaps I should content myself with being a humble worker in the analysis squad, Feiju Qingting resolved. Wandering through the myriad of memories solidified his determination. Let the protagonists of each era handle the task of saving the world. Time passed. As he continued to extract information from more individuals, his mind-reading technique became increasingly proficient. So proficient, in fact, that it astonished his captain, Duel. In his free time, he also practiced physical techniques, shurikens, and kunai alongside his comrades. After all, on the battlefield, these few items are the most practical for a low-ranking ninja. At the same time, he became acquainted with another teammate, Seiji Min, who, like him, was also a newcomer. "Ah, I detest war," Seiji Min remarked. Feiju Qingting responded, "I share your sentiments, however. Having become a ninja of Konoha, we must strive for the village." Today's assignment was not arduous. They were tasked with patrolling the area around their encampment. The two worked in tandem, a pairing designed solely to hone the skills of these low-ranking ninjas, as the reconnaissance unit was guarded by Umbu operatives. It was expected of him to occasionally express the will of fire in front of his colleagues, this ever-reliable principle. Whoosh, whoosh. The two patrolled through the shadowy forest, periodically scanning their surroundings. They occasionally employed sensory ninjutsu to detect any potential enemies lurking nearby. This had become their daily routine. Feiju Qingting took the initiative to learn more during the patrol. Having absorbed a plethora of memories, he had encountered various unique taijutsu, shuriken, and kunai techniques from other ninja villages. This greatly benefited him. Of course, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The primary focus was on reconnaissance experience, code deciphering, tracking, and other skills. It was truly an eye-opening experience. He realized that, for ninjas, theoretical knowledge proved to be more reliable on the battlefield than ninjutsu itself, especially for someone like him, lacking any bloodline limit. Wait, something's amiss. Suddenly, Feiju Qingting halted and activated his sensory ninjutsu. A chakra response appeared in his mind within a 2-kilometer radius. 1 kilometer to the east, a small contingent has suddenly emerged. Based on the chakra response, it seems to be an elite unit. Within his sensory range, a group of over 10 individuals abruptly intruded into their watch zone. Even the weakest chakra among them was comparable to their captain, Duel. "Let us go report to the captain." While he did not comprehend why the Umbu had not detected this, since they had, it was imperative to inform them. Seiji Min utilized sensory ninjutsu to confirm Feiju Qingting's findings. The two swiftly made their way to the reconnaissance unit's encampment. "Report, there's a situation." Upon locating Duel, they immediately relayed their discovery. Duel did not take it lightly and promptly reported to their superior, team leader Yamashiro Hachi. In less than a moment, Yamashiro Hachi appeared, leading 4 squads. "Good job, follow me." Ah, those words sent Feiju Qingting's mind racing. Did they truly expect the reconnaissance unit to engage in battle? Indeed, they were required to fight. However, their role was to block the enemy's escape on the periphery. The main force, led by Yamashiro Hachi, would coordinate with the patrolling Umbu to eliminate the enemy. He and Duel were tasked with intercepting on the outer front. This also served as a form of training for them. Concealed in the shadows. "Seiji, are you nervous about your first battle?" Feiju Qingting inquired. Seiji Min replied, "Not at all. This is a ninja's mission." This left him at a loss for words. In truth, he was also not nervous. Having encountered numerous battles during the intelligence-gathering process, he had grown accustomed to it. Simultaneously, he retrieved wire, explosive tags, and other ninja tools to set traps in the vicinity. These traps were based on his analysis and integration of memories from the enemy, placed in the most likely locations of use. "Well done, young one. I didn't expect you to excel in trap making," Duel commended him. As a Chunin with years of battlefield experience, he could discern that Feiju Qingting's traps were of high caliber. In response to the praise, Feiju Qingting smiled. He felt that his intellect in the ninja world was akin to that of Urahara Kisuke and Ishida Uryu, albeit not leaning towards scientific research. Clang! Clang! In the distance, a fierce battle erupted. Within Feiju Qingting's perception, distinct types of chakra and responses clashed vehemently. The sound of explosive tags echoed through the air. Knowing that Yamashiro Hachi was still alive in the original story, He was confident that victory was assured. After a brief moment, several enemies scattered and attempted to flee in all directions. One of them was heading toward their position. Here they come. The three reacted simultaneously. Following the formation they learned in ninja school, they ambushed the fleeing enemy. Feiju Qingting conjured several shuriken in his hands. After signaling his teammates, he launched them skillfully from various angles. The individual approaching bore the forehead protector of a Wagakure. Based on his demeanor, he appeared to be a Chunin, suggesting he had considerable combat experience. Thus, Feiju Qingting opted to attack with the projectiles from different angles to gauge the opponent's capabilities. Sure enough, facing the assault, the adversary displayed his extensive combat experience. He sidestepped two of his shuriken while deflecting another with a kunai. His vigilance remained unwavering. Suddenly, a massive tree descended from above the enemy, formed seals, and rocky armor enveloped his arm, allowing him to punch the tree away. More shuriken flew in, this time a coordinated effort from Seiji Min and Dula Jiong. Additionally, Feiju Qingting's cleverly designed wire traps surged toward him at breakneck speed. The enemy's expression darkened. Then he abruptly vanished from their sight. Could it be the earth release, hidden stone technique? Feiju Qingting immediately recognized the enemy's ninjutsu. Let's see how effective your ninjutsu truly is. Suddenly, he recalled a technique he had practiced only a few times, intended for dealing with various foes. He hadn't anticipated it would come into play so soon. Swiftly forming seals, he declared, "Earth Release, Earth-style steel." As a special sensory ninja, such a level of earth-based concealment could hardly escape his notice. With a palm striking the ground above the enemy's hidden position, the soil beneath visibly transformed into rock. This technique, classified as crank, had limited applications but was perfectly suited to counter the earth release's concealment. Boom! The enemy realized this too late. Feiju Qingting evaded his original position, and a bloodied form, twisted and battered, staggered out. Upon seeing Feiju Qingting poised to attack again, the enemy collapsed. Whoosh! Dula Jiong swiftly plunged a kunai into the enemy's heart to prevent a feigned death. Then he turned to Feiju Qingting and said, "Remarkable handling. Qingting, this will count as an rank mission for us. You truly are my lucky star." Dula Jiong exclaimed cheerfully to Feiju Qingting. Hearing this, Feiju Qingting felt quite pleased. In the midst of war, the recorded missions could be exchanged for monetary rewards or ninja resources like techniques after the conflict concluded. A-level tasks, under normal circumstances, typically commence at a minimum of 1 million taels. 1 could even procure 100 or 80 explosive tags. However, all resources must prioritize the war until its conclusion. Furthermore, discovering the enemy constitutes one task, while extracting memories constitutes another. Feiju Qingting has also managed to secure a B-level status. According to the memories retrieved, this unit is a decapitation squad dispatched by a Wagakure, targeting the logistical operations of Kanagacore. The intelligence team, corpse retrieval unit, interrogation squad, analysis team, and medical unit are all part of the logistics and therefore their targets as well. Fortunately, they detected the threat early. Had they delayed even slightly, engaging in an unprepared battle could have resulted in significant losses. "Oh, Captain, is there anything else?" Feiju Qingting inquired. "Haha, indeed there is." Dulejio chuckled briefly before adopting a serious demeanor. "Based on the intelligence from the enemy's memories, we cannot ascertain whether they have relayed the location of our analysis team's encampment back to their superiors, necessitating a relocation." Upon hearing this, Feiju Qingting also grew serious. "Understood. Prepare yourselves. We depart tonight," Dulejio instructed before hastening to the next location, presumably to inform the others. With a hint of apprehension, Feiju Qingting first employed sensory ninjutsu to scan the area, confirming that no enemies lurked within a kilometer radius before he felt reassured enough to release his seals. He had resolved to remain within the analysis team, contributing to Kanagacore, ensuring that the enemy would never discover their encampment. As night fell, shadows flitted through the forest. The concealed presence of the ninjas went unnoticed even by the passing birds, which remained blissfully unaware while tending to their nests. Feiju Qingting was among them. One of the fundamental and crucial qualities of a ninja is stealth. While watching anime, he felt little of its significance. Yet when put into practice, he realized that being a ninja truly embodies the art of assassination. Hashirama and Madara are merely two warriors donning the mantle of ninja. The silent movements of the analysis team, bolstered by the protective efforts of the Umbu, demonstrated the proficiency of all members in stealth. Even the fellow genin, Seijimon, performed admirably at that moment. He couldn't help but wonder how Naruto had graduated. Was it truly due to his mastery of the shadow clone technique? Perhaps it was political necessity that propelled his graduation. Otherwise, mere mastery of the technique would hardly suffice for becoming a genin. Frankly speaking, even he, at this moment, would have ample means to contend with Naruto's clones. This confidence stemmed from possessing intelligence, given the characteristic of shadow clones, which transmit experiences back to the original upon their dissolution. It is quite manageable. For instance, he could reverse the use of mind-reading ninjutsu to transmit his own painful thoughts to the clone, ensuring that even if the clone vanished, the pain would linger. Mind-reading ninjutsu. Pain. In his quest to survive amidst the war, he sought every means to enhance his strength. Lacking a bloodline limit and possessing only the chakra typical of a low-ranking ninja, he endeavored to maximize his capabilities. Apart from utilizing various elemental transformations, he developed his own combat style based on his strengths. His advantages lay in sensory and mental prowess. Hence, he focused his efforts there. Mind-reading ninjutsu. Pain involved collecting the myriad pains experienced by fellow ninjas through his mind-reading abilities and sealing them within his consciousness as a ninjutsu. Ultimately, he would employ genjutsu to implant the sensation of suffering into the enemy's mind. Seizing upon their fleeting vulnerabilities, he would swiftly strike with a kunai to the heart. This was a fusion of agony, corporeal, mental, the grief of lost family, the sorrow of friends departed, the torment of interrogation, the anguish of a beloved slain. Feiju Qingting understood that even the mightiest of ninjas could not endure such torment for long. However, combat for a ninja inherently revolves around mobility. A mere instant is sufficient. Indeed, his strength lay in the mental domain, being a sensory ninja. Thus, his devised path to strength lay in genjutsu. In anime, the pinnacle of genjutsu is the Sharingan, and only with the Sharingan can one attain such heights. Others, like Kurenai Yuhi and her father, have merely reached the upper echelons of genjutsu. He felt that the genjutsu of others lacked intrigue. Yet he harbored confidence in his own talents, believing he could match Uchiha Itachi in a contest of wills. At the very least, he could aspire to become a genin. Should he remain cautious, allowing the child of destiny to handle the enemy would suffice. Swish, they arrived, and everyone quickly set up camp. The Umbu's sensory ninjas patrolled the surroundings, ensuring that the enemy received no intelligence. Understood? Whoosh, with the command issued by the analysis team's leader, Yamamoto Kaiji, all moved with precision. Feiju Qingting, as a sensory-type ninja, was assigned to a team of Umbu to conduct patrols and searches. Days passed since their relocation, and the analysis team resumed their operations. Feiju Qingting diligently reported for duty each day. During his free moments, he practiced ninjutsu, physical techniques, and the development of genjutsu. Much of his learning occurred through the mind-reading process, which he subsequently synthesized into a training regimen of his own design. This, too, was part of the analysis team's responsibilities, should they uncover enemy techniques unknown to Konohagakure or optimize hand seals. They could report their findings and receive rewards. His chakra was progressing rapidly, having evolved from barely managing to release 3 chakra-infused steel constructs to now being able to produce 5 in a short span. Mental energy, physical energy, a month passed, and Feiju Qingting's growth was remarkable. This was indeed a time of war. The accumulation of mental energy surpassed anything seen in Naruto's era. His chakra steadily increased, allowing him to sustain prolonged battles without difficulty. Over the month, through the retrieval of various enemies' memories, he gained insight into the general location of their encampment. Close to the front lines at the border of the Land of Fire, it was no surprise that the enemies he sought to retrieve memories from appeared daily. This realization instilled a sense of dread in Feiju Qingting, who feared an enemy ambush at any moment. Thus, his regular sensory ninjutsu checks had not ceased. It is worth noting that Awagakure's offensive was exceptionally fierce. simultaneously engaging both Kanahagakure and Kumogakure with relentless vigor. Even though they boasted a well-established medical system and exceptional ninjas like the Yellow Flash and Orochimaru, fatigue was evident amidst the Third Great Ninja War. This made Feiju Qingting contemplate seeking out Tsunade and Jiraiya, anxious that deviations from the narrative of the anime could lead to disastrous consequences. Notably, within one enemy's memories, he glimpsed a white-haired figure wielding lightning techniques, reminiscent of Minato Namikaze. Beside him was a boy sporting goggles and a girl with a Dora hairstyle. "Hello, this is intelligence regarding a Wagakure." Feiju Qingting presented a scroll to the white-haired figure before him. Kakashi said little more, simply taking the intelligence and departing without a word. My. He truly is aloof. It seems my brother and sister haven't managed to warm him up yet. Feiju Qingting shook his head as he observed Kakashi's retreating figure. This intelligence delivery was a task assigned to him by Yamamoto Kaiji. There was no other reason. It was merely due to his exceptional performance in retrieving memories that Yamamoto Kaiji believed further memory extraction might lead to confusion. However, during wartime, aside from necessary rest, manpower could not be squandered. Thus, he was dispatched to deliver the intelligence gathered by the analysis team to this disciple of the Yellow Flash. At this juncture, Kakashi had already attained the rank of J-Nin. Consequently, he was capable of executing tasks independently amidst the war. Communication between the front lines and the analysis team had intensified, indicating that the battle at Kanabi Bridge was likely on the horizon. Feiju Qingting, upon receiving intelligence, proceeded to analyze the situation as he had anticipated. News from the front lines arrived a fortnight later, confirming that the surprise troops, led by the Yellow Flash, had successfully severed the supply line to the rock-hidden village's Kanashi Bridge. In an instant, the reputation of the Yellow Flash soared to new heights. Concurrently, the Konoha forces initiated a counterattack, driving back the troops of the rock-hidden village. Even ninjas from the analysis team, like Feiju Qingting, were summoned to the battlefield, utilizing their exceptional perception to trace the enemy's whereabouts. Their sole aim was to resolve the troubles posed by the rock-hidden village swiftly, thereby addressing the concerns of other ninja villages. Swish! Ah, it hurts. Feiju Qingting formed hand seals to cast a jutsu, causing the faces of a nearby Chunin squad to contort in agony as they let out anguished cries. Saishimen seized the opportunity. Piercing their chests with kunai, the bodies tumbled down from the trees. Qingting, your genjutsu has become increasingly formidable, Saishimen remarked, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he observed the prowess of his comrades' techniques. No time to waste. A new squad approaches from the 3 o'clock direction, Feiju Qingting stated. During wartime, there was no room for idle chatter. Understood. Swish, despite merely experiencing the fleeting aftermath of the main forces. Feiju Qingting felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. These ninjas were merely remnants of the major conflict, yet they heightened his alertness, leaving him weary. Damn it, why must the analysis team intervene personally? I feel like a mere brick, moved wherever needed. Combat was merely a side note for Feiju Qingting. His primary role remained that of an analysis team ninja, a key figure within the intelligence department. Thus, actual battles were rare, occurring only during skirmishes with the enemy. Feiju Qingting was indeed a prodigious ninja, having mastered the art of memory retrieval and combat techniques at such a tender age. Dula Jiang reported to Yamamoto Kaiji. Over the past 3 months, Feiju Qingting had entered their line of sight. After a moment of contemplation, Yamamoto Kaiji chuckled. This is the will of the third Hokage. Where Konoha flourishes, the fire of life endures. I have submitted a request to promote Feiju Qingting to Chunin. His performance has been exceptional over these past months. Indeed, Dula Jiang shared in the joy for his subordinate. What? I've been promoted to Chunin. A shocking revelation reached Feiju Qingting's ears. Absolutely. Your performance has been commendable. The esteemed third Hokage has recommended your elevation to Chunin. Is it really that simple? Feiju Qingting pondered. By the way, the battle with the rock-hidden village has concluded. In a few days, we shall return to the village. Dula Jiang concluded. Finally heading back to the village. Those damned memories have been tormenting me. Feiju Qingting exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. His talent was indeed remarkable, yet delving into the memories of others was no ordinary feat. A ninja must truly possess the ability to endure. Unlike the portrayals in anime, every task assigned to a ninja was far from easy. In the analysis team, when faced with an enemy's mind, they had to extract memories with no respite during wartime. They were also required to assist with patrols that moment. He envied those who traversed dimensions with systems, not only possessing such advantages, but also arriving in a time of peace. According to his calculations, it would be approximately 6 months to a year before the war concluded. Presumably, at this juncture, Minato had already fathered a child with Kushina. Uchiha Obito, under the tutelage of Madara, was likely beginning to tread the path towards becoming a formidable adversary. Crack. On the Yellow Earth Road, carts rolled by, surrounded by ninjas adorned with Konoha headbands. Occasionally, ninjas patrolled the vicinity, thanks to the yellow flash. The troubles posed by the rock-hidden village had been swiftly resolved. Indeed, members of his squad, particularly Kakashi, the son of White Fang, had reportedly attained the rank of Jonin and developed his own unique ninjutsu. Regrettably, he had heard that one of his teammates had perished. Alas, such is the nature of war. Casualties are inevitable. Own comrades have changed several times over. As Feiju Qingting walked alongside the troop, he overheard various conversations among the ninjas. Indeed, he's gone. Presently, Kakashi had likely acquired the Sharingan. How enviable it was to gain such a bloodline trait without effort. Of course, he harbored no desire to graft another's bloodline onto himself. While nibbling on rations, he pondered what he would do if a Sharingan were to present itself before him. Most likely, he would hand it over in exchange for learning a few genjutsu created by the second Hokage. After all, if Senju Tobirama could create techniques to counter the Sharingan, Feiju Qingting would undoubtedly refuse to be subordinate to anyone. Such bloodline limits were merely a collection of troublesome obstacles. Knowing the general plot, it would be wiser to remain in the analysis team and await the protagonist's growth, allowing them to tackle the challenges ahead. According to the original storyline, Feiju Qingting, Saishiman, and their captain, Dula Jiong, all survived until the conclusion of the narrative. The conclusion. No, wait, it seemed the command post was struck by the Ten-Tails-tailed beast bomb afterwards. Instantly, Feiju Qingting felt a surge of anxiety. He must strive to grow, ensuring that during the final battle with the Ten Tails, he would not allow its tailed beast bomb to strike the command post. What are you pondering, Qingting? Saishiman patted his shoulder, teasingly. Please call me Feiju Qingting, or simply Qingting. Do not refer to me as captain. Thank you. Why not? I find it quite catchy, Saishiman inquired. Feiju Qingting's expression darkened. It was a matter of embarrassment. It reminded him of that overly dramatic robot. Ever since he learned of his promotion at Chunin, Saishiman had taken to calling him that, and it was truly vexing. Stay alert during patrols. Do not become distracted. What is there to worry about? The battle with the rock-hidden village has concluded. I imagine things are nearly settled on Orochimaru's side as well. Saishiman commented, We're back. We're back. That's my brother. He's a Chunin. Humph. My father is a Jonin. What of yours? Outside the gates of Konoha, a crowd gathered. Many residents eagerly watching the approaching ninja army. All eyes were hopeful, wishing to catch a glimpse of their loved ones. Even if they did not see them, perhaps they had been reassigned to other units. Others in the troop exchanged greetings with familiar faces, be they family or friends. After registration, they disbanded to prepare for the possibility of impending war. All ninjas, heed my words, Captain Yamamoto Kaiji addressed them. Understood. Feiju Qingting observed everything around him, spotting a black-haired woman with a round belly, her face radiant with joy. Upon seeing Yamamoto Kaiji, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Yamamoto Kaiji approached her cautiously. Concerned for her safety, this the wife of Kaiji, the future mother of Yamashiro Ino. It seemed she was indeed expecting Yamashiro Ino. Simultaneously, he noticed other teammates as some came forward to greet him. At that moment, a handsome, middle-aged man appeared around 30, yet missing an arm. Upon seeing Feiju Qingting, he approached with a smile. Well, young lad, it seems you've grown considerably on the battlefield. Dad, you underestimated your son. I have now become a member of the analysis team. And I have even apprenticed under Lord Kaiji. Feiju Qingting beamed with pride upon seeing him. This was his father, Feiju Donqing, who had once been a classmate of Konoha's White Fang until he lost an arm in battle. Unable to form seals, he retired, leading to the birth of his son. The reason Feiju Qingting was so aware of Yamamoto Kaiji and held him in such high regard was due to the stories his father had shared about ninjas. Very well, you are indeed my son. I trust you have not faced scolding from your superiors. Feiju Dongqing jested. My son has inherited my genes, and I could not be more pleased. Hilarious. Did you think I would be like you? Landing in hospital on my first attempt at mind reading? My son, on the other hand, is already a chunin. What? Indeed, it seems the fine genes of the father are at play. Humph, how infuriating back in the day. I was merely a hair's breadth away from surpassing Lord Bate, and now my son must also fall just short of his offspring. Thus, after registering, Feiju Qingtian followed his father back to their abode, a two-story residence that embodied the architectural style of the Hidden Leaf Village, an enchanting blend of antiquity and modernity, crafted entirely of wood. Upon entering, one would find an array of dragonfly figurines made from various plants adorning the walls, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. After tossing his luggage into his room, Feiju Qingtian luxuriated in a long-awaited relaxation, collapsing onto his bed and drifting into slumber. Feiju Dongqing, in turn, chose not to disturb him. Only those who have walked the path of a ninja and experienced the horrors of war can truly appreciate the value of such tranquility. In his own room, he deftly fashioned another dragonfly from reeds, hanging it from the eaves. To this point, the area was already densely adorned with dragonflies, 125 to be precise. Morning has arrived. Feiju Qingtian stretched, relishing the comfort of a rare, restful sleep. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he enjoyed a breakfast brimming with love, prepared by his father, before stepping outside. The fish also possess memories of melancholy. At Training Ground 98, with a broad stream flowing nearby, Feiju Qingtian was demonstrating a ninjutsu technique on a palm-sized fish. As the technique took effect, the fish's eyes slowly revealed a profound sadness. However, it did not last long, as it soon reverted to the vacant stare typical of a dead fish. It seemed that the mind-reading technique, melancholy, was in need of refinement. Now that Feiju Qingtian had returned to the village and settled down, he embarked on a series of ninjutsu experiments. First on his agenda was genjutsu. After developing the pain aspect of his mind-reading technique on the battlefield, which could induce a state of suffering in his enemies, he became thoroughly intrigued by the entire realm of genjutsu. The challenge of pain lay in capturing the emotional pain and the neurological signals of discomfort in living beings, according to his theory. The foundational principle of pain was to manipulate the interaction between the enemy's pain receptors and brain, causing the latter to send signals of agony to the body, thereby producing tangible effects. In fact, most of his experiments had yielded success. Now, he aimed to develop the melancholy aspect, intending to induce signals of depression in the brains of living beings through genjutsu, thereby causing inertia in their nervous cells, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. However, judging by the fish's reaction, the impact was merely fleeting. It appeared there was something he had overlooked. Young one, are you practicing genjutsu on fish? Bang! Feiju Qingtian felt as though his heart was about to explode. Startled by the voice that rang so close to him, if it were to bring him misfortune, with a tinge of astonishment, he slowly turned around, raising his forehead protector and peeling away the bandages obscuring his vision. Before him stood an elderly man with a pointed mustache, none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Though the wrinkles on his face were fewer than during Naruto's time, the changes were still evident. Haha, no need for formalities. Did I give you a fright? Sarutobi waved his hand with a chuckle. Feiju Qingtian dared not be dismissive and replied with a hint of dejection. No, it's just that as a sensory ninja of the leaf, I couldn't even sense your presence when you approached. I feel I'm unworthy of the village's nurturing. Huh. Sarutobi laughed heartily. I am the Hokage. If a mere child fresh from the academy were able to sense me, then I would be the one unworthy of my teacher's teachings. Ha! You are right, but that's rather terrifying. Do you not know that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? Feiju Qingtian silently criticized in his heart. Tell me, have you encountered any difficulties with your ninjutsu? As Hokage, I can offer you some guidance, Sarutobi suggested. Upon hearing this, Feiju Qingtian cast a glance at him, pondering whether the Hokage had nothing better to do than to scare people. Nonetheless, he replied, well, there are a few issues that he then elaborated on the principles of his genjutsu and the challenges he faced at IC. While genjutsu may not be my strong suit, I understand that humans and fish are quite different. Therefore, to fully develop your genjutsu, you must experiment on real people, Sarutobi advised. Feiju Qingtian nodded, recognizing that he had tested the pain aspect on enemies before achieving success. The pain receptors and those associated with depression did not occupy the same domain, which was why he had failed at It has been ages since I last moved. Allow me to be your test subject, Sarutobi declared, unable to resist the temptation upon seeing Feiju's intelligence. Yes, he said. Since the war, he had been confined to his office daily, having not engaged in physical activity for quite some time. Would that be appropriate? After all, you are the Hokage. Feiju Qingtian expressed hesitance, though he felt tempted. He had cultivated the image of a person who cherishes the leaf and values his comrades in front of others. Haha, where the leaves of the village dance, the fire of life endures. This is the will passed down from the first Hokage and my teacher, which I have upheld, and I hope you will carry it on. Sarutobi reminisced. A T Training Ground 98, the two figures clashed swiftly. Kunai and Shuriken collided. Whoosh, the Shuriken blocked Sarutobi's path. Feiju Qingtian swiftly formed hand seals. Mind reading. Melancholy. Upon merely glancing at the technique, Sarutobi felt an overwhelming sense of ennui wash over him. The thought of defending against the Kunai and Shuriken faded from his mind. I'm so old. What is the point of going on? Perhaps it would be better to just die here. This thought flickered through his mind in an instant. What? Am I about to kill the third Hokage? Seeing Sarutobi's lack of intent to retaliate, Feiju Qingtian felt a wave of dread wash over him. If he truly killed the third Hokage, his fate would be sealed, and as it stood, he possessed neither the strength to dominate the ninja world nor the desire. He merely wished to lead an unremarkable life, earning his keep. Bang! The kunai and shuriken struck Sarutobi. Shadow clone. Watching the third Hokage vanish, Feiju Qingtian let out a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he felt a rush of joy. It seemed his theory was sound, as this genjutsu had indeed proven effective against a ninja. Perhaps the fish was incapable of comprehending such emotions of despair. It had merely been momentarily bewildered by the ninjutsu. His reasoning was not incorrect. But where had the third Hokage gone? He shook his head, attempting to locate Sarutobi's figure, heightening his sensory perception. Sigh, what good is being the third Hokage? It would be better to simply raise my son. Let him have a child, and choose a fourth Hokage. Enjoying my remaining years, I have no desire to move. Not at all that a teen my age. It would be better to just lie here. After all, no one would dare to criticize me. Perhaps it is best to just wash up and be done with it. Behind a large tree, Sarutobi leaned against the trunk, gazing up at the azure sky and the billowing white clouds. Muttering to himself, suddenly he formed hand seals. Release. The gloomy expression in his eyes brightened instantly. This formidable ninjutsu, through genjutsu, transmitted negative information to the enemy, even if one was a shadow clone or had dispelled the genjutsu. The effects would linger. At that moment, Sarutobi was still haunted by the remnants of despair. Even he, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, found it challenging to withstand that wave of melancholy. Very impressive. Your ninjutsu is quite remarkable. However, this technique's power is a bit excessive. It must not be used on comrades, understood? After calming his emotions, Sarutobi approached Feiju Qingtian and remarked, Is it really that powerful? The flying bamboo dragonfly inquired that I in his perspective. It seemed quite acceptable. The two ninjutsu techniques from the mind-reading series are both illusions based on visual and tactile stimuli. They primarily ensnare enemies through sight and touch. In his opinion, the instantaneous impact during battle is a tactical ninjutsu capable of disrupting the balance. Its power is commendable, though not as exaggerated as the third Hokage had proclaimed. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to elaborate, a figure adorned with an animal mask materialized. Lord Hokage, there is critical intelligence from the front lines regarding Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and turned to the flying bamboo dragonfly. I shall attend to my duties. Best of luck to you. Whoosh, watching the two departing figures, the flying bamboo dragonfly felt quite elated. It appeared that there were numerous aspects of his ninjutsu yet to be explored. Indeed, human experimentation was still necessary. However, judging by the tone of the third Hokage, the technique indeed seemed rather formidable. It must be somewhat related to the symptoms of depression. His mind was agile, and his primary occupation allowed him to encounter a wealth of ninja experience. Thus, he had surmised a few things. Depression is indeed terrifying. Once he further develops this technique, transforming mental depression into physiological depression would be remarkable. According to the recollections of a certain medical ninja, depression can be categorized into mental and physiological types. Mental depression can be altered through willpower, yet physiological depression, where the body influences the mind, remains unyielding without addressing the physical issues. Thus, he resolved to continue practicing taijutsu during the remaining time. Prolonged battles still necessitate reliance on physical skills. As he had read in the original text, prior to the Fourth Great Ninja War, taijutsu was the most vital means for ninjas. His participation in the war allowed him to experience the advantages of taijutsu. These two validations made him acutely aware of its significance. The development of illusions enabled him to engage in high-level combat, while the cultivation of taijutsu allowed him to effectively neutralize opponents within the confines of limited chakra. Pray tell, what urgent intelligence do you possess? Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen found Mito Kazumi and Nara Shikaku awaiting him. Mito Kazumi stated, according to the intelligence relayed by Orochimaru, the third Raikage, A. perished from exhaustion while covering the retreat of the Cloud Village forces during the battle against the Rock Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback for a moment before responding, it seems we are not far from the war's conclusion. Relay my orders to provide support to Orochimaru. We must suppress the conflict with the Cloud Village swiftly. Understood. The Umbu member acknowledged before vanishing from the office. The death of the Raikage carries significant ramifications, necessitating adjustments to various strategies. After concluding discussions with the two elders, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the shadows. Bring me the information on the flying bamboo dragonfly that he meticulously memorized every ninja who graduated from the academy. Naturally familiar with the flying bamboo dragonfly. Moreover, he had recently promoted him to Chunin. Before long, an Umbu ninja returned, bearing the documents that a sensory-type ninja, a member of the analysis team, exhibited exceptional talent in mind-reading techniques. In combat, he excelled in both taijutsu and genjutsu, with a father who had also been part of the analysis team, aspiring for world peace and inheriting the will of fire of Konoha. A promising young talent indeed, and a child who embodies the will of fire. Reviewing the documents, he felt immense satisfaction. The legacy of the first and second Hokages, the will of fire, I shall carry forth. Strolling through the bustling streets of Konoha, the flying bamboo dragonfly observed everything with earnestness. He held an ice pop in hand, savoring it slowly. Simultaneously, he contemplated the encounter with the third Hokage, pondering the purpose behind his personal guidance. However, he decided to disregard it, opting instead for a quiet life of labor, seeking a gentle, virtuous, beautiful, gracious, and affluent wife. He dreamt of raising 2 sons and 2 daughters, cherishing their growth. That was his aspiration. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the necessity of enhancing his survival skills. Had it not been for the third Hokage, had he encountered a more aggressive ninja, he might not have had time to react and could have met his demise. This incident also subtly revealed the formidable prowess of the third Hokage. He could approach unnoticed, even as a sensory ninja. It seemed there was still room for improvement in his sensory ninjutsu. Oh, Ichiraku ramen. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar establishment. He rummaged through his wallet, finding it overly stuffed with cash, and decided to enter for a meal. He wished to experience something favored by the main cast. He was a working man, forever a working man, laboring merely to earn some money and enjoy delectable food. His objective must remain unchanged. It certainly could not be to save the ninja world. Welcome! Upon stepping through the entrance, a jovial voice greeted him. Following the sound, he beheld a middle-aged man, not dissimilar in age to his father, standing before him that moment. The hand-pulled noodles were evidently not yet aged, though his eyes seemed somewhat obscured. He was currently preparing ramen for other customers. Beside him stood a young girl, roughly the same age as the flying bamboo dragonfly. A striking beauty. You must be I am quite lovely, the flying bamboo dragonfly thought, his eyes lighting up. Hello, what would you like? I recommend our seafood ramen. It's a new addition. I am smiled as she addressed him. Slurp. The uncle's skills are truly remarkable, and the young lady is quite beautiful, the flying bamboo dragonfly exclaimed, puffing his cheeks in delight. Haha, indeed. My skills were honed under the tutelage of a master from the land of fire. The hand-pulled noodle chef replied proudly, his eyes crinkling with delight at the praise. Of course, my father is the best. I am chimed in, equally pleased to be. By the way, you're a ninja, right? Why aren't you on the battlefield? The chef noted the forehead protector on his forehead and the bandages around his face without any surprise. He had seen others with their lower faces wrapped as well, so it was not unusual. Ah, you mean this? I'm part of the logistics team. I just returned from the battlefield of the Rock Village. I have accomplished many feats, the flying bamboo dragonfly replied with a grin. Brother, my name is I am. What's yours? Why are you wearing bandages? Is it because you don't look good? I am inquired innocently. Nonsense. I'm the most handsome youth in the academy. In terms of looks, even the taijutsu prodigy Might Guy. The super genius Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi from the Uchiha clan are mere shadows in comparison, that I conceal my face solely to spare them from feeling inferior, the flying bamboo dragonfly retorted, indignant at Iam's comment about his appearance. He recounted the more renowned figures from the academy, growing increasingly confident in his assertions. You're boasting. I've never seen Kakashi without his mask, but I've seen both Bayun Zhaochen and Uchiha Itachi. I am, being young and not gullible, was skeptical of his claims. Slurp. Finishing the last bite of ramen, the flying bamboo dragonfly unwound the bandages. Since you've said so, I shall make an exception for you to see. Only this once. As the layers of bandages fell away, a youthful visage emerged. His azure eyes, shrouded in a misty hue, complemented his striking white hair and prominent white eyelashes, while a smile graced his lips, enhancing the charm of his features. Ah, your eyes are so beautiful. I am exclaimed in awe, captivated by his gaze. The hand-pulled noodle chef was momentarily stunned, halting his culinary activities, marveling at the young lad before him. Whoosh, just as they were about to steal another glance. The flying bamboo dragonfly hastily re-wrapped the bandages and donned his Konoha forehead protector. Didn't I say? I am indeed quite handsome. The flying bamboo dragonfly felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had previously gazed into a mirror, recognizing that in terms of appearance, no one in the ninja world could rival him. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Feiju Qingting. Finally, he shared his name. Yes, you are indeed handsome, the most handsome I have ever seen. However, it's time for you to settle the bill. Feiju Qingting, I am replied. NGP pointed at his bowl and chuckled behind his hand. Feiju Qingting settled the bill and, amid their warm farewells for a future visit, stepped through the door. Yes, he strolled along the streets of Konoha. A smile adorned his face at he had found his objective. NGP would undoubtedly make a splendid wife. With her gentle and enchanting visage, a father who owned a shop, and a subsequent branch open for business, she seemed perfect. Moreover, from the original narrative, she was depicted as an exquisite beauty. Most importantly, in the context of Ichiraka Ramen, she was exceptionally safe. She was a character who could navigate to the grand conclusion without the need for concern in every aspect, from her values to her features. She embodied perfection. His goal was simply to marry and settle down, leading a tranquil life. He certainly would not pursue those renowned characters, as they were fraught with complications. Only NGP was suitably aligned with him. And thus he resolved that his culinary preferences would henceforth include, besides grilled chicken skewers and rice balls, a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Suddenly, several figures dashed across the rooftops of Konoha without concealment. The masked individuals, moving with urgency, clearly had pressing matters to attend to. It was likely that the intel communicated to the third Hokage by the Umbu earlier today indicated that Konoha was once again on the move. Feiju Qingting surmised. The third Hokage had evidently intended to discuss something with him, but the Umbu's arrival had interrupted that conversation, indicating matters of the battlefield. He was well aware that the current battlefield was akin to a meat grinder. Each exchange of intelligence represented a shift in plans. Based on the intel gleaned from the original work, only Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure remained in the fray. With the conflict between Iwagakure and Konoha concluded, it seemed the events surrounding the Third Raikage were also nearing resolution. It appeared that the war would not drag on much longer, suggesting that some iconic moments in the Hokage's history were soon to unfold within the next year. Might Guy opening the 8 gates to save Kakashi. Nara Shikaku and Ebisu defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kakashi stabbing Noero Rin in full view of Obito, leading to a profound transformation within him, and Minato Namikaze succeeding as the 4th Hokage. While Orochimaru defected from Konoha, contemplating the events destined to transpire in that year, he felt relieved that they would not occur in his own life. Once an audience member, he had yearned to rectify the regrets of the narrative. Yet, now that he had traversed into this world, he merely desired a stable existence. Limited in ability and bereft of the deep blue, he felt a twinge of remorse that, Captain Qing Ting, at last, you've come to undertake a mission. Have you been enjoying your time at home lately? Upon seeing Fei Zhu Qing Ting, Seiji Man approached with a mischievous glint in his eye. Shush, what task could possibly warrant the Umbu summons for me? Earlier that morning, he had intended to cultivate a relationship with CHNGP at Ichiraku Ramen, only to be interrupted by a masked figure entering his room. The figure had informed him of the Hokage's orders to report immediately to the analysis division for a mission. It was truly vexing. Was a mission more important than his pursuit of a wife? Nevertheless, he complied, as this position was secure, and he did not wish to be dismissed. Moreover, it would greatly benefit his growth. Upon arriving at the workspace, Head Minister Yamanaka Haichi addressed everyone. Seiji Men and Fei Zhu Qing Ting made their way to the base of the analysis division, traversing through layers of security, along dimly lit corridors echoing with anguished cries. After approximately 2.5 minutes, they finally reached the analysis division's work area. Many individuals were already waiting, with Yamanaka Haichi positioned centrally. All right, everyone is present. We shall now allocate tasks. Yamanaka Taikyo, Interrogation Room 101, Seiji Men, Interrogation Room 102, Fei Zhu Qing Ting, Interrogation Room 404, and Dula Jiong, Interrogation Room 405. Yamanaka Haichi methodically assigned the work to IT. Was evident that the distribution differed between CH Nin and Genin. The higher the prefix of the interrogation room, the more experienced the ninja needed to be in extracting information from adversaries. Once the assignments were complete, Fei Zhu Qing Ting followed a service ninja deeper into the facility. The corridor here was relatively bright, illuminated by flickering flames. Upon entering Interrogation Room 404, he found only a head resting there. Indeed, there was no body. Beside it stood a helmet-like device. This is a mental amplifier, capable of enhancing a ninja's mental energy. The IT significantly augments perception and memory retrieval. Simply wear it and perform your jutsu, explained the service ninja. Upon hearing this, Fei Zhu Qing Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement. What? The Raikage is dead. That cannot be true. He is the strongest in our village. How infuriating that accursed Iwagakure, overwhelming with numbers. With the battle between Iwagakure and Konoha concluded, the yellow flash appeared on the battlefield, increasing the pressure on the front lines. Fragmented information surged through Fei Zhu Qing Ting's mind as he utilized the amplification tool, making the process remarkably effortless. Indeed, the battle between the Third Raikage and Iwagakure had transpired, and it was precisely due to his demise, coupled with the cessation of hostilities between Konoha and Iwagakure, that the situation had shifted. From the memories, it was evident that the AB duo had already gained considerable notoriety, having conquered a multitude of ninjas from Kumogakure with their formidable prowess. After the arrival of Minato Namikaze on the battlefield, he was immediately dispatched by Orochimaru to confront the AB duo. Following just a few exchanges, both sides retreated. The death of Kumogakure's linchpin had resulted in internal chaos. Despite their collective strength, they found themselves fatigued when faced with Konoha and Iwagakure's dual-pronged assault. It was no wonder that Kumogakure was formidable. They were aggressive fighters. It was astonishing that Kumogakure had taken the initiative to engage Iwagakure in battle, displaying remarkable confidence. The dual fronts had not been something he had paid attention to while watching the anime. The owner of that head was merely a nin from Kyomogakure, and given that he was deceased, his memories did not contain any crucial intelligence. However, the insights into the nature of lightning release techniques were indeed worth studying. From this, he learned just how remarkable Kakashi's Chidori Jutsu, created at the tender age of 12, truly was. That it was no wonder he had been promoted to nin at such a young age. Mastery over such precise applications of nature transformation, whether in form change or nature change, was typically a feat accomplished only by seasoned nin. The techniques involved were not merely about transforming chakra into lightning. They encompassed a myriad of subtleties. It seemed that aspiring to create his own version of Chidori would be unattainable. Likewise, the spiral sphere would remain beyond his reach. Chidori represented an advanced application of nature transformation, whereas the spiral sphere epitomized an advanced application of form change. He had attempted to honor the original protagonist's jutsu a few months prior, and although his chakra reserves were limited, he could pay homage to the original work's dango. Yet, he discovered an abundance of techniques that were not merely the two sentences casually mentioned by Jiraiya in the original narrative. The brevity of the text necessitated omissions, leaving only the essential points. While many details remained unaddressed, a simple phrase in Taoism was said to contain profound meanings. Memory retrieval complete. Fei Zhu Qing took up a pen and paper from the side, meticulously recording the intelligence he had gathered. From complete segments to fragmented whispers, he diligently documented every memory he could access, from the mundane to the significant, fulfilling his duties as a worker impeccably. The analysis division operated in such a manner. Once the intelligence was compiled, it would be submitted to superiors, who would then aggregate all information, extract vital intelligence, and pass it on to the Umbu, who would convey it to the Hokage, having completed his tasks and submitted the materials. The service ninja remarked, "Oh, by the way, Minister Haichi mentioned that this is your first time in the Konoha Analysis Division. There are some protocols you may be unfamiliar with, so let me enlighten you." "Ah, is there anything else?" "Surely not. The work has been completed. Should we not return for a meal? After all, the enemy possesses specialized corpse retrieval units to prevent the collection of intelligence from the deceased. The duties of the analysis team are not as extensive as one might imagine, unless on a fiercely contested battlefield. Even in such scenarios, based on the experiences of Fei Zhu Qingting, the workload is manageable. This is the essence of a ninja. Even the slightest possibility of revealing information must be addressed. Indeed, within the village, the analysis team is engaged in the relatively limited task of memory retrieval. Therefore, to conserve resources, esteemed sir, you may wish to visit the analysis team's library, which houses a plethora of texts on intelligence analysis courses. Such knowledge would be invaluable for a ninja specializing in intelligence like yourself. The service ninja remarked, "Of course, if you prefer, you may also undertake simpler tasks to alleviate the village's burdens." He proceeded to enumerate numerous activities that Fei Zhu Qingting could engage in during his free time. Upon hearing this, Fei Zhu Qingting understood that members of the analysis team, during their idle moments, essentially serve as a versatile resource, ready to be deployed wherever needed. It is no wonder that in the past, while watching anime, he often observed the two guardians of Konoha, frequently engaged in tasks such as transportation, guarding, and examination duties. Speaking of which, Shingetsu Izumi and Gongzi Tai were my classmates. I wonder how they are faring now. Upon entering the library of the analysis team, Fei Zhu Qingting glanced around. The room was approximately the size of a football field. With rows upon rows of bookshelves, he casually opened a book, revealing a collection of previously analyzed cases. The content ranged from macro-analysis, logical analysis, to micro-analysis. In essence, it emphasized a broad approach complemented by detailed inquiries, ensuring no potential information was overlooked. The subjects employed were not limited to a single field. Various disciplines, such as mathematics, geography, medicine, logic, ninjutsu, and sealing techniques were incorporated to ascertain the enemy's operational timeline. One must utilize geography and mathematics to calculate the distance to the enemy's headquarters and their probable prior location. Fei Zhu Qingting, with his keen intellect, became engrossed in the reading, fully immersed in the pleasure of learning. As the saying goes, comprehension invites enjoyment. While confusion leads to tedium, that he found himself savoring the joy of acquiring knowledge. Days passed in this manner. Each day at the analysis team involved not only memory retrieval, but also assisting in intelligence analysis, which constituted part of his duties. After work, Feiju Qingting would frequent Ichiraku Ramen. This routine prompted his father, Feiju Dongqing, to suspect something was amiss. As he prepared heartfelt dinners, he even stealthily followed his son to discover where he dined. Upon noticing the presence of irises in Ichiraku Ramen, Feiju Dongqing felt a surge of pride, realizing his son had matured. Not only had he become a nin, but he was also seeking a partner, which brought him considerable comfort. Consequently, he reserved his evening meals solely for himself. Meanwhile, Feiju Qingting, aside from clocking in for work daily, dedicated time to practicing ninjutsu and developing new techniques. With his formidable talent and the complete ninjutsu he occasionally uncovered during intelligence retrieval, he would not let such opportunities go to waste. He even exchanged some currency in the village for learning illusion techniques, as the stone villages Will of Stone and the Hot Temper Cloud village were not adept in the art of genjutsu. Through the memories he accessed, Feiju Qingting observed the gradual progression of the war. Initially, the Cloud village retreated, firmly securing their base. Subsequently, the Stone village also withdrew after the Cloud's retreat. The Sand village elected its fourth Kazekage, submitting a letter of surrender, with Raza bearing the weight of the village's plight. Presently, the battlefield was left with only the remnants of war, as he had anticipated, as long as he diligently performed his duties. The work of the analysis team remained relatively light, or at least manageable for him. Others, overwhelmed by excessive memory retrieval, found it quite exhausting. For instance, Seijimon complained daily about the incessant memory retrieval, claiming it was driving him to the brink of madness at the Konoha Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Laughter erupted as Minato was praised for his prowess, having significantly influenced the battlefield's dynamics. Yamashiro Kai, accompanied by several subordinates, treated them to a feast for their hard work over the past days. Gulp. Feiju Qingting stuffed a grilled wing into his mouth. Ever since he decided to pursue Iris, he had not indulged in barbecue for quite some time. Hearing the department head's remarks, he chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, Minato-senpai and Lord Orochimaru are truly formidable. I heard that Lord Third Hokage proposed retirement following the war during the recent meeting." Seijimon inquired with curiosity about the village's rumors. Smack! Dula Jiong playfully swatted his head. "Some things should not be carelessly speculated. We do not yet know who the next successor will be." Despite his words, his gaze was fixed on Yamashiro Kai. Yamashiro Kai chuckled. "Haha, it is true, but a decision has yet to be made regarding who will take over. It goes without saying, it will undoubtedly be one of Lord Orochimaru or Minato-senpai," Feiju Qingting confidently asserted. His confidence was palpable. Yamashiro Kai acknowledged his analysis with approval. Currently, the most likely candidates were Lord Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage, and Minato Namikaze. Both had made significant contributions during this war, earning them widespread recognition. Point one had triumphed in the Kaiki Mountain battle, while the other had emerged victorious in the Kamizumi Bridge confrontation. Moreover, both were exceptionally skilled jonin. However, Feiju Qingting also realized this point, which surprised him to a member of the intelligence department. Deducing this from the information about the third's retirement was rather unexpected. It seemed he was indeed well suited to be part of the analysis team. This realization only deepened his satisfaction with himself. Others, upon hearing this, also pondered an agreement. "Come, let us toast. In a few days, Lord Orochimaru and the others will return, ready to attend the funeral." Yes, sir. The war had concluded, and the troops returned to the village. Swoosh! Training ground number 98. A scream pierced the air as if encountering something terrifying. "Hey, could you possibly practice dispelling illusions in your spare time? After all, you are a sensory-type ninja, endowed with talents in that area," Feiju Qingting remarked, exasperated, as he dispelled the Narikomi no Jutsu cast on Seijimon once freed from the genjutsu. Seijimon regained his composure, gazing at Feiju Qingting with lingering trepidation. "I've been practicing, but you're just too monstrous. How do you manage to make illusions so difficult to break?" "I had just dispelled it, only to be ensnared again." "Is that so? It seems I'm simply too powerful." Feiju Qingting scratched his head. amused that a single illusion had rendered Sagimon flustered, indicating that their training had not been in vain. You still haven't explained how you achieved this, Sagimon pressed, curious, despite following the school's teachings to disrupt chakra. He still fell victim to the jutsu. Feiju Qingting pointed to his head, because I modified the Narikomi no jutsu, incorporating my insights from the mind-reading technique, embedding the illusion as a form of memory information within the enemy's chakra. As long as the enemy accepts the concept of being ensnared by the illusion, this information becomes a seed that if they remain oblivious to the fact that it is their own issue, they will unwittingly activate the Narikomi no jutsu against themselves. So, the one ensnared remains unaware and forever trapped within your illusion. Sagimon exclaimed, astonished. What kind of illusion is this? Or is it still the Narikomi no jutsu? Serves you right for still being a genin. As long as you are unafraid, you won't be ensnared, Feiju Qingting replied with satisfaction. This illusion experiment had proven successful. How could one not feel fear? Sagimon scoffed, recalling how he had just witnessed himself being struck down by shuriken in the battlefield, dying on the spot. All right, let me teach you another method to counter illusions. There are notable weaknesses to this technique. Ultimately, this jutsu merely implants a subconscious notion in the opponent's mind. As a sensory ninja, if you can momentarily overcome your fear, you can utilize your heightened perception to disrupt the chakra, targeting the seeds of the subconscious. Is that so? Then let me try again. Sagimon's eyes lit up at the prospect. Feiju Qingting smirked, having successfully lured him in. Here it comes. With a deft gesture, Xiao Zaiman suddenly felt as if he had re-entered the battlefield, surrounded by hidden weapons and stray bullets. This time, he remembered Feiju Qingting's words and resolutely resisted being drawn into the illusion, focusing on his memories and emotions. Indeed, after a brief moment, he discerned an unusual point of information. Gently adjusting his chakra to counter the disturbance, the illusion dissipated instantly, as if the chaotic battlefield had never existed. Observing Xiao Zaiman's swift liberation from the illusion, Feiju Qingting raised an eyebrow, realizing there was still room for improvement. Next time, when I am prepared, I shall engage you again that I refuse to lose once more, Xiao Zaiman declared defiantly. They were classmates, both of similar standing academically. Yet after a stint on the battlefield, Feiju Qingting had not only grown stronger, but had also been promoted to chunin. Pray tell, do you believe you could triumph over Kakashi or Hakuyun Zaochin now? Though their time as classmates with Kakashi was brief, his remarkable skills had left an indelible impression as for Hakuyun Zaochin. His extraordinary talent had led to his early graduation from the academy in 4th grade due to battlefield circumstances. Presently, one is a jonin, and the other a special jonin. Those two, can I truly defeat them? They are both jonin now. Xiao Zaiman felt as though he was being compared to others unfairly. Had he been capable, he could have instigated a duel after the war's conclusion, that if not, the discomfort from having been recently bested would have been alleviated. Indeed, those two are exceptional. At merely 12 years of age, they are already jonin. Meanwhile, Uchiha is still just a chunin like you, Feiju Qingting remarked. Xiao Zaiman was acutely aware of the vast disparities between individuals. He remained a genin while others ascended swiftly. Ultimately, what significance do these comparisons hold? Winter is silent yet freezes mountains and rivers for miles. The wind is voiceless yet scatters countless blossoms, that we are all contributors to Konoha. None are more noble than the other, merely possessing slightly greater talent and responsibility. Instead of competing in vain for strength, let us measure our contributions. Strength exists to thwart enemies and secure survival. Not to indulge in comparisons with comrades for the sake of vanity, Feiju Qingting articulated. Promoting the will of fire, he emphasized the need for perpetual readiness, for this was the answer to Konoha's next chapter. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Zaiman felt an invigorating spark ignite within him. Feiju Qingting was indeed correct. He too contributed silently to Konoha. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was being observed, after attending to pressing matters. Sarutobi Hisashi recalled the boy with the bandaged head and utilized a telescope technique to eavesdrop, fortuitously catching their dialogue. Winter is silent, yet freezes mountains and rivers for miles. The wind is voiceless, yet scatters countless blossoms. Indeed, this child had inherited the essence of the will of fire, understanding its profundity at such a young age. Suddenly, as Feiju Qingting delved into his memories, he sensed a violent tremor. The vibration was faint. What disturbance is this? As a sensory-type ninja, having learned much from the memories of foes, he analyzed the disturbance and deduced that a fierce battle had erupted near the village. Halt! Ceasing his actions, Feiju Qingting refined his chakra to activate his sensory abilities. Gradually, the sound within a 3-kilometer radius entered his mind, sharpening his focus on the tremor. As he approached the source, the sensations became increasingly distinct. Southeast of the village. Although it exceeded his sensing range, through months of study, he reasoned that it was not far from the village based on geographical positioning, air density, and mathematical equations. Combining this with the range of the tremors, he concluded that the combatants were at least Jonin-level ninjas employing jutsu. Such a significant disturbance, he inferred, could only stem from a colossal summoned beast or a tailed beast battle. However, recalling the original narrative and analyzing the time and location, it was highly probable that his classmates were in peril, with Might Dai unleashing a crimson steam. Behind me, live with passion and youth, and wear a smile. Reflecting on the scene he had witnessed, though not entirely remembered, he surmised that Might Dai must have imparted those very words to Kai and the others. He had been moved to tears at the time. Gather, just then, a command resonated. Upon hearing it, Feiju Qingting set aside his thoughts and proceeded to the assembly hall. Members of the analysis team emerged one by one, and an urgent task awaited. They were to immediately head to the village's main gate and coordinate reconnaissance with the umbu dispatched by the Hokage. Before all had arrived, Yamamoto Kaiji hurriedly issued commands. Now, those whose names are called, depart immediately. Understood. In an instant, Feiju Qingting and the others vanished. Let us hope this does not signal the continuation of war. Yamamoto Kaiji sighed, surprised by the magnitude of the battle noise near the village. With a swift leap across the rooftops of Konoha, Feiju Qingting wore a solemn expression, but I hope there are no unexpected developments. With his presence as a time traveler, he felt uncertain whether the narrative would unfold as originally intended. Thus, the original text served merely as a reference. Upon meeting the umbu, everything will be led by the umbu. Understood? Du Legio addressed the others, now assuming the role of captain. Understood? In no time, they arrived at the main gate that Du Legio signaled. The two teams of umbu ninjas awaited them, their animal masks concealing their identities. Recognizing Du Legio's signal, the lead blonde captain understood these were the ninjas sent to assist from the village. Set off. Without delay, the umbu captain issued the order. Such efficiency was commendable. Truly, they lived up to their reputation. Feiju Qingting marveled at the swift communication among the umbu, which significantly enhanced their operational effectiveness. And no wonder there were specialized classes for signals and codes. Fortunately, he had mastered the signaling system well. Every time the village updated the signals, he diligently studied them. The gestures exchanged earlier confirmed each party's identity, numbers, and reminded them to discuss specifics en route. They sped through the trees with haste. Du Legio inquired, "What are the Hokage's instructions?" The village has reported a significant disturbance indicating a battle nearby. It may be that another village, unwilling to accept defeat in the war, seeks to ambush Konoha from behind. For the safety of Konoha, we have been ordered to gather intelligence, while you will be responsible for sensing enemy movements. Understood. Aware of their roles, the analysis team ninjas promptly employed their sensory jutsu to detect potential enemy movements. After several minutes of travel, Feiju Qingting sensed 3 chakra signatures. Based on the chakra levels, they appeared to belong to genin-level ninjas. Observing his colleagues, he noted their inability to perceive the signatures, indicating that not everyone possesses a level of sensory ability. At approximately 11 o'clock, 3 kilometers away, he detected the chakra signatures, which seemed to approximate that of genin, leaving open the possibility of deception. Feiju Qingting did not conceal his capabilities as a sensory-type ninja. He was a treasure of Konoha, and aside from other villages, no one would wish him harm. Upon hearing his report, his companions gazed at him in astonishment. Such impressive sensory capabilities. The umbu captain prepared for combat, set traps within a mile radius. Others prepare for ambush. You will continue to sense their movements. Understood. Feiju Qingting acquiesced, suspecting that those three figures were Might Guy, Hibiki, and Noera Kakashi. However, he remained vigilant, ready for battle at any moment. Soon after, his comrades also sensed the movements of the trio. "Dad!" In the dim forest, three small figures hurriedly fled, appearing quite disheveled, with one green-clad youth weeping profusely. Hibiki and Noera Kakashi also bore troubled expressions, having just narrowly escaped a dire encounter with 7 terrifying foes. Had it not been for Kai's father intervening, they would have had no chance to escape. Observing the tear-streaked face of Kai, they were astonished to realize that his father, a mere genin, was capable of taking on 7 opponents single-handedly. After fleeing for a while, the 3 of them were panting heavily, leaning against a large tree. "Dad," Kai said, wiping away his tears, but his eyes were like springs, unable to be dried. "It's all right. Uncle is strong. He will surely defeat the enemy," Noera Jenkin consoled. Yes, Uncle is so powerful. He can definitely vanquish the foes," Ebisu echoed. Upon hearing this, Kai cried even harder. "You don't understand. Dad taught me that technique can only be used when the most cherished companions and family are in danger. After using it, woo-woo." Ebisu and Noera Jenkin exchanged glances, realizing Kai's meaning. What a lower-ranked ninja fight against 7 elite Nin was no simple feat. They had just been holding on to a glimmer of hope. "But your father said, let us not waste our youth. Crying is of no use. We must grow stronger to prevent our comrades from getting hurt." Ebisu could only say this. "Yes, I cannot cry. I must become stronger, inherit my father's path, and protect my companions." Ebisu's words pierced through Might Guy's soul like a ray of light. "Indeed, I must not squander my youth. I shall grow stronger and safeguard my beloved companions." Kai finally ceased his tears, his eyes revealing a resolute expression. "Hey, isn't that Kai? Why is he crying?" Just as they were about to continue their escape to Konoha, delivering intelligence about the 7 ninja swordsmen to the village, a familiar voice rang out. Looking up, they saw a figure with a face wrapped in bandages, leaving only the mouth visible, standing on a tree branch watching them. Several Umbu were present around him. Feiju Qingting, it appeared to be a comrade from the village. What had transpired? The Umbu captain, seeing that Feiju Qingting knew them, halted his movements. "Umbu-sama, please save my dad. He's fighting the 7 ninja swordsmen." Upon seeing that mask, Kai felt as though he had found a savior. Everyone was taken aback. The 7 ninja swordsmen? How could they possibly be here? Enough talk. Lead the way. After confirming they were not enemies, Feiju Qingting approached them, forming hand seals and tapping them lightly. The trio felt their strength gradually returning, as if the fatigue they had just experienced was an illusion. Hearing Feiju Qingting's words, they nodded to the Umbu and turned to lead the way. "Hurry, send the message to Lord Hokage, requesting reinforcements." Involving ninjas of the caliber of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Umbu captain had to take this seriously. After all, they were the elite troops of the Mist Village. Feiju Qingting secretly gave a thumbs up to this approach, ensuring his teammates felt secure. Understood that Wu summoned a flying eagle, tying the intelligence to its leg, sending it back to Konoha. Once they arrived on the battlefield, they were met with a scene of utter devastation, the terrain within 100 meters ravaged. "Dad!" Kai immediately noticed Might Guy lying on the ground and rushed toward him. Feiju Qingting also approached. Recognizing the familiar tight-fitting outfit, now reduced to covering only the essentials, the rest of his body charred. Eyes wide open in shock, It was clear that he had fought with all his might. "Let the senior rest in peace," Feiju Qingting said, patting Kai's shoulder. He greatly admired Dai's actions, hence refrained from probing his memories for the 8 gates technique. Moreover, the village would not permit such an act. The long sword wielded by the owner of the Needle of Stitching, Kirike's Shiranui, the blunt sword held by the owner of the Grassfield Bait, Takusawa Yashiro, the explosive sword of the owner of the Flying Mist, Wooly Shinbaku, and the twin swords wielded by Augustus. Meanwhile, the Umbu captain and others gazed at the other 4 corpses and their accompanying ninja tools, their faces etched with disbelief. Who on earth is he? They looked at Might Dai, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Be on guard. There are still 3 who have not been found. They may not be dead." The seasoned Umbu captain snapped back to reality. Issuing commands, The others, upon hearing his words, also began to vigilantly scan their surroundings for any potential enemies. After a minute of heightened awareness, Feiju Qingting confirmed that his sensory technique had detected no enemies and ceased the search. "Captain, no enemies found," he reported. "We haven't found anything either. There are no signs of the other three. They have likely already fled." The sensory ninjas and those searching for enemies compiled their findings. The Umbu captain nodded. "Clean up the battlefield and ensure no information leaks out." Understood. Yes, we are part of the intelligence department. We are prepared. Let the corpses be entrusted to us for handling, Dula Jiong said. The Umbu captain nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Feiju Qingting took out a scroll, slowly unfurling it to reveal a series of seals, with a character for corpse inscribed in the center, Wu-in-tiger. As the hand seals were completed, the technique from the scroll spread over Might Dai's body, gradually enveloping him before being drawn back into the scroll. After securing the scroll, he handed it to the Umbu captain. The others also completed their tasks. The Umbu then strapped the four ninja swords to their backs after processing them. All the while, Kai and his companions could only watch helplessly. Kai looked at the Umbu, his eyes gleaming with determination, and mustered the courage to approach the Umbu captain. "Umbu-sama, can I join the Umbu?" If you wish to join the Umbu, you must first become a nin and then apply to Lord Hokage. I cannot make that decision." The Umbu captain chuckled. Kai's father single-handedly defeated 4 elite nin from the mist. In his eyes, Kai certainly possessed that potential, and if he were Hokage, he would gladly accept him. Meanwhile, Feiju Qingting found the situation quite absurd. Ebisu and Noera Genkan also shared the sentiment. Feiju Qingting remarked, "Kai, don't disturb the Umbu's time. The priority now is to take these corpses and ninja tools back. We can discuss the rest once we return to the village. This place is unsafe." "Understood. Let us return to the village. Remain vigilant." Whoosh! Although Kai was saddened, he understood what needed to be done and kept pace with his teammates. "Oh, by the way, the technique applied to you earlier requires a day of rest for your bodies to recover. So avoid strenuous activities," Feiju Qingting recalled and informed them. "What kind of technique is that? Will there be side effects?" Ebisu asked nervously. Just a moment ago, their stamina felt boundless. Now, hearing Feiju Qingting's words, they worried about significant side effects. Noera Genkan furrowed his brow, analyzing the technique. That wasn't elemental ninjutsu, nor was it medical ninjutsu. There are currently no adverse effects on the body, so could it be a genjutsu? "Ah, indeed, as expected of you. Genkan, your calmness and analytical prowess are remarkable. Precisely, it is a genjutsu, a self-expansion illusion that causes the brain to send erroneous signals to the body, making it believe it is in peak condition. Under this condition, the body will unconsciously exhaust its cells to provide energy, resulting in a kind of overexertion, necessitating a period for recovery," Feiju Qingting said with a smile. The two students, being top scholars, quickly grasped the general principle. Only Kai remained perplexed. Knowing Kai's nature, his teammates exerted all their strength to convince him that a day of rest was necessary, and the remembrance of Might Dai finally quelled Kai's urge to immediately train. Might Dai was indeed a big-hearted, sunny man, and his attention to detail surpassed even Kakashi's. Feiju Qingting cast a sidelong glance at Might Guyt that moment. Might Dai had already accepted the reality of his father's passing. He did not dismiss his teammates' words, but instead responded positively, as if reassuring them not to worry about him. From the many details in the original work, Feiju Qingting felt that Kai had a keen sensitivity. Especially regarding emotions, he was a man brimming with passion, yet not lacking in meticulousness. It dawned on him that the earlier technique, self-expansion, was a hastily developed genjutsu, akin to a form of self-hypnosis, when applied to others. It seemed quite effective. However, it would not work on enemies. It could only be trusted with those close to him. Whoosh! As the classmates engaged in light-hearted banter, a squad of covert ninjas suddenly appeared before them. After a brief exchange, they learned that these were the reinforcements they had previously requested. Soon enough, they returned to the village of Konoha. Once everyone submitted their mission reports, they headed home to rest. When asked if they were exempt from attending the analysis class, the answer was a resounding no. Feiju Qingting had hoped for an opportunity to examine the corpse of a jounin and absorb some of their experience. But it seemed that hope was in vain. Thus, after completing his mission, he treated himself to a generous bowl of ramen at Ichiraku, taking the chance to bond with Bestow. This was indeed a classified incident. In the training ground, Feiju Qingting conversed with Kai. "Might Guy," he began, "the third Hokage instructed me not to divulge this matter. All right, but I'm still curious how your father, a mere Chunin, managed to take down 7 Jounin." Feiju Qingting remarked. Observing Kai's still somber demeanor, he refrained from pressing further. He wasn't particularly intrigued by the 8 Gates technique. After all, it was the pinnacle of taijutsu in the Naruto universe. However, such secrets were not meant for a mere Chunin like himself. "Yash, Qingting, let us engage in a youthful duel," Might Guy exclaimed with fervor, as though the death of his father had ignited a fire within him. "Isn't your target Kakashi?" Feiju Qingting replied. "Please, don't change your target." "I can't withstand that kind of youthful exuberance," Might Guy responded earnestly. "Kakashi hasn't returned to the village yet, and since you're now a Chunin, you must be quite formidable that I wish to challenge you." "Ah, since you have extended such a sincere invitation, I shall oblige." Feiju Qingting thought it would be enlightening to discover the extent of Kai's taijutsu prowess now. With swift precision, the two wasted no time. They positioned themselves at a certain distance, formed the necessary hand seals, and focused their gaze intently. Nearby, Ebisu and Kazuma Shiranui observed the fervent battle between the two, feeling somewhat helpless yet captivated by their engagement. They were aware of Kai's strength, yet as classmates, they had little understanding of Feiju Qingting's capabilities. They knew he had seen battle and was a member of the analysis class, yet he had already advanced to Chunin, far ahead of them. With a resounding clash, the battle commenced. That Kai's taijutsu was indeed formidable. At merely 13 years of age, he had mastered the Leaf Village's basic fist technique to an impressive degree. His shuriken and kunai throwing skills were also at an intermediate level. In response to Feiju Qingting's shuriken assault, he adeptly countered with his own or deflected with kunai. It seemed that his growth was not solitary. He had clearly matured on the battlefield. Feiju Qingting recognized that without employing some special techniques, defeating Kai with straightforward methods was out of the question. That he had no intention of using ninjutsu, but chose instead to engage Kai in a contest of physical prowess. "These two are developing at an astonishing rate," Kazuma observed, his scalp prickling with amazement. Ebisu nodded. "I never expected Qingting's taijutsu to be on par with Kai's." Witnessing the intense exchange between Feiju Qingting and Kai, the two felt a sense of disbelief. After all, Feiju Qingting's academic performance had been merely average, and he was primarily a sensory-type ninja. Logically, his physical skills should not have matched Kai's. This taijutsu feels somewhat familiar. "It's not typical of Konoha's style," Kazuma analyzed as he scrutinized Feiju Qingting's movements. Ebisu concurred. "It bears the influence of a Wagakure and Kumogakure styles, intertwined with Konoha's basic fist technique. That it appears he has made improvements based on memories absorbed from enemies." Both were top-tier ninjas, adept at both the knowledge imparted by their school and the insights gained from daily experiences. They quickly deduced Feiju Qingting's battle style. As they had surmised, this was indeed an innovation in his taijutsu. He understood that a ninja could not afford to neglect physical skills, so he aimed to bolster his weaknesses. Whether facing opponents capable of absorbing ninjutsu or those immune to genjutsu, physical prowess would preserve his survival abilities. Thus, he was able to navigate Kai's attacks with ease. This represented nearly half a year's worth of progress rather than mere practice of genjutsu. And furthermore, Feiju Qingting smirked, blocking Kai's attack with one hand while forming seals with the other. At this moment, Kai's pupils dilated in surprise. Shadow clone technique. In Kai's eyes, Feiju Qingting appeared to be surrounded by multiple copies of himself, all attacking him from various angles with shuriken, kunai, and ninjutsu. With a resounding crash, Kai found himself thrown back, rolling several times before regaining his footing. His teammates watched in utter astonishment. The encounter had concluded far too swiftly. It seemed as if Feiju Qingting had merely tested Kai's abilities with taijutsu before decisively finishing him off. Moreover, if he had not misinterpreted the situation, it appeared that Kai had momentarily lost focus, as if something had obscured his vision, leading to his rapid defeat. "Haha, it's over, Kai. Your taijutsu has indeed improved," Feiju Qingting declared. forming a hand seal of reconciliation and laughing heartily. Yet internally, he reflected that regardless of how strong he might become in the future, he remained quite inexperienced at present. His taijutsu was robust, yet his combat experience was lacking. The previous genjutsu should not have allowed him to be so easily overcome. Might Guy scratched his head, then gave Feiju Qingting a thumbs up. Ah, no wonder you've already advanced to Chunin. Capable of being a team leader, I still have much to learn. I shall punish my negligence with 1,500 leg kicks. Kazuma and Ebisu approached the two, curious about what had just transpired. What happened? Why did you zone out? Kazuma inquired, having not witnessed Feiju Qingting's hand seals due to his angle. Ebisu was equally intrigued. In response, Might Guy abandoned his immediate thoughts of punishment. I was careless. I fell victim to Qingting's shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique. The two were perplexed, having missed the clone entirely. Feiju Qingting explained, it's a genjutsu clone that only skilled users can perceive, as long as you follow the school's method for dispelling genjutsu. It's quite simple to break. This was his adaptation of the hazy clone technique from the Rain Village, which boasted low chakra consumption but had its drawbacks. It could be dispelled with genjutsu, dispelling methods, making it inferior to the holographic projection style of the original hazy clone. Now enlightened, the two committed this information to memory, determined to devise countermeasures. They exemplified the qualities of true ninjas. Meanwhile, Feiju Qingting, having absorbed the memories of numerous ninjas, recognized the significance of intelligence. He was also aware that somewhere, a black and white figure might be watching him. Lacking a bloodline limit, he believed he wouldn't be targeted. Yet he wouldn't dismiss the possibility. Thus, he prepared responses for any information that might be divulged. Perhaps I won't be under surveillance. The group then engaged in a discussion about survival strategies in warfare, analyzing intelligence and chakra utilization with remarkable detail. They were all academically inclined. Even Might Guy, a character often perceived by fans as a hot-blooded youth incapable of ninjutsu, contributed insightful perspectives. Feiju Qingting discerned that Kai was an exceptionally meticulous individual, not the reckless type he had initially assumed. It was no wonder he had gradually helped Li overcome his insecurities. Through the analyses of his companions, Feiju Qingting learned much, prompting him to reflect on the advantages of his current intellect. As he contemplated, Kai and the others found their impressions of him significantly transformed. This was because Feiju Qingting's observations were astute and practical, seemingly drawn from the experiences of countless battles. A genius, akin to Kakashi. This is their unanimous sentiment. Time swiftly passes. The diligent and unassuming Feiju Qingting quietly toils away, enjoying a leisurely stroll. His work is stable, and conversing with Changpu brings him great pleasure. It is at this moment that Orochimaru returns with his team, accompanied by Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, the battlefield is left guarded by troops from other villages, prepared for any sudden counterattacks. Among the welcoming crowd, Feiju Qingting does not spot Orochimaru, likely due to his aversion to such an atmosphere. Finally, it has come to an end. The war is over, allowing for a long period of peace, aside from the chaos of the Nine Tails. Contemplating this, he gazes at the escorting team, and there he sees the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Just as the tales describe, he exudes a radiant charm. The level of admiration from the surrounding crowd indicates his current fame. They cheer solely for him. After a brief glance at the person he wished to see, Feiju Qingting turns to head home. Their paths are not destined to cross frequently. Feiju Qingting has no intention of clinging to influential figures. He only wishes to align himself with Yamashiro Yuichi for safety. He is affiliated with the domain of the pig, deer, and butterfly as one of the legendary three swordsmen of Konoha. Their political allegiances are quite clear, and their statuses are elevated. In the time that follows, a grand funeral is held for the comrades lost in the war. All high-ranking officials from Konoha, from Jonin to Genin, gather at the cemetery to bid farewell to their fallen comrades. Here, Feiju Qingting encounters the prominent figures of the Hokage: Orochimaru, Minato, Kakashi, and Guy. Many familiar faces grace the occasion. At this time, Orochimaru is still young, and Minato is merely in his 20s. Others are youthful as well. He also spots the pregnant Kushina Uzumaki. Her crimson hair and the immense chakra she radiates create an overwhelming presence that is hard to overlook. The funeral is solemn. The third Hokage remarkably refrains from espousing his doctrine of the will of fire in public, choosing instead to quietly mourn the departed. With the funeral concluded, the war ends, and Konoha quietly returns to its normalcy. Gradually, Feiju Qingting receives news that the third Hokage indeed intends to select the fourth Hokage. After a month of deliberation, the conclusion is reached. Minato Namikaze shall succeed as the fourth Hokage. At this juncture, Konoha buzzes with excitement and liveliness, with the third Hokage stepping down and Minato ascending. Public sentiment is overwhelmingly in favor on the day of his inauguration. All the residents of Konoha gaze upon the figure clad in the Hokage cloak, illuminated by the sun's embrace. His radiant smile captivates all. Apart from a few shadowy figures, no resident opposes him. Notably, Feiju Qingting does not catch sight of Orochimaru. It is uncertain whether he is perturbed by his inability to assume the role of fourth Hokage, or if he is engrossed in his human experiments. He also does not encounter the legendary ruler of the route, Shimura Danzo, which leaves him somewhat regretful that it seems that unless some special mission arises, he will not have the chance to meet them. Perhaps it is for the best that he does not. Today, he shall indulge in some ramen instead. Feiju Qingting arrives at Ichiraku Ramen. Upon his arrival, Uncle Ichiraku immediately prepares to hand him a rolling pin. "You rascal, are you tried with my daughter?" Yet, adhering to his professional decorum, he maintains his natural smile and warmly serves him. "Tonkatsu ramen. Please enjoy." "Thank you, uncle." "Where is Chongpu?" Feiju Qingting inquires politely, his eyes darting around the shop. He notices an elderly lady struggling to carry her bowl of noodles. Uncle Ichiraku is not displeased with Feiju Qingting, but rather, he feels unprepared to become a father-in-law. "How about I lend you a hand?" "I am quite nimble," Feiju Qingting suggests, noticing Chongpu's absence and the bustling atmosphere in the shop. Uncle Ichiraku's expression tightens. "No, I must take responsibility for the deliciousness of my dishes. You haven't learned the craft. And I fear you may tarnish my reputation." That he is adamant about this matter. Seeing Uncle Ichiraku's insistence, Feiju Qingting decides to take a step back. "How about this? I can help knead the dough. I am a ninja and possess strength." Without waiting for Uncle Ichiraku's consent, he quickly finishes his bowl of ramen and slips into the kitchen. "Hey, don't mess around," Uncle Ichiraku exclaims in surprise. However, Feiju Qingting is already in motion. After observing for so long, he knows he cannot handle the ingredients, but he is quite familiar with kneading dough. Flour, just the right amount of water, knead, slap, roll, and stretch, all in a seamless flow. When the flour dries out, he deftly moistens his palms to maintain the dough's hydration. His keen intellect allows him to discern the optimal conditions for achieving the perfect texture. The ninja's perception enables him to sense the ingredients needed for the dough, which does not escape his notice. Uncle Ichiraku watches in awe. With such skill and proficiency, could it be that he has never learned the craft? "You sly boy, you must have learned somewhere. Don't pretend this is your first time." Uncle Ichiraku retorts, his hands never pausing as he prepares noodles for customers. Feiju Qingting chuckles. "I come here every day and learn by watching your techniques. Look at my movements now. They mirror yours." With his assistance, Uncle Ichiraku's work becomes significantly easier, and the pace quickens. Aware of Feiju Qingting's aptitude for learning, Uncle Ichiraku feels quite satisfied. This lad has a commendable capacity for acquiring skills if he were to become a son-in-law. Upon retiring from being a ninja, he could very well inherit the ramen shop. Reflecting on this, he begins to explain the nuances of noodle making to Feiju Qingting, who, already adept, becomes even more proficient under his guidance. Just then, a blonde figure enters, accompanied by a red-haired woman whose belly is noticeably round. "Fourth Hokage." Feiju Qingting is taken aback and immediately bows in respect. Goodness, he has just assumed the role, and he is already here with his wife for ramen. "You are a ninja, aren't you?" Minato inquires, his perceptive nature shining through. Today, with his inauguration, Feiju Qingting has no mission to attend to, hence, he is not wearing his forehead protector. "Yes, I am from the analysis team. Under Yunsho Yuichi, a member of the unique Joy team." Feiju Qingting, he replies earnestly, he dares not withhold the truth. After all, Kushina is a Jinchuriki, and he must keep his eyes in check that IT would not bode well if Minato suspected him of espionage. Lord Hokage, he is helping me out since I'm quite busy, Uncle Ichiraku quickly adds, fearing Feiju Qingding might face repercussions. Kushina's belly is quite large now. It must be only a few months left. Minato remarks, prompting a radiant smile from Kushina as she touches her belly. Indeed, it won't be long now. Minato remembers Feiju Qingding's name, 1 order of tonkatsu ramen and 1 order of seafood ramen. Yes, Lord Hokage, Feiju Qingding responds, assisting with the preparations, feeling no guilt in doing so that he is, after all, a genuine inheritor of the will of fire. However, it is best to avoid entanglements with such prominent figures. A ninja must diligently focus on their duties. Kushina, has Naruto been causing any trouble today? Minato inquires as they wait for their ramen dough. He has been well behaved. How could he misbehave? I have a feeling he will grow up to be a man like Jiraiya-sensei. Kushina replies, affectionately cradling her belly, that I appreciate your efforts. I wish I could be by your side every day. Not at all. You're doing this for the village. You have become Hokage now, and soon you have to undertake missions as often. As the couple converses, their eyes reflect nothing but love for each other. Uncle Ichiraku watches, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. Only Feiju Qingding feels somewhat out of place, subjected to this display of affection. Well, at least I get to witness their love. Soon, Naruto won't have any leftovers, I suppose, he reassures himself. With such a sentiment, the dough in hand danced gracefully, swiftly transforming into elastic noodles. With a swift motion, they were presented before Shouta, who inspected them and expressed his utmost satisfaction with their texture. Soon after, a steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen was served to Mizukawa. Here you are, please enjoy, Shouta said. Thank you, boss, Mizukawa replied politely. Just then, I entered through the door, carrying a box filled with noodles. Feiju Qingtian's eyes brightened. He set aside his work and approached her. Let me help you. You must be tired. Here, let me wipe your sweat. He took the box from her, using a tissue to dab the perspiration from her forehead. Ayam showed no resistance. Instead, she smiled warmly. Thank you, and no need for formalities. Haha, Feiju Qingtian chuckled, his cheeks flushing slightly. However, with his bandages obscuring his face, others could not see his embarrassment. The closeness between the two did not go unnoticed by the two formidable ninjas, who observed with keen interest. Look, Mizukawa, this child is just as gentle as you were, Jioshinai remarked nostalgically. Mizukawa felt a hint of embarrassment. Reflecting on his own youthful indiscretions made him blush. Haha, indeed, we are all children who have inherited the will of fire, Mizukawa mused, glancing at Feiju Qingtian's face. Realizing that, as a ninja, he was here helping out in the shop because he had found love. Just moments ago, he had almost suspected a leak in their whereabouts. Your assistance is appreciated. Shouta's voice rang from a distance. Coming, I'll help out first, and we can play together once the shop closes, replied. Today marks the day of Lord Hokage's succession, so I don't have to work. I'm here to help too. Look, I've learned to knead dough and pull noodles. Feiju Qingtian proudly displayed the well-kneaded dough to Ayam. She marveled, that's amazing. I've been learning for quite a while, receiving her praise. Feiju Qingtian felt a swell of satisfaction. A fresh mind indeed makes learning effortless. Casting a glance at Mizukawa and his wife, he lifted his chin defiantly. Just a bit of dog food, I can sprinkle that too. Oh, by the way, you and Kakashi are classmates, right? Mizukawa inquired, perhaps feeling a bit too cozy. Yes, along with Obito and Rin, that I heard they were both learning under you, Lord Hokage. Feiju Qingtian replied, a hint of envy in his tone. Kakashi's rapid ascent to Jainin was undoubtedly due to having a great mentor. Despite his remarkable talent, real combat experience cannot be gained solely through innate ability that a good teacher can swiftly guide their students through the novice phase. Fortunately, Kakashi also possessed decent talent, allowing him to improve by drawing from his memories. Obito, Mizukawa's expression darkened momentarily. He felt a twinge of guilt for not having protected his student well enough. Obito was gone. I apologize, I meant no offense, Feiju Qingtian hurriedly reassured him. Internally, he acknowledged the unfortunate truth. Indeed, certain events had transpired as in the original story. So, is Kakashi and Rin alright? They're classmates after all, he asked. Hoping to show his concern, Mizukawa smiled. It's nothing in war. There are always casualties, which is why we must grow stronger to protect our village and comrades, right? Indeed, this wretched war, Feiju Chintan echoed with frustration. He detested warfare, preferring to be a carefree rice bug in times of peace rather than a dragon amidst conflict. Engaging in conversation with one of the most popular figures from the original story, Feiju Chintan felt no need for restraint, only to be cautious with his words to avoid revealing sensitive information. He spoke freely, unburdened, though he refrained from discussing the broader political landscape or the direction of events. However, he left a favorable impression on Mizukawa. This child possessed great talent, was calm, quick-witted, and remarkably composed, never probing into overly sensitive topics. Mizukawa enjoyed the conversation immensely, with Jio occasionally chiming in, resulting in laughter and lively banter. Ayam observed Feiju Chintan, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. His earnest demeanor was quite handsome, especially in the presence of the newly appointed fourth Hokage, which only added to his allure. Bowls of noodles flowed from Feiju Chintan's hands, while steaming ramen was served by Shouda. Before long, the Mizukawa couple had finished their meal, exchanged farewells with Feiju Chintan, and departed. It was likely that as the newly appointed fourth Hokage, he had a multitude of responsibilities awaiting him. Watching them leave, Feiju Chintan's mind raced. From their conversation, he gleaned that Rin was still alive, indicating that the fateful event had yet to occur. He pondered why Kakashi had not accompanied them. Perhaps he was already a Jonin, currently engaged in a special mission, having missed the opportunity to witness the fourth succession. All right, you two should go out and enjoy yourselves. There aren't many customers now, so I can manage on my own. As the sun began to set, lanterns illuminated the streets, signaling the start of the night market. Shouda felt discomfort at the sight of Feiju Chintan and his daughter in such closeness. Despite his satisfaction with Feiju Chintan, he hastily urged them to leave, preferring not to see what he found unsettling. Then, Dad, I'm off with Chintan. Ayam exclaimed joyfully, pulling Feiju Chintan along. Sigh. Daughters grow up too fast. Shouda shook his head. Chintan, could you please remove the bandages so we can stroll together? Ayam asked that of course. Accompanying you, Ayam, should indeed be done with my face revealed. That's wonderful. Ayam beamed, enjoying their outing together. They played games, indulged in takoyaki and sushi. The bright moon above could do little more than silently witness their shared moments and their affectionate exchanges. Alas, fate had other plans for Feiju Chintan. An unwelcome interloper intruded upon their idyllic world. Well, isn't this Captain Chintan? I can't believe you actually have a girlfriend. The voice of Seijimon broke through their leisurely stroll. With a dark expression, Feiju Chintan turned around to find Seijimon grinning mischievously at them. What are you doing here? He shot a warning look, urging him to leave, but Seijimon seemed oblivious. Raising an eyebrow, today marks the fourth succession, and everyone's in high spirits. The night market is bustling, so I thought I'd take a stroll. Who would have thought I'd find you with a girlfriend? His words made Ayam blush, nearly causing her to release his hand. That I'm not. Humph. What business is it of yours if I have a girlfriend? If you disturb me again, next time we spar, I'll show you what pain really is. Feiju Chintan threatened, gripping Ayam's hand tightly. This time his expression, unmasked by bandages, startled Seijimon, who recalled their previous encounter where Feiju Chintan had used genjutsu. I want to find someone too. I won't bother you, Seijimon retorted, retreating from their presence. That's my colleague. Seijimon, he tends to run his mouth. Feiju Chintan introduced to Ayam. What you said is true, Ayam replied, still shy. Her mind lingered on Feiju Chintan's words. What business is it of yours if I have a girlfriend? With Seijimon's interruption, the atmosphere between them grew more lively. Yet Ayam was shy and reserved, quite unlike her usual self. Meanwhile, lurking behind them, Seijimon used his ninja skills to the fullest, honing the art of stealth tracking. Damn it, they're flaunting their affection in front of me. Don't think that becoming a Jonin makes you special. Next time, I will definitely find a girlfriend and make you eat dog food too. Shang Jimin swore with his gaze that he would ensure Feiju Chintan would partake in the dog food. Their date was merely an interlude. Life must continue, since that fateful evening. Despite the constraints of age, nothing had transpired. Nevertheless, the bond between the two had deepened. Fei Zhu Ting resumed his work, returning home each day to find his father cooking and a young lady occupying his thoughts, leaving him utterly captivated that on this particular day, another mission awaited him. The middle ninja from the Mist Village. His consciousness traversed the corridors of memory. Fragments of this individual's recollection flickered to life. Assassination, espionage, intelligence, ninjutsu. Bits of information surged forth. Suddenly, after synthesizing and analyzing the data, a critical insight struck his mind. The Mist Village had clandestinely transported something through the border of the Bear Country into the Land of Fire. He felt a jolt of alarm. Moreover, this intelligence was somewhat outdated, having transpired some time ago. Removing the ninja tools from his head, he made his way to Yamamoto Kaiji's office. Knock. Knock. Come in. Fei Zhu Ting opened the door to find Yamamoto Kaiji engrossed in paperwork. Master Kaiji, we have a situation. From the memories of the Mist Village, it appears that 2 days ago, they secretly transported some concealed items across the Bear Country border into the Land of Fire. Elaborate, please. Yamamoto Kaiji focused intently. Without significant intelligence, his subordinates would not have reported so urgently. According to the recollections, there should have been a team of elite escorts, given the current state of the Mist Village. With the 7 ninja swordsmen suffering severe losses, I suspect they are preparing to retaliate against Konoha. However, with the 4th Hokage's succession, Konoha is currently in a position of strength. Thus, I surmise that the items being smuggled may pertain to tailed beasts. Fei Zhu Ting recounted the memories he had retrieved in a narrative manner, followed by his analysis, careful not to let his insights unduly influence his superior. Tailed beasts? Yamamoto Kaiji was taken aback. He mentally retraced Fei Zhu Ting's reasoning and found it to be highly plausible. Now, please document the intelligence and your analysis in writing and await further summons. Yamamoto Kaiji recognized the gravity of the situation, issued a command, and hurriedly exited the room. Fei Zhu Ting sighed. The likelihood of this being Kakashi's doing weighed heavily on him. There was only so much he could do. He could only hope for a glimmer of change. This was both compassion for his classmate and a means to soothe his own heart. Yet, according to his calculations, the event should have already unfolded that in the Hokage's office. Yamamoto Kaiji relayed the critical intelligence to Namake's Minato. He supplemented Fei Zhu Ting's analysis with his own. Upon hearing the details, Minato also began to analyze. Rin, tailed beasts, Kakashi, Bear Country, Mist Village. This is dire. Assemble the Umbu and the sealing team. Follow me at once. Minato's own deductions instilled in him a sense of foreboding, prompting immediate orders to the Umbu. Half a day's journey from Konoha, in a secluded forest, the crackling of thunder startled the birds into flight. Kakashi's eyes widened, pupils constricting as his hand pierced through the chest of Noara Rin. The chilling sound of electricity crackled ominously. Behind Rin, a mist Jonin broke into a cold sweat, narrowly escaping death. With a swift motion, Minato summoned the Umbu to follow closely behind him. Utilizing the body flicker technique to hasten his pace to prevent any miscalculations with the flying thunder god technique, he exerted all his energy into his swift movements. Within the forest, a flash of yellow streaked past, showcasing his prowess as Hokage. The Umbu, witnessing this, dared not slacken, for if anything were to befall the 4th, they would bear the weight of responsibility. Thus, each of them executed the body flicker technique with utmost diligence. Upon Minato's arrival, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. Craters, fallen trees, and a scattering of shuriken and kunai. The lifeless bodies of Mist Ninja lay strewn about, and there, kneeling on the ground, was Kakashi, his gaze fixated on the corpse of his other pupil, Noara Rin. Kakashi. Minato's voice roused Kakashi from his stupor as he stared at the lifeless form before him, Minato's eyes momentarily closing in sorrow. Sensei, I killed Rin, Kakashi murmured, his eyes devoid of life, repeating the words in a daze. Fei Zhu Ting completed his report in the written documentation. As for Kakashi, he could only leave his fate to chance. His current abilities were insufficient to counter the schemes of Madara or Kurizetsu. Avoiding confrontation was no longer viable. The impending pain would obliterate Konoha, and he could not place his hopes on Naruto's verbal prowess or Pain's change of heart. He must acquire the capability to evade the almighty push or eliminate the instigator before it commenced. Kakashi's ordeal pierced his heart anew. Such unforeseen events, beyond his control, troubled him deeply. While he could find a way to escape war for himself, his father, SHBU, and Uncle Ichaku could not. Thus, he resolved to grow swiftly and diligently. Simultaneously, a thought emerged, confronting tailed beasts and bloodline limits, which bore monstrous abilities. Conventional ninjutsu was too constraining. He needed to forge greater advantages. He contemplated the idea of synthesizing bloodlines, yet the complexity was daunting, and his development was restricted. Bloodlines represented mere attributes. Subsequent to that, numerous ninjutsu had to be developed based on those bloodlines. Thus, he turned his focus to secret techniques, enhanced illusionary arts akin to the Nara clan's ancestral ninjutsu. Bloodlines are distinct attributes of chakra, which, after a special fusion, give rise to unique characteristics, whereas secret techniques, as articulated by Shikamaru Nara, involve the special blending of spiritual energy and physical energy. Normal chakra combines in a 1-to-1 ratio. But to create a secret technique, a precise ratio must be maintained between spiritual and physical energies. Fei Zhu Qing Ting meticulously analyzed the information at hand and organized his knowledge. First and foremost, bloodlines were well known among many ninjas. However, knowledge of secret techniques was scarce, primarily due to the inherent dangers in their development, rivaling that of bloodlines. The peril lay in the uncertainty of the ratios required to generate stable, special chakra without adhering to a 1-to-1 combination. Only such chakra could serve as the foundation for developing secret techniques. However, it was perilous. Diminished physical energy could lead to the created chakra consuming spiritual energy, and vice versa. This constituted a significant challenge that Fei Zhu Qing Ting needed to overcome. He had formulated a plan. First, he would ensure a higher ratio of spiritual energy. Secondly, he had a leader from a secret technique clan from whom he could inquire about the knowledge of creating secret techniques, provided he did not pry into their own secrets. With these thoughts in mind, he returned home to have a meal. Nourishment was essential for the strength to tackle his endeavors. After his meal, he was summoned by Yamamoto Kaiji. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by Yamamoto Kaiji and the fourth Hokage, Hokage. Fei Zhu Qing Ting bowed respectfully. Qing Ting, I wish to meet with you, and I seek clearer intelligence from your lips. Namikaze Minato smiled at him. Is it related to the Mist Village? Yes, that, as the Hokage had requested. Fei Zhu Qing Ting felt compelled to recount the situation once more. He understood that Minato was concerned about the possibility of some information being conveyed inaccurately, which also indicated a seriousness regarding the matter. Minato Namikaze nodded frequently, expressing his approval of Fei Zhu Qing Ting's detailed report. Indeed, he was a remarkable talent. The third had spoken truly. After their previous encounter, Minato had investigated Fei Zhu Qing Ting's background and discovered that the third had not only met him, but had also provided him with some guidance. According to the third's evaluations, Fei Zhu Qing Ting was a young man who had inherited the will of fire. That it was now evident that his abilities were among the finest of his cohort. Once Fei Zhu Qing Ting finished his explanation, Minato smiled at him before vanishing from his sight. What was that? Fei Zhu Qing Ting feigned confusion, astonished by the sudden disappearance of the Hokage. Yamamoto Kaiji chuckled, explaining that was the Flying Thunder God technique, a forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage. Only the fourth possesses the innate talent to master it. I see. How enviable. I wish to learn it too. Fei Zhu Qing Ting expressed his genuine desire to study the technique, believing his talent to be commendable. With swift reflexes and no significant shortcomings aside from his chakra reserves when compared to ordinary ninjas, that is not possible. The Flying Thunder God is a forbidden technique, and the training process carries considerable risks. Without the Hokage's approval, one cannot learn it. Yamamoto Kaiji stated firmly. By the way, boss, I have something I'd like to consult you about. What is it? It's regarding some secret techniques. Good lad. I didn't expect your talent to be so exceptional. However, this path is fraught with danger. Let me explain it to you in detail. Thank you. Bossed out as a leader, Yamamoto Kaiji proved to be exceedingly competent. Even during non-working hours, he could engage in candid conversations with his subordinates. He generously offered the best advice to Feiju Qingting regarding his inquiries of course. As one of the heads of the intelligence division, he skillfully discerned what should and should not be disclosed. In their casual exchanges, it was revealed that Feiju Qingting's intelligence report had garnered significant merit. Time flew by swiftly. Although the war had concluded, the post-war management remained crucial. There was much to restore, such as strategic resources that were gradually being made available. Explosive tags, shurikens, and other combat resources, which had previously required purchase applications during the war, could now be obtained at ordinary ninja tool shops. Feiju Qingting soon immersed himself in the work of rebuilding the village. With the war over and enemies diminished, the workload of memory retrieval correspondingly decreased. During his free time, he took on various odd jobs, such as organizing materials for the Hokage and standing guard at the gates of Konoha. Indeed, he had become a gatekeeper. Wherever there was a need, he would be there. Seeing his dedication, SHBU prepared bento for him daily, which filled him with happiness. This motivated him to train even harder, swiftly mastering secret techniques and improving his genjutsu skills. In daily sparring sessions, he left his peers, including Seijimon, Guy, and Ebisu, in dismay. Even someone as spirited as Guy dared only to challenge him from time to time. Once ensnared in his genjutsu, even if one managed to break free, the lingering emotions would haunt them, making it quite distressing. Particularly, his mind-reading technique was a formidable challenge, even for Guy. Clang, a blade sliced through the shuriken. Resting against Feiju Qingting's neck that you've lost, stated the masked youth Kakashi. His demeanor calmed. I still cannot surpass you, Kakashi. Feiju Qingting waved his hand in resignation. You're merely relying on your Sharingan. Kakashi lowered his weapon. The Sharingan in his eyes, swirling slowly, he could hardly fathom that this skilled individual recommended by Guy possessed such remarkable genjutsu abilities. Without the power of the Sharingan, he would have been utterly helpless against him. Moreover, in terms of taijutsu, Feiju Qingting was nearly as adept as he was with Guy. Ha! A ninja doesn't rely on anything, Kakashi retorted that if there is something to rely on, it is, of course, one's intellect. Feiju Qingting refrained from saying something foolish like, if you didn't have the Sharingan, you would certainly lose. Such statements were only meant for the Na'vi. And ninjas were assassins by profession and did not concern themselves with notions of fairness and morality. To speak of fairness was to suggest that one should not employ forbidden techniques against comrades. However, next time, your Sharingan won't serve you, Feiju Qingting confidently declared. Kakashi paused, taken aback by his audacity, scrutinizing him closely. Who had instilled such confidence in him to challenge the Sharingan? One had to understand its true utility to appreciate its worth. The perceptive abilities were unmatched by ordinary ninjas, and the resistance against genjutsu was significantly enhanced. Just moments ago, it was the Sharingan that had unraveled Feiju Qingting's genjutsu. Truly my lifelong rival. You managed to defeat the dragonfly. Guy cheered for Kakashi, exuberantly proclaiming he would reward himself by running 5 laps around Konoha. Feiju Qingting could only roll his eyes at the absurdity. It was an unprecedented scene, more outrageous than anything in the anime. Kakashi felt similarly, especially since Guy had become a chunin a few months prior and was now fervently challenging him, determined to match his prowess. Feiju Qingting gazed up at the sky. The Nine-Tails incident was imminent. Another quiet night had settled. 9 months had passed since Minato assumed the role of Hokage, and Konoha had entered its 48th year. Boom! A tremendous energy surged within Konoha, sweeping outward. Wail! The highest alert of Konoha rang out. In that instant, every ninja awakened from the shadows, their hearts racing. This alarm would only sound in the direst moments of Konoha's existence. Whoosh! All ninjas leapt onto rooftops, observing the situation and awaiting orders. Those closest to the source of the noise could already glimpse the gigantic figure looming above. 9 colossal tails swayed ominously in the air. What manner of beast was that? As the tails swept through the air, They wreaked havoc on numerous buildings, claiming countless lives. Son, what is that? Feiju Dongqing and Feiju Qingting stood atop a roof, gazing at the towering monstrosity. Feiju Qingting sighed within. Has it finally arrived? That must be the Nine Tails. Father, you go evacuate the residence. Follow Konoha's emergency protocols. You understand? Feiju Dongqing nodded, having been a Chunin in the past. When Konoha's highest alert was triggered, all Chunin followed the established procedures to evacuate residents to shelters. Make sure to protect SHBU and Uncle SH. Meanwhile, Feiju Qingting swiftly set off towards the Nine Tails. It was not just them in action. All ninjas of Chunin rank and above began to mobilize. The Genin, under the guidance of the Chunin, were tasked with evacuating civilians. An emergency order was issued for everyone to protect non-combatants. At that moment, Narashikaku's voice echoed in every ninja's ears. Command were swiftly disseminated. A substantial number of ninjas were already engaging the Nine Tails. Leading the charge were Inuzuka Kiba, Narashikaru, and Akimichi CHG, their orders relayed through Yamamoto Kaiji's telepathy technique. Shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags rained down upon the Nine Tails. But their efforts were akin to mere tickles, only serving to enrage the beast further. Boom! Bearing the name of Hokage, Minato vowed to protect the village at all costs. He gazed at the towering behemoth, which had now turned its attention toward him, opening its mouth to reveal a massive black sphere. I won't allow you to harm the village. That immense power must be precisely directed. In the face of the colossal-tailed beast bomb, Minato formed hand seals and utilized a space-time barrier to redirect the attack. Bang! A tremendous explosion erupted outside the village, sending shockwaves of energy that startled the perceiving flying bamboo dragonfly. The terrifying tailed beast, the Nine Tails, was battered and scattered, indicating that the fourth Hokage must have engaged in a confrontation with Obito. Excellent. It is time for me to demonstrate my own will of fire. After more than a year of training, he was no longer a mere genin stepping onto the battlefield for the first time. He had the capability to assist in minimizing casualties. Whoosh! As he approached the Nine Tails, he could see numerous ninjas restraining the beast. The Nine Tails appeared far more fearsome than in the anime, its inherent aura exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Kakashi, what is the situation? He landed beside Kai and Kakashi, inquiring about their status. This creature seems to be under the control of the Sharingan, Kakashi remarked, gazing into the Nine Tails' eyes. All right, it's time for me to ignite my youthful energy, Kai declared, launching into a dramatic pose. Eager to challenge the Nine Tails, the third Hokage and his two advisors had also arrived. The flying bamboo dragonfly extended his perception. The colossal chakra of the Nine Tails was no longer able to interfere with his senses. He detected 3 figures, figures approaching. The Nine Tails was too resilient for the Leaf Ninjas to defeat outright, but they could temporarily restrain it. Suddenly, one individual soared into the air, directly engaging the Nine Tails. Oh, it's Teacher Dingzwa. So impressive, so youthful, Kai exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with admiration. Witnessing his teacher battle, such a formidable foe stirred his blood. Bang, bang, bang. Naturally, Dingzwa was not a match for the Nine Tails. His massive form merely restricted the beast's area of attack, preventing further harm to civilians. Other ninjas rushed in as well. Shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, an abundance of explosive tags. All right, let us join the fray, Kakashi urged. Yes, let my fervent energy blaze forth, Kai replied. Whoosh, halt. You are to gather at the assembly point. A figure bearing a sword obstructed their path. Why, Akatsuki, by order of the third Hokage, Bayun Akatsuki replied. We can assist as well. The flying bamboo dragonfly interjected. He indeed had the capability to help, much like Dingzwa and the others, albeit in a limited capacity using his new jutsu. This is an order, Bayun Akatsuki stated emphatically. Tisich, let us go to ITS in order, after all, and the third Hokage and his team have already arrived. The flying bamboo dragonfly considered that with the third Hokage and others present, his own abilities were inferior. He was uncertain if his genjutsu would even be effective against the Nine Tails, so it was best not to complicate matters. Kai and Kakashi, sensing the discontent, accompanied the flying bamboo dragonfly to the assembly point. Akatsuki, this guy. Let us leave while he himself rushes off to help, Kai grumbled along the way. The flying bamboo dragonfly retorted. Do not complain. Hurry to the assembly point. There may be further orders. Besides, Akatsuki is already a jonin. Even if I do not understand why Kakashi is also leaving, Kakashi said little, merely glancing back at the Nine Tails. Soon, they arrived at the assembly point, only to be disappointed by the orders they received to protect the residents, with no involvement in the battle against the Nine Tails. The flying bamboo dragonfly sighed inwardly. Also relieved, protecting the residents was indeed a crucial task, even though he yearned to test his newly developed techniques against the Nine Tails at that moment. The residents were in utter chaos, their faces etched with terror. The flying bamboo dragonfly separated from Kai and the others, dispersing the populace in various areas. However, he maintained his perception on the battlefield. The third Hokage and his senior comrades had already engaged in combat. It was also the first time the flying bamboo dragonfly witnessed the two advisors in action. The third Hokage's techniques, which he had seen in the anime, included 5 elemental ninjutsu, compounded attacks, and the shuriken shadow clone technique. Among others, the sight of Mito's fire was truly eye-opening. Countless massive weapons descended from the sky, temporarily suppressing the Nine Tails, while scrolls unleashed a torrent of attacks upon it, adorned with explosive tags that inflicted considerable pain upon the creature. The Nine Tails thrashed its Nine Tails in fury. Even Shimura Danzo joined the fray, employing wind release to cut into the beast, inciting further rage. Meanwhile, Tanshin Komatsu was tasked with support and medical assistance. Oh, this fellow is akin to Ten, a master of ninja tools. He also noted that the Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes had vanished, presumably due to the fourth Hokage's intervention. Nevertheless, the collective assaults from numerous ninjas merely succeeded in restraining the Nine Tails. The third Hokage finally resorted to summoning techniques, unveiling a legendary scene. The golden staff pierced the Nine Tails, driving it out of the village. Impressive, the flying bamboo dragonfly could not help but admire. Those emerging from the Warring States period possessed unparalleled strength. Whether it was the third Hokage, the mightiest of Hokages, or his esteemed comrades, they were all exceptional warriors. Although he had not witnessed their prowess in the original story, their sheer aura was undeniably comparable to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom! As the Nine Tails was expelled from the village, a figure swiftly charged forward, and as the beast attempted to return, it rapidly enlarged, capturing the creature and forcing it back down. That must be a Kimichi Choji. The flying bamboo dragonfly surmised, sensing the overwhelming chakra radiating from Choji's colossal form. Until now, he had been focused on the older shinobi, having overlooked this character, who had rarely appeared in the anime. However, it was evident that he had aged considerably. His strength may have waned compared to Dingzwa, but his combat experience was far more profound that in this moment, he was even able to temporarily suppress the Nine Tails, exerting all his might to pin it down. Observing this, the other ninjas quickly moved to provide assistance. Shaking his head, the flying bamboo dragonfly redirected his attention to evacuating the civilians. That was no longer a battlefield where he could intervene. Initially, he believed his newly developed techniques would find some utility. Now, it appeared that even supportive roles were beyond his current capabilities compared to the seasoned veterans. Moreover, the number of leaf ninjas was substantial, with many capable individuals. Yet he noticed the absence of Orochi. As the third Hokage drove the Nine Tails away, it also signaled that the conflict would soon conclude. Whoosh! Arriving under the wreckage caused by the Nine Tails. He occasionally rescued several residents. Observing the devastation and the loss of loved ones, the residents' faces were streaked with tears. This image would forever remain imprinted in their minds. Many shared such a fate. The Nine Tails was so immense that every move it made inflicted catastrophic damage upon Konoha. The flying bamboo dragonfly dutifully rescued those still alive, applying battlefield first aid to stabilize their injuries. For those with severed limbs, he staunched the bleeding and utilized genjutsu to suppress the pain signals sent to their brains. There was little more he could do. In terms of medical ninjutsu, he was still an amateur. Amidst the cries of despair from the residents and the anguish of lost family members, the sounds echoed relentlessly. Thank you, Ninja-sama. Thank you. Some expressed their gratitude, while others wept after being rescued. The sight tugged at the flying bamboo dragonfly's heartstrings. If his father and SHBU were to perish, would he not feel the same? His resolve to become stronger was further solidified, while he did not claim to be able to save the world. At the very least, he aimed to save himself and his family. The ruins before him painted a desolate picture of the heart of Konoha. Numerous ninjas, like the agile dragonfly, rushed back to the battlefield ravaged by the Nine Tails, swiftly rescuing those still clinging to life. Meanwhile, beyond the village, the battle persisted. It was uncertain whether the distance between Minato and Obito was the reason, but throughout the night, the dragonfly remained oblivious to their skirmish. He could only sense that as time passed following the initial rampage of the Nine Tails, the commotion in the distance gradually subsided, likely indicating Minato's return. At the same time, he encountered Naruto's teacher, Yamamoto, who was weeping amidst the debris. Judging by his age, he appeared to be a few years younger. The dragonfly refrained from attempting to establish a connection at that moment, understanding the weight of Irika's sorrow over the loss of his parents. "Dragonfly, can you sense if there are still people we haven't rescued?" inquired the members of Team Guy, who had just arrived. Shinjin and Hybe's were the last to join, while the dragonfly, being a sensory ninja, took the lead to coordinate the rescue efforts. There's no one left to save. The others, he shook his head, are deceased. Many have perished. It was no wonder that in later years, so many would harbor resentment towards Naruto. The devastation was too widespread. Team Guy let out a collective sigh of relief, the Knight's rescue mission having left them breathless. Thankfully, with the dragonfly's timely interventions, further casualties were averted. Shinjin gave him a thumbs up, while Kai and Hybe's leaned against each other, resting on the ground. The dragonfly humbly replied, "Do not praise me. It is a collective effort, not solely my skill as a sensory ninja." Time was still of the essence. In the distance, dawn slowly broke, casting a melancholic glow over Konoha, a TDCU household. SHBU breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the dragonfly return unscathed. "Are you all right?" she asked. The dragonfly embraced her gently. "My abilities have grown significantly. Of course I'm fine. It's just that Konoha has suffered considerable losses. I might be quite busy moving forward." After a night of rescue operations and the subsequent morning spent drafting reports, he had finally concluded his mission. However, the specifics of Konoha's plans had yet to be revealed, though it was likely he would be inundated with tasks soon. "I'm just glad you're okay. I am proud of your contributions to the village," SHBU said, standing on her tiptoes to lightly touch his face. "Hey, don't act like I'm not here, you rascal," came the playful retort from the elder, who was feigning annoyance while tapping the dragonfly persistently on the side. "Honestly, can you maintain some personal space?" Nearby, Feiju Donching observed the exchange, a smile creeping across his face. "This kid, it seems I no longer need to worry about his marriage prospects." He mused, "But I am proud of you, Dragonfly. Keep it up." "Yes," the dragonfly replied, invigorated by the acknowledgement from his beloved as well as his future father-in-law. The following day, after updating his family on the situation, the dragonfly arrived at the analysis team, that he could sense the somber atmosphere enveloping his colleagues, a palpable cloud of gloom hanging over them. Upon his arrival, they merely nodded in greeting. That it was then that Seijimon strolled in, sighing as he approached the dragonfly. "That's so. Any news? What transpired yesterday?" He understood the dragonfly's keen sensory abilities might yield some intelligence. All he knew was that the Nine-Tails invasion had inflicted grievous losses on the village. Well, all the major players were deployed. From the sounds of it, the Hokage should have succeeded. The dragonfly responded, alleviating Seijimon's worries. As long as it's resolved. That's what matters. We should be receiving official updates soon. The dragonfly refrained from divulging too much information. The death of elite forces was not something to be shared lightly, as it could attract the covetous gaze of other villages, though they, too, had suffered significant losses. The situation remained precarious. Sure enough, shortly after they began their duties, a command from Yamashiro came down, ordering all members of the analysis team to participate in patrolling the village, clearly in the fight against the Nine-Tails. Many vital forces had been lost. Even the analysis team was now required to take on patrol duties. As he stealthily walked alongside Seijimon through Konoha, the dragonfly keenly noticed the absence of Uchiha clan members on the streets. It seemed that the third Hokage and other higher-ups were beginning to suspect the Uchiha. The Sharingan truly was a troublesome bloodline limit. In Konoha, as he continued his patrol, the dragonfly diligently employed his sensory ninjutsu, ensuring he remained vigilant. Having experienced war firsthand, and even having read the original story, he knew better than to be careless. In the ninja profession, complacency could lead to dire consequences. He could not be certain if enemy spies from other villages were lurking in the chaos. Indeed, it was a certainty. Every village had its share of spies, akin to the likes of Orochimaru, as dictated by the nature of their profession. Yet, after a full day of patrolling, the dragonfly encountered no adversaries. Instead, he observed the villagers gradually emerging from their grief, commencing the reconstruction of Konoha. Upon reaching the memorial stone, he paused on a nearby branch and spotted Irika, holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Seated before the stone in tears, after quietly observing for a moment, he resumed his patrol. There were many like Irika, yet their familiarity compelled him to linger a moment longer. Besides, if memory served him correctly, the third Hokage would soon come to comfort Irika, rendering his presence unnecessary. As he continued his patrol, the dragonfly took the opportunity to practice his body flicker technique. With his exceptional reflexes and aptitude for learning, he would not neglect this maneuverable ninjutsu. There were basic rank body flicker techniques, alongside various other techniques gleaned from the memories of enemies from different villages that he occasionally crossed paths with patrolling ninjas from other villages. Had he just signaled the code? When one ninja passed him, the dragonfly suddenly paused, signaling with his hand to indicate he was an ally before vanishing like a shadow. The patrolling ninja scratched his head, marveling at the dragonfly's remarkable body flicker technique. As night fell, the dragonfly concluded his duties, allowing other ninjas to take over. He made his way to Ichiraka Ramen, where SHBU had prepared a lovingly crafted dinner for him. Dragonfly-kun, you've worked hard, It smells divine. SHBU's culinary skills have surpassed Uncle Handada's, the dragonfly exclaimed, his cheeks puffed with the delicious ramen. Kid, do you have a death wish? Don't tread on my pride. All right, Uncle Handada retorted, though a smile betrayed his satisfaction. Clearly, he was pleased with the dragonfly's praise. Indeed, Uncle, your cooking is unmatched, the dragonfly declared, secretly thinking that he was only slightly inferior. His own skills had improved considerably and were on par with Uncle Handada's. Primarily due to his exceptional learning ability, SHBU leaned over the table, gazing at the dragonfly with a beaming smile. You look so handsome when you eat, she remarked, after spending a delightful moment with SHBU. The dragonfly returned home to find Feiju daunching engrossed in crafting figurines. Though he had only one hand, with the treated reeds and bamboo, he quickly fashioned a dragonfly. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Dad, can you teach me how to fold that? He conceived a novel illusion technique, building upon the formidable mind-reading series of illusions that proved advantageous for ninjas. However, its vulnerabilities were glaring. The unraveling of a single illusion could easily lead to the exposure of others. The underlying principle involved the reverse operation of mind-reading techniques, disrupting the enemy's cerebral and neural chakra. If the adversary were devoid of nerves, or if the nerve transmission were directly severed, they would be left to rely solely on physical techniques and ninjutsu, in which he felt confident. Yet, the advantages paled in comparison to the potency of illusions. Upon observing these figurines, he was reminded of the secret technique he had developed, which held promise. Feiju Dongxing frowned at this revelation. What purpose does this serve? Is it merely a gift for SHBU? There was already an abundance of skills for ninjas to master. Adding this seemingly futile endeavor seemed excessive. How could I have overlooked this? My intention, however, is not that, but rather my newly developed secret technique, which is quite suitable for this figurine. What can it accomplish? When exactly did you develop this technique? I was unaware. Father, I only just created it, and I haven't had the opportunity to test it in practice. Well then, you have always had your own ideas from a young age. Feiju Dongxing ultimately acquiesced, provided it was beneficial to him. However, he soon faced a setback. Just as he finished explaining the method of bamboo weaving, the Feiju dragonfly had already crafted a complete dragonfly figurine. Wherever he elucidated, the Feiju dragonfly absorbed the knowledge instantaneously, without the need for a second iteration. Gradually, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Within less than an hour, the Feiju dragonfly was innovating and creating shapes that he had yet to thoroughly research. Hey, this is rather simple. The Feiju dragonfly was thoroughly enjoying himself. To him. The challenge of crafting this figurine felt akin to the ease of making a bowl of ramen. In an instant, a bamboo weave resembling a SHBU materialized in his hands. "You little rascal, go play elsewhere and refrain from disturbing me." Feiju Dongqing hastily shooed him away, preferring to keep his focus undistracted. Years prior, after his arm was severed and he retired from performing hand seals, it took him 2 weeks of diligent practice to master the creation of a dragonfly figurine. The Feiju dragonfly chuckled and retreated to his room, gazing at the SHBU he held. In pursuit of testing his concept, he swiftly formed hand seals, extracting a unique chakra. With this, he directed his focus onto the figurine, invoking the secret technique, pointing the eye, upon the successful execution of a ninjutsu. The SHBU figurine gradually transformed before the Feiju dragonfly's eyes, morphing into a lifelike representation of a SHBU. It gazed silently at him, yet it did not utter a word. That it worked. The Feiju dragonfly continued to control her movements, and shortly thereafter, the figurine began to move about the room like a ninja. However, in truth, this was an illusion. This was the secret technique he had developed. Pointing the eye, the figurine, upon the release of the technique, would manifest in the minds of those who beheld it, rendering chakra disruption unnecessary. What one perceives is the illusion. For those adept in ninjutsu, what they witnessed became their reality. Essentially, the Feiju dragonfly had conjured a semblance of life. However, he needed to imbue this entity with his abilities. Otherwise, it would lack consciousness and combat awareness. This was a task that rested upon the shoulders of the Feiju dragonfly. The essence of the technique revolved around reversing the mind-reading technique, infusing the figurine with the combat experiences and memories of the Feiju dragonfly. A bore similarity to the ability of super beast imitation. However, one involved figurines, while the other involved drawings, both aligning seamlessly with the characteristics of in-release, which creates form from nothingness. Under the meticulous guidance of Yamamoto Kaiji and bolstered by his own remarkable talent, the secret technique belonging to him finally materialized. The subsequent task was to organize his memories, injecting different thoughts according to the specific figurines, while also tailoring the memories to fit the shapes of the figurines. These aspects were yet to be developed, and as of now, the technique was not suitable for combat. Moving forward, continuous development was necessary, and he could not neglect his work in the analysis team, as the diversity of combat intellect hinged upon this. The 4th Hokage tragically fell in battle against the Nine Tails, and I was to temporarily assume the role of Hokage until the 5th Hokage emerged. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the Hokage's podium, the wind billowing his Hokage cloak. A somber atmosphere enveloped all present. Having only held the position for less than a year, the vibrant 4th Hokage's untimely demise left the residents and ninjas in a state of discomfort. It was unforeseen that the war would not claim the 4th, only to see him fall to the Nine Tails. Feiju Dragonfly stood among the ranks, alongside Dokuriku and others, gazing at the elderly 3rd Hokage. He pondered why it could not have been the 3rd who perished. Surely, the forbidden techniques left by the 2nd and other ninjutsu developed by others offered some means of countermeasure. The Nine Tails had existed for millennia. There was no reason why it could only now be controlled. Perhaps the 3rd was not adept at sealing techniques, rendering him incapable of sealing the Nine Tails within Naruto's body. Though, this line of reasoning seemed tenuous, as the original narrative did not elucidate such matters. No matter how astute he was, he could not conceive a solution. Sighing, he lamented, "After so much effort to conclude the war, it seems we may once again be plunged into chaos." Indeed, Saint Jaimon sighed in agreement. The impact of the 4th's death was profound, akin to the loss of the 3rd Kazekage, the 3rd Reikage, or any other Kage, each of which would significantly alter the balance of power within the ninja world. The third Kazakage's disappearance precipitated the Third Great Ninja War. The Third Raikage's demise led to Kumogakure's defeat in battle. Now, the death of the third Hokage would leave Konoha vulnerable. With the passing of Namake's Minato, it was inevitable that the Land of Fire and other nations would seize the opportunity to undermine Konoha's resources. The most immediate consequence would be a reduction in mission assignments, which would critically affect Konoha's foundational strength. Feiju Dragonfly surmised that other nations, witnessing the fourth Hokage's brief tenure and subsequent demise, would cultivate distrust towards Konoha, resulting in a decline in available missions that a decrease in missions would stifle the growth of Konoha's ninjas, leading to a cascading series of repercussions that stabilized Konoha's situation. The higher-ups opted against hastily selecting another Hokage, instead allowing the third to continue to exert his influence to maintain order. The third Hokage's next course of action would involve comforting the souls of the departed. The fourth's death, coupled with the loss of countless jonin in the struggle against the Nine Tails, left those gathered at the memorial stone in a state of sorrow and fury. Among those most affected were Kakashi, Irika, and others. Having participated in numerous ceremonies to honor the fallen, Feiju Dragonfly was no stranger to such rituals. Each time after a war, he would attend. Fortunately, his family remained safe, allowing him to focus on comforting the spirit of the fourth Hokage, whom he admired greatly for his sunny disposition, as well as for his esteemed wife. His character was truly commendable that a considerable amount of time had passed since the Nine Tails incident, and life continued for those who remained. Feiju Dragonfly, the Hokage has summoned you to the Hokage's office. That moment, he was engrossed in a theoretical research book on barrier ninjutsu. As he studied intently, an Umbu suddenly appeared. Is there anything I need to prepare? He inquired, closing the book. Why this time? A year and a half had elapsed since the third Hokage's reinstatement, and Feiju Dragonfly had grown taller, diligently fulfilling his duties in the analysis team without any sign of complacency. He was uncertain as to why the Hokage had summoned him. The Umbu replied, "No need." As Feiju Dragonfly stepped outside, the sun shone brightly overhead, a sign of clear skies ahead. Yet his mind was occupied with thoughts regarding the possible reasons for the Hokage's summons. As an elite member of the analysis team, he had distinguished himself enough to earn a promotion to Special Jonin, largely due to his mastery of mind-reading techniques, which had surpassed even Yamamoto Kaiji's abilities. Given that the analysis team seldom engaged in combat, their skills in other areas were rarely showcased. Thus, it was likely that he was being called upon for a reconnaissance mission, akin to the instances in the original narrative where he and his companions extracted intelligence from Kisame. Knock knock. Feiju Dragonfly arrived at the Hokage's office and rapped on the door to Hokage-sama. Feiju Dragonfly is here to pay my respects. Enter. With a creak, the grand door swung open, revealing the third Hokage gazing back. Surrounded by a mountain of documents, flanked by two ninjas offering assistance to Hokage-sama, he greeted. It appears that over the years, diligent training has rendered him increasingly robust. Musur Tobi Hiruzen with a smile. Hokage-sama, let me clarify. He is handsome and tall, but certainly not robust. Indeed, the slender figure of Feiju Qingtian hardly fit the description of robust. Haha, quite right. My old eyes must be deceiving me. Sarutobi chuckled. This child certainly shows no regard for subtlety. I have summoned you to assign a mission. Yes, you are aware that the war and the Nine Tails incident have wrought significant losses upon the core of Konoha's strength, which is yet to recover after more than a year. Indeed, Feiju Qingtian comprehended the gravity of the situation. But what precisely does he wish to convey? The truth is, your abilities have garnered the acknowledgement of both myself and the advisors, and you are a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Thus, I wish for you to lead a team of newly graduated genin from the Ninja Academy. What are your thoughts on this? Sarutobi inquired earnestly. Lead a team? Feiju Qingtian was taken aback, having speculated for quite some time. Although he yearned for a quiet existence in the analysis class, he bore the legacy of the will of fire. It was inconceivable to decline such an opportunity. Furthermore, it had been quite a while since he had ventured out, and leading a team could prove to be a refreshing experience that would be a chance to appreciate the splendor of the ninja world. Absolutely. It is my duty to ignite the flames of Konoha, Feiju Qingtian declared resolutely. Sarutobi Hiruzen, listening to his emphatic words, felt immense satisfaction, reaffirming his belief in the young man. Over a year ago, he had sensed that this child embodied the will of fire, and that sentiment remained unchanged. Excellent. Here is the list of your team members. Sarutobi handed over a document, which Feiju Qingtian accepted. Upon examination, he found Yumino Irika, Mabuki Shinobi, and Kiki Tetsune. Mabuki Shinobi was the first he recognized, and he proceeded to scrutinize their profiles. Yumino Irika, outstanding theoretical scores, average practical performance, mastery of transformation techniques, and mediocre physical skills. Mabuki Shinobi, good theoretical scores, average practical performance, mastery of transformation techniques, and mediocre physical skills. The photograph depicted an individual with a head wrap, reminiscent of his own unique style, with only a few strands of hair visible atop. Kiki Tetsune, outstanding theoretical scores, excellent practical performance, mastery of transformation techniques, exceptional physical skills, adept at space-time ninjutsu, and the manipulation of ninja tools. The image showed a youth with his hair wrapped, possessing a rather protagonist-like aura. Hada. It seems I shall be the teacher of Naruto's teacher. However, it appears Irika might be more suited for teaching, judging by his credentials. Mabuki Shinobi, why the head wrap? Does he not find it unappealing? You lack my level of attractiveness. Kiki Tetsune evokes a strong sense of familiarity with the future Elite 12. Not yet graduated, but already proficient in space-time, ninjutsu, and ninja tool manipulation. It seems his family must be well off, and his parents' abilities cannot be underestimated. Feiju Qingtian silently assessed his 3 prospective disciples. In the Hokage's office, these are promising candidates. Do you have confidence in nurturing their talents? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as Feiju Qingtian tucked away the profiles. Certainly, he affirmed. Simultaneously, he discerned the truth behind this generation's shortcomings. Reflecting on his own cohort, Guy, Kakashi, Obito, Kurenai, Asuma, and others, so many had risen to the rank of Genin. Yet this current cohort saw Irika as a standout. Undeniably, he later proved himself an exceptional educator. However, in his current student state, being labeled as excellent felt somewhat lacking. Well then, off you go. The students must be eager to begin, Sarutobi remarked. Understood. Feiju Qingtian exited the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, is it not a tad youthful for Qingtian to serve as the team leader? The secretary queried. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Only those with the capability to lead can become Nin. This is Konoha's doctrine that he is now a Nin. Let's not question his abilities. Yes, the secretary acquiesced. Ninja Academy. I wonder who our team leader will be. Mabuki Shinobi expressed eager anticipation towards his future teammates. With his head wrapped in youthful appearance, he exuded a mischievous aura. If only we could have Mitomon N as our captain. Kiki Tetsune mused, fiddling with his shuriken, spinning them in his hands. Mitomon N was a master of ninja tools in Konoha and had long been his idol. He yearned to learn more advanced techniques from him. Conversely, Yumino Irika remained quiet, gazing ahead as if lost in thought. If only his father were alive, he mused, he would surely be the one leading the team. It was not until his 2 teammates nudged him that he snapped back to reality. As long as I can learn something, I'll be content, Irika smiled. After the comfort offered by the 3rd Hokage, the weight of sorrow had lifted. He had dedicated himself to his studies over the past year, cultivating a new dream of becoming a nurturing teacher. However, prior to that, he needed to acquire a wealth of ninja knowledge and immerse himself in the ninja profession, rather than solely teaching theory. One cannot effectively teach without having walked the ninja path, the 3rd had advised. Tap, tap. Hearing footsteps, the trio turned their expectant gazes toward the classroom door. Who could it be? A youth clad in a ninja vest. Hands tucked in his pockets, his head entirely wrapped in bandages, with a Konoha forehead protector tied over his eyes, stepped in. Yumino Irika, Kiki Tetsune, Mabuki Shinobi, Feiju Qingtian called out. Here. The trio responded in unison. I am your captain. Feiju Qingtian. Until further orders from Hokage-sama, I will be your leader. Are you prepared to become ninjas? We are ready. Excellent. We will assemble at Training Ground 98 tomorrow morning. Do not overindulge at breakfast. The captain will treat you to something delicious. Now, disperse and rest, for beginning tomorrow, the luxury of rest will be scarce. Feiju Qingtian issued his commands. With that, he formed hand seals and vanished before their eyes. Incredible. He just disappeared. Mibuki Shinobi exclaimed in awe. Kiki Tetsune pondered. Is that some form of body flicker technique? No, that's the shadow clone technique, a high-level ninjutsu that only J-Nin can master, Irika analyzed. Wait, so our captain is a J-Nin? Mibuki Shinobi exclaimed excitedly. Have you all noticed how young he seems? Kiki Tetsune remarked. With his face wrapped in bandages, leaving only his chin and nose exposed, Feiju Qingtian could not easily assess his own age. We'll find out tomorrow. Konoha Street, that I can't believe I'm already a team leader. I've yet to lead a serious team while working in the analysis class. Feiju Qingtian stretched languidly. Considering the responsibilities of leading a team tomorrow, he resolved to return and prepare. Unlike the likes of the third Hokage and Kakashi, he held no interest in trivial games such as snatching bells. Instead, he planned to gauge the true capabilities of his three teammates before contemplating his teaching methods. As the team leader, it was essential to showcase some degree of skill to instill a basic trust in the trio. Speaking of which, that Ebisu fellow truly possesses remarkable talent. He became a Ch-Nin in just 3 months, and his teaching skills have skyrocketed. Speaking of teaching, one cannot overlook the future elite instructors. Recently, he had taken up a teaching position at the Ninja Academy, and it seemed he was thriving. Observing the gradual growth of Konoha's future backbone felt quite rewarding. Before he knew it, he found himself in front of Ichiraku that a palm-sized woven rose crafted from palm fronds appeared in his hand, and he entered with a sunny smile. Look what I brought you, a hand-woven rose. However, upon stepping inside, he felt a sudden awkwardness as 2 pairs of eyes turned to him. Oh my, how youthful. It seems Qingtian has found his true love. Kai gave him a thumbs up, his grin radiating a dazzling brilliance. Kakashi remarked, impressive. Shibu, who was busy in the background, chuckled softly upon witnessing this scene. She then took his rose and placed it in a nearby decorative vase adorned with other intricately woven flowers. All remarkably lifelike. Haha. What are you two doing here? Feiju Qingting inquired upon spotting the duo. Currently, Kai had attained the status of special jonin, while Kakashi was a jonin. Given the challenging times in Konoha, it was surprising they had leisure to spare. Kai pointed at Kakashi, saying Kakashi just returned from a mission in the Land of Snow and happened to be hungry after completing it, so we decided to have a meal together. Kakashi nodded in agreement. The Land of Snow? Huh. That's quite a distance away, that I've heard it's perpetually cloaked in ice and snow. Exceedingly beautiful. Did you bring back any local specialties? Feiju Qingting remarked, recalling the plot from the theatrical version, pondering whether Naruto would venture back to the Land of Snow. After all, there were chakra technologies in that region. One could only wonder if Kakashi had acquired anything during his visit. The feudal lord has changed there, and I nearly lost my life in that place. Don't even mention local products. They almost turned me into one. Kakashi replied with a sense of resignation. Oh, the Land of Snow is merely a small nation, and it nearly caused your demise. Feiju Qingting expressed disbelief. Never underestimate any adversary. They possess chakra amplification devices capable of significantly enhancing a ninja strength, and everyone can utilize ice release. The snow ninjas are formidable. Enough of that. What about you? Still diligently analyzing in class. Kakashi countered, don't even get me started. I just received a mission, and starting tomorrow, I'll be leading a team of freshly graduated students from the Ninja Academy. Feiju Qingting said as he sat down, eagerly slurping up the ramen Shibu had brought over. Huh, quite the sight, but we all emerged from the baby class, and thinking about it is a bit exhilarating. Kai laughed heartily. Don't say that. I'm not part of that. Kakashi thought to himself. T Training Ground 98. The morning sunlight cascaded down onto the ground. Irika's trio was currently feeling rather bored, waiting for Feiju Qingting's arrival. Is the captain running late? Rinbo Ninja muttered. Gurgle, his stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten breakfast, allured by the grand meal their captain had. They should be arriving soon. Wait, what is that? Just as Jishi Taisien was about to speak, a tremendous commotion erupted from the forest. Buzz. The trio turned their gaze towards the sound, witnessing the trees of the forest bending under pressure. It seemed a monstrous creature had barged in. Whoa, what a gigantic beast. A 2-story high dragonfly appeared, its four wings flapping, nimbly approaching them as if it had spotted them. Its compound eyes rotated. Whoosh, it lunged above them, its forelimbs crashing down. Buzz, whoosh. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly, evading the spot just in time. Boom! The dragonfly's limbs struck the ground, creating a massive crater. How could such a creature exist in Konoha? Rinbo Ninja shouted, cold sweat breaking out. Be cautious. This should be a summoning beast our captain is using to test our abilities. If we cooperate well and defeat it, we won't be underestimated by him, Irika deduced, recalling the captain's name at the sight of the dragonfly. Upon seeing the dragonfly, Jishi Taisien also grasped this reality. While Irika spoke, he unfurled a lengthy scroll. Bang! Bang! With a flick of the scroll, a shower of shurikens and kunai shot forth, hurtling towards the colossal beast. Clang! Clang! The massive dragonfly flapped its 6 limbs, deflecting the oncoming attacks. It's not over yet. Jishi Taisien summoned a meteor hammer. Rinbo Ninja also caught on and hurled shurikens, as the giant beast defended against their allies' assaults. Wires coiled around its 6 limbs, with the momentum of a meteor chasing the moon. The enormous hammer struck the creature, sending it flying and rolling several times on the ground. Boom! Irika, not to be outdone, unleashed a fireball that followed suit. We did it! The trio laughed upon witnessing the giant beast struck by their ninjutsu. Wait a moment. Irika suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he discovered there was no monster, only a shattered model to half-burnt and emitting wisps of smoke. The dragonfly was now merely the size of a palm. Be careful! Bang! Just as he was analyzing, a pangolin erupted from underground, sending Irika tumbling several times across the ground. Though perplexed as to why the pangolin emitted a wolf's howl, Jishi Taisien and the others were gravely concerned. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Irika stood up, striving to analyze the situation. First of all, this was definitely not a summoning beast. Judging by the traces of the first giant beast, it wasn't a transformation technique either. If it were an illusion technique, it couldn't have inflicted damage on the ground. He glanced at the crater left by the dragonfly's strike and the hole the pangolin had created while burrowing. What on earth is this? In the sky, Feiju Qingting, perched atop a giant eagle, observed the battle below with a smile that, oh my, excellent teamwork. You actually managed to defeat one of my dragonflies. In terms of performance, their cooperative abilities surpassed those of protagonists like Naruto and Sasuke. Clearly, the three had been diligent learners at the academy. These colossal beasts were all created using his secret technique, pointing the eye. Designed as disposable summoning beasts, they would vanish once the chakra supply was cut off. So far, he had only developed 4 types of summoning beasts: a dragonfly, a pangolin, a giant eagle, and a giant whale for underwater use. Rumbling, the ongoing battle below was entirely within his view, and Feiju Qingting felt highly satisfied. As the trio found themselves covered in dust and dirt from the pangolin's antics, he dispelled the ninjutsu on it and leaped down from the sky. Puffing and panting, the trio looked around. Where did it go? Jishi Taisien shook his head, searching. It seemed something was falling from the sky. Rinbo Ninja pointed at a dark spot illuminated by sunlight, which gradually enlarged in their sight. Oh no! The three immediately scattered. However, when they turned back, they were greeted not by the anticipated chaos, but by Feiju Qingting's beaming smile. Well done. You've showcased remarkable strength. He praised his 3 subordinates, giving them a thumbs up. Captain, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought another giant monster was plummeting from the sky. Rinbo Ninja said, patting his chest. The previous 2 beasts had frightened him thoroughly. Irika, was that a summoning technique just now? That was an illusion technique. An illusion technique. The trio looked astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. This wasn't how illusion techniques worked, and how had they fallen victim to one? Feiju Qingting produced a dragonfly model resembling the giant beast from earlier. Chuckling, let me teach you your first lesson. Never be deceived by the superficial appearances of things. This illusion technique falls under a category of realistic illusions. When an intelligent life form falls victim, it transforms into reality, which explains the damage caused to the terrain. In other words, the moment you laid eyes on that dragonfly, it became a real giant beast, but we didn't TC it before the giant beast appeared. Irika protested. Yet I did. Feiju Qingting pointed to himself. The trio understood, realizing the implication. Wait a second. If you were under the illusion, why should we be the ones to bear the consequences? Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Intrigued by how impressive that technique had been, eager to learn it themselves. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to learn? Uh-huh. The three nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at rice. This ninjutsu is quite challenging. If you wish to learn, you must put in the effort that I promised to teach you earnestly, Feiju Qingting assured them. However, he couldn't guarantee they would master it, as even he had taken over a year to perfect the 4 types he had created. The difficulty of creation and learning were not significantly different. Given the trio's talents, he held little hope for their success. Yay! The 3 individuals burst into laughter, seemingly unconcerned about the challenges that lay ahead. All right, let us adhere to the traditions of Konoha. First, let us introduce ourselves, and then we shall take a photograph before indulging in a grand feast, said Feiju Qingting, a smile gracing his face as he observed their joyous expressions. I shall go first. I am Jishi Taisien, and my dream is to become the greatest master of ninja tools in Konoha. I also have a fondness for ramen. I am Yumino Irika, and my aspiration is to educate and nurture talent for Konoha. Ramen is also my favorite. I am Nakanishi Shinobu, and I dream of joining the torture division. My idol is Senior Marino Abiki, and I enjoy grilled meat. I am Feiju Qingting, and my dream is to lead a simple life, marrying my beloved, raising a son and a daughter, and watching them grow, eventually becoming grandparents. Click! The 4 captured a photograph together. Feiju Qingting stood behind, his hands affectionately resting on Jishi Taisien and Irika's heads, while Nakanishi Shinobu stood proudly in the center. Konoha, a kimchi barbecue restaurant. Snap! Irika and the 2 others relished their meal with great delight, and no need to rush. You need not worry about finances until my pockets run dry. Feiju Qingting reassured them as he savored a piece of grilled meat. This is delicious. Captain, when shall we embark on our mission? Jishi Taisien inquired eagerly between bites. Irika added, Indeed, I wish to master all the abilities of a ninja to impart them to my future students. Once we finish eating, we shall commence a task that will truly test your mettle. Perfectly suited for freshly graduated genin like yourselves, Feiju Qingting replied with a grin. What kind of task is it? Could it be something grand, like capturing enemy spies or defending our nation? Nakanishi Shinobu asked with anticipation. Not at all. Those tasks are child's play, he declared. Upon hearing this, the trio gazed at him with fervent eyes. Could it be a mission concerning the very survival of Konoha? Indeed, it is a daunting mission that pertains to the survival of our village. Their astonishment deepened. Did the captain truly hold such confidence in them? Reflecting on their recent triumph over a formidable beast, they wondered if this was the basis for such trust. You shall soon find out, Feiju Qingting teased. Please, do tell us, Captain. Less chatter, if you wish to know. Then eat quickly. With his words, the trio hastened their consumption as they enjoyed their meal. A tall figure appeared, accompanied by a seemingly gentle woman holding a chubby child. If it isn't Qingting, are you leading a team on a mission? The tall figure greeted him. Feiju Qingting turned, grinning. Yes, it is finally my turn to lead. Long time no see, Dingswa senpai. He then glanced at the small child in the woman's arms. This the Dingji that Senior Hai mentioned. The same age as her daughter? Little Dingji, plump and adorable, seemed to comprehend Feiju Qingting's words, turning to look at him before his gaze shifted to the grilled meat. Indeed, isn't he adorable? Dingswa beamed with pride. He clearly inherited the excellent genes of his predecessors. I have no doubt he will surpass us and become a pillar of the village. Feiju Qingting joined in the praise. Dingswa laughed heartily at the compliment. Of course, just look at his physique. He carries the same vigor I had in my youth. By the way, this meal is on me. Food. Little Dingji pointed eagerly at the meat on the grill, his mouth watering. Come here, uncle will feed you. Just call me uncle, Feiju Qingting said, offering a piece of grilled meat to the child. Uncle. Good boy, Feiju Qingting chuckled, placing the meat in the child's mouth. Dingswa and his wife did not intervene. In a ninja world, such indulgence at this age was entirely acceptable. Feiju Qingting watched little Dingji, who was blissfully chewing on the meat, a smile spreading across his face. This child was bound to grow immensely. capable of wielding the Akimichi clan's most powerful secret jutsu without the aid of any enhancements, an achievement unparalleled in the clan's history. The three youngsters greeted Dingzhua, who then set up an additional table. And the family began to eat in a warm and cozy atmosphere. All right, once we are sufficiently nourished, we shall set off. The mission awaits. Yes, the trio exclaimed with excitement. Konoha, residential district, agricultural zone. The three figures gradually inserted seedlings into the fields. Feiju Qingting observed from the sidelines, occasionally displaying a look of epiphany. Ninja Captain, is our grand mission really just planting seedlings in the fields? Nakanishi Shinobu shouted, Of course. Do ninjas not require sustenance? Would they not perish from hunger? Cultivating crops ensures that thousands of ninjas do not go hungry, which is indeed a noble endeavor, far more significant than waging war against other villages. Feiju Qingting replied, casting a glance at them to ensure they were not slacking off. But this is so dull. Irika lamented, downcast, is this truly what ninjas ought to be doing? Jishi Taisien echoed, questioning if planting seedlings was a ninja's duty. That a ninja must endure the unbearable. If you cannot manage this, how can I trust you with higher stakes missions? Feiju Qingting retorted, somewhat exasperated. Furthermore, did you truly apply yourselves in school? At this remark, the trio bristled. Captain, I am the top student in theoretical studies. You cannot underestimate me. Irika protested, determined to be recognized for his diligence. Theory and practice are distinct, and who claims that farming is not a ninja's responsibility? It is not only a task for ninjas, but also a crucial aspect of our duties. Feiju Qingting stated earnestly as he closed his book. What use is that? Jishi Taisien countered. The other two nodded in agreement, questioning the utility of such labor. Very well, then I shall impart to you your first lesson. Listen closely and do not slack off. MHM, go ahead, the three replied, eager to see what he would concoct. They were confident in their learning abilities, believing the material irrelevant to their training. First, a ninja's chakra requires the fusion of physical and mental energy to be refined. This task serves to build your mental energy, he explained. The trio nodded in acknowledgement, albeit not fully convinced, as they believed other tasks could achieve the same. Second, as ninjas are covert operatives engaged in espionage and intelligence gathering, one must adopt an identity for cover. Being a farmer who plants seedlings is an excellent guise. The three scoffed, recalling that their school lessons on espionage never included the identity of a farmer, as it offered little opportunity for gathering intelligence. Third, there's a third. The trio was intrigued to see how the captain would justify this. If others are laboring while you do not, it will appear that you are out of sync with the group, undermining the great principle of unity and camaraderie in Konoha. This is the beginning of discord within our village, and thus you must participate, Feiju Qingting explained, noting their perceptiveness and adjusting his earlier remarks. He pointed to another team engaged in the same task nearby. How infuriating. When watching the anime, Naruto's team was easily swayed by Kakashi, yet why did it not work on them? Irika realized, so that's it. This is what the third Hokage referred to as the will of fire, aimed at strengthening our resolve. Truly, our captain embodies the spirit of a dedicated ninja, Nakanishi Shinobu added, invigorated. Excellent, we too must not stand apart. Let us persevere in the name of inheriting the will of fire, he declared, his hands moving energetically as he planted seedlings. Jishi Taisien's eyes burned with determination. All right, watch me as I employ my willful technique for planting. Feiju Qingting stood speechless, questioning his own intellect. After such extensive contemplation, his ideas paled in comparison to the teachings of the third Hokage. In Konoha, this fervor would likely not endure for long. They would soon discover that the will of fire was but an illusion. The flying bamboo dragonfly stood atop the building, observing the trio of seekers below. The three were ignited by the will of fire, their spirits aflame with determination. Yet he could guarantee that after a few more days of such D-rank missions, they would grow impatient, much like the Naruto of future generations. It was not that he lacked the desire to engage in more prestigious tasks. Since the demise of the fourth Hokage, the mission resources allocated by other nations, including the Land of Fire, had indeed diminished. Only during the past year of the Third's leadership had the situation improved slightly. The number of missions was not as plentiful as one might envision. and those suitable for their novice team were even scarcer. Well, they should take this seriously and impart more knowledge to stave off their boredom. As their captain, he was entitled to 30% of the team's mission rewards. He could not allow them to falter. Therefore, when the three became weary, he planned to offer them some incentives to keep their spirits high. It was certainly not just for the 30% bonus. Nevertheless, this job was rather easy. As long as he supervised the trio effectively, it was akin to collecting rent. Easy income, indeed. Meanwhile, below, damn it, where has that thing run off to? Rinshonin exclaimed as he lifted a wooden barrel. Peering inside. Nothing. Hey, how could there possibly be one there? Be more serious. Irika remarked, exasperated by his antics. Their current mission was to locate a noble lady's beloved cat, rumored to have been her companion for decades. They had searched for half a day, only occasionally spotting its droppings on the rooftops. He was beginning to doubt its very existence. Hey, Captain, are you sure it actually exists? Irika shouted up to the flying bamboo dragonfly. The dragonfly pointed to his head. Think, where are the tracking skills you learned in school? Don't tell me you've forgotten everything since leaving. If you can't find even one, how do you expect to tackle more challenging missions? The outside world is filled with cunning and treacherous ninjas. The captain's taunts were, indeed, well-timed. The three were top students and could hardly tolerate such disparagement. Unwilling to back down, they racked their brains, drawing upon their knowledge from the ninja intelligence course. Determined to prove their captain wrong. The flying bamboo dragonfly shook his head. He had initially hoped that their drills had instilled some anticipation in them. After all, from the perspective of combat scenarios, their teamwork was significantly stronger than that of Naruto's generation. However, it appeared that in terms of ninja skills, only their combat abilities had practical application. They were still lacking in the more fundamental aspects. The flying bamboo dragonfly took out paper and pen from his bag, jotting down notes on the trio's strengths, weaknesses, and some reflections on their development. Now that he had taken on the role of team leader, he was committed to fulfilling his duties responsibly, unlike Kakashi, who had been rather negligent in nurturing Naruto and Sakura. Even Sasuke, in his view, had only received a cursory introduction to Chidori, with the foundational techniques being taught years later. He was determined to learn from that experience. As an exemplary worker, one must not allow the leadership to perceive one as too exceptional, yet one cannot fade into obscurity. A middle path must be maintained. In the afternoon, the trio finally succeeded in their task, relying on Irika's knowledge, the cat's habits, and the intel provided by its owner. However, they emerged from the endeavor quite disheveled. Nonetheless, they were pleased, standing before the flying bamboo dragonfly. Awaiting his praise, sigh. The flying bamboo dragonfly suddenly exhaled, contemplating the idea of nurturing their growth through memory infusion, but ultimately refrained. Not everyone possesses his ability to manipulate memories. For ordinary individuals, it would merely become a burden. Only what one learns through effort and time truly belongs to them. Seeing their captain sigh, Irika's smile abruptly faded. Captain, did we do poorly? He asked, gazing at the sun overhead, recalling their earlier endeavors with a hint of embarrassment. It seemed they indeed fell short. The other two shared the sentiment, having anticipated commendation. No, well done. The flying bamboo dragonfly did not wish to discourage them. Really? This only deepened their unease. After all, they were top students. Upon reflection, they acknowledged that while their initial performance had indeed been lacking, they had gradually applied their school-taught knowledge, which was commendable. Rinshonin's keen perception, Irika's analytical prowess, and Tieshien's formidable operational capabilities were all impressive. The flying bamboo dragonfly gave a thumbs up, yet his words did little to lift their spirits. They still felt somewhat deflated. What's the matter? They queried. But it took us so long to grasp this. Isn't that a bit pathetic? Why do you say that? Just as the captain pointed out, it took us ages to find just one. How could we possibly locate those cunning enemy village ninjas? Smack! The flying bamboo dragonfly playfully tapped their heads. You just completed your first day of missions. What do you expect? Do you know about Kakashi, the copy ninja? You mean that Kakashi who graduated at 6? The trio inquired. Precisely. When he graduated, he also undertook the same tasks as you. Their eyes widened in realization. And he took just as long, which indicates he was no different from you. Their eyes sparkled even brighter. In fact, there's one area where he can't compete with you. The flying bamboo dragonfly paused for dramatic effect. In truth, he was uncertain whether Kakashi had ever experienced such a task. But that did not deter him from boasting. Recognizing the necessity of discerning truths and deceptions was essential for a ninja. If caught in a fib, he could always fabricate an excuse, and thus he continued to embellish his tale. Irika eagerly pressed. What area? The will of fire. He took so long to find it simply because he lacked team spirit and underestimated his teammates' abilities. It was all his own endeavor. Thus, his will of fire pales in comparison to yours. Significantly so. Remember, collaborating with companions is the most splendid approach. Upon hearing that the now elite Kakashi's will of fire was inferior to theirs, the trio felt their spirits rekindle, as if the earlier gloom had evaporated entirely. Captain, how do you know so much? Taisien inquired curiously. Because I was his classmate, I know a bit more, the flying bamboo dragonfly replied. Hey Captain, how old are you? Rinshonin suddenly asked. The other two also took note, scrutinizing the flying bamboo dragonfly up and down. Previously, they had assumed their captain was quite older, given his tall stature and the lofty aspirations he had shared during introductions, which they had forgotten to question. Now they were filled with doubt. Haha, I'm 2.5 years older than you. Does that mean we should call you brother? Be serious. Please call me Captain. Captain, did you also undertake these tasks right after graduating? No. The captain is far more impressive than Kakashi. I joined the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War right after graduation and achieved remarkable exploits within 6 months, the flying bamboo dragonfly asserted, raising his index finger in a dismissive manner. That's incredible. The trio's eyes sparkled with admiration. I could see the Ichiraka ramen stand. Dragonfly, I heard you started leading a team. One tea that be dangerous? Tucci inquired, serving a bowl of noodles. The flying bamboo dragonfly accepted the ramen. It's merely a small team. It's not an S-rank mission, so there's no difficulty. Tucci nodded in agreement. Isn't it problematic that you're not with the team? Oh, it's just some physical labor D-rank tasks. With shadow clones keeping watch, it's more than sufficient. The flying bamboo dragonfly expressed nonchalance that I wanted to come see I am. What's wrong with using shadow clones? Do they dare to voice objections? I am giggled from behind. Brother Dragonfly, isn't that a bit inappropriate? I see other ninjas diligently leading their teams. I'm quite earnest too. Every task assigned by the village is executed with clarity. No one can point out any issues. The flying bamboo dragonfly stated, slurping his noodles, that he was not lying. He genuinely invested a great deal of thought into his team members, as this was his primary responsibility. However, those three fellows had maintained their enthusiasm remarkably well over the past half-month. Even when faced with D-rank tasks, as long as they utter a few words related to the will of fire, they become invigorated as if they had been filled with enthusiasm. It is utterly absurd. Had he known this earlier, he wouldn't have had to brainstorm so many ideas to motivate them to diligently complete their tasks. A mere discussion about the will of fire would suffice. For the sake of a stable work life, he had thoroughly studied this aspect. After 2 weeks of engaging in minor tasks, the trio had finally solidified what they had learned at school. Once, while watching an anime, he had wondered why Konoha assigned graduates to start with D-rank missions, considering that they possessed chakra and had an advantage over ordinary individuals. Now, as a team leader reflecting on his experiences, he understood. These minor tasks serve to cultivate a ninja's patience, willpower, tracking, and analytical skills, marking the first application of the knowledge acquired in school. Just as he had realized on the battlefield, the most crucial aspect for a ninja is not merely the learning of ninjutsu, but rather the abilities related to intelligence and analysis. To achieve this, employing foundational mathematical concepts, such as projectile motion, during combat is essential. Without such knowledge, it is exceedingly difficult to hit a target when throwing shuriken or kunai. Hey, let's discuss when we should get married. I wish to have 2 plump little boys with you that I want to cultivate them into individuals surpassing even the god of shinobi. The momentary thought was fleeting, and after shaking off the reverie, he turned to Ayam to express this significant sentiment. Swish! Ayam's hands, which were busy working, paused, and her face instantly flushed a rosy hue, making her exceedingly adorable. But did you just say? Her lips quivered slightly. I suggested we discuss marriage. Taka, witnessing the exchange, interjected, "No way. You two are still young. You must wait for another couple of years. I am well aware of our youth. I just thought it prudent to broach the subject so I can prepare." Taka scratched his head. He genuinely wished to handle this matter well, as it was a dream of his, an important milestone. "Very well. I shall help you find an auspicious date, but as it is work time, we should refrain from discussing this here. Let us converse in my house in the evening." Taka glanced around at the curious patrons, who were casting inquisitive glances, and spoke up. That Ayam's blush faded, but her shyness lingered, filling her heart with sweetness. I usually carry myself with such poise, yet why do I become so flustered in front of Taka-kun? Understood, Taka replied, his grin stretching wide enough to seem as if it might split his face. This matter of lifelong commitment was no longer in doubt. Go find her teammates. Don't let Hokage-sama catch you slacking off, Taka hurriedly urged him, for discussing such topics in front of guests felt rather peculiar. Taka exited the establishment after finishing his ramen, heading northward. Clang, training ground 98. First, never act impulsively. Second, never engage in any acts detrimental to the village. Third, never abandon the belief in the will of fire. Yes, Captain. As Taka arrived, he overheard his shadow clone utilizing that overly dramatic phrase while instilling principles in the three young ones, causing him to momentarily freeze in place. Could it be that I too harbor such dramatic thoughts? Release. Irika and the others were fervently passionate, only to have their captain suddenly vanish, causing their excitement to chill instantly. Shadow clone? I completely forgot what the shadow clone had just said. It was merely a jest. Taka emerged from the shadows, awkwardly chuckling. Irika puffed out his cheeks, fists clenched tightly. How could we forget the captain's words? This is definitely not a joke that we will remember those 3 sentences. They resonate deeply with us. Captain, we understand your determination to carry on the will of fire, and we view you as the true successor of that legacy. We may still have a long way to go, but please do not underestimate our resolve. Both Jinchuriki and Mibu nodded in strong agreement. How could they not sense the captain's fervent passion for the will of fire? They had excelled in the lessons taught by the third Hokage on the will of fire. They fully comprehended the profound significance of those 3 sentences. They were the captain's own conclusions. While they may lack the depth of the third Hokage's words, they were genuine, and their admiration for their captain only grew, truly worthy of being a leader. Observing Irika's expression and attentively listening to his words, Taka could envision a future where he became a teacher at the Ninja Academy, especially once Naruto started attending school. That boisterous fellow might very well adopt another catchphrase. And what of Sasuke? If he were to be influenced as well, it was hard to imagine whether Sasuke would shout. First, never act impulsively. Second, he quickly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. The imagery was too absurd to contemplate. Ahem, as long as you comprehend my intentions, keep these words confidential. Now, I shall teach you how to enhance your ninja abilities. Taka quickly shifted the topic, no longer wishing to discuss this matter, as those who had endured 2 weeks of mundane rank missions driven solely by the will of fire were simply unyielding. He could only marvel at the wisdom of the third Hokage. Upon hearing that their captain would be teaching something new, the trio's attention was indeed piqued. Captain, what will it be? Is it that genuine illusion technique of yours? In truth, they had grown weary. They only persisted through the rank missions because they believed it would help them grasp the will of fire. Over the past fortnight, they had accumulated a certain amount of mental energy. Regarding intelligence gathering as a ninja, they had also gained practical experience, and their patience had improved significantly. Overall, their qualities as ninjas had seen rapid enhancement. However, beyond acquiring intelligence and possessing unwavering willpower, ninjas must also elevate their individual strength to effectively utilize the gathered information. Therefore, I have designed a step-by-step training regimen to mold you into exceptional ninjas. Upon hearing their captain's affirmation, the trio felt a sense of relief that their efforts over the past 2 weeks had borne fruit. The subsequent words only further delighted them as for the genuine illusion technique. That was not something you inexperienced novices could hope to master. Remember, do not aspire too high. In Konoha, training ground 98, the 3 boys sat cross-legged on the ground, leaves affixed to their foreheads, hands forming the tiger seal. Taka, meanwhile, perused a book titled Barrier Ninjutsu, Volume 7, an essential component in learning barrier ninjutsu in Konoha. Learning was truly captivating. Captain, will this truly enhance our strength? Iruka concentrated hard, trying to focus his chakra on his forehead. Of course, an exceptional ninja must be able to concentrate at all times, allowing them to detect an enemy's intentions amid the chaos of battle and immobilize their chakra swiftly to execute ninjutsu. Taka's eyes remained glued to the book as he replied. Mibu interjected, I understand now. It was Iruka's lack of focus that caused him to miss the armadillo emerging from the ground during the fight with the summoned beast. That's not true. I was just being careless, Iruka pouted. Concentration is key. Do not speak. Mibu remarked accurately that, in truth, the armadillo had made quite a ruckus as it burrowed beneath the earth. If only one were consciously aware of potential enemies above and below. They would notice the movement beneath their feet. That a ninja must remain ever vigilant against the emergence of new foes. I believe the school taught this. Taka affirmed Mibu's statement. Furthermore, the third Hokage once said, wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall endure. Concentrate chakra onto the leaf signifies that you have ignited the initial flame. This is your moment to embody the will of fire. Upon hearing this, the trio became instantly invigorated, striving to follow their captain's guidance, focusing their chakra onto the leaves on their foreheads. Truly, the will of fire is remarkably effective. Observing the diligent trio, Feiju Qingting could not help but marvel at the exceptional capabilities of the three generations. The methods he pondered to entice them towards their desired goals paled in comparison to a mere utterance of the will of fire. In this regard, he conceded that the three generations surpassed him, and even Naruto fell short. His gaze then fell upon the manual of barrier techniques in his hands, which elaborated on various aspects of barriers, including hand seals, chakra distribution, and barrier nodes, all densely packed with information. He was confident that once the storyline commenced, he would be among the top ninjas in the ninja world, yet he could not guarantee the preservation of Konoha, nor could he assure that he would be able to thwart Pain's grand jutsu before it was unleashed. Thus, he sought to carve out an alternative path through barrier techniques to prevent Konoha from being obliterated by Pain's ultimate attack. In this domain, barrier techniques were undoubtedly capable of achieving such a feat, and he had thoroughly immersed himself in the first 6 volumes of the barrier manual. Though a dozen more volumes awaited him, he was confident he could conquer them as well. That he then set about experimenting with various applications of barrier techniques. These preparations were merely precautionary. Who knows, by then he might have become invincible. This was Feiju Qingting's line of thought, that he embodied the ninja philosophy of being prepared for any eventuality. Looking once more at the trio, he noticed they had entered a focus state. However, their concentration still lagged. He also observed that even the slightest breeze from the outside world managed to divert their attention. Perhaps it was time to try a barrier ninjutsu. Feeling inspired, Feiju Qingting prepared to test an idea based on the barrier theory he had just reviewed. He retrieved several forbidden symbols from his ninja tool pouch and flung them onto the surrounding tree trunks of the training ground. Then began to form hand seals. The barrier ninjutsu was exceedingly intricate. Even now, it took him a full minute to complete the seals. This was the most complex seal he had crafted since his arrival in this world. Silencing barriered AS, he completed the hand seals. The 4 forbidden symbols activated, connecting with his chakra to form an invisible dome enveloping the entire training ground. The 3 individuals, who had been striving to concentrate, suddenly sensed a shift in their environment. The disturbances of the wind, the chirping of cicadas, and the songs of birds had all vanished. The speed of refining and concentrating chakra had accelerated. Meanwhile, Feiju Qingting meticulously discerned the advantages and disadvantages of the barrier ninjutsu. The merits were clear. Barriers could be executed collaboratively and served multiple functions. However, they were also energy-intensive and required a continuous supply of chakra, suitable only for traps or positional warfare. The original narrative had not elaborated much on the barrier ninjutsu. It often depicted scenes of it being breached by rogue ninjas, rendering the technique somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, the silencing barrier demonstrated notable efficacy in certain respects. In the blink of an eye, another month had slipped by. With the new technique enhancing their training, the trio made swift progress, finding it increasingly easier to concentrate. Once they reached a certain level, Feiju Qingting would dismantle the barrier, allowing them to advance step by step. They could now quickly focus during sparring, making significant strides in executing ninjutsu, throwing shurikens, and analyzing the terrain that in his spare time, Feiju Qingting had also discussed wedding plans with Xiaoda and Changpu, settling on a date 2 years hence. At the age of 17, for someone in the ninja world, where lifespans often exceeded those of their previous lives, this was hardly considered early marriage. Consequently, he carried a jovial spirit each day. Even Irika and his companions could sense his elation from his countenance. When they learned that their captain had become engaged, they were taken aback, unable to believe it. Yet disbelief was futile. Feiju Qingting treated them to ramen, and their astonished expressions left no room for doubt. On that very day, a directive from the Hokage arrived, instructing him to lead his team to the Hokage's office for a mission. Feiju Qingting stood earnestly before the third Hokage, alongside Irika and the others. After a period of absence, the third appeared noticeably oldered. "Ah, Irika, it's good to see you," the third Hokage remarked with a smile, glancing at the report submitted by Qingting. "I hear you have become an excellent genin." Irika, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Feiju Qingting and replied excitedly, "I'm still far from matching up to our captain." The third nodded kindly and turned to Feiju Qingting, saying, "I have an important task for you. It is imperative that you assist me in its completion. Me." Feiju Qingting inquired, puzzled, yet affirmed, "I will ensure the mission is accomplished." The third Hokage sighed, "Your task is to locate Asuma Sarutobi and return with intelligence. If you can convince him to return, that would be even better." Asuma Sarutobi. The members of Qingting's team exchanged puzzled glances. The surname Sarutobi, did it imply a connection to the Hokage? Feiju Qingting was taken aback. This was precisely the time frame when Asuma had rebelled and fled from Konoha. He was the old man's son. Due to his father's duties, he had not received adequate guidance, leading him to become increasingly rebellious. Recently, he had vanished under the pretext of a mission. However, there were sightings of him in the Land of Fire, which necessitated locating his whereabouts. The third Hokage sighed once more. "I see the gates of Konoha." Irika and the others, laden with backpacks, awaited Feiju Qingting. The official mission was finally commencing, and Irika, brimming with confidence, declared, "Watch me wrap this up in a day." After such extensive experience with missions, he felt he had mastered the art of tracking, buoyed by an unshakable self-assurance. Similarly, Minami and Jushi, having previously been inspired by the will of fire, also approached the D-rank mission with enthusiasm, though they still held aspirations for higher-level tasks. This intelligence-gathering mission had been classified as a B-rank task due to its involvement with ninjas, which fueled their motivation. "Where's our captain? We've been ready for so long." Apologies, I lost track of time while saying goodbye to my fiancée, E. Feiju Qingting suddenly materialized behind them. The abrupt sound startled the trio, causing their hearts to race until they heard their captain's voice and breathed a sigh of relief. Irika patted his chest. "Captain, you startled us. And by the way, how did your girlfriend become your fiancée?" "We've set a wedding date. Prepare for my celebration." Feiju Qingting boasted, "In Konoha, how many individuals remained unmarried, apart from the fixed pairings among the 12? Kakashi's generation had only Kurenai and Asuma, as well as Moonlight Breeze and Yuzuki Yugao. Now, having taken the lead, he looked forward to teasing them later. Moreover, ninjas must always be vigilant of their surroundings, discerning when to rest and when to be in a focused state. They cannot remain perpetually tense, for that would strain the mind. Yet, they must not relax their guard, as enemies could strike at any moment. Ultimately, Feiju Qingting imparted this crucial knowledge, insights gleaned from his extensive study of ninja memories, combined with his own experiences. "Understood, Captain." While his words were indeed sagacious, they remained unconvinced. After all, how could one remain vigilant at all times? No matter how great a ninja, it was simply impossible. "All right, let us set off to the Soul Society of the Land of Fire." Whoosh! 4 figures advanced through the forest in a diamond formation. According to the Hokage's intelligence, Asuma had been sighted in the Soul Society 2 days prior, albeit fleetingly. Upon reaching the destination, they would immediately commence intelligence gathering. Understood? Feiju Qingting instructed his team that in Konoha. He was a teacher. Beyond his borders, he was the captain of the team, and he could not afford to slacken. Yes, captain. The seriousness of Feiju Qingting's demeanor influenced the trio, transforming their expressions from joy to earnestness. Swish, from time to time, Feiju Qingting directed his perception towards the group. Noticing that they had indeed mastered the technique of channeling chakra to their feet, not having squandered his teachings, a slight smile crept upon his lips. Their heightened focus proved to be immensely beneficial for chakra control. In the span of a month, the trio not only managed to maintain their focus at all times, but also honed their ability to swiftly assess their surroundings. Extracting chakra for counterattacks in mere moments, they mastered skills such as tree climbing and water walking within just a few days and are now adeptly applying them while on the move. Half a day later, the four found themselves in flowing Soul Street, which in truth is a bustling town. They chose a tavern as their rendezvous point, after which they dispersed to gather intelligence. Feiju Qingting strolled alone down the street, observing everything around him. His formidable intellect and vast knowledge allowed him to mentally catalog all that he perceived. The advantages of being a sensory-type ninja manifested for within a radius of several kilometers. Few things could elude his keen perception. His battlefield experience and mind-reading skills enabled him to process this information as effortlessly as one might collect bird eggs. Asuma, according to the third Hokage, seemed intent on venturing out to seek the gem of his heart, or so it was said. Furthermore, as stated in the original texts, it appeared that Asuma had been serving as one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire until he found that gem. Could I perhaps wait for him in the capital of the Land of Fire? A myriad of thoughts about flowing Soul Street flashed through his mind. The beautiful women at the hot spring, the gold exchange below, and the busta ladies at the casino, among others. Upon further scrutiny, he detected a massive chakra signature entering his consciousness, accompanied by a smaller chakra presence nearby. What a coincidence! Feiju Qingting marveled at how small the world seemed, though reluctant to believe it, for indeed, it was the dream goddess of countless Naruto fans, Tsunade, the gambler amidst the vices of Konoha. Yet, what did it matter to him? He already possessed his own goddess. After a moment of perception, he shifted his attention away, merely committing the information to memory. Every bit of external intelligence could potentially prove useful. His focus turned to the trio, who were diligently seeking information about Asuma. Irika visited the tavern to inquire, while Mibu Ninja sought information at the hot spring. The astute Jushi Xianxian opted for the sausage shop and noodle house, discerning Asuma's preferences from these two sources. He already knew that Asuma would inevitably head to the capital of the Land of Fire. With nothing else to do, he returned to the tavern, picked up a notebook, and leisurely began to sketch and jot down his ultimate thoughts on illusion techniques. Firstly, rewriting history, embedding a segment of history into an enemy's memory to alter their perception of his existence. Secondly, the illusion of flowers in a mirror, manipulating the enemy's form, touch, shape, and senses to achieve genuine deception. Thirdly, the point of enlightenment, developing the art of ninjutsu to deceive heaven and earth, thereby achieving the ability to manipulate the elements through illusion. During his time teaching Irika and the trio, he had studied not only barrier techniques, but had also devoted significant time to illusion techniques. The three ultimate series of illusions were the culmination of his explorations over the past 2 years, each being a formidable challenge, potentially requiring a decade to master, thus necessitating his careful choices. He did not overlook any moment to study. Time slipped by swiftly as dusk fell, and upon sensing the return of the trio, he tucked away his notes. Knock, knock. Come in, I'm so tired. I never imagined finding someone would be so much harder than finding a dog. The three entered, panting heavily. Feiju Qingting inquired, "How did it go?" Irika, disheartened, replied, "Not a single lead. It's as if he never set foot in flowing Soul Street." Mibu Ninja added, "I too failed to gather any information on Asuma-senpai." Jishi Xianxian, however, smiled as he recounted, Asuma-senpai indeed appeared 2 days ago and devoured an enormous amount of sausages at the sausage shop, but thereafter there was no further news of him. The other two gazed at him with astonishment. They hadn't expected any leads to surface. Feiju Qingting praised, "Well done, Xianxian. You two ought to learn a thing or two about intelligence analysis from him. His commendation was genuine. Those intricate details of analysis could very well delineate the divide between a chunin and a jonin. Irika, with a vexed expression, remarked, "Darn it, you stole the spotlight this time. Next time, I won T let you win. What about you, Captain? What intelligence have you gathered?" After sharing their findings, all eyes turned to Feiju Qingting. Based on the intelligence, Asuma was likely to follow this trail and would linger in the capital of the Land of Fire for a while. Prepared for his subordinates' inquiries, Feiju Qingting produced a map of the Land of Fire. He drew a winding line between flowing Soul Street and the capital. Irika and the others examined it intently. True to his role as captain, while they had merely deduced that Asuma-senpai had indeed been active here, their captain had already pinpointed Asuma's ultimate destination. Jishi Xianxian, sharper than his teammates, questioned, how did the captain conclude that Asuma-senpai would head to the capital of the Land of Fire? All the intelligence was the same. If their captain could discern Asuma-senpai's route from it, there was much to learn. Finally, Feiju Qingting smiled, having awaited their query, and began, "First, every sentient being acts with purpose." The trio nodded in agreement. Secondly, based on the information provided by the third Hokage, Asuma seeks the gem of his heart. Allow me to clarify, each person's gem is unique. For instance, my gem encompasses my village, my father, my fiancé, E, and my comrades, while Asuma has no gem to cling to, which is precisely why he seeks one. That you too should not view your gems as merely your village or your parents. It is an emotion. Once you find it, you will no longer be perplexed about why it is a gem. As of now, you likely have not. The trio nodded once more in acknowledgement. Thirdly, employing human psychology alongside the prior two established facts, and narrowing his operational range to the Land of Fire, he will undoubtedly be influenced by the herd effect. When an individual feels lost, they tend to gravitate towards crowded places, consciously distancing themselves from Konoha. The third Hokage mentioned that Asuma is quite rebellious, indicating that he has quarreled with him. Therefore, following a dispute, he would instinctively wander far from his family's abode. Indeed, Xianxian is correct, Feiju Qingting affirmed, clearly pleased. Using mathematical probability, Asuma has an 85.6 chance of taking this route. Not 100. Why 85.6? Irika exclaimed. It's merely the most likely scenario. Understand, when a target remains uncertain, we must learn to navigate towards the most probable direction using the information at hand. All right, that concludes our brief analysis. Upon your return, ensure you review everything, striving to analyze for yourselves next time instead of relying on me. The trio nodded fervently, realizing they had truly learned something valuable. It turned out that math and psychology taught in school were indeed applicable. They felt immense admiration for Feiju Qingting's profound knowledge. With hearts brimming with excitement, the three returned to their rooms, repeatedly reflecting on Feiju Qingting's words, aspiring to extract vast amounts of intelligence from even the slightest details. Their captain is truly remarkable. Irika lay in bed, filled with reverence for Feiju Qingting. Such exceptional analytical skills and extensive knowledge made him admire him deeply. He resolved to become a man like the captain in the future. At the gates of flowing Soul Street, the next destination awaited. The four set off once more, engaging in playful banter while also learning. With a clear understanding of Asuma's likely route, they pursued their goal with determination. And at every town they reached, Feiju Qingting would assign them to scout for information, validating his hypotheses. With each intelligence report that returned, Feiju Qingting would guide them in analyzing the findings, providing meticulous instruction. An increasing amount of intelligence corroborated that his analysis was indeed accurate. Asuma was following the route he had deduced. This only deepened the admiration the trio held for their captain, motivating them to work even harder in their studies. Observing the trio's rapid progress, Feiju Qingting couldn't help but smile. These three might just become Jonin of Konoha one day. This time, his primary objective was to hone the abilities of the three individuals. Whether it be intelligence analysis or the manipulation of chakra through physical prowess, a solid foundation must be established during this mission. As for Asuma, he was well aware that he was not the only team searching. He had little faith that the third Hokage had not dispatched Umbu spies to seek out the same. Moreover, from a future perspective, it was clear that Asuma ultimately returned safely, having also mastered the secret techniques of the Temple of Fire. Thus, he remained unperturbed. Should all three become Jonin, they would possess formidable strength against the Akatsuki. The more capable individuals there were, the greater his own safety would be, and by extension, the safety of his family. Cough, cough! What exactly is my jade? In a tavern in Tongzi City, the youthful Asuma, with a face reminiscent of melon seed, puffed on a cigarette, occasionally choking on the smoke that enveloped him. His gaze was filled with confusion. Hey kid, drinking alone? Why not join us for a drink? A group of men clad in white suits, their faces menacing, eyed Asuma with ill intent. Get lost, don't bother me. Asuma glared at them, setting his cigarette down and shouting. The men in white exchanged glances and pulled out several watermelon knives, iron rods, and flails from behind. Kid, if you buy us a drink, we might overlook your rudeness. Otherwise, you will regret it, the leader of the suit-clad men sneered. Asuma summoned a blade of chakra, unwilling to waste words with them, to another table in the tavern. A young monk observed the scene and slowly approached. Good sir, might you consider sparing this gentleman for the sake of a humble monk? He smiled at the aggressors. Initially, the men in white contemplated striking him, but upon noticing his attire, they halted their advance. After exchanging glances, the leader cast a fierce glare at Asuma. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered a dignitary from the Temple of Fire, he declared before leading his subordinates out of the tavern. Observing this, Asuma sheathed his weapon. Thank you, and no need for thanks. You would have dispatched them with ease, the young monk replied with a grin. I am called Delu. And what is your name? Asuma. You seem burdened with heavy thoughts, the monk noted. Indeed, as a monk, I have a question for you. What is jade? Asuma asked, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. Jade, I cannot say, but I do know that doing nothing will surely lead to finding nothing. Delu responded with a smile. However, my master once said that if you find yourself lost, you must venture forth and explore. One day, clarity will come. Asuma paused at these words that I end leaving the Hidden Leaf village. He had hastily departed from his homeland, contemplating the notion of exploration, drawn to areas bustling with people. Delu's words resonated with him, and he recognized that the Temple of Fire was another significant institution in the Land of Fire. Aside from the Hidden Leaf, perhaps he would gain further insights that you have any recommendations? Asuma suddenly inquired of Delu. Delu smiled. You are a ninja, are you not? I am en route to the capital to join the 12 Guardian Ninja, tasked with protecting the daimyo. Would you care to consider joining us? As for the likelihood of him being a spy, that would depend on passing the investigations of the Land of Fire. Swish, clang. In the forest, shuriken and kunai clashed. Thud, thud. Several figures became entangled, among them Asuma and Delu. Delu, did you attract these enemies? Asuma inquired, deflecting an incoming shuriken with his blade. Clang, clang. The relentless onslaught continued, leaving them struggling to keep pace. Delu's chakra transformed into that of the 1,000-armed bodhisattva, blocking each attack in succession. My apologies. I neglected to mention that as a monk dispatched by the Temple of Fire to the capital as a guardian ninja, I will be targeted by various factions, whether they seek to assassinate me or usurp my identity to strike at the daimyo. In short, this journey will not be without its challenges. Fire release. Ash accumulation burn. Asuma formed hand seals in response to the enemy's assault, unleashing a vast cloud of ash that surged toward them. The ninjas from unknown factions paled in terror at the sight of the attack. Boom! The explosion that followed the ash cloud was met with the anguished screams of several foes, momentarily halting the advance of the remaining attackers. Seizing this opportunity, Asuma poured forth his energy alongside Delu to eliminate the remaining adversaries. Being a guardian ninja for the 12 is no easy task. Asuma wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thank you for your assistance, Delu replied cheerfully. Who were these individuals? Asuma asked, surveying the lifeless bodies on the ground. After a brief examination, he found no concrete intelligence, aside from the usual ninja tools, with no indication of their identities. Those who dared to assassinate someone from the Temple of Fire would naturally leave no trace. Delu explained. That may not be the case. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and both men's expressions turned grave as they entered a combat stance, their gazes searching for the source of the sound. 4 figures emerged before them, the leader wrapped in bandages, all adorned with the headbands of the hidden leaf. Asuma's countenance hardened upon recognizing one. That old coot still wants to meddle in my affairs. Ah, long time no see. You wouldn't happen to have forgotten me, would you, Asuma? The figure, Feiju Qingting, waved with a smile. Upon hearing this, Asuma focused his attention on him, his tall figure and bandaged head evoking memories of a seemingly inconspicuous figure from his past. Before he graduated at the age of 9, Feiju Qingting, he voiced uncertainly. Dilu, overhearing their exchange, recognized the familiarity and felt relieved. Feiju Qingting feigned a sorrowful expression, clutching his chest. Heavens, we were classmates for 3 years. And despite my hints, you still seem unsure. How disheartening. He then turned to the 3 younger ninjas that not be like him. Forgetting the names of your comrades is most disrespectful. The 3 young ninjas dared not be careless. Knowing Asuma was present. Hey, how did you end up here? Did the old man send you to find me? Asuma, despite feeling a bit embarrassed, managed to voice his concern. Hey, how rude. That is your father we're speaking of. How can you call him old man? Feiju Qingting retorted playfully. After the jest, he became serious. Indeed, the 3rd Hokage has sent us to see what you have been up to. If possible, we would like you to return with us. Return? The only way you are taking me back is if you break all my limbs and drag me along. Asuma assumed a fighting stance, his focus solely on the 4. Dilu, displaying loyalty, stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Though unaware of the circumstances, he declared, if it comes to fighting, count me in. Seeing the 2 ready for battle, Feiju Qingting felt exasperated. The 3 younger ninjas looked to him, eager to see how their leader would respond. Feiju Qingting, arms raised in exasperation, declared, see, this is what happens when one lacks the will of fire. To even contemplate attacking comrade from the village is unacceptable. You must not imitate him. This is the fault of the Hokage. When you become leaders, ensure you educate your subordinates well. The 3 young ninjas pondered this seriously, nodding in agreement. Indeed, their leader consistently embodied the will of fire. Asuma frowned deeply. What do you mean? Are you implying my father failed in his teachings? Despite his disagreements with the old man, he would not permit others to speak ill of him. Humph, you're merely a captain. What right do you have to criticize the Hokage? Asuma retorted coldly. Feiju Qingting smirked. Your very existence, Asuma, with your rudeness and obstinacy, grants me that right. Humph. Asuma was incensed, his youthful arrogance igniting a desire to teach this individual a lesson. Step aside, everyone. Allow your captain to give you a lesson in battle. And clear away those corpses. They may prove useful later. Feiju Qingting nonchalantly instructed the younger ninjas. He then turned to face the charging Asuma. Clang, kunai, and chakra blade collided as the 2 locked eyes in close combat. Ah, as expected of the Hokage's son, your wind nature transformation has reached such heights. Feiju Qingting observed the kunai in his hand, slowly being cleaved by the sharp chakra, and jested, Konoha's rising dragon. In a flash. He thrust his right foot forward, narrowly missing Asuma, who instinctively tilted his head back, allowing Feiju Qingting's foot to graze his chin. Konoha's downward strike. With a swift transformation, Asuma interrupted the thought of severing his opponent's weapon and braced Feiju Qingting's leg with both hands. Damn, this guy's taijutsu is astonishingly formidable. Asuma grew increasingly alarmed. Each move from Feiju Qingting was a common taijutsu technique of Konoha, yet every strike was elusive, like the antlers of an antelope, impossible to grasp. The taijutsu he once took pride in seemed utterly ineffective before Feiju Qingting. Meanwhile, the 3 young ones, upon hearing Feiju Qingting's command, transported the corpses away from the battlefield, all under the bewildered gaze of Dilu. Observing the 2 combatants, particularly the captain who had completely subdued Asuma-senpai with sheer taijutsu, their mouths formed perfect O's, Dilu felt a chilling realization. What terrifying taijutsu! To think that the powerful Asuma could be so thoroughly overpowered. Given their time together and the sporadic assassination attempt from enemies, he had come to respect Asuma's strength, especially his taijutsu. What sort of being is this? Fire release. Ash pile burning. Realizing taijutsu was futile, Asuma resorted to a few shurikens to restrain Feiju Qingting, then exhaled a plume of smoke in frustration, that he was desperate. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly suppressed by someone his age. Meanwhile, Feiju Qingting felt at ease, relishing the battle, as if his entire body had awakened. In response to the fire release attack, he formed hand seals, water release, water barrier. He then turned to the three young ones, explaining, observe closely. When facing a fire release, using water release as a counter is the most effective response. Boom! Asuma's ash pile burning had no effect on the water barrier, which Feiju Qingting effortlessly blocked. Hearing his words only fueled Asuma's anger, his youthful spirit reddening his face. Don't underestimate me, you brat. Asuma was thoroughly provoked by Feiju Qingting's dismissive comments. He retreated slightly, retrieved a wind-style shuriken from his pouch, and in the instant of throwing it, formed hand seals. Swish, swish, swish. The shadow clone technique of shurikens rained down upon Feiju Qingting like a torrential downpour. However, the moment he unleashed the ninjutsu, regret washed over him. Feiju Qingting was from the village, not an enemy. This was excessive. He hoped that Feiju Qingting wouldn't be too weak, lest he risk his own life. Suddenly, he noticed Feiju Qingting smile at him. This took him aback. How could one maintain such composure in the face of an onslaught? Fuming, Asuma questioned how such a person could be permitted to lead him. Bang! Just as he doubted the third Hokage's judgment, a colossal pangolin erupted from the ground, shielding Feiju Qingting from a multitude of wind shurikens. Huft, huft, huft. The pangolin was pierced by the shurikens, yet the onslaught continued. Asuma, you truly are the son of the third Hokage. It seems you possess some semblance of strength, despite your rudeness. Feiju Qingting's laughter echoed as he soared into the air on a dragonfly, evading the attack while expressing admiration. Tisich, summoning beast? No, that's not right. Asuma's pupils dilated, soon realizing the pangolin bore no corpse. His keen eyes caught sight of the pangolin figurine that had fallen to the ground. This is a secret technique. Do not be distracted in battle. I am coming in, Feiju Qingting declared loudly. Asuma looked up to see a pendulum swaying in front of him. In an instant, he felt his head spin, transported to a world brimming with asparagus. Uncontrollably shoving the vegetable into his mouth. This tastes awful. Asuma quickly realized he had fallen victim to an illusion. He wanted to vomit. Release. Immediately halting his chakra extraction. As he completely ceased, he unleashed a burst of chakra to dispel the interference that had invaded his body. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself ensnared in the grip of the enormous dragonfly. Feiju Qingting wore a smile, exuding confidence. Asuma was still far from matching him. It was almost too easy to subdue him. Though forewarned, he continued, Irika, Taisien, and Renbu Ninja. Remember, an enemy will never inform you of their intention to attack. In such situations, you must quickly analyze the type of ninja you are facing and determine the appropriate countermeasures. Asuma's face flushed with anger. Had he not been away from Konoha for merely a few days, would he be apprehended? Suddenly, he felt the grip loosen, and he plummeted to the ground. Ugh! As he landed. The taste of asparagus surged back into his mouth, igniting his urge to retch. Damn it, had he not dispelled the illusion? He detested the taste of asparagus. Why had he released him? Questions swirled in Asuma's mind. How do you like my netherworld vision technique? It forces enemies to consume their most detested food, unlike the original illusion that merely evokes fear. This new version targets the realm of taste. While it may be somewhat narrow in focus, it is still quite effective. Feiju Qingting explained, dispelling the dragonfly's secret technique and stowing away the dragonfly figurine. He turned to Asuma and asked, Impressive, I senti it? Irika and the others approached, filled with reverence for his skill. This was their first time witnessing their captain in battle, especially against a senior like Asuma, whom he had decisively defeated. Asuma's expression was complex. This guy had graduated later than him, so how could he so easily be defeated? Why did you release me? Aren't you afraid I'll run away, though your strength is considerable? If I wish to leave, you cannot stop me. Dilu quietly approached, contemplating that if Asuma chose not to return with the Konoha personnel, he could buy some time, given that they were all part of the Land of Fire's organization. The other side likely wouldn't make things difficult for him. Upon hearing this, Feiju Qingting chuckled. Huh, who do you think you are? just a rebellious youth. What does capturing you mean for Konoha? It holds no significance. And my task is merely to retrieve your intelligence. The third Hokage did not instruct me to take you back. He merely suggested persuading you. Asuma's anger flared, then fell into silence, ultimately resolving himself. Fine, fine. I won't attempt to persuade you. Your eyes tell me it's futile, but I will report your intelligence to the Hokage without fail. Feiju Qingting, upon meeting his gaze, had never intended to alter Asuma's fate. He merely served as a worker, assisting the third in educating his son. This was beyond his mission scope. Asuma stood stunned, taking a deep look at him. I see. It seems we need not fight. Dilu chimed in to ease the tension. Ugh. Asuma retched again, glaring at Feiju Qingting. Quickly dispel my illusion. This taste is unbearable. Feiju Qingting shrugged, explaining, I'm sorry, that's merely the lingering effects of the illusion. Once you've been caught, that taste will linger long after. This illusion is akin to forcing you to consume the most repulsive food. Dispelling it is like swallowing it. The taste remains until your body digests it. He chuckled, knowing this was a remedy he couldn't provide. Only suppressing or eliminating his sense of taste could alleviate it. Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. You can't dispel it. How long must I endure this flavor? A wave of despair washed over him. You're quite something. I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I will make you pay. Asuma glared intensely at him, committing every detail of their encounter to memory, waiting for the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Humph, so you intend to follow this master of the fire temple? Then allow me to assist you once more. Feiju Qingting addressed the two individuals before him and then approached the bodies of their adversaries. Forming hand seals with both hands that he pressed against the neural center at his temples. The long-forgotten sensation of memories traversed through his mind, once again flooding Feiju Qingting's consciousness. Beside him, Asuma and Dilv exchanged puzzled glances. Questioning the actions of the trio, what on earth is he doing? Irika, proud in his assertion, replied, the captain is an elite of the analysis team. Thus he is performing a mind-reading technique. Jishi Xianxian interjected. The captain has stated that all intelligence must be concealed to the utmost extent. Only then can one be deemed a competent ninja. You revealing the captain's information so casually could lead to dire consequences. Ren Shengren speculated, the technique the captain just developed seems not to be aimed at the enemy, but rather at us. Who knows? It might just be used on you. Irika recalled the captain's words. The illusion would compel him to consume the most distasteful and unpalatable food. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. No way. He glanced at Asuma and promptly fell silent. For Asuma's expression was one of disgust, evidently still haunted by that ghastly flavor lingering in his mouth. He had no desire to sample the captain's powers. In the forest on the battlefield, Feiju Qingting gradually revealed the memories he had accessed. According to his findings, it appeared that the daimyo had been assassinated by ninjas on numerous occasions. The Huanotera, a faction dedicated to nurturing guardian ninjas for the Land of Fire, had a historical record of such incidents in every generation, solely to diminish the protective forces surrounding the daimyo. It seemed that, apart from the 5 major ninja villages, the internal dynamics of the Land of Fire were equally intricate, as could be gleaned from the memories of these individuals. This is none of your concern. Whether or not I join is my prerogative. Although Asuma felt a twinge of gratitude for Feiju Qingting's assistance, he remained steadfast in his own convictions. Dilv looked at him appreciatively, realizing that possessing some intelligence on the enemy would indeed make their task considerably easier. Feiju Qingting shrugged. Whether you care or not is irrelevant to me. That is the third Hokage's responsibility. Let's go, boys. It took a while to get out here, and since we've completed our mission so swiftly, I will take you on a journey across the Land of Fire, broadening your horizons and imparting some new knowledge along the way. Feiju Qingting announced to Irika and the others. Yay! Irika exclaimed. Is a new ninjutsu. Indeed, Captain, you have yet to teach us any ninjutsu. He added. Nonsense. The essence of being a ninja transcends mere ninjutsu. What I impart is far more crucial. Feiju Qingting playfully bantered with the squad as they gradually disappeared from Asuma and Dilv's view. Dilv remarked, so this is the elite of Konoha. They truly are remarkable. He had observed the earlier battle, realizing that his current abilities were inadequate to impress Feiju Qingting. After pondering for a moment and gazing at Feiju Qingting's departing figure, Asuma clenched his fists. He is indeed a formidable individual, rivaling even Kakashi. Moreover, that illusion technique surpasses the prowess of his beloved Hong Ugh. The mere thought of that illusion made Asuma feel queasy once more. As they traversed towards the next town, a flying eagle materialized in Feiju Qingting's hand, carrying a message that ascended into the sky. Wow. Captain, your illusion techniques have become increasingly sophisticated, even capable of delivering messages? Irika's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to learn. The conventional messenger eagle required considerable effort to train, yet for the captain, it was merely a matter of ninjutsu. Envy is futile. I've already determined that neither you nor Jishi Xianxian possess the aptitude for illusion techniques. Feiju Qingting bluntly shattered his illusions that Irika's countenance immediately fell. However, upon hearing the captain's words, Ren Shengren's eyes brightened. Captain, does that mean I possess the talent for illusions? That would be splendid. He had long coveted the captain's illusion techniques. If he could master them, he would undoubtedly surpass Irika and Jishi Xianxian, becoming the foremost member of the squad. Feiju Qingting nodded approvingly. Irika and Jishi Xianxian looked at Ren Shengren, their eyes brimming with envy. This was undoubtedly the captain's signature skill, yet merely possessing the potential for illusions did not guarantee mastery of my secret techniques. That depended on your innate talent, as my secret techniques are not easily learned. Indeed, Ren Shengren had the potential for studying illusions, but to learn the secret techniques, he lacked the requisite talent, relegating him to the same fate as Hong, limited to ordinary illusions. Yet they kept this to themselves. Hey, what about us? Do we have any talents? Irika implored eagerly, anxious to know about their own capabilities. Well, of course, everyone possesses talents. As for yours, what is it? As the eagle entered the borders of Konoha, it soared through the air towards the Konoha Communication Department, landing on a dedicated perch for messenger eagles. Upon landing, a supervising ninja approached to retrieve the message. This is from a ninja who has gone out to gather intelligence. It must be delivered to Lord Hokage. Another individual remarked, it's not urgent information. Let us wait until Lord Hokage is finished with his affairs in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by Feiju Qingting's abilities, marveling at how swiftly he had returned with Asuma's intelligence. In just a few days, he managed to locate Asuma and engage him in battle. It seems I have not adequately guided Asuma. This is my failing as a father. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed heavily. In the report, Feiju Qingting accused Asuma of nearly forgetting his comrades and displaying utter disrespect by attacking his own team. He also mentioned being startled by Asuma's formidable techniques, such as the explosive ash spray and the terrifying wind shuriken shadow clone technique. Therefore, he intended to keep his team within the confines of the Land of Fire for a period, allowing the bustling atmosphere to soothe their wounded spirits while continuously tracking Asuma's movements. He assured that he would not waste time and would dedicate himself to training Irika and the others, striving to cultivate them into self-reliant ninjas as soon as possible. Lord Hokage, isn't that a bit too lenient? Shouldn't we have them return to assist the village with tasks? The secretary responsible for handling paperwork inquired. Him. It seemed as if Feiju Qingting had merely embarked on a leisurely excursion, seemingly oblivious to the pressing needs of Konoha, which was still recovering from the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly. Let them be. Konoha has nearly recovered. Moreover, the messenger ninja from the communication department had reported that once his messenger eagle returned, it had transformed into a straw-crafted messenger eagle, necessitating further manpower to disseminate tasks. With the Hokage's word deemed final, the secretary refrained from further objections. After all, the third Hokage was the authority. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, his gaze fell into contemplation that it seemed Asuma would not return anytime soon. Yet this also made him realize that he had underestimated Feiju Qingting's capabilities, judging by the nature of the communication. It appeared to belong to the category of secret techniques, akin to the art of mind painting, and thus fell under the realm of Release Point 1 was a form of painting, while the other involved weaving, a true talent. At the grand waterfall of the Land of Fire, three figures meticulously observed Feiju Qingting, awaiting his guidance. Ren Shengren, endowed with the talent for illusions, held an advantage in studying the art. He nodded in agreement. Irika, possessing solid theoretical knowledge and foundational skills, demonstrated considerable talent, coupled with a gentle disposition suitable for teaching. That Irika's face brightened. This aligned perfectly with his aspirations. Jishi Xianxian exhibited exceptional reflexes and spatial awareness, showcasing remarkable talent in the use of shuriken and other projectiles, along with outstanding spatial temporal abilities. Upon hearing this, Jishi Xianxian scratched his head in surprise. He had no idea he possessed such spatial temporal talent, having merely felt at ease with the use of summoning tools. However, aside from illusions, my proficiency in other areas is rather limited, so I may not be able to teach you anything particularly advanced. The words of Feiju Qingting cast a shadow over Jishi Taixian and Irika's hearts, filling them with sorrow. Only Narashin remained hopeful, gazing at Feiju Qingting, yet he refrained from overstepping, mindful of his teammates' feelings. Beneath the great waterfall, a thunderous roar echoed. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Wind release. Emerald gale. Earth release. Quicksand trapped, a serpentine water dragon erupted from the surface, directed by Irika's deft control, launching an assault on Feiju Qingting. Jishi Taixian infused the wind release into the wind shuriken, encircling Irika's attack. Beneath Feiju Qingting's feet lay a quicksand pit, designed to ensnare him and provide support for his allies. Faced with these onslaughts, Feiju Qingting merely smiled, swiftly forming hand seals in an instant. The attacks struck him. Bang! A wooden log appeared instead. Ah, the body replacement technique? Irika lamented. The water dragon bullet and wind shuriken had only struck a piece of wood. Huffing and puffing, the three were visibly exhausted. Utilizing such ninjutsu took a considerable toll on them. Was this all they could muster? At an unknown moment, Feiju Qingting hung vertically beside the waterfall, forming hand seals once more. Pressing downwards, he exclaimed, "Little earth rock stick." Countless stone pillars erupted from beneath the trio like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. However, Feiju Qingting tempered his strength, cushioning their falls before ceasing his movements. The three jumped in unison, clutching their backsides. This marked the third day of their rigorous training. Under Feiju Qingting's guidance, they had used chakra test papers to identify their elemental affinities. Irika, water and fire; Jishi Taixian, wind; Narashin, earth. Each had taught the others a B-rank ninjutsu, allowing them a taste of the challenges inherent in mastering ninjutsu. Yet he underestimated his own teaching prowess. All three had successfully executed the techniques in just 3 days. Darn it, Captain, didn't you claim to know only a smattering of ninjutsu beyond genjutsu? Narashin shouted in frustration that he felt deceived by his captain. What he thought would be a mere, trifling challenge had turned into a 3-on-1 battle using their newly learned techniques. They were brimming with confidence, believing they could restrict their captain from employing genjutsu or taijutsu. Little did they know, the captain's so-called little knowledge was far from trivial. His ninjutsu flowed as effortlessly as Feiju Qingting's limbs, striking precisely where intended, as if he could see through their every move. The other two nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. It wasn't until today that they truly grasped the disparity. Hearing their remarks, Feiju Qingting chuckled. Indeed, I only know a little, but your proficiency is still lacking. Not my strength, understand? He continued. All right, let us conclude today's sparring. Next, we shall review your current shortcomings. Irika, your grasp of Chakra's form transformation is woefully inadequate. Consequently, both the strength and speed of your attacks fall significantly short. Henceforth, you must focus on mastering the transformation of your ninjutsu. He pointed at Irika. Narashin, you too suffer from a poor understanding of form transformation, resulting in a sluggish formation of the quicksand trap that as for the training in genjutsu that shall await the strengthening of your fundamentals. Taixian, your talent surpasses theirs. Both your attack speed and ninjutsu formation are impressively swift. Therefore, you must delve deeper into the nature transformation of wind, sharpening your attacks further. For each disciple, he generously offered guidance. The foundational concepts of nature transformation and form transformation, which Naruto had failed to grasp in 2.5 years under Jiraiya. were imparted to them. Though challenging, these lessons were imperative. Mastery of one's own nature transformation was essential for advancing to Jonin, enabling one to learn the nature transformations of other elements and thus wield various elemental ninjutsu to counter diverse foes. This was the common pathway in Konoha. Exceptions like Guy were rare. Coincidentally, he possessed a smattering of such knowledge he aspired for all his disciples to achieve Jonin rank before the onset of the main storyline. Otherwise, he would face considerable embarrassment. According to the original narrative, Kakashi had only Sakura as a Jonin under his tutelage, while the other 12 rookie ninjas had become Jonin after the Fourth Great Ninja War. Defeating them was simply not an option. Though Feiju Qingting prided himself on being a laborer who goes where needed, even a laborer requires dignity, especially as he was on the brink of marriage. With the prospect of raising numerous children, he needed experiences worthy of boasting about. However, that was enough for today. Let us go I shall accompany you to the hot spring I have heard of a particularly splendid inn in the nearby town. Even ninjas must not train incessantly. He understood the importance of balancing work and leisure. Oh yeah, the three exclaimed excitedly. Being with their captain was a delight. He often treated them to lavish meals and enjoyable experiences. Despite the hardships of training, observing their exuberant expressions, Feiju Qingting retrieved a wallet shaped like a dragonfly and counted the contents. It was sufficient for their return to Konoha that a portion of it had been given to him by SHBU, who had specifically prepared it for him before his mission. Having a wealthy girlfriend was truly splendid. Thus, the Feiju Qingting squad continued their cyclical existence. Each morning, they indulged in a hearty breakfast in the bustling town. Followed by training to hone their ninja skills, they returned at midday for another meal, gathering intelligence on Asuma's upcoming tasks. In the evening, at Feiju Qingting's request, they embarked on night training, enhancing their nocturnal capabilities. Unimpeded by distractions, the trio made swift progress, though not to an extraordinary degree. After all, even prodigies like Neji and Sasuke would not achieve substantial advancements in just a month of training. Such progress required time and dedication. Feiju Qingting refrained from teaching them advanced ninjutsu, which was not beneficial for them at this stage. For now, a certain level of proficiency sufficed. The focus remained on foundational skills: chakra control, chakra form transformation, chakra nature transformation, weapon throwing, taijutsu development, and practical exercises. Additionally, he elucidated various battlefield scenarios to illustrate how ninjas should respond to different situations. These elements constituted the core of Feiju Qingting's teaching methodology. The foundational qualities of a ninja were derived from the extensive memories he had absorbed, which he meticulously organized into a teaching format. Once the basics were firmly established, even in his absence, their learning speed would accelerate significantly. Ironically, the one making the most progress was Feiju Qingting himself. Setting aside genjutsu, his proficiency in ninjutsu was growing ever more adept, and his overall ninja qualities were continuously improving. Indeed, the most effective learning method lies in teaching others after acquiring knowledge. Feiju Qingting had not anticipated that. While instructing his disciples, he would further accelerate the already formidable talents he possessed. When it came to the fundamentals of being a ninja, he could assert without hesitation that even Jiraiya was no match for him. Whether in terms of chakra capabilities or the extensive knowledge a ninja ought to acquire, perhaps the only area where he still lagged was in intelligence gathering, primarily because he was not the espionage type of ninja. He was merely a worker in the analytical class, and having such capabilities was already commendable in the capital of the Land of Fire. After confirming Asuma's inclusion in the 12 Guardian Ninja and relaying the information back to Konoha, Feiju Qingting took a leisurely stroll around the city. He was truly astonished by the technological advancements in the ninja world. He purchased various useful items, such as radios and binoculars, tools that were quite handy even for ninjas. Experiencing the reality of these innovations far surpassed merely watching them in anime, revealing stark differences. Additionally, certain aspects were not depicted in the original work. For instance, the audience often wondered why Konoha, believed to possess the strongest power, did not dominate. In Feiju Qingting's perception, the capital held a vast barrier, and there were numerous formidable individuals present, including the 12 Guardian Ninja of the feudal lord and private ninja armies of various noble families. whose strength should not be underestimated. Konoha was merely the largest military organization in the Land of Fire, but by no means the only one. It was indeed an eye-opening experience, after spending several days exploring the bustling heart of the Land of Fire. Feiju Qingting and his companions set off on their journey back to Konoha. They had been away for nearly a month, the longest mission they had undertaken, yet the lack of an opportunity to truly showcase their skills left the trio feeling somewhat regretful. Irika, stepping lightly, quickly followed behind Feiju Qingting, remarking, "Once we return, the other should be no match for our abilities, huh?" Minamoto Ninja replied, "That's a given. The captain's teaching prowess is extraordinary. I feel I could take on 10 of myself from a month ago." Kijitsu Iron Line added, "With the captain's guidance, I have completed the development of my new technique. I can boast my old man when we return." They were genuinely grateful to be assigned to Feiju Qingting's team. Where else would they find such a dedicated captain? He treated them like disciples, imparting knowledge as if they were his own students. Unfortunately, they had not managed to learn the captain's secret techniques. Even Minamoto Ninja, who possessed genjutsu talent, found them too extraordinary for an ordinary person to grasp. Mastery of the mind-reading technique was required, along with a certain level of achievement in that skill. And a profound understanding of genjutsu was essential. Knowledge of human chakra pathways must reach the level of a medical ninja, but IT was simply too formidable. "Hey, stop chatting. I need to accelerate." Use the body flicker technique. It is one of the most useful skills on the battlefield. Feiju Qingting declared as he formed hand seals to refine his chakra. Instantly speeding up, whoosh, at the gates of Konoha, Kamizuki Izumi and Kotetsu Tetsu were idly registering returning ninjas. Kamizuki Izumi sighed. "So boring. Why do we have to guard the gates?" Kotetsu Tetsu replied, "I heard that Feiju Qingting has already started leading a team." "Seriously? We've at least been promoted to Chunin. Why weren't we assigned to lead?" Kamizuki Izumi said, "Well, at least Guy is still out on a mission with Lord Dingzu. If you're on his own, I would be terribly jealous." Mentioning that man brought to mind the image of his green bodysuit and watermelon head. "Ah, my big hammer is itching for action." Kotetsu Tetsu yawned widely. Someone's coming. The two turned their gazes outward to see a familiar figure approaching, accompanied by 3 youngsters. "Hey, Izumi, Tetsu," Feiju Qingting called out, waving as he spotted them. "Hello, senior," the 3 youngsters politely responded. Kotetsu Tetsu narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Why should I treat you differently? Why call me old Tetsu? Am I that old?" He then turned to the trio. "Is this the team you're leading? I hope you're not wasting their talents." He expressed his doubts, recalling that Feiju Qingting's performance had not exceeded theirs during their time at the academy. Now, however, he had not only been promoted to Special Jonin, but was also leading a team. "Ridiculous. I am a man who inherits the will of fire. How could I squander their youth? Tell me, how do you feel about following me?" Feiju Qingting shot Kotetsu Tetsu a glance and addressed the trio. In unison, they exclaimed, "The captain is the best. He is incredible, the most competent ninja in the world." Kamizuki Izumi and Kotetsu Tetsu looked at him with deep skepticism. Has he been brainwashed by Qingting? "Haha, enough of that. I need to go report on the mission. Goodbye. Let us grab a drink together sometime." Having completed the registration, Feiju Qingting took the trio back with him as they watched Feiju Qingting depart. Kamizuki Izumi remarked, "Did he just say he wants a drink with us?" Kotetsu Tetsu replied, "Great. Next time, let us see if we can outdrink him. What does it matter if he is a jonin? He never feared anyone in terms of drinking." Feiju Qingting and the trio parted ways. He first arrived at the Hokage's office to present Asuma's experiences in the capital of the Land of Fire. On the journey back, he had already prepared the report. Although he had provided some updates previously, the procedures in Konoha still needed to be followed. "Qingting, you did well. Go rest now," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gentle smile while reviewing the report in his hands. "Understood," Feiju Qingting replied as he exited the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the documents, pondering, "Asuma, I hope you can discover your own gem." There was a generational gap in his understanding of Asuma, making communication difficult. For now, he could only allow him to take some time outside to reflect. Furthermore, working for the feudal lord in the Land of Fire would allow him to observe closely. Meanwhile, Kijitsu Iron Line returned to Konoha. Unable to contain his excitement, after parting ways with his teammates, he sought out his former classmate, Kamano Kiyuki. Hey, are you looking to spar with me? Kamano Kiyuki regarded him with skepticism. Kijitsu Iron Line concealed his inner thrill and calmly replied, Yes, this time I've trained with the captain and made significant progress. I'd like to test my skills against you at last. He would have the chance to demonstrate his abilities. Kamano Kiyuki belonged to the Scythe clan, and during their time at school, they were evenly matched. Sparring with him would be ideal. Besides, they were good friends. Winning would be even more gratifying. All right then, I've also just trained with my teacher and feel I've improved immensely. Kamano Kiyuki said, secretly thinking, You think you've improved? Just wait until I beat you. After their conversation, the two headed to Training Ground 45. The sun hung lower in the sky, casting a dim yellow light at a 35-degree angle. Here I come. Let me show you my progress. Who is afraid of whom? They declared, taking their stances. Both swiftly drew their weapons in an instant. Kijitsu Iron Line threw several shuriken to test the waters. Clang. Kamano Kiyuki summoned two sides connected by chains, skillfully deflecting all the shuriken. What immense power! He felt as though the shuriken striking the sides bore the weight of a 50-kilogram impact against 80. How is this possible? He has only just graduated 2 months ago. Yet the gap is so vast. Kamano Kiyuki thought, considering that he was also from the Scythe clan and had inherited their techniques. Whoosh! Clang! The clash continued. Kijitsu Iron Line recognized Kamano Kiyuki as practical experience was lacking. Despite possessing the Scythe clan's techniques, he seemed awkward in his execution. The Scythe techniques that had once posed a challenge to him in school now revealed numerous flaws. He quickly devised over a dozen counter-strategies in his mind. However, to test his own abilities, he refrained from using ninjutsu and instead engaged him in close combat with kunai. At Training Ground 45, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed. Clang, whoosh! Kijitsu Iron Line deftly parried Kamano Kiyuki's scythe with his kunai, bringing the kunai to rest against Kamano Kiyuki's neck. Haha, you've lost. Kamiya Kiyoshi cast a penetrating glance at him, relinquishing the tools of his trade. What on earth has happened to you? How have you become so formidable? The recent skirmish had left him feeling utterly stifled, as if he were ensnared by thorny wires that anticipated every possible movement he could make, delivering precise and discomforting counterattacks at every turn. Thorny Wire chuckled. Haha, it's all thanks to our captain's prowess. He subjects us to relentless real combat every single day, employing a myriad of techniques. Therefore, I become quite adept at countering straightforward physical techniques like yours. This filled him with immense pride. Their captain was indeed remarkable. During their battles, he had realized just how powerful the captain truly was. Yet it was only when employing the captain's teachings against Kamiya Kiyoshi that one could truly appreciate the captain's strength. For he was likely among the elite of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Meanwhile, Mibu Shinobu effortlessly defeated his classmates using the most fundamental illusion technique, the flying bamboo dragonfly's modified Narakujin technique. His aspirations mirrored those of Thorny Wire. He longed to showcase his training achievements upon returning to the village. However, having been instructed by the captain, he understood that ninjas must not carelessly divulge information. Thus, he remained tight-lipped about the abilities of the flying bamboo dragonfly, merely commending the captain's teaching prowess to his peers. I certainly do not wish to endure the captain's modified Narakujin technique again. The three of them had experienced more than enough of that torment. It seemed the captain relished in employing such torturous methods to motivate them, causing him to shudder at the mere thought. By a tranquil, secluded river in the Hidden Leaf, Irika was diligently practicing water release. A water dragon swayed rhythmically in the current, twisting and turning as though engaged in a dance. Its head bore only dragon horns, and its elongated body suggested it was a water dragon bullet technique, taking on a cartoonish appearance. Damn it, the transformation of ninjutsu is proving to be exceedingly difficult to master. His relentless practice stemmed from a desire to swiftly grasp the transformation techniques taught by the captain. According to the captain's explanation, to enhance the release and formation speed of the water dragon bullet technique, one must attain a deeper understanding of transformation. This was an essential task beyond merely forming hand seals. Zuin slap. Another failure, he fervently practiced. Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly observed him from behind. Seeing him attempt such a complex ninjutsu brought a smile to the Hokage's face. The abilities of the flying bamboo dragonfly gained yet more merit in his eyes. Noticing Irika's disheartened expression, he approached. What seems to be the matter? Is the ninjutsu too difficult, leaving you feeling discouraged? Irika, panting, turned to reveal a bright smile upon hearing the third Hokage's voice. Lord Third Hokage. He then replied, Ah, not quite. The captain has mentioned that mastering ninjutsu is not something that can be accomplished in a day. It requires daily practice. Yet, despite being able to follow the hand seals, his speed and power were still far from the captain's level. This thought led him to recall the first demonstration of the water dragon by the flying bamboo dragonfly, a majestic dragon standing 30 meters tall, its swaying whiskers far more powerful than his current water dragon. Its form was imposing and formidable, capable of causing immense destruction with a single strike and even controlling the water dragon to carry them through the skies. That was the true water dragon bullet. The captain had assured him that achieving this was within reach, provided he mastered the fundamentals he had been taught, and it would come easily. Now, in the presence of the third Hokage, he felt a wave of shame wash over him as he compared his own water dragon to the captain's. Lord Third Hokage, could it be that I lack talent? Kazaki has already begun to imbue wind nature transformation onto his tools. While Irika inquired, he had often doubted himself, feeling inferior to his teammate Thorny Wire. The flying bamboo dragonfly had insisted that their talents were comparable, which had kept him persevering. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback, replied, Irika, mastering transformation and nature changes is a skill that only a jonin must possess. For you at this stage, it is still quite early, hence your doubts. Upon hearing this, Irika's eyes brightened. Currently, you simply need to practice more. You will gradually master transformation. Every jonin has learned from predecessors. It is not common for one to directly grasp transformation or nature changes. Irika nodded, realizing that the captain had placed great expectations on them, teaching jonin-level skills to mere genin. Everyone has their own strengths. You are a thoughtful child with a calm demeanor, well-suited for researching foundational techniques and expressing them. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly. In my day, I too went through similar struggles, and I'm a master of ninjutsu. I shall guide you, really. The Hokage's words were binding as a promise. Ichiraku Ramen Shop in the Hidden Leaf. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, the flying bamboo dragonfly made his way to Ichiraku. Unbeknownst to him, the children were busy boasting tea that moment. He only wished to reunite with the long-missed SHBU. Slurp! SHBU's noodles are simply delectable. Nothing outside can compare. The flying bamboo dragonfly praised SHBU that tea was the same familiar flavor. SHBU's cheeks flushed at his words, her eyes sparkling with delight. Oh dear, how embarrassing. She shot him a playful glance. You little rascal. My skills were honed in the capital of the Fire Nation and further refined. Don't think I don't know that you're just flattering me. That is unjust. Dear father-in-law, your brilliance surpasses others. How could they compare? The flying bamboo dragonfly remarked with a slurp. SHBU replied, You must have had a tough time on your mission, being away for so long. Not at all. The thought of you waiting for me in the village makes every moment worthwhile, he responded. Well, you haven't been injured, have you? Who do you think I am? The most exceptional sensory ninja of the Leafs analysis team. How could anyone harm me? Absolutely impossible. The flying bamboo dragonfly assured her, thumping his chest with confidence. The feeling of safety surged within him. When venturing out, the safety of family is paramount, so he emphasized his strength before SHBU. Not fearing other speculations about his abilities. Boasting is a common trait that I believe in you. Those words caused the flying bamboo dragonfly's heart to swell with joy. Truly, she was his beloved. The noodles in his mouth tasted even better. After sharing a tender moment with SHBU, they were playfully shooed away by Itachi, hand in hand, ready to stroll through the streets. Itachi was evidently a good father-in-law, understanding and considerate. The two strolled hand in hand along the bustling streets of the Hidden Leaf, leaning into one another, sharing laughter as the flying bamboo dragonfly recounted amusing tales from the Fire Nation, the vibrancy of its cities and various technologies, including cinemas. The Hidden Leaf had yet to acquire cinemas, and it might take several more years for them to gradually introduce such entertainment. Meanwhile, SHBU shared amusing anecdotes from the ramen shop, such as the recent buzz about a 2-year-old blonde child frequently referred to by residents as the reincarnation of a nine-tailed fox. This rumor spread from person to person, leaving anyone who encountered the child feeling uneasy in the midst of the bustling street. SHBU pointed out a suspicious-looking little boy. "Look, that's him." The flying bamboo dragonfly glanced at the child, whose yellow hair resembled a pineapple. The small figure wandered through the street, seemingly eager to hug anyone he spotted, regardless of gender. However, as soon as the passers-by caught sight of the yellow-haired boy, their faces twisted in fright as they hurriedly fled. Embrace. Naruto spread his arms wide, seemingly yearning for someone to embrace him. Yet the moment he approached anyone, they would shoo him away. After a while, feeling weary, he crouched down on the ground, tears cascading down his cheeks. At such a tender age, he could not fathom why he was met with such disdain. Whenever he was seen, people would flee. It was evident that those adults would gladly hold other children. Alone, he appeared profoundly desolate. Just then, a shadow enveloped him. Looking up, Naruto beheld a fearsome adult wrapped in bandages, accompanied by a woman with a gentle smile. "Dragonfly, have you not heard the rumors that he is the embodiment of the nine-tailed fox?" "Aren't you afraid?" asked Changpu with curiosity. She had little understanding of the nine-tailed fox, only recalling the commotion caused nearly 2 years prior when Feiju Dragonfly recounted tales of the nine-tailed beast. What she perceived at this moment was not a fox spirit, but rather a solitary child. She wondered how his parents could allow such a young child to roam freely outside. Observing Naruto, Feiju Dragonfly chuckled softly. "A fox spirit? I was not afraid of it over a year ago, and I certainly have no fear now. Besides, he is not a fox spirit. He is merely a little boy." "Right, young brother." He lowered himself to Naruto's level. Naruto gazed at Feiju Dragonfly, sensing a difference in him compared to others, reminiscent of his grandfather, the third Hokage. "Hug!" Little Naruto exclaimed, extending his arms. In his perception, several figures from the Umbu emerged. Nonetheless, he lifted Naruto into his embrace. Within his sensory awareness, it felt akin to cradling a vast conglomeration of chakra. Under his powerful perception, the immense chakra concealed beneath the sealing technique was still discernible. It was remarkably similar to the nine tails he had encountered before, albeit less exposed and less burdensome due to the sealing. Feiju Dragonfly mused as for why the barely 1.5-year-old Naruto was wandering the streets alone. He could not ascertain. However, from the hidden ninjas surrounding them, it was likely that the third Hokage had allowed him to stroll about. He could only speculate. Otherwise, the Umbu would have already guided Naruto back. Observing the eager and ready-to-strike Umbu, Feiju Dragonfly shook his head. The fourth Hokage's achievement had granted Naruto such an environment. The third Hokage's ineptitude was evident. Even if others intervened, it should not have come to this. Yet, he chose not to interfere too much. He had merely chanced upon Naruto today. What harm was there in playing with him for a bit? Wow, so adorable. Changpu, how about we have 4 children in the future? Feiju Dragonfly jested. Changpu's face flushed. If Dragonfly can wishes, that could be arranged. How could he utter such blatant words in public? How could she respond so openly? My goodness. Nevertheless, this little boy truly was delightful. Changpu pinched Naruto's cheeks. I am Changpu. You must call me sister. What is your name, little friend? Naruto, brimming with excitement, joyfully replied, Sister Changpu, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Evidently, despite his youth, his awareness was not much inferior to that of the 6-year-old children in Feiju Dragonfly's previous life. I am Feiju Dragonfly. Do remember, I have held you before. Feiju Dragonfly handed Naruto over to Changpu for her to hold. He is a fox spirit. They have embraced a fox spirit. How terrifying. Aren't they afraid of death? A resident thought, still haunted by the memory of the 9-tailed fox's claw piercing through their home over a year ago. The onlookers were taken aback by their audacity and began to distance themselves. Should the fox spirit erupt, they would surely be doomed. Little Naruto, clearly aware of the murmurs, wore a somewhat dejected expression. In the Hokage's office, a member of the Umbu reported, Hokage-sama, someone has picked up the Jinchuriki. Should we implement specific measures? Who is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired sternly. It is a ninja named Feiju Dragonfly. He seems to be off duty today. Although the Umbu internally criticized, it was not long ago that they had been instructed not to allow Naruto on the streets. Do not let Naruto develop dependencies, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused. Feiju Dragonfly. He hasn't done anything, has he? He appears to be playing with a girl who seems to be his girlfriend. The Umbu had not anticipated that. Despite the rumors of Naruto being a fox spirit, someone would dare to embrace him. Only those who had experienced the power of the Nine Tails could comprehend its peril. Such a person was either oblivious or had ulterior motives regarding the Jinchuriki. Prompting the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered briefly. Hiruzen, anyone approaching the Jinchuriki must have ulterior motives. Hand him over to me. I will extract all information from him. An elderly man with a scarred jaw and a composed demeanor slowly entered the room. His confidence made the nearby Umbu break into a cold sweat. Danzo, you need not concern yourself with the Jinchuriki's affairs. What news do you have regarding Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen deftly redirected the conversation. He felt assured about Feiju Dragonfly. He was the most dedicated ninja he had seen, embodying the will of fire. In every endeavor, he radiated that spirit, whether during the Third Shinobi World War or in his role as a team leader. Thus, he would not allow Danzo to sabotage Feiju Dragonfly's potential. Humph, it is your indecisiveness that has allowed him to escape. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. Danzo scoffed that a year ago. I thought he had merely strayed momentarily. I never anticipated he would accomplish so much. I will find him and capture him, he declared. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The defection of Orochimaru from Konoha over a year ago had deprived the village of a formidable asset, hindering Konoha's recovery efforts. According to recent intel, Orochimaru appears to have vanished in the land of bears, his whereabouts unknown. Let it be. There is no need to search him out specifically, given Orochimaru's skills. Seeking him abroad would be a waste of resources, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed. Danzo replied, that is acceptable, but there is one more matter. He scanned the surrounding Umbu. Upon noticing this, the Umbu discreetly vacated the Hokage's office. What is it? There have been numerous movements within the Uchiha clan recently. Danzo's words struck Sarutobi Hiruzen like a thunderclap. Due to the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails, the Uchiha had not been under complete surveillance for over a year, leading to a significant drain on Konoha's manpower. This discontent had sparked treacherous thoughts of rebellion among the Uchiha. This was a source of great concern for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, after a year of investigation, it became evident that the Uchiha had lacked the means to control the Nine Tails during the chaos. For the time being, we will put the Uchiha matter on hold, that I will ensure our spies continue their surveillance. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally resolved. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Frustrated by the lack of desired action, Danzo stormed out that on the streets of Konoha, Feiju Dragonfly seemed to have found a source of amusement. Lifting Naruto by his armpits and tossing him into the sky, ready to catch him upon his descent. The observing Umbu broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for the Hokage's prior instructions to allow Feiju Dragonfly's interaction with the Jinchuriki, they would have intervened. Nevertheless, they remained on high alert, prepared to act should the Jinchuriki suddenly break free from his seal. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Naruto, was elated. This bandaged uncle was not so terrifying after all. He even seemed a bit gentle. The smile on his face influenced Naruto, allowing him to cast aside the emotions he had absorbed from others and revel in the moment. He was unaware that, at this juncture, his fate had already shifted. He was no longer the child whom everyone feared. Feiju Dragonfly did not dwell on such matters. He simply desired to do as he pleased without impacting his own circumstances. What was wrong with playing with the fourth Hokage's son? Surely, the third Hokage would not reprimand him for such a trivial matter. Currently, Naruto is still a child, full of delightful mischief. Once he matures and acquires the power of the Sage of Six Paths, the charm will inevitably fade. This also serves as a tribute to the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, allowing the hero's son to experience at least a modicum of warmth. Of course, he would not intentionally impose anything upon Naruto. His own talents do not hinge entirely upon Naruto's existence. As Naruto grows, Feiju Qingting, based on current progress, predicts that his genjutsu skills will soon elevate him to a position of great prominence. Seeing Feiju Qingting so thoroughly enjoying himself, Changpu's cheeks flushed with increasing color. She found herself contemplating the idea of having children with him, envisioning a few adorable little ones akin to Naruto. Unbeknownst to them, around the corner, a young boy held the hand of a child nearly the same size as Naruto, watching the two play. Sasuke gazed at the sight of Naruto being lifted high by Feiju Qingting. His eyes gradually brightening, he turned to the young boy beside him and said, "Brother, I want to do that too." Uchiha Itachi smiled upon hearing this, replying, "All right, but let's wait until we return." Sasuke's face radiated excitement. However, Itachi's thoughts were elsewhere, observing Feiju Qingting. This individual possesses remarkable strength. He contemplated using his Sharingan to scrutinize Feiju Qingting, but a shiver coursed through him if he were to employ the Sharingan for observation. It might lead to undesirable consequences. "Let us go. Mother has prepared some delicious sweets." Yes, I must be lifted high again." Sasuke, not fully grasping the situation, felt elated as he held Itachi's hand, his steps light. Feiju Qingting was unaware of the scrutiny he was under or of the intent to use the Sharingan. Had he known, he would certainly have been curious about what might transpire with Itachi. Being well-versed in this world of ninjas, often referred to as the realm of legends, he remained vigilant against the extreme dangers posed by the Sharingan and Byakugan. He had set up a protective network of information around himself, specifically designed to counter visual and sensory ninjutsu. Regardless of the type of eye or sensory technique, any deep observation of him would be met with a torrent of chaotic memories embedded within his body. This measure was to prevent inadvertent harm, yet it was not without discomfort. Thus, the Byakugan could not perceive him, and the Sharingan could not replicate the techniques he employed. "Naruto, my sister and I must take our leave. Where do you reside? Would you like me to escort you home?" Feiju Qingting glanced at the sky, setting Naruto down as he spoke. His words heightened the tension among the surrounding Umbu. Inquiring about the residence of a Jinchuriki surely posed a problem. Forget it. I know you must know your way home. Go back on your own, but do not get lost." Feiju Qingting, sensing the stirrings around him, merely scoffed. "Such timid individuals, that's merely the nine tails. Just wait until I have it under my control." Reluctantly, Naruto turned back multiple times, pouting as he asked, "Brother Qingting, will I be able to see you again? Return now. I'm a guardian of Konoha. Even if you do not encounter me regularly, you will certainly meet me once you become a ninja." Feiju Qingting waved his hand with a smile. "Do your best." Changpu encouraged Naruto. Beaming with joy, Naruto resolutely set his sights on a singular goal: to become a ninja. 2 years later, Feiju Qingting had married Changpu. Holding a modest wedding with just the right number of relatives in attendance, the two finally became a cherished couple. On that day, Feiju Qingting was immensely joyful, having finally become a man in this world. Ichiraku ramen grew increasingly popular, and his father's weaving skills had improved as he began saving money for his grandchild. However, during these 2 years, he had not seen Naruto even once, while Changpu had encountered him many times due to her increasing number of missions. The strength of Konoha village gradually restored. The third Hokage regained recognition from various nations, and the influx of mission resources surged. Consequently, Feiju Qingting's work became more frequent, occasionally leading a team to complete missions and guiding their further training. Now, they had all become Chunin, acknowledged by the Hokage as capable of leading a team. Feiju Qingting's work had finally returned to its former state as an intelligence analyst, but he still relished this role. Leading a team, even Irika and the 3 little ones were not difficult to manage. Initially, it was manageable. However, as they progressed and became familiar with Feiju Qingting's situation, they grew bolder, eager to extract better resources from their captain. Finally finished. Feiju Qingting clinked glasses with Shang Jimin. "You rascal, I envy you. You actually got married." Shang Jimin exclaimed with jealousy. He recalled the vow he had made to flaunt his romantic exploits in front of Feiju Qingting, only to find that before he could even begin, Feiju Qingting had already tied the knot. How infuriating. Not only that, but I might also be cradling a son next year. You better hurry up. After all, you are now a Chunin too. Feiju Qingting spoke of his wife with delight. His first step toward his dream was to find a gentle, capable, and wealthy partner, with the next step being to have children, perhaps 4 or 5. They were already preparing for it, and with a bit of luck, they might even end up as classmates with Konohamaru and the others that be. By the way, why did you give up on the idea of continuing to lead teams? Wouldn't you earn more that way? Shang Jimin inquired, perplexed. Once was enough. It's not an easy task to manage that. I am not cut out for that. Feiju Qingting self-deprecatingly replied. Some experiences only need to be undertaken once. The role of guiding graduates involved too much travel, and working in the analysis class was preferable. Less work and closer to home. Did I ask for money? My wife provides that. I don't understand it. I heard that you're subordinate. Jishi Taixian has become a pillar of Konoha and will likely surpass me soon to become a jounin. Shang Jimin remarked, skeptical of Feiju Qingting's self-assessment. Moreover, Irika had also become a chunin and was now teaching at the Ninja Academy. He might very well become a jounin someday. Even Rin Shinin had joined the interrogation department and recently achieved numerous accomplishments, making him a cornerstone of that sector. Thus, Shang Jimin could not fathom why such an outstanding individual as Feiju Qingting would choose to remain in the analysis class. At the Konoha Tavern, Feiju Qingting commented, they're doing all right, barely qualifying as chunin. Becoming jounin is still a ways off. Talent truly shapes one's life. He believed that in ninjutsu, apart from certain forbidden techniques, he was not inferior to the third Hokage. Yet, even with diligent reflection and instruction, the trio's strength could only be considered a moderate pace of growth, not warranting the title of genius. Ordinary jounin is their limit. They should not be discontent. They are only 14 and have ample room to grow. Unlike me, already 17 and still merely a chunin, I doubt I will ever reach jounin. Shang Jimin lamented, glancing at Feiju Qingting, who he recognized as the true genius. Both in terms of personal learning ability and teaching prowess, he was exceptional. Enough of that. Cheers to your return to the analysis class. With that, the two happily raised their drinks. Feiju Qingting felt genuine happiness. This was the life a Hokage should lead, surrounded by a wife, friends, superiors, a father, and disciples. He was free from the burdens of office politics and intrigue, and the analysis class was devoid of such tensions, allowing for straightforward work, merely reading memories and reporting. Their laughter and conversation continued until Changpu approached, tugging on his ear and dragging him away at Feiju Qingting's home. Changpu crossed her arms, looking at him seriously. Another round of drinks? Do you intend to return home like this? Feiju Qingting chuckled. It's just a friendly exchange among colleagues. Strangely, after their marriage, Changpu's demeanor had subtly shifted in certain aspects. She was no longer just a girl, but had assumed the role of a mother to the family. Moreover, unlike the wives of others, she seemed increasingly distinct, influenced by Feiju Qingting, becoming more and more unique. That moment. Changpu's cheeks flushed a shade of red. Qingting, today we're going to engage in something rather immoral. Immoral? Feiju Qingting looked at her slightly tipsy visage, suddenly understanding. Honestly, if you wish to have children, just say so. In an instant, within the intimacy of the bedchamber, the bloodline continued. At the 98th training ground, shurikens whistled through the air, dividing into 6 directions, each embedded at specific points throughout the training area, among the trees, the rivers, and the ground itself. The barrier technique, the inverted golden bell, was executed. Feiju Qingting formed intricate hand seals, a multitude of them. As chakra surged within him, the shurikens, adorned with talismans, began to react with one another. The colossal golden bell enveloped the 98th training ground. As the final seal was completed, the golden bell inverted, in a moment devoid of sound. The entire training ground vanished, leaving only an expansive, desolate terrain. Birds perched in the trees, witnessing the sudden disappearance, widened their eyes in astonishment. They chirped thrice before taking flight, leaving behind a scattering of droppings. Beneath the ground, an ethereal golden bell took shape, visible solely to Feiju Qingting. Within this bell resided the entirety of the 98th training ground, mountains and rivers intact, without a single blemish, after over 2 years of diligent effort. This barrier technique had finally reached completion. Feiju Qingting absorbed the atmosphere around him, finding it unchanged. He still stood at the center of the training ground. The river flowed as before, and the trees continued to thrive. Yet, The realm encompassed by the barrier bore distinct boundaries. Beyond these borders, everything remained unaltered. The sun still shone overhead, and the water continued its gentle flow. Externally, the barrier appeared as nothing more than flat land, indistinguishable from any other. This technique was his painstaking research in sealing and barriers, aimed at protecting his family against Pain's formidable jutsu. It was a spatial barrier, devoid of special abilities, rendering it impossible for external forces to penetrate. As for the Flying Thunder God and other spatial ninjutsu, whether they could breach it remained to be seen. The god of shinobi likely could not, as he lacked coordinates. However, if the Flying Thunder God had coordinates, entry should be feasible. But how many could accomplish that? There lay a flaw. The barrier he had crafted was limited in scope. To extend it across the entire Hidden Leaf Village would require the consent of the Hokage and the approval of the two elders. The third Hokage was no longer an option. Being indecisive, he would have to wait for Tsunade's succession to arrange such a deployment. The earlier commotion had originated from this very location. While he pondered, a voice reached his ears. Three figures approached from afar. Gazing upon the barren expanse, they were struck with astonishment. Such a vast training ground had inexplicably vanished. Yet the desolate land testified to the reality of the situation. The Uchiha Guard. Feiju Qingting mused that I wonder if the Sharingan's perceptive abilities can discern anything. Uchiha Shursui rubbed his hand against the earth and surveyed the surroundings. What is this? Who practiced this jutsu? One Uchiha inquired. It appears someone executed an enormous earth release, leveling this area. Another speculated. Uchiha Shursui replied, No, this is not ninjutsu. Sharingan, activate. His eyes widened, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan as he scrutinized everything within the training ground, seeking clues from the surroundings. The more he observed, the more his brow furrowed. The boundary of the flat land seemed to indicate that the river had just entered this plain, as if flowing into another space, only to re-emerge from another point. Shursui approached the boundary, attempting to discern how the water traversed. It appeared as if a river had always existed ahead, flowing normally. An illusion. Shursui mused, confident in his Sharingan, unwilling to believe it was merely an illusion. Nonetheless, he tested it by disrupting his internal chakra, and a change occurred. The other two Uchiha experienced the same. What on earth is happening? The three reconvened, each frowning in silence. Could it be a spy attack? Yet why such a commotion? The startled bird's flight had already provided ample clues for a ninja. Something significant had undoubtedly transpired here. This left them bewildered. Uchiha Shursui made a decisive call. We must report this to the Hokage. Why report to the Hokage? Patrolling the leaf is our duty as the guard, one Uchiha protested. For them, such matters ought to be investigated by the Uchiha. This is an Uchiha issue, and thus a matter for the village. Shursui stated solemnly. The members of the clan were becoming increasingly radicalized. He sensed their sentiments, the words and actions of those around him betraying their discontent with the Hokage, which filled him with sorrow. Qingting-kun, I brought lunch, Champu announced as she approached the training ground. What greeted her was the fearsome trio of Uchiha, the familiar environment now obliterated into flat land. Her smile vanished abruptly, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at the three. You are members of the guard. Where is my husband? A foreboding feeling gripped her heart. She feared that Feiju Qingting had been apprehended by the guard, having heard him speak of researching some ninjutsu. Overwhelmed by this thought, tears streamed down her face. Uchiha Shursui's expression brightened upon hearing her words. Qingting-kun? Who are you? As a resident of the village, she must surely be the one responsible for the training ground's disappearance. They ought to detain her for questioning. The two Uchiha exchanged glances, preparing to seize her. Stop. You cannot just apprehend her. She clearly isn't a ninja. Her chakra too weak to even manifest. Shursui interjected, halting their actions. The two Uchiha were displeased with his intervention. The Uchiha had the right to detain first, question later, but Shursui's leadership complicated matters, despite their agitation. However, given Shursui's position as captain, they retained their composure. Yet once they returned to the clan, they would certainly report this to the clan leader. So where have you taken my husband? Changpu queried, tears brimming in her eyes, unable to comprehend their words. Who is your husband? Shursui asked. The situation here might indeed be linked to this individual. Could they be a spy? It is I dot with a voice that instilled their vigilance. The ground beneath them began to shift gradually. Trees, grass, and flowing rivers, along with the wooden training posts, suddenly materialized before them, unnoticed. Everything seemed to revert to its original state. Shursue's Sharingan spun rapidly, detecting no trace of the earlier anomaly. It was as though the flat land had merely been an illusion. The only difference was the presence of a man wrapped in bandages. The one who had just spoken. The three Uchiha gripped their swords tightly, alert and fixated on Feiju Qingting. How terrifying to have appeared before them without a sound. They were the most perceptive clan in the Hidden Leaf. Feiju Qingting, noticing Changpu's arrival, felt a pang of regret. He had intended to restore everything to normal after they left. Not wanting to reveal too much to others, he had overlooked the timing of Changpu's meal delivery. Particularly upon seeing her tears, his heart ached, prompting him to dissolve the barrier technique and gradually reveal himself before the three Uchiha. He had no desire to engage with the Uchiha or to delve into the mysteries of the Sharingan. His only curiosity lay in how his illusion would fare against their eye technique. However, he could not allow them to interrogate his wife. That was the essence of his training. Fear not, my dear. Did I not assure you? Your husband is quite strong. Feiju Qingting swiftly embraced Changpu, taking the lunch she held. Let me see what delicacies you have prepared today. Is it the finest ramen made by my beloved wife? Upon witnessing Feiju Qingting's well-being in the time he took to comfort her, Changpu's tears dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile. Just moments ago, she had genuinely feared her husband had been captured. I'm glad to hear that. Who are you exactly? What transpired here just now? If you do not clarify, I shall treat you as a spy. The slightly plump Uchiha unsheathed his long sword, his dual Tomo Sharingan rotating slowly. Another slender Uchiha mirrored his actions. Should Feiju Qingting exhibit any unusual behavior or deceit, they would unleash their wrath upon him. Even Shursui gripped his weapon tightly, prepared to strike at a moment's notice, for in the depths of his Sharingan, he sensed the formidable presence of this man, whose mere stance exuded power. If he were indeed an adversary, Shursui could not guarantee a swift victory. Thankfully, he did not appear to be an enemy. His gaze fell upon Ayam, his wife, who bore no signs of being a spy. Yet, vigilance remained paramount for the safety of Konoha. As the guard approached to apprehend her husband, Ayam's heart tightened with concern. Her eyes filled with worry for Feiju Qingting, but he reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, before turning to the trio of guards. Analysis team, Special Jonin Feiju Qingting. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Shursui. The slightly plump Uchiha barked. Enough of the pleasantries. I demand to know what you were doing just now. Do you not presume to get chummy with us, Uchiha? You are not worthy that if you refuse to speak, we will have no choice but to escort you to the guard station. Shursui furrowed his brow, surprised that this individual recognized him. Jonin of the analysis team? Speak up. What transpired here just moments ago, and why did you vanish only to return? While we have no concrete evidence against you, I trust you understand the necessity for Konoha's safety. Listening to their tone, Feiju Qingting sighed. Even the usually temperate Uchiha Shursui seemed unable to escape the flaws of his clan. To ease Ayam's worries, he interjected, I was merely experimenting with a new ninjutsu. The commotion was unintentional. I did not anticipate my routine practice would attract the attention of the esteemed guard. Simultaneously, under the scrutinizing gazes of the three, he produced his identification as a Konoha Jonin, complete with a photograph, identification number, and graduation date. This is my proof. May we take our leave now? Feiju Qingting found himself speechless. The Uchiha truly were a source of irritation, much like the police in his previous life, who regarded every action of a suspect as a potential threat. Identification could easily be forged, especially for a ninja. It seemed prudent for you to accompany us back to the guard station until we can clarify matters. Seeing his apparent cowardice, the slightly plump Uchiha activated his Sharingan. Locking eyes with Feiju Qingting, Shursui gasped, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. How brazen had the clan become? He murmured inwardly, casting a glance at Feiju Qingting. Hoping for his safety, the Sharingan's genjutsu was unparalleled. With no defenses in place, there was no chance of escape once ensnared. Indeed, as Feiju Qingting began to channel his chakra, he sensed the encroaching genjutsu. Yet, driven by a desire to experience the Sharingan's power, he refrained from a vigorous counterattack, curious to see how his own counter-genjutsu would perform against Itachi. In the realm of his mind, he found himself suspended upon a colossal pillar, bound by extending stone blocks that he realized this was the enchantment of the magical shackles. The genjutsu was impeccably executed. Without a preemptive strategy, an ordinary jonin would surely succumb. However, in that instant, a fantastical point of light erupted from his heart, causing a chaotic disturbance in his chakra, releasing a unique wave that rebounded the genjutsu back upon its caster. With a grunt, the slightly plump Uchiha's eyes became vacant, his body rendered immobile, as Shursui and the slender Uchiha gazed on in confusion. Meanwhile, Feiju Qingting regained consciousness, pleased to find that his counter-genjutsu had succeeded so swiftly. Though it seemed an eternity had passed, it was merely the blink of an eye. The rebound mirror was his creation designed to counter Jinja, capable of reflecting ordinary illusions. Even if it failed to rebound, it could still disrupt the chakra within, allowing him to break free from the Sharingan's ocular techniques without reliance on teammates, drawing inspiration from the original work, which depicted the Jinchuriki utilizing tailed beasts to escape Genjutsu. This technique combined sealing arts, barrier techniques, and Genjutsu into an S-rank illusion that IT was his first S-rank Genjutsu, the difficulty of which surpassed all others. Afterward, he turned his attention to the Uchiha across from him. Dati, who casually employed Genjutsu against comrades of the village, is somewhat disgraceful for the Uchiha. It appears your clan has fallen from grace. Feiju Qingting declared confidently. He no longer feared the Uchiha, knowing Shursui would not resort to using his ultimate technique against him. Even if he did, he had his own countermeasures. The operations of memory backup from the Shinigami could be learned, and he had unraveled the historical alterations enacted by Tsukishima. He had seamlessly integrated these techniques into his role as Hokage, showcasing his innate talent, especially in mind reading, where implanting memories posed no challenge. What have you done to him? Wake up, village! The slender Uchiha exclaimed, alarmed by Feiju Qingting's unchanged demeanor as he glanced at his motionless comrade. The slightly plump Uchiha remained still, ensnared in the Genjutsu. Shursui disrupted the chakra of the slightly plump Uchiha, who gradually regained awareness. Be cautious. He can rebound Genjutsu. In the very moment of awakening, he relayed the situation to his teammates. His ocular technique had been undone and reflected. How terrifying. The two Uchihas, upon hearing this, tightened their grips on their weapons. If you engage the guard, do you wish to be branded a rogue ninja? Shursui addressed Feiju Qingting, despite his discontent with the sudden aggression of the slightly plump Uchiha. Feiju Qingting's actions incited greater ire. Do not label me unjustly. I am but a bearer of the will of fire. My reaction was merely instinctive. You are being unreasonable. Feiju Qingting retorted, equally incensed, having expected Shursui to embody the mature Uchiha persona, only to find him lacking. Come with me to see the Hokage, Shursui commanded, forming a single hand seal and vanishing from sight, reappearing with his blade poised against Feiju Qingting's neck. Clang! Please step aside and watch as your husband showcases his prowess against the Uchiha protecting the village. Feiju Qingting deflected the katana with a kunai, forming a hand seal as a bird materialized beneath Iam's feet, lifting her into the sky before he turned to face Shursui. Come forth, Shursui. I have long heard of your renown. Let us see if you truly live up to your reputation. A battle with the possessor of the Kodoeme Tsukumi is indeed a thrilling encounter. In an instant, the two figures clashed with the speed of lightning. Kunai and sword colliding, igniting a shower of sparks. Impossible. How could anyone keep pace with Shursui's instantaneous technique? The slightly plump Uchiha observed with astonishment as the two combatants displayed their equal resolve. Even with the Sharingan's dynamic vision, he could barely discern the frenetic exchange. That it was evident that Shursui's instantaneous technique was no inferior feat. In fact, it seemed to hold a slight advantage. How was it possible that Feiju Qingting could perceive his movements and manipulate his body without the aid of the Sharingan? The slender Uchiha shared similar thoughts, activating his Sharingan to spectate, subsequently withdrawing from the fray. Only Iam, high above, clung to the back of a giant eagle, anxiously observing the battle below. Though Feiju Qingting had always boasted of his strength, she remained apprehensive, fearing for his safety. Lacking the Uchiha's keen perception, she could only hear the sounds of battle and witness the afterimages left in the wake of their incredible speed. After another exchange of blows, Shursui retreated swiftly, frowning. Your instantaneous technique is on par with mine. Based on the village's response, you possess specialized capabilities to counter genjutsu, and your taijutsu is formidable. Holding back is no longer an option. With this thought, Shursui ceased to restrain himself, forming seals to cast a multitude of clones of himself. Phantom Instantaneous Technique. A swarm of Shursui clones surged forth to attack Feiju Qingting. Naive. So you aspire to be the foremost Uchiha of the future? Allow me to instruct you. The dragonfly, soaring through the air, regarded the illusionary technique of his opponent with a scornful smile. To utilize such phantoms before a perceptive ninja was nothing short of absurd. With a flicker of his chakra, he initiated the Yin transformation technique, a technique that manifested illusions at the moment when his adversary's focus was most acute. He unleashed a Genja. The Uchiha clan had become overly reliant on their Sharingan. For visual-based illusions like his, success was almost guaranteed. While the Sharingan naturally suppressed ordinary illusionist ninjas, he was no ordinary ninja. Knowing that he was an Uchiha, yet daring to employ genjutsu against him, Uchiha Shursui furrowed his brow, but his movements did not falter. With the Sharingan activated, countering illusionists was a straightforward endeavor. The three tomo spun rapidly, bolstering his mental fortitude. Yet bang! Suddenly, a vision of Uchiha, Fugaku, leading the Uchiha rebellion against Konoha, manifested before him. Konoha lay in ruins, its citizens weeping. Opportunistic outsiders seized the chaos, eager to partake in the devastation. Release. With a swift turn of his Sharingan, Shursui returned to the present. Finding the dragonfly before him, besieged by numerous clones. Yet again, bang, the scene of destruction reappeared. Shattered walls, the decay of Konoha. The dragonfly drew closer, but every time Shursui believed he had dispelled the illusion, he fell victim to it once more. The adversary had cast but a single illusion, yet each time he thought it dispelled, he was ensnared again. Thus, it was evident that this genjutsu was no ordinary art. It must possess some underlying mechanism. Realizing this, Shursui ceased his assault and retreated slightly, observing the dragonfly's focused demeanor. However, the onslaught of illusions continued to assail him. His opponent, the dragonfly, merely crossed his arms, refraining from taking advantage of Shursui's predicament. Should I resort to that? The relentless assault of the illusion caused Shursui considerable distress. No, it was impossible for the illusion to reform once dispelled. There must be some critical aspect he had overlooked, a cycle of repetition. With his eyes tightly shut, his Sharingan underwent a subtle transformation, departing from the three-tomo pattern as he sensed the unusual flow of chakra. Suddenly, as he dispelled the illusion yet again, he felt his own chakra exhibiting irregular movement, a portion consumed in the process. Oh, that was it. This formidable genjutsu manipulated the enemy's chakra against him. Without the Sharingan, attempting to break free would be exceedingly arduous. Shursui marveled at the opponent's mastery of illusions while contemplating a countermeasure. Meanwhile, the dragonfly, with a faint smile, observed him, confident that the illusion was nearly broken. If he could identify the crucial point, even the sacred gate could be undone. He refused to believe that the most talented illusionist of the Uchiha clan could not prevail given sufficient time. Satisfied with his own illusion, which he had employed most frequently over the years, he had only tested many newly developed illusions in experimental scenarios. In most instances, he resolved conflicts with this illusion paired with shuriken, earning him a moniker of one-move wonder from his teammates, a title he found rather unflattering. Release. Having pinpointed the key, Shursui instantaneously dispelled the dragonfly's genjutsu, yet he regarded his opponent with newfound respect. The dragonfly's illusions were even more formidable than he had anticipated. Not only was he adept at dispelling illusions, but his own creations were equally exceptional and remarkably difficult to unravel. Had he attempted a counter just as Shursui dispelled his illusion, he would have likely suffered damage. Shall we continue? The dragonfly inquired, hands raised in a gesture of nonchalance. Shursui opened his eyes, the Sharingan reverting to its three-tomo configuration, intently fixed on the dragonfly. Just as he hesitated to act, a figure emerged. Enough, the battle ends here. He is not an enemy. The three members of the guard gasped in surprise. Lord Hokage. Sir to-be Hiruzen remained silent. Addressing them, the dragonfly is the captain of the analysis team under Hai. He is a trustworthy companion and requires no weapons drawn against him. Lord Hokage, your timing is rather late. I almost lost control. The dragonfly quipped. Hiruzen cleared his throat awkwardly due to an influx of paperwork. I rushed over upon receiving your message. Though my stamina is not what it once was, in truth, he had been observing their battle from the shadows, eager to assess the potential of Konoha's future. His gaze swept over the dragonfly, astonished that he could contend with Shursui, even gaining the upper hand at times. Clearly, he had surpassed the prefix of merely being a special J-nin. Furthermore, the illusion that had ensnared even an Uchiha rivaled the level of his own teacher's illusions. Shursui and his companions exchanged glances. When had the dragonfly sent a message? Lord Hokage, since he is not an enemy, we shall resume our patrol. Very well, but do prepare a written report of the events that transpired. Hiruzen instructed. Understanding the situation fully was essential to prevent conflicts. Swish! The Uchiha trio vanished in an instant, leaving only the two remaining with grim expressions, having been belittled by a mere civilian. Once the three had departed, Hiruzen turned his gaze to the sky. Let her descend. It cannot be pleasant up there. Yes, the dragonfly commanded the eagle to bring I am down. Once he held her in his arms, the eagle transformed back into a figurine. What a useful secret technique. My progress has been remarkable. I vaguely recall how startled you were when we first met. Now you possess such strength, Hiruzen praised. Indeed, it was this secret technique, a small messenger bird, that had delivered his message. It appeared that the dragonfly not only excelled in mind-reading techniques, but had also attained the level of a J-nin in other areas. Thanks to Captain Hai's guidance. The dragonfly replied, scratching his head. Lord Hokage, I greeted him with a bow, relieved to see that the dragonfly was indeed the best. That is your wife. What a pity that I was too busy to attend your wedding. Hiruzen lamented. The dragonfly, cradling Iam, chuckled, Konoha's duties are paramount. My wedding is of little consequence. However, you must attend the next joyous occasion. Absolutely, absolutely. Now, let us set aside pleasantries. Can you explain why there was a conflict with the guard? Hiruzen inquired seriously. The issue surrounding the Uchiha clan had recently escalated, and he feared that someone might be instigating trouble. Although he had spies in place, additional precautions were necessary. Well, it was merely a misunderstanding caused by testing a new ninjutsu. I shall be more cautious in the future. Could you enlighten me about this new ninjutsu? Perhaps I could offer some guidance. Indeed, that would be wonderful. The dragonfly proceeded to recount the events, detailing the barrier technique and the confrontation with the Uchiha clan. Barrier technique? Hiruzen was taken aback. That wasn't the dragonfly focused on mind-reading and genjutsu. Why the sudden shift to studying barrier techniques? This perplexed him. Hiruzen acknowledged the dragonfly's prowess in genjutsu, yet he knew that barrier techniques were notoriously challenging to master. According to his intelligence, the dragonfly maintained a highly structured daily routine, completing village tasks and dedicating his leisure time to studying genjutsu and secret techniques. While report from the Umbu indicated that he often perused books on sealing and barrier techniques, Hiruzen doubted that the dragonfly had the energy to devote to them. Indeed, 2 years ago, the Ninetales incident made me realize that facing such a colossal creature could inadvertently harm countless innocents. Hence, I began contemplating how to prevent such occurrences, leading me to the realm of barrier techniques. Today, I successfully developed a small-scale barrier technique and merely conducted a test, resulting in a minor misunderstanding. Feiju Qingting spoke candidly. He had initially hesitated to disclose this technique, for the nature of the third Hokage made him prone to revealing sensitive information to a certain shadow. Such a revelation could have immeasurable repercussions on his life, which was not something he desired. However, now that the moment had come, there was no harm in sharing it. Subsequently, Under the watchful gaze of Sarutobi Hizashi and SHBU, he allowed them both to experience the barrier technique, causing the 98th training ground to vanish once more, an extraordinary barrier technique. Yet it still fell short of safeguarding Konoha, did it not? Sarutobi Hizashi marveled at the transformation around him, utterly astounded. What a wildly imaginative concept. Of course, this was merely a small-scale application. The variables for a larger one were far too numerous. For now, they would proceed with the development of this minor barrier technique, hoping eventually to envelop the entire Konoha within its protective embrace. Splendid! It is no wonder you have inherited the will of fire. Your thoughts and aspirations are indeed grand. Sarutobi Hizashi was thoroughly pleased with this. If one day, Feiju Qingting could successfully establish this large-scale barrier, the dangers facing Konoha would be significantly diminished. Given your commendable efforts, I shall certainly extend my support. Henceforth, every week, I will dispatch a team from the Barrier Division to assist you in mastering this technique, ensuring its development. Sarutobi Hizashi left no room for Feiju Qingting to refuse, clearly aware of the significance this barrier technique held for Konoha. Understood. Feiju Qingting responded helplessly. Was this not tantamount to demanding overtime from him? Had he known earlier, he would have chosen a more remote location to experiment with ninjutsu. Yet he had no possibility of refusal. The Hokage was akin to an emperor, issuing orders that must be fulfilled without delay. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded and disappeared before him. Are you all right, my husband? SHBU quickly brushed the dust from his clothes. I am well. It is merely that I shall have to work overtime one day each week. I apologize to you as long as you are well. It is fine. Overtime is all in service of Konoha, SHBU declared proudly. Truly, my dear wife, tonight we shall indulge in a grand feast. Meanwhile, in the security division, Captain, that fellow actually dared to resist our security team. Even the Hokage must be apprehended for questioning, rather than allowing him to leave unchallenged. How can we, the Uchiha, maintain our dignity? A slightly plump Uchiha remarked to Shursui, his tone still defiant. What do you think we, the Uchiha, are? This is the security division, a department dedicated to protecting the village, not a private domain of the Uchiha, Shursui replied, frowning. The slightly plump Uchiha was dissatisfied upon hearing this. Captain, we need to investigate that fellow. He was able to reflect our Uchiha genjutsu. His concern was palpable, for the ability to rebound such techniques from Feiju Qingting was alarming. Such an occurrence had never happened before. The Uchiha had never been bested in genjutsu by a mere civilian. Furthermore, it was astonishing that this had occurred against Shursui, the Uchiha's most formidable genjutsu user. Truly miraculous, to think that the captain would lose in a genjutsu confrontation. The ninjas possessed keen eyesight, and he had observed that Shursui had indeed fallen victim to that individual's genjutsu, only managing to break free after considerable preparation. Upon hearing this, both the slightly plump Uchiha and Shursui furrowed their brows, albeit for different reasons. The slightly plump Uchiha pondered how to eliminate that individual to avert any potential threat to the Uchiha. In contrast, Shursui contemplated the extent of the other party's sense of belonging to the village. Go to the archives and retrieve Feiju Qingting's information. I wish to ascertain who he truly is, Shursui instructed his subordinate, harboring doubts. The slender Uchiha complied and exited. In less than 15 minutes, he returned with the documents. Captain, here is Feiju Qingting's file. The archives department was surprisingly accommodating. As if they anticipated our visit, the slender Uchiha reported, It seems the Hokage wishes us to be informed. Shursui deduced, recognizing that this was undoubtedly an instruction from the third Hokage. Otherwise, the documents would be classified, and accessing them would entail a complex process to prevent the indiscriminate disclosure of village intelligence. He began to peruse the file. 17 years old? 17. Isn't that the same age as you? Captain, the slender Uchiha exclaimed in astonishment. Besides Kakashi, was there truly another talent in Konoha who could rival Shursui? Graduated at 11 and joined the Third Great Ninja War as a member of the analysis team under Yamamoto Kaiji, where he gathered intelligence on the enemy, earning considerable accolades and subsequently promoted to CH Nin. Now, a special J Nin, serving as the captain of the analysis team, with a specialty in genjutsu. The fourth Hokage remarked, a calm and talented companion. The third Hokage stated, a man who has inherited the will of fire. As Shursui read the information, his expression gradually relaxed, with commendations from both the fourth and third Hokages. He could not possibly be an enemy. Moreover, it was evident that the file was not comprehensive. The third Hokage had likely only permitted access to certain information. How vexing to receive accolades from both the fourth and third Hokages. What merit does he possess? The slightly plump Uchiha grumbled. Despite their disdain for civilians outside of Konoha's prestigious families, they held great respect for Minato, the Hokage, a true paragon of leadership. It was astonishing that such a figure had endorsed Feiju Qingting as a comrade. The slender Uchiha shared similar sentiments that it appears we cannot take action against him. We must trust in the power of the Sharingan. Such abilities are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Shursui understood their thoughts, believing that Feiju Qingting posed a threat to the Uchiha. Yet, he alone recognized that the power of the Sharingan was not something a civilian could hope to match. Let us leave it at that. Store the documents for the Security Division's ready reference, he finally commanded. Understood. Feiju Qingting was blissfully unaware of the high regard in which the fourth Hokage held him, nor did he know of the third Hokage's assessment. At present, he wished to avoid any entanglements with the Uchiha or any knowledge of his new technique, as well as the impending overtime. Instead, he was contentedly enjoying a sumptuous meal with S.H. Bu. For him, being a ninja was merely a profession, a means of self-defense, and not the entirety of his existence. Thus, he cherished the time spent with his family above all else. Those three were rather intimidating. S.H.B. remarked, offering a piece of sushi to Feiju Qingting. He opened his mouth wide and took a bite, then playfully fed her a piece in return. Fear not, no matter how fierce they may be. They cannot best your husband. There is no need for concern. He flexed his bicep, indicating his strength. S.H.B.U. burst into laughter, all traces of her earlier fear evaporating. The couple engaged in light-hearted banter at the sushi restaurant. Outside, Nisho Aoi entered, accompanied by a young girl. Ah, Qingting, he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Feiju Qingting. He approached with a little girl in tow. Hello, Aoi-sama. Is this your daughter, Ino? It is a pleasure to finally meet her. She is adorable, Feiju Qingting greeted with enthusiasm. Greetings, Aoi-sama, SHBU added respectfully. Hello, Ino, called Qingting Oni-chan. Yamashiro Aoi instructed the little girl with a smile. Upon seeing Feiju Qingting, Yamashiro Ino took a step back, frightened, and hid behind her father's leg. Peeking out with wide eyes, Qingting Oni-chan, the young Ino chimed in a sweet voice. Hello, little beauty Ino. Come here for a hug, Feiju Qingting exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Just like Naruto, the young Ino was utterly charming. He crouched down, ready to embrace her, but she dodged, clinging instead to Yusho Aoi's leg. I told you not to wrap your head up all the time. Look how you frightened my precious daughter. Yamasho Aoi laughed. Nonsense. This is simply an alternative form of beauty. Don't you think so, Ino? He remarked, glancing at little Ino scary. Beside him, Changpu stifled a giggle, observing his speechlessness. This is my wife, Changpu, Feiju Qingting introduced it. I know her. She's the daughter of the ramen master, Yamamoto Kaiji remarked, his memory quite sharp. They subsequently sat together at a table to dine. Through their conversation, it became evident Yamamoto Kaiji's wife, noticing his constant work ethic, had specifically instructed him to take their daughter out for a day of leisure, knowing that the Konoha analysis class had no pressing matters today. Hence, they strolled along the streets with little Ino, eventually entering a sushi restaurant they chanced upon, where they fortuitously encountered each other. The atmosphere was warm and jovial. The four engaged in delightful discourse, ranging from their leisurely preferences to various hobbies, deliberately avoiding any talk of work. Meanwhile, Feiju Qingting, who had always desired to have 4 children, began to amuse the adorable Ino with illusions, frequently catching Changpu's gaze, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She was well aware that Feiju Qingting often expressed his wish for a large family. Little Ino, intrigued by Feiju Qingting's hands, found them peculiar. They seemed to blossom and wither like flowers, effortlessly manifesting whatever flower she wished to see. How enchanting! She reached out with her tiny hands, but grasped only air. Yamamoto Kaiji sighed, realizing that using illusions to entertain children was indeed a luxury. He couldn't help but admire the growing prowess of his subordinates' illusionary skills. Outside the Konoha sushi shop, "Goodbye, Brother Chinting." Little Ino waved her tiny hand while holding onto Yamamoto Kaiji. Feiju Chinting waved back, saying, "Once you start at the Ninja Academy, I will teach you the flower transformation technique." "Got it," little Ino exclaimed with a cheerful lilt. Changpu smiled at her husband and remarked, "My dear, you truly adore children. We must strive for it. Look how lovely Ino is. Let us aim to have our little one sooner, so they can one day marry her." Feiju Chinting chuckled at her words. How embarrassing to speak of such things in public. Changpu's face turned a shade of crimson as she glanced around at the bustling crowd, playfully punching him on the chest. As night fell, Feiju Chinting devoted himself to the task of procreation. Days slipped by once more. In the analysis class, have you heard? Another genius has emerged from the Uchiha clan. Truly, talent is abundant. Saishiman and his colleagues engaged in idle chit-chat. Feiju Chinting eagerly joined in the gossip. Beyond his daily studies and work, there was nothing he relished more than the tidbits of rumor circulating in Konoha, as familiar or unfamiliar names and events unveiled numerous amusing tales. "What have you heard now?" Dula Jiong inquired. "Have you heard of Uchiha Itachi?" Saishiman's eyes darted, as if sharing a secret. The attendees fell silent, for who among them was unaware? Last year, he graduated from school at the tender age of 7. Reportedly using shadow clones to attend classes, and ultimately caught the school's attention during a brawl with upperclassmen when a teacher's unexpected arrival caused a distraction, revealing his astonishing talent. This was common knowledge. The atmosphere was lively, only slightly less so than Kakashi, who graduated at 6. Recently. It seems he activated his Sharingan due to the death of a teammate, Saishiman lamented. Did he manage to turn the tables on his opponent? Someone asked. Saishiman shrugged. I don't know. T-Sich, if you don't know that, what are you even talking about? It's just a Sharingan. Any ninja worth their salt will awaken it eventually. Feiju Chinting nodded in agreement, acknowledging that most Uchihas with talent could awaken their eyes. How would I know? I heard it's classified information. I got it from my aunt's cousin's husband, whose daughter married into the Uchiha clan. How dull, his colleagues remarked, initially expecting something far more astounding. Dula, I heard you teach at the Ninja Academy. You must have met Itachi. What are your thoughts on him? Feiju Chinting inquired curiously. He occasionally took on the role of a temporary team leader for missions, as most Chunin in the analysis class did. It wasn't much. During peacetime, there was little to do. Even ninjas needed to earn a living. Dula Jiong had begun his tenure at the Ninja Academy following the Nine Tails incident. Others were keenly interested. This was indeed gossip concerning one of Konoha's most formidable clans. Dula Jiong adjusted his glasses, a prodigy, surpassing Kakashi in many aspects. And please, call me Captain Jiong, not that ridiculous title of sergeant. He was aware that his subordinates often teased him with nicknames due to his strict training methods. Understood. Sergeant, to rival Kakashi, as expected of the Uchiha. Truly remarkable. How enviable to belong to a clan with bloodline abilities. His colleagues expressed their admiration for the bloodline limit, believing that if they possessed such abilities, their potential would surely be greater. I wonder if he could withstand a single blow from Captain Chinting's narrow note jutsu. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, evoking memories of an unpleasant taste that made everyone gulp. Impossible! That technique is beyond any human's endurance. Not even the Sharingan can withstand it. Trust me. They had all sparred with Feiju Chinting, having tasted that loathsome flavor, which was far worse than anything they could imagine. Feiju Chinting was at a loss for words. How did this turn into a discussion about him? I merely wanted you all to experience the taste of the most detestable food. Is that so much to ask? It seemed that Captain Chinting was indeed formidable, outshining Kakashi and the Uchiha. They were all mere amateurs. Saishiman voiced, exactly. Forget Kakashi, the Uchiha. Captain Chinting is the real deal. Laughter erupted as the analysis class reveled in the merriment. However, Feiju Chinting was far from pleased. This was merely flattery that could lead to his downfall. I merely intended for you to sample the most distasteful food. Is that such a crime? If you keep talking, I'll let you experience my newly developed Narrow No Jutsu 2.0, which incorporates what I believe to be the most repugnant flavors, rather than what you think is unpalatable. Feiju Qingting grinned wickedly. In an instant, oh, I just remembered I have work to do. Same here, Yamamoto Kaiji announced, stating he needed to leave for dinner. I must report on my tasks as well, he added, slipping away. With a clatter, they all vanished without a trace. Cowards! Ninjas who can't even endure the taste of food. How can they withstand the trials of battle? Feiju Qingting scoffed. He had hoped to let them try out his new illusion technique. Ninjas had endured various forms of interrogation, whether it be whipping or other torturous methods. They could withstand it all, hence the term ninja. Based on this principle, he developed a food-based illusion technique, Narrow No Jutsu 2.0, which differed from the first generation that only provoked fear through unpleasant tastes. The second generation could incorporate flavors he had gathered that he deemed unbearable, particularly the flavor of Beijing Doji, which he had once experienced in his past life. Thus, he infused this distasteful flavor into the illusion. Once an enemy fell prey to it, the technique would trigger their facial and glossopharyngeal nerves within 0.1 seconds, instilling the sensation of having consumed an overwhelming amount of Beijing Doji. Even if the enemy dispelled the chakra's influence, the taste would remain lodged in their minds, directly affecting their psyche. This was the power of knowledge. Unlike other illusions that could simply be broken, this technique would still leave an impact, albeit diminished. Alas, he lamented not wanting the persistent stench of rotten eggs. Otherwise, it would surely be more effective than Beijing Doji. Feiju Qingting found himself in a quandary. The advantages and disadvantages of this technique were intertwined. It required one to have tasted the flavor and possess an in-depth understanding to evoke the same experience in the enemy. The difficulty of mastery was considerable, demanding ample knowledge of the gustatory nervous system, which necessitated extensive reading of medical texts. Even now, engaging with hefty medical tomes made his head spin. And by the way, Uchiha Itachi is currently under the watchful eye of Obito. He recalled the earlier conversation. Uchiha Itachi had already awakened his Sharingan, and the intersection between Uchiha Shursui and him was about to commence. Fortunately, he was not born into the Uchiha clan, and he felt a renewed sense of relief. Otherwise, he would have had little time for training and learning, all while balancing work, finding a wife, and preparing for fatherhood. It was likely that upon his arrival in this world, he would have been burdened by the impending massacre of his clan, compelling him to strive for strength to end the original narrative among my peers. There were hardly any notable figures who were married, right? I am indeed the victor. Konoha.Hokage's office. Ting, this mission is entrusted to you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he handed him a document. Feiju Ting accepted the file and opened it. It contained a series of intelligence reports. The Umbu had discovered activities of ninja from the land of lightning at the border between the land of fire and the land of iron. And it appeared rather significant, seemingly probing or testing something. The specific intelligence came from an Umbu ninja who had returned from the brink of death. For this information, Konoha had lost several elite spies. The village suspected that the land of lightning aimed to sever the cooperation between the land of fire and the land of iron, thereby cutting off Konoha's primary supply line for ninja tools. Therefore, I wish for you to lead a team to enhance patrols along the border of the land of fire. You are a sensory-type ninja, and I have confidence in your perceptive abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated solemnly that the ninja's strength is constructed from ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, and intelligence. The vast majority of their power relies on ninja tools. If the supply is cut off, leading to a shortage of ninja tools for Konoha, it would severely undermine the village's power, which is something he cannot allow. Furthermore, the ore for ninja tools is primarily reliant on cooperation with the land of iron, making this matter quite serious. As for the teaching of barrier techniques, Feiju Ting scratched his head. He had only recently been assigned to instruct the barrier class, and now he was being tasked with something else. Truly, it disrupted the rhythm of his life. Moreover, conflict with the land of lightning was exceptionally perilous and exhausting. Given his recent efforts to conceive, Aoi was already pregnant. Thus, he was reluctant to leave Konoha, wishing to spend more time with her. The matter of the barrier techniques could be set aside for now. The urgent issue was the border incident, which was of utmost importance that I have also arranged for several assistants to form a team with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively stated. Assistants? Yes, 3 assistants. You 4 will form a patrol squad. And you know the team leader, Baiyun Zhaochin. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, but I asked for the other 2. You'll find out when you gathered, he chuckled. Wait, those are my teammates. Is it really appropriate to keep me in suspense like this? Is this a task suitable for a ninja? Do you not realize how imprecise intelligence can impact the mission? Feiju Tingting mentally grumbled. All right, but Hokage-sama, do remember to help me find a replacement for my companion. He spoke up. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused at his words. If you have matters to attend to, I can allow them to leave first. And you can delay for a few days. What is going on? This child does not seem like the type to refuse a mission. No, it's nothing serious. It's just that my wife is pregnant, and I don't want her to worry too much. You know, the ninja profession is inherently unsafe. I'm afraid she'll be distressed. Feiju Tingting smiled. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. All right, I will do my utmost to find a replacement for you. Allowing you to return and accompany your wife, I understand this sentiment. After all, he had been in a similar situation before. Even now, still worrying about Asuma in the Land of Fire, and whether he could handle such a position. Fearful he might meet his end in the capital of the Land of Fire. Only now, with his elder daughter-in-law pregnant, did it ease his heart. Thank you, Hokage-sama. With a swoosh, Feiju Tingting vanished from the Hokage's office. Walking along the streets of Konoha, Feiju Tingting felt discontent. He had initially thought overtime was already burdensome, but it seemed there were even greater challenges ahead. Guarding the border was one of the most exhausting and dangerous tasks. Second only to espionage missions. Who could his other 2 teammates be? Apart from Zhaochin, he speculated about potential ninjas, Kakashi, Shursui, Yamamoto. Upon returning home, he saw Aoi basking in the sun at the door, and guilt washed over him. It was truly vexing that, with his wife pregnant at home, he could not be by her side in this relentless ninja world. Honey, I'm back, just in time. Dad went out to buy groceries, saying he would prepare a delicious meal to nourish me. Aoi smiled, gently caressing her belly, filled with affection that, when Dad returns, there's something I need to tell you. We're going to guard the border. That's wonderful. This is a recognition from Hokage-sama for my son. Feiju Dongqing exclaimed joyfully upon returning home with groceries. Delighted to learn of his son's impending mission. This indicated that his son was far more accomplished than he had been, taking on such a challenging task. Aoi, however, wore a fleeting expression of concern, but quickly forced a smile. Yes. No need to worry that we will support you. But you must be careful. Yes, I will complete the border mission as swiftly as possible. Feiju Tingting nodded. Sensing Aoi's unease, he too felt a pang of discomfort. But duties must be fulfilled for the sake of stability. After dinner, he made sure to spend extra time with Aoi, carefully accompanying her on shopping trips, occasionally whispering sweet nothings from his past life to bring a smile to her face. According to Konoha's tradition, border patrols were rotated every 3 months. Thus, he would be unable to see his wife for an extended period, which weighed heavily on Feiju Tingting's heart, yet he sought to alleviate Aoi's worries gradually. The next day, in the morning light, sunlight streamed upon the main gate of Konoha, where the duo of gatekeepers stood vigil. With a swoosh, Feiju Tingting landed outside the gate, glancing around until a figure caught his eye. Tall ponytail. A large sword slung across their back, the silhouette appeared remarkably composed in the morning glow. Captain Zhaochin, long time no see, Feiju Tingting greeted. Baiyun Zhaochin turned, smiling upon seeing him. Tingting, it's been a while. You still seem full of vigor. Haha, I look forward to your guidance on this mission. Feiju Tingting realized it had been quite some time since he last saw Baiyun Zhaochin, aside from their time in school and during the Ninetales incident. He now appeared increasingly handsome, exuding a maturity that set him apart from Kakashi. What about the others? Hokage-sama is truly something else, not revealing the names of the other 2 teammates, and making me guess. How shameless. Feiju Tingting remarked with mild annoyance. Suddenly, from behind him, a voice called out, "Be careful how you speak of Hokage-sama, or he might give you a hard time." Kidded a girl with gray-brown eyes, wearing a fishnet outfit beneath her ninja vest and sporting purple hair. Was clearly well off. She was chewing bubblegum. "Hey, I should be 2 years older than you, little girl." Feiju Tingting recognized her as Orochimaru's little follower, who had yet to reach the level of special jonin. "What did you call me?" Little girl, do you know who I am? Mitarashi Anko glared at him with wide eyes, clearly irritated. Feiju Tingting chuckled, the little follower of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. And by the way, I'm married and soon to be a father. You can even call me uncle. I wouldn't mind at all the mention of Orochimaru. Mitarashi Anko's bright demeanor darkened, her hands clenched tightly, but upon hearing his latter words, she was taken aback. Carefully observing him, she noted the bandages covering his face, revealing only his forehead protector and mouth, and his tall, lean figure. Humph, marriage will only hold you back, hindering your path as a ninja. How can you be so pleased? One shouldn't speak like that. Sister, it is only through marriage and the nurturing of future generations that we can pass on the will of fire from Hokage-sama. A boy around 4'5", with a ping-pong ball pattern on his back, interjected, his melancholic gaze suggesting he held many stories within, in stark contrast to Mitarashi Anko's remarks. He echoed Feiju Tingting's sentiment. Hey kid, who are you? You can't be one of our teammates, can you? If so, you should train a bit more before taking on border missions, Feiju Tingting remarked. Observing the youthful lad before her, Akane furrowed her brow. How could the third Hokage dispatch someone so young for a border mission? Was this not sheer folly? Hayakawa spoke up. All right, since our team is gathered, let us introduce ourselves along with our respective skills, so that I may make appropriate arrangements, the young boy declared, esteemed seniors. Allow me to begin. I am Uchiha Itachi, proficient in analysis, fire release techniques, shuriken mastery, and the perceptive abilities of Sharingan. I humbly request your guidance. Feiju Tingting scrutinized the child, whose eyes appeared as if deprived of sleep for days on end. With bags under his eyes larger than those of his father. Was this truly the Uchiha Itachi in his youth? He was rather unattractive, lacking even a fraction of Sasuke's charm. It was evident that mature thoughts did not bode well for children. For Feiju Tingting, Itachi was merely a child, regardless of his possession of Hokage-level aspirations at the tender age of 7. Simultaneously, he pondered the third Hokage's intentions. Just a short while ago, he had been gossiping about Itachi's teammate's demise. And now he found himself in the position of being a teammate. Would Uchiha Obito make another appearance? Moreover, at such a tender age, the third Hokage seemed unconcerned about placing him in a location where localized warfare could erupt. Did he believe they were sufficiently capable? He glanced at the others. Hayakawa and he were both Nin, indicating a level of trust from the Hokage. Yashirashi Akane, a Nin, exhibited a well-rounded skill set with considerable experience in combat and reconnaissance. Akane frowned, surprised to discover that this young boy belonged to the Uchiha clan, the illustrious Uchiha Itachi, no less. Graduating at the age of 7 was indeed an extraordinary feat. As for the notion that only through procreation could one's will be passed on. That was mere talk. Finding a suitable partner was no easy task. Reflecting on this, she glanced at Feiju Tingting, who seemed fortunate to have already taken a wife. Feiju Tingting chuckled. I am Feiju Tingting, skilled in mind-reading techniques. Possessing a certain proficiency in genjutsu, and also a sensory-type ninja adept in battlefield first Iti's words. All eyes turned to him in surprise. Hayakawa had not anticipated that he also had battlefield medical skills, which had not been mentioned in the third Hokage as dossier. It appeared this classmate had learned quite a bit during the third Great Ninja War. He felt a surge of joy. Although it was merely battlefield first aid, it provided the team with a medical ninja, making their task considerably easier. Uchiha Itachi raised his head and remarked, "Impressive. Senior, it seemed he was indeed an exceptional ninja, especially with his mastery of mind-reading techniques." This indicated that their mission would likely be less arduous than anticipated. Yashirashi Akane, however, expressed skepticism. "Young one, you wouldn't be exaggerating, would you? A mere discrepancy in intelligence could cost lives." Her words were heavy. She found it hard to believe that Feiju Tingting, merely 2 years her senior, could have mastered so many skills. After all, she had trained under Orochimaru and had not acquired much in comparison. "I have faith in my seniors," Itachi assured. Feiju Tingting flashed a grin and retorted, "Is that not why I am a Nin while you remain a Nin?" His words provoked Akane's ire. "You insufferable brat," she seethed, gritting her teeth. "Being a Nin is no great feat." I too shall attain that rank one day that we shall see when you become 8 Jainin. Feiju Qingting laughed heartily. Enough of this bickering. I am your captain, Hayakawa, a Jainin of Konohagakure, skilled in body flicker techniques, genjutsu, wind release, and taijutsu. Now, ensure your ninja tools are in order and that nothing is overlooked, as resupplying at the border will not be as convenient. With that, he issued his command. The trio ceased their quarrel and began inspecting their equipment. Feiju Qingting, too, conducted a meticulous check. Drawing from his battlefield experience, he understood the necessity of confirming their tools before embarking on a mission. Despite his considerable abilities, caution was prudent. He did not wish for Sage Fu to be widowed at such a young age, having yet to raise a son or daughter. Whoosh, after registering with the gatekeeper. The four of them promptly set off. Whoosh. The land of lightning lay to the northeast of the land of fire, connected by a narrow strip of land. Their destination was the land of iron. Located along this slender land bridge, our mission is to address the infiltration of ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds into the land of fire and ascertain their purpose for coming here. As they leapt across towering mountains, Hayakawa slowly outlined their task. Whoosh! Uchiha Itachi pondered. The most likely scenario is that they intend to sever the mineral supply line between the land of fire and the land of iron. They may also seek to cross the border to gather intelligence on the inner workings of the land of fire, thereby devising specific strategies against Konoha. Whoosh! It is also plausible that other villages are at play, such as the land of hot water, which is separated from the land of iron by the sea, and the village hidden in the mist across the way. I have gleaned insights from the remains of comrades or the memories of foes. It appears there is significant turmoil within the village hidden in the mist. They may be seeking to procure resources through this route, especially since the trade relations between the land of water and the land of hot water have remained strong, making it conceivable that they would target the mineral-rich land of iron. Feiju Qingting contributed his analysis. So, our primary adversaries could potentially be the ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds, as well as those from the village hidden in the hot water and the village hidden in the mist. Akane furrowed her brow. This was troublesome. The land of lightning was already a daunting challenge, and now so many variables had emerged. They turned to their captain. Hayakawa replied, "Indeed, the situation is somewhat precarious, which is precisely why Hokage-sama has assembled our special operations team. Based on Hokage-sama's intelligence, we can confirm that the enemy is indeed targeting our mineral trade, seeking to undermine Konoha economically and strategically. This is also why the land of iron has sought our assistance. Given that several trade routes have suffered losses, each of the four members recounted the intricacies of their mission. Apart from the prodigious Uchiha Itachi, the other three were veterans of the Third Great Ninja War, allowing them to swiftly devise several strategies. Feiju Qingting felt quite comfortable with this arrangement, whether it was Akane, who had studied under Orochimaru, or Hayakawa, the Jainin, or the genius Uchiha Itachi. All were exemplary teammates who inspired confidence. There would be no scenes reminiscent of Naruto's frequent disputes with his comrades. He marveled at the third Hokage's sagacity. Unlike the portrayal in anime, which often presents the narrative solely through the protagonist's perspective, reality is far more intricate. The mineral trade is one of the foundational pillars of strength for the major ninja villages. Losing access to the raw materials for crafting ninja tools would diminish a village's power by over 20%. This was a conclusion Feiju Qingting had drawn over many years. Even those he considered somewhat talented, including the third and fourth Hokages, would experience a significant decline in combat effectiveness without their ninja tools. May our mission proceed smoothly, Feiju Qingting thought as he leaped across the tree branches, silently praying. Having just departed from Konoha, he already found himself missing his wife. 2.5 days had passed. The four of them hurried along. Finally reaching the border, they completed the handover with the stationed ninjas from the land of fire. There were no fortifications here, only towering trees, with resting areas for ninjas spaced out at intervals. Due to the need for patrols, they would not remain stationary. They were stationed in the area bordering the land of iron. While other ninjas guarded different sections of the border, Senior Qingting, may I inquire about something? After the handover, while resting, Uchiha Itachi approached Feiju Qingting. Feiju Qingting paused. What is it? He was curious what question his prodigy might have. Given their brief acquaintance, what do you believe is the will of fire? Itachi posed a question that was both unexpected and anticipated. He was eager to understand how others perceived the village, especially considering he had heard that this senior was a prominent embodiment of the will of fire, steadfast in its execution since his graduation. Feiju Qingting cast a surprised glance at him. The third Hokage had been correct. This young man possessed a maturity of thought rare for his age. Instead of directly inquiring about the village or clan, he had approached the topic with subtlety. With the memories of the original work fresh in his mind, coupled with the years of learning about ninja ethics, he saw through this line of questioning. The will of fire, you see, is about safeguarding the village and protecting one's family. Feiju Qingting's response was rather straightforward. To remain true to oneself. He harbored no grand aspirations of changing the world, and his words were merely cliché-esque. If you had to choose between the village and your family? Itachi continued to inquire. Feiju Qingting raised an eyebrow, having just praised him, yet now he could hardly contain himself. It appeared his thoughts were mature, yet ultimately still youthful. Such a tender age. Why ponder so much? Such introspection would only lead to internal strife. It would be far more beneficial to fortify oneself during this time. Feiju Qingting did not provide a direct answer, firmly believing that internal conflict at this age was indeed alarming. He feared that Itachi's future ailments might stem from such early turmoil. Furthermore, he had no intention of making a choice for Itachi. Upon hearing these words, Itachi fell silent, his gaze fixated on Feiju Qingting, as if determined to extract something from him. Feiju Qingting felt uneasy under his scrutiny and remarked, "Kid, if you keep staring at me like that, I might just let you taste some hardship. You have no idea how much those guys feared me back in the analysis class. Even the captain known as the Ghost Sergeant trembled at the thought of facing my wrath. You think you are the later version of Itachi? Right now, taking you on is akin to striking a child. We are comrades." Itachi remained unfazed by his words, not believing that he would lay a hand on a fellow companion. Indeed, I too am curious. Yusho Washi, Akane mused, perched on a tree trunk with her elongated legs crossed, blowing bubbles. Feiju Qingting picked up a telescope, occasionally surveying the surroundings. "I think I shall let you experience hardship before answering your questions. Lest you continue to pose such trivial queries." As he spoke, and in the astonished gazes of the two, he formed a hand seal with one hand, just as they were about to act. Everything became illusory. The world spun and swirled around Itachi, and before him appeared an endless array of grilled meats. Despite his attempts to exercise restraint, his body succumbed to an uncontrollable urge to devour the food. Meanwhile, on Akane's side, there was a vibrant red devil pepper. In her horrified gaze, the pepper sprouted limbs and leaped in her mouth. Outside the realm of their minds, both bodies began to convulse involuntarily. With Akane turning crimson, Itachi furrowed his brow. "The food I despise most merely tastes unpleasant." Feiju Qingting observed Itachi's physical reaction with surprise. It seemed his life was quite healthy, having never encountered truly distasteful food. He then glanced at Yusho Washi Akane, who was flushed and heaving, her mouth even exhibiting signs reminiscent of a sausage. This was a quintessential example of the mind influencing the body. Clearly, the food she detested left a profound impression on her. A smirk tugged at his lips, serving her right for asking such sensitive questions. Did she dare to persist? To prevent them from posing such irrelevant queries in the future, Feiju Qingting decided to impart a lesson. However, before they could savor the flavors, he did not forget his duty that he remained vigilant, observing the surroundings while simultaneously extending his sensory abilities over several miles. Years of training had rendered his physical and spiritual energies incomparable. The chakra within him was now even more abundant than Kakashi's. His sensing range had expanded from a mere mile to several, not rivaling the late Naruto, but still formidable. Occasionally, some ninja beast flitted through his awareness. Had it not been for his keen insight, he might have captured a few as summoning beasts. Meanwhile, the Captain Bayun, who had just completed the handoff and gone out to patrol, also entered his perception. He demonstrated remarkable dedication, seemingly more committed than Feiju Qingting, who had vowed to be a diligent worker. However, he dared not underestimate this classmate, for he was the second fastest to advance to Jonin after Kakashi in their cohort. Illusion? Itachi discerned the moment he entered the mental space that it was indeed a genjutsu. Yet before he could dispel it, grilled meat was already being shoved into his mouth that it was too late. He found himself consuming the meat, which he deemed the most unpalatable. Nonetheless, he managed to endure it. The mind of youth raced at high speed. He truly struck at a comrade. Could it be that his will of fire was a mere facade? Had he deceived the third Hokage? No, that was impossible, by his account. He already had a wife and was soon to be a father. A ninja devoid of the will of fire could not possess such evident vulnerabilities. To his knowledge, none of the current rogue ninjas from Konoha had offspring. Was he attempting to convey that the will of fire belonged to him? That every decision must be his own? Furthermore, the grilled meat was truly distasteful. Damn it, what sort of illusion is this? In the mental realm, Akane, consuming the fiery red peppers, could no longer withstand it last. With a tenacious will, she suppressed the agony inflicted by the peppers and unleashed her chakra. Dispelling the genjutsu, her vision returned to her physical form, feeling a fiery sensation coursing through her body as she glared at Feiju Qingting, who was still surveying the surroundings, and exclaimed, "Hey, I was merely curious. Why did I get dragged into this?" Feiju Qingting set down the telescope and replied sheepishly, "Oh, it's nothing, just showcasing my abilities. Also, having answered this question, should you dare ask such trivial matters again, I shall subject you to my ultimate genjutsu." Humph. He then turned to Itachi, who had just broken free from the illusion. Itachi was fixated on him, seemingly unfazed by his words and waiting for a response. What a stubborn young man. The so-called will of fire is about protection, safeguarding what one cherishes. As for the choice between family and village, that is beyond my contemplation, with the time spent on such considerations. We might even surpass the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and your ancestor Uchiha Madara, achieving a balance of power. Choices are for the weak. The strong seek to have it all. Feiju Qingting articulated slowly. With Susanoo and the great Buddha, the two could obliterate four nations. Who would dare oppose them? And who could? Itachi's eyes flickered, and he felt that the elder's words held truth, yet he did not believe that anyone could be invincible. Thus, in the face of insurmountable tensions between the village and his clan, a choice was indeed imperative. He quietly committed Feiju Qingting's words to memory, realizing that he would gain no further insights from this elder. Nevertheless, he would not abandon his resolve to serve as a bridge, mending the rift between his clan and the village. Akane seized her irate demeanor and scoffed, "Your ideals are truly fanciful. Even the third Hokage couldn't achieve such things. Nor could the fourth. The Sannin tread carefully on the battlefield. When necessary, choices must be made. Even I had to choose between Orochimaru and the village, ultimately siding with the latter. Orochimaru, too, must choose between his ambitions and the village. Hence, I maintain that your questions are exceedingly trivial, especially you, Itachi, who seems so adamant about knowing." Feiju Qingting sighed in exasperation. "Human will varies. You can only serve as a reference. However, others cannot make choices for you. It is solely reliant on yourself." Finally, he pointed to his head and addressed Itachi. "Understood, Qingting Senpai." Realizing that further inquiries would yield no fruit, Itachi decided to remain silent. "Hey, don't think that the matter from earlier is settled. I will definitely give you a good thrashing one day." Akane recalled the ordeal of consuming the peppers, tears welling in her eyes from the distress. The forest was occasionally filled with the sounds of animals. "All right, we've rested long enough. It's time to get to work, that we didn't come here to chat. Look at how motivated the captain is." Feiju Qingting remarked as he sensed his stamina replenishing. They should finish their tasks promptly to return to Konoha before the next handoff. Itachi and Akane also adopted a serious demeanor. Understood. This was a new technology from the land of fire. Radio communication. Feiju Qingting tossed them a device to wear around their necks, resembling the earphones of a past life, albeit slightly smaller. Radio? The two individuals grasped the radio with meticulous attention, examining its rounded contours this is a recent innovation from the past year, albeit somewhat cumbersome and limited to a range of merely 1 kilometer. Yet, it is certainly preferable to having nothing at all. Feiju Qingting nodded, recalling that this was merchandise he had procured in the land of fire. Although the technology still lagged, with its drawbacks of weight and limited range. It did possess advantages, enabling them to communicate at short distances whenever necessary. "Let us give it a try," he instructed, elucidating the usage to the two before stepping back to test its effectiveness. "Hello. Can you hear me?" The voice of Feiju Qingting emanated clearly from Itachi's neck, causing him to glance around to confirm that Feiju Qingting was not speaking in proximity. The sound was indeed emanating from the device affixed to his neck. His eyes began to gleam with realization. Following Feiju Qingting's guidance, he tinkered with the device, affirming, Received. Oh, this is splendid. How did I not discover this sooner? I must ensure to equip my team with one in the future." No sooner had he spoken than the voice of Akane echoed from within the device. "Each of us shall patrol in our own manner, ensuring we do not exceed the radio's range, and report any anomalies promptly." Bayun's voice also resonated in the morning air. "Hey, Captain, how do you have one too?" "Because I'm classmates with the captain, it is only natural to communicate about such a convenient device beforehand," Feiju Qingting replied. Above, in the sky, Bayun observed the scene. The bustling trade route between the land of iron and the land of fire lay ahead, approximately 3 kilometers away, the very location where the trade convoy had been ambushed. Seated atop his eagle, Feiju Qingting surveyed the surroundings through binoculars as a vast road unfolded before him, flanked by towering trees, extending far into the distance. This marked the 5th day of their border patrol. Yet they had made no discernible progress. Despite Feiju Qingting's keen perception, Itachi's Sharingan, Akane's legless creature reconnaissance, and the captain's extensive experience, they had unearthed no leads. He had even received permission from the captain to survey the route from the land of iron to the land of fire. Ah, is it a convoy for mineral trade? Suddenly, a caravan came into view, approximately 50 individuals, with a dozen horse-drawn carts, flanked by patrolling ninjas. Their cautious demeanor suggested they were aware of the recent troubles. Feiju Qingting pressed the radio. "A mineral convoy of about 50 individuals has entered our patrol zone. The possibility of an ambush by enemies cannot be dismissed." Upon receiving confirmation that the voices were clear, he focused on the convoy, meticulously noting the number of individuals, carts, their expressions, and the traces left by the passage of the horse-drawn vehicles, employing polar coordinate equations to etch the scene into his mind. He then recorded the details on paper. Something seems amiss. He scrutinized the data in his hands, noting the unnatural expressions on several faces, their eyes darting about furtively. Occasionally, their gazes fell upon the patrolling ninjas, and slight, incongruous micro-expressions surfaced when they observed the carts. Under normal circumstances, such behavior would not raise suspicion. However, the cumulative data painted a rather dubious picture. Subsequently, he maneuvered the eagle above a forest, descending gradually. The trio awaited him in the morning light. "Have you discerned anything?" Bayun inquired. "Based on my analysis, this convoy has been targeted. There are spies among them, not if I am correct, as we approach a narrower section of the road. An attack will likely ensue," Feiju Qingting recalled earnestly, confirming his suspicions to the captain. "How can you ascertain the presence of spies from such a distance?" Akane asked, intrigued. Itachi turned his gaze towards him. "If they had made contact, they would have informed their comrades. The absence of communication indicates he observed something." Feiju Qingting explained. "Transformation techniques, regardless of their variety, involve assuming the guise of a reference object. Among the individuals I observed, several displayed incongruous micro-expressions that normal humans cannot produce. This suggests their transformation techniques are flawed. Moreover, ahead lies an excellent ambush point, coupled with our prior intelligence, allows us to deduce certain conclusions. Of course, I do not dismiss the possibility of error on my part. However, even an error would indicate the convoy's safety. All data forms a closed loop akin to police evidence, as long as the loop is completed. The probability approaches certainty. With Feiju Qingting's intelligence in hand, the four moved swiftly towards the convoy. Itachi's gaze remained fixed on Feiju Qingting, marveling at his analytical prowess. "Concealment. Set the trap," Bayun commanded, gesturing for the others to act. H&M.I in a flurry of movement. They swiftly established a sizable trap. Feiju Qingting meticulously prepared as well. Hand signs completed, a colossal pangolin emerged and burrowed underground, restoring the grassy surface. He also set up explosive tag traps in other locations. These tactics had become second nature to him. Lacking the chakra reserves of Hashirama Senju, such energy-conserving strategies were imperative. After all, one only needed to witness Haiden's demise at Shikamaru's trap to understand that in a war of attrition, Shikamaru would undoubtedly emerge victorious. He had learned his lesson and could not afford to be reckless. He had a wife awaiting him at home. In a flash, shadows darted through the underbrush. Captain, by now, the Leaf Village must be aware of the intelligence. Why risk an assault on their supplies? One individual remarked. The leader, a burly man with bulging muscles, spoke with restraint. According to our village's intelligence, the recovery of the Leaf Village has accelerated over the past 2 years. We must impede their resurgence. I see. Based on intel from our spies, we should arrive at our destination just as the convoy reaches. Surely there will be no ninjas from the Leaf Village lying in wait? One voiced his concerns. At most, it will be the border patrol of the Land of Fire. Under normal circumstances, they operate in teams of 4. With our 8, they would be doomed should they confront us. Indeed, and the ninjas from the Leaf Village are rather weak. They cannot possibly match our strength. Do not underestimate them. There may be traps. Here we are. They reached a corner, concealing themselves among the treetops, observing the road ahead while laying down traps. The 4 concealed themselves in the shadows by the roadside. Baiyun felt immense satisfaction with his comrade's skills. Each displayed no hint of awkwardness in their stealth. Particularly impressive was the 8-year-old Itachi, who had achieved such proficiency. A true prodigy. Feiju Qingting formed hand signs to sense the surroundings. A black and white sensory interface radiated outward from a central point. Suddenly, 8 blue chakra sources materialized in his mind. Enemies detected. 8 of them, approaching from the 7 o'clock position at an alarming speed. They will likely arrive before the convoy. Be cautious. They are elites, Feiju Qingting warned gravely. Are their chakra levels substantial? Baiyun inquired, aware of Feiju Qingting's sensory capabilities, which primarily relied on chakra detection. The foundational strength of a ninja is built upon their chakra. Thus, the potency of one's chakra can often indicate their overall strength. While chakra alone does not define a person's prowess, those with formidable chakra are unlikely to be feeble. Yes, to possess similar strength to us. They are likely the leaders of 2 teams, Feiju Qingting reported. Akane and Itachi's expressions turned solemn. Is this the intensity of our first combat during border patrol? Baiyun frowned. Given that their chakra levels are comparable, we must assume they have at least 2 Nin among them. Can you hold off one? You need to eliminate one swiftly and then support me. Rest assured, leave one to me. You focus on taking down the other 2. Feiju Qingting pointed towards a nearby Genin and Chunin. Indeed, even if the enemy's strength consisted of merely 2 Jounin, their quartet still had 2 members of lesser prowess. As for himself, he was quite confident. Even if the Raikage were to arrive, he could at least delay him for a moment. With a clever mind and numerous stratagems, confidence was his forte. The remaining duo, I and my esteemed senior Hondo, should also pose no problem. Itachi suddenly spoke up, his tone brimming with self-assurance. However, Yute Hondo was less certain. Facing 2 enemy squads, she felt no guarantee of success, even with the prodigious youth Itachi on their side. She harbored doubts about Itachi's capabilities, primarily due to his tender age. Itachi's eyes shifted, the 2 tomo of his Sharingan materializing before these eyes. As long as the disparity in numbers and strength wasn't excessively vast, victory was assured. Sharingan. Yute Hondo was taken aback, astonished that such a young Uchiha had awakened Sharingan. She sighed inwardly, marveling at the genius before her. Truly, the Uchiha clan produced prodigies year after year, and at merely 8 years old, Feiju Qingting regarded the dual Tomo Sharingan with admiration, proclaiming, "Leave those minor nuisances to you. You are quite impressive. I have heard that Uchimadara awakened his Sharingan at the age of 15. Yet you achieved it at 8. Your future is boundless." He too was surprised. Evidently, the trauma from the death of his previous teammates had spurred him on significantly. I dare not compare myself to my ancestors, Itachi replied. Baiyun Zhaochen remarked, "Excellent, possessing the Sharingan should suffice to hold off the enemies, and we have already set up traps, so it should be manageable." That said, she mentally prepared for any emergencies that might arise. Suddenly, Feiju Qingting's expression shifted. They've arrived. Tada! The caravan approached steadily from a distance, with several ninja warriors escorting it. The carts creaked ominously under the weight they bore. Leading the procession was a burly man with a rugged face, clad in an exquisite kimono, who occasionally directed his subordinates. Suddenly, swoosh swoosh, shuriken and kunai rained down from the surrounding forest. Enemy attack. As the words echoed, several guards fell lifeless to the ground. The renowned guards responded in kind. ZZ. In their moment of tension, several individuals within the caravan unleashed bolts of lightning from their hands, striking indiscriminately through the crowd. Bang bang. Those hit collapsed, charred and lifeless on the ground. Kill them, barked the burly man. Witnessing not only the lack of panic among the enemies, but also their audacity to counterattack. How dare you assault a noble of the land of iron? You shall taste my swordsmanship. The man drew his katana, adopting a stance, and deftly deflected the incoming shuriken. The betrayal of his subordinates within the caravan ignited his fury. Swoosh, swoosh. 8 figures emerged from the shadows, blades drawn, reinforced by lightning jutsu. In but a moment, the 50-strong escort dwindled to a mere 10 ZZ. I apologize, but perhaps you should reconsider your trade with the Land of Fire. The leader, a dark-skinned, middle-aged man with an explosive hairstyle, crackled with electricity. Who are you? Do you not realize who I am? You shall all face dire consequences for crossing me. The burly man's face contorted with rage. Yes, that's so. Lightning release. Thunder spear. To dare rampage at the borders of my Land of Fire is to underestimate us. Konoha. Just as the Yunin ninja prepared to unleash a lightning jutsu to dispatch the caravan's occupants. A voice from the sky startled them. Looking up, they beheld a massive toad plummeting from above. Scatter. The Yunin leader retracted his lightning technique and, along with his comrades, began to disperse. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted. The 3-meter-tall gigantic toad landed before the caravan, with Feiju Qingting standing atop it, a smile gracing his face. The first step of the tactic, dispersing the enemies, had succeeded. Meanwhile, the Yunin forces, while retreating, remained on high alert. Acutely aware of the airborne adversary and the surrounding commotion, evidently seasoned in combat experience. Swoosh swoosh, as Bayun Zhaochen advanced, a thunderous explosion transformed into a flurry of falling leaves. When she reappeared, her katana was already aimed at the enemy's neck. Clang! At that critical moment, the adversary was no pushover either. He unsheathed his weapon and parried her strike. Wind release. Breakthrough. Bayun Zhaochen formed hand seals with one hand, unleashing a tempest that struck the enemy. ZZ, the Yunin leader, felt a sharp pain coursing through his body. Glancing at the trickles of blood seeping from his wounds, his expression grave. Are they from Konoha? Harnessing the force of the wind. He swiftly retreated into the forest, seeking to engage in guerrilla tactics. Tree binding technique, .1 Yunin ninja. Hearing the incantation, turned back only to be met with a pair of crimson eyes. Instantly, he froze as a great tree sprouted from behind, its branches ensnaring him. Jinja, hiss! Just as he attempted to break free from the illusion, a colossal serpent materialized, sinking its fangs into his skull. ZZ, the decapitated head soared into the air, blood gushing forth under the pressure of the heart. Well done, Uchiha brat, Yute Hongdo declared, discarding the severed head. While the serpent morphed back into her arm, she cast a commendatory glance at Uchiha Itachi. Cursed be the enemy. The remaining Yunin ninjas, witnessing the death of a comrade, glared with fury. This time, they did not afford Hongdo and Itachi the opportunity to surround them. Instead, they focused their assault on the duo. Clang, bang bang. ZZ, boom. Your opponent is me. Feiju Qingting commanded the toad beneath him to leap, blocking the path of another ninja attempting to assist his comrades, who appeared to be a jounin. This man, dark-skinned with a scarred face, bore twin blades on his back and lacked a forehead protector. He regarded Feiju Qingting with palpable caution, his attention also drawn to the towering toad. Humph, seeking death, Chuanjia formed hand seals, chakra coalescing at his mouth, and unleashed a lightning spear aimed at Feiju Qingting. Swoosh! Too hasty. Feiju Qingting executed hand seals, moving like a fleeting shadow, completing his technique before the attack could reach him. Wind release. Breakthrough. Wind overcomes lightning. The spear was instantly obliterated and continued its trajectory toward Chuanja. Swoosh swoosh. Chuanja's lightning technique was merely a feint. Before the wind release could make contact, he vacated the spot. Advancing rapidly towards Feiju Qingting, he drew his twin blades, crackling with electricity. This man was a wind release ninja. He needed to be vigilant in battle while also keeping an eye on the summoning beast. Chuanja analyzed the enormous toad beneath Feiju Qingting, mentally calculating his next move that as Feiju Qingting unleashed his wind release. Chuanja recognized that he, being at a disadvantage in long-range combat, had to act swiftly to close the gap. ZZ, the lightning-enhanced cells propelled him forward at incredible speed. As he approached Feiju Qingting, his focus remained fixed on the enemy. Suddenly, Feiju Qingting formed hand seals. Another wind release? He thought, I apologize, but it appears you will perish by my hand. After preparing for considerable time, he realized the anticipated attack never materialized until he closed in on the summoning beast. He swung his blade, but it met nothing but air. Again he swung, and again he missed. What is going on? Chuanja was baffled. No matter how he struck, the blade hovered just an inch from the toad. Even with the rampant lightning coursing through his weapon, it remained just out of reach. However, his extensive battle experience led him to a realization. Lightning body technique. The chakra within him transformed into lightning, disrupting his own chakra flow. Instantly, his perception shifted, his pupils constricted. Indeed, it was an illusion. He had only moved 2 steps. The distance to Feiju Qingting was still 10 meters. A visual-type genjutsu. Impressive. My visual displacement technique, in its first real battle, was surprisingly unraveled by you in such a short time. Truly remarkable. The flying bamboo dragonfly perched atop the toad's head, chuckling. The chakra required for his illusions was not substantial. He sought to experiment on the battlefield, and the results exceeded his expectations. As for the toad beneath him, it merely imitated Jiraiya's summoning beast, drawing from the memories collected in the past. Once more, he declared, boom, crackle. Thunder echoed as taijutsu clashed, colossal beasts encircling them. Zing! Uchiha Itachi tilted his head back, the blade slicing through his tousled hair, scattering it into the air. Kunai flew from his hands, colliding at the precise moment the enemy attempted to intercept, striking at them from cunning angles. Clang, clang, clang. Such taijutsu and swordsmanship, surely they belonged to the shinobi of Kyomobikure. Itachi frowned slightly as he observed his techniques being effortlessly countered. Even with the Sharingan, overcoming such numerous foes was an arduous task. He needed to devise alternative strategies. His gaze fell upon Akane, who was also in a precarious position, her body marred with numerous wounds. Had it not been for the enemy's unique snake-style ninjutsu, she would have likely been paralyzed by their lightning techniques. The foes had multiplied from 6 to 11, as 5 additional spy ninjas infiltrated from within the convoy. Combined, their numbers explain the dire straits he and Akane found themselves in. In the distance, Akane's shadowy serpentine techniques pushed back the adversaries, exchanging a glance with Itachi as they gradually retreated towards the forest in rhythm with the battle. Whoosh! Lightning techniques, shuriken, kunai. The skirmish was fierce. Sir, should we assist? The guards of the man with the hairy face inquired as they witnessed the Leaf ninjas diverting the enemy's attention. If the Leaf shinobi failed, it would be their turn next. Others frowned at the suggestion. The hairy-faced man, relieved yet displeased, retorted, No, we remain here. We cannot afford further losses. He surveyed the ravaged terrain, the shattered wagons, and the fallen guards and servants, his heart aching. It was all due to the tardiness of the Leaf's arrival. His guards quickly echoed, Yes, yes, let them fight amongst themselves. We shall act when a moment is right. That a month's wages for this. What are you risking your lives for? They glared at the guard who had spoken up, their dissatisfaction evident. Boom! 2 swiftly approaching figures, the clash of kunai and blade sparked. The colossal dragonfly descended from the sky, 6 limbs targeting Chuanja. Another hawk circled above, poised to strike. This left Chuanja in a state of distress. The summoned beasts of the enemy seemed to be battle-hardened elites, possessing extensive combat experience. Each time he attempted an attack, it was either anticipated or thwarted by the lurking hawk, disrupting his rhythm. His taijutsu became increasingly futile. Moreover, The leading adversary was formidable, employing illusions, physical techniques, and wind techniques adeptly. Throughout this battle, he had already endured considerable hardship. Especially after falling prey to their illusions, he had tasted something worse than excrement, an insipid flavor, vaguely reminiscent of beans. Had it not been for the exceptional physical prowess and willpower of the Kumikure ninjas, he would have succumbed to the enemy's illusions long ago. Clang, bang! The flying bamboo dragonfly retreated slightly. Casting a furtive glance behind Chuanjia as he formed hand seals, Chuanjia, ever vigilant of the dragonfly's movements, felt a surge of caution as he prepared to dispel any illusions at a moment's notice. Having suffered greatly from carelessness moments prior, scatter 1,000 cherry blossoms, as the dragonfly completed his seals, a flurry of cherry blossoms began to fall from the sky, their pink petals strikingly vibrant amidst the chaos of battle. With a mere gesture, the dragonfly unleashed a torrent of cherry blossoms upon the enemy. Leaves cascaded along their path. Crash! Leaves, bark, trees. Anything that came into contact with the cherry blossoms was swiftly cleaved apart, each petal akin to a lethal weapon. Chuanjia immediately recognized the danger. The lightning stimulated his cellular activity as he retreated with haste. Keenly aware, he discerned this was a wind-release ninjutsu. If he attempted to counter it with lightning, he would fall into the adversary's trap. Moreover, the enemy's illusions were also intertwined. Once ensnared, there would be no escape. Years of battlefield experience urged him to retreat quickly, seeking alternative angles for attack or more targeted techniques. Whoosh! He moved swiftly, but the flying bamboo dragonfly merely smiled. Boom! Just meters behind Chuanjia, the ground erupted as an armadillo emerged, sinking its teeth into his waist, rending from the moment the dragonfly began weaving illusions. Leading Chuanjia into a trap, the armadillo had burst forth in the blink of an eye. Chuanjia found himself bitten in half. Damn it, he muttered, unwilling to accept being outmaneuvered, gazing at the distant dragonfly. He vowed that even if he could not slay you, he would take down one of your summoned beasts. Crackle! The severed halves of his body suddenly erupted with intense lightning, filling the surrounding area. The armadillo, unable to evade, was charred black by the electric surge. Just before Chuanjia's consciousness faded, he beheld the armadillo transform into a shattered bamboo structure. In the perilous world of shinobi, one must always remain cautious. Everyone possesses their unique skills. The flying bamboo dragonfly, since the enemy's chakra had entirely dissipated and exhaled a sigh of relief. Jainin was indeed formidable. Even without intelligence, he could not swiftly subdue his opponent. Moreover, this final maneuver was likely a last-ditch ninjutsu. Fortunately, his perceptive abilities and diverse techniques were advantageous. The willpower and methods of Kumikure seemed to counter his illusions effectively. The extent to which his illusions could be restrained among the Jainin of Kumikure had taken him by surprise. Illusions involving fear, disgust, and pain were all easily suppressed and dispelled by their tenacious, with the it appeared his illusions still had ample room for improvement. Even his technique that enabled individuals to subconsciously enact illusions upon themselves had been repeatedly shattered by the enemy. Each breakthrough was met with another defeat that could only temporarily disrupt the enemy's rhythm and increase their consumption of chakra. Lacking the ability to secure a decisive victory, he realized his illusions had inherent flaws, relegating them to a supportive role. Thankfully, he possessed a plethora of alternative methods, not confined solely to illusions. However, such significant advantages coupled with considerable shortcomings were untenable if every shinobi with the willpower of this Jainin could withstand his illusions. It would render his sensory-type ninja advantage futile. The flying bamboo dragonfly was not lacking in other abilities, yet when compared to his illusions, the disparity remained considerable. Illusions needed to evolve towards subtlety, obscurity, and irreversibility or develop outwardly, akin to a pivotal technique. These were his contemplations. Subtlety and obscurity involved controlling the five senses: shape, form, texture, and quality, without adjustment, leading the enemy to misjudge distance and timing. The visual distortions he had previously employed were a small step in this direction. The irreversibility aspect encompassed memory implantation, employing mind-reading techniques in reverse, ultimately leading to the insertion of historical narratives. However, he discovered that utilizing such techniques in combat was ineffective. The enemy's resistance significantly diminished the technique's efficacy, requiring a gradual encroachment rather than a rapid execution. Progress in this area had been limited. He had already gleaned inspiration from the illusion known as the pivotal hand, which could transform falsehoods into reality, invigorating his imagination, just like the original works on Mabuyun, whose illusions could manipulate the elements and weather. Truly perfect. These thoughts flitted through the mind of the flying bamboo dragonfly. Clang! The battle raged on in the distance as he continued to sense the situation. He noted that the chakra of his captain's adversary was gradually waning, indicating a likely victory. However, Uchiha Itachi and Akane seemed to be in dire straits. Facing off against a dozen foes, that they had persisted thus far was already commendable. The flying bamboo dragonfly smiled as he sensed the circumstances. Whoosh! Subsequently, they rushed to provide support. Huffing and puffing, Hondo and Itachi stood back to back, their garments tattered and torn. Their hands and bodies were drenched in blood, and they were both heaving heavily. The diminutive Itachi wore a serious expression, seemingly contemplating strategies to confront their adversaries. Gasping for breath, Hondo cast a glance at the encircling foes and exclaimed, "Damn it! Why haven't Captain and Feiju Qingting resolved their situation yet? There's no choice. The Jonin must be more formidable than us," Itachi murmured, his own body pushed to its limits, only 8 years of age. And having frequently used the Sharingan, his chakra was nearly depleted. Even Hondo was utterly exhausted at this point. Yet, the enemies were not in much better shape, thanks to the traps laid by the duo. Their numbers had dwindled from 11 to 6, however. Those remaining were still in far better condition than the two of them. "Are we destined to perish here?" Hondo mumbled. Meanwhile, the cloud-hidden ninja, having observed the two youngsters closely, realized they were on the brink of collapse. They exchanged glances and began to form hand seals. Boom! From behind one of the cloud-hidden Chunin, an armadillo burst forth from the ground, impaling him with its claws as he was distracted by the hand seals. The others gasped in shock, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Whoosh! Another was pierced through the chest by kunai. The remaining members quickly reacted, retreating while concentrating their gaze on a single figure emerging slowly, carrying a corpse, accompanied by the armadillo. Lord Chuanja. The cloud-hidden ninjas gasped in horror at the sight of the corpse in his hands. The once venerated Lord Chuanja, who had rendered great service to the cloud-hidden, now lay lifeless at the hands of their enemies, sowing seeds of fear and retreat in their hearts. Itachi and Hondo also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the newcomer, just as the cloud-hidden's attention was fixated on them. Feiju Qingting began his hand seals. Illusion, tree, binding kill. Crash! The remaining four were ensnared by elongated tree branches that emerged behind them, their limbs exposed. Fear swept over their faces. This illusion could maintain the victim's consciousness, so they all realized they had fallen prey to a genjutsu. However, given Feiju Qingting's current mastery of illusion techniques, coupled with the exhaustion from prolonged combat, they found themselves at a loss for how to counter it. Damn it! The chakra is insufficient to adapt to the lightning body technique. The four struggled desperately, attempting to break free through sheer force. Feiju Qingting shook his head. The illusion's nature was to bind oneself, not the enemy, and without a means to break free, even someone as physically adept as Guy could not escape through brute strength alone. Surveying the battlefield, littered with shuriken, kunai, and the devastation wrought by ninjutsu, he instinctively retraced the scenario using mathematics, geography, and experience. He then glanced at his two teammates, grinning. "Well done. You two not only dealt with 5 enemies but managed to hold on until now. Truly worthy of being my comrades." After being rescued, Itachi and Hondo exhaled in relief and sat down to rest. Upon hearing Feiju Qingting's words, Hondo rolled her eyes. "Stop with the sarcastic remarks. If you had arrived any later, we would have been finished." "Huff! I'm utterly exhausted." Itachi looked at Feiju Qingting, then at the 4 enemies who appeared bound and immobile. Is this a traditional Konoha genjutsu? Binding kill, he pondered, in his heart. He raised his appraisal of Feiju Qingting. Not only had he embraced his own will of fire, but but he had also begun to act upon it, hadn't he? Recalling Feiju Qingting's earlier words about possessing the strength of the first Hokage and Uchiha Gramps, which would allow him to protect the village and his family. Itachi wondered if he could achieve the same. He shook his head inwardly. Even the first Hokage and Uchiha Gramps had to engage in negotiations with other nations. How could they possess the strength to protect everything? Hadn't they also perished in battle? The legends of Konoha, including those of the Uchiha, bore no records of the two founders dying of old age, indicating they had met their end in combat. This further solidified his thoughts. He found greater resonance with Shirsue's words, believing that only through the resolve to forsake everything could peace be attained in Konoha. Having witnessed the battlefield at such a young age, he understood the fragility of peace. Feiju Qingting, oblivious to Itachi's thoughts, approached the terrified four enemies. After forming seals and casting his technique, he placed his right hand over the area above their temples, where the nerves are most concentrated and closest to the brain. Illusory images of a time tunnel, memories from the ninja's life, unfolded before him, allowing him to experience their life from a near first-person perspective. After furrowing his brow, he finally pinpointed the crucial information: the enemy's mission. Stop! What have you done to him? A nearby cloud-hidden ninja bellowed. Damn it, you Konoha scum! Our Captain Samatsu will kill you. Be a man and grant me a swift end. You bastard, kill me already. The other three, realizing the precariousness of their situation, attempted to provoke Feiju Qingting into executing them, but don't rush. Your turn will come. Feiju Qingting replied with a slight smile, initiating the reading of the second individual's memories. Did they think such lowly provocations could shake his ironclad resolve? As for their so-called Captain Samatsu, he had already sensed that the enemy had been dispatched earlier and was en route. 1, 2, 3, 4, regardless of how the four struggled, their memories were systematically extracted by Feiju Qingting, and he even gleaned the head of the Jonin corpse beneath his feet, sitting on the ground. Hondo watched as Feiju Qingting touched the heads of each enemy and muttered, "Does he have some sort of peculiar fetish for touching people's heads?" Itachi, overhearing, replied, "Sister Hondo, Brother Qingting is likely employing a mind-reading technique to extract enemy intelligence that he mentioned it during his self-introduction. Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing Itachi refer to her as sister, Hondo felt a surge of joy. However, she flushed as she realized the implication of his words. Such a lapse in intelligence was indeed unacceptable, the more she thought about it. The redder her face became. What a disgrace, she lamented, feeling embarrassed in front of the 8-year-old Itachi for revealing her oversight. It was all Feiju Qingting's fault for not providing a memorable introduction. Yes, that was it. It was entirely his fault. Watching her expression shift, Itachi thought to himself that this older kunoichi was truly formidable, as she seemed completely unaware of the thoughts swirling in her mind. He had believed his studies in psychology had equipped him well, yet he still could not decipher the current thoughts of this older sister. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Feiju Qingting dispatched the four with kunai, then piled the other deceased enemies together. He retrieved a scroll from his waist pouch, unfurling it on the ground, and pressed his hand on the blank area as seals began to emerge, wrapping around all the corpses. The bodies gradually transformed into beams of light. Drawn into the center of the scroll, where a character for corpse materialized in the vacant space, Feiju Qingting stowed the scroll away. "Hey, why are you collecting the bodies?" Hondo inquired, perplexed. Itachi, equally baffled, responded, "Sister Hondo, the bodies are crucial sources of intelligence for ninjas. Whether extracting information from the enemy's body, discovering ways to counter their techniques, or reading their memories, they can all be utilized. I remember learning about this in the second-grade intelligence course at the academy." The Konoha Medical Department's corpse handling team was established for precisely this reason. Red-faced and fuming, Hondo felt a wave of shame wash over her as Itachi's every word made her feel inadequate. She was supposed to be a chunin, yet consistently forgot such fundamental knowledge. Indeed, Hondo, weren't you studying under Orochimaru? I heard he defected from Konoha for experimental purposes. He should have taught you various methods for handling corpses. Feiju Qingting added with a grin. Bastard, I forgot these crucial things because Orochimaru sealed my memories. Yes, that's it. What do you know? Who do you think you are? And you dare bring me up? You're not even the captain. Crackling with indignation, Hondo vented her frustrations not at the 8-year-old Itachi, but at Feiju Qingting, her hands gesturing animatedly, seemingly imbued with rich expression. Whoosh! After Feiju Qingting endured the torment akin to that of Tang Sung at the hands of Yusho Sai Hongdo, Bai Yunzaozan emerged from the shadowy forest path. With his blade in hand, he observed a few individuals engaged in casual conversation, and, glancing around the surroundings, surmised that his comrades had concluded their battle. With a clang, he sheathed his sword upon his back. "The captain has arrived," Feiju Qingting remarked. Hongdo, hands on hips, turned to see Bai Yunzaozan. Ceasing her incessant chatter, "I asked the captain injured. What about you all? Where are the enemies?" Bai Yunzaozan inquired, his gaze scanning the area, failing to discern any remnants of the foes. They must have fled. This realization caused him a frown. That fellow used a sealing technique to contain them. Hongdo pointed at Feiju Qingting, her admiration evident. Despite the apparent simplicity of the corpse collection, it was indeed a sealing technique, not something just anyone could master. Even she, a former disciple of Orochimaru, had abandoned the endeavor after a period of study. With the mark on her neck sealed by the third Hokage himself, Feiju Qingting then asked, "Captain, what about the body of your opponent? I've already gleaned the memories of the others. Only yours remains." "I apologize. The enemy was formidable, and the battle was too intense. They have been dismembered, rendering any mind-reading techniques futile," Bai Yunzaozan sighed. The adversary was a ninja from a great nation, possessing extraordinary skills. His newly devised vacuum blade had gone awry, resulting in the enemy being torn into 18 pieces. "I see. And no matter. I shall now report the intelligence I've gathered," Feiju Qingting stated. The others perked up at his words. "Based on the memories I accessed, these individuals are indeed from Yunin Village, targeting the trade routes of the Iron and Fire nations, forming two critical small squads. Their orders are to ambush the merchant convoy associated with the Fire Nation, and they have been doing so for some time. Additionally, there are two more elite teams, totaling 4 elite squads in action. Given the current circumstances, it seems the enemy has realized that Konoha is preparing to counterattack and intends to make a final stand before retreating back to the Land of Lightning, leaving behind a mess for Konoha to clean up." Uchiha Itachi interjected, "So, this attack may be their last? That is a possibility. Does this mean we have completed the task assigned by the third Hokage?" Yusho Sai Hongdo exclaimed excitedly. This was an S-rank mission, and its completion could yield substantial rewards, allowing her to indulge in delectable 3-colored dumplings for an extended period. Completing it in just a few days was nothing short of perfection. She mused that if only this fellow had a mouth as sweet as Itachi's. She seemed to have entirely forgotten that it was Itachi who had provided the blade. No, it may also be a trap. A counterattack, so we must not let our guard down, that we must continue patrolling the borders and relay the intelligence back to Konoha. This trade route is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to be careless. If possible, Qingting, locate the other 2 teams and eliminate them, Bai Yunzaozan asserted, his leadership qualities coming to the fore, devoid of any emotional attachment towards the enemy ninjas. "Understood. Let us tidy up and meet with the convoy leader to showcase Konoha's strength and to reassure the Iron Nation's merchant convoy," Feiju Qingting replied. Over the years, he had learned more than just ninjutsu. Even if not specialized, he had acquired knowledge in various other areas. Such knowledge was crucial for a politician. He aspired to be a competent worker, establishing stability by discerning the sentiments of those above him to solidify his own position. "Yes, Qingting has made an excellent point. Let us converse with them before pursuing the other 2 enemy squads." Bai Yunzaozan nodded. Uchiha Itachi observed everything keenly, his impression of Feiju Qingting rising once more. He was indeed a ninja praised by the third Hokage for his fiery will, always considering Konoha's interests. He still had much to learn. "My lord, shall we not depart swiftly? If Konoha's forces are defeated, we shall be doomed," one of the guards suggested after a prolonged wait, the intermittent sounds of clashing weapons in the forest weighing heavily on his mind, akin to an invisible hammer flattening him. The other guards shared his sentiments. Judging by earlier circumstances, their strength was insufficient to retreat unscathed from the enemy's onslaught. Now was the opportune moment. The burly man frowned, recognizing the guards' concerns held no merit, for even if they fled, they would not escape far. The enemy's strength would assuredly catch up. The guards were merely afraid of death, seeking to evade reality. Had they known, they would have employed Konoha's services. Just look at them. 4 individuals facing over a dozen, yet still so valiantly engaged in battle. But what if Konoha? Just then a disturbance arose from the forest beside the road. All the guards quickly drew their blades, nervously watching the shadowy figures emerge from the gloom. Upon realizing they were all Konoha ninjas, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. The burly man's eyes brightened. The appearance of Konoha's 4 indicated that the enemies had been repelled. He leaped from the cart and rushed forward, wearing a smile akin to that of a host greeting esteemed guests. Thank you, esteemed Konoha ninjas, for ridding us of these marauding bandits. We are truly grateful. It is no trouble. These Yunin scoundrels dared to wreak havoc on the borders of the Fire Nation. They brought this upon themselves. Rest assured, Konoha has dispatched reinforcements to the borders. No one shall dare threaten you again, Bayun Zhao-san reassured him. Yunin? The burly man's complexion darkened upon hearing this. So, it was this group, the audacity of the Land of Lightning, to perpetrate such acts. He was acutely aware that many of the Iron Nation's merchant associations had extensive dealings with the Land of Lightning. Now, to target Konoha, they had brought their wrath upon themselves. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly mobilize the Iron Nation's merchant associations to suppress the trade prices of the Land of Lightning. Teaching them a lesson that I am grateful. I will recommend employing Konoha ninjas to my fellow merchants in the Iron Nation for safety. The burly man refrained from discussing benefits for Konoha, as that would not align with his identity as a merchant. Nonetheless, Bayun Zhao-san's eyes sparkled. He had not anticipated such unexpected gains. Feiju Qingting felt similarly. Hidden villages operate as military mercenary organizations, with 70% of their operational funds sourced for various factions' employments. The burly man's statement might very well yield benefits for Konoha. If realized, it would signify another significant achievement, allowing them to exchange it for some ninjutsu to enhance their own growth. With their objectives achieved and unexpected rewards in hand, the 4 engaged in brief conversation with the burly man before bidding farewell and vanishing from sight to track the remaining 2 teams. Whoosh! Curse you, Konoha! If only you had arrived sooner. The burly man lamented after the Konoha ninjas departed, gazing at the fallen bodies surrounding him, tears threatening to spill forth as he contemplated their heavy losses. While he admired Konoha's strength, it did not absolve his grievance over their tardiness. He had merely concealed his merchant persona moments prior. Swish! The 4 moved swiftly through the forest. Feiju Qingting occupied the central position of their formation, employing sensing ninjutsu, with the other 3 following Bayun Zhao-san at the forefront and Uchiha Itachi and Hondo flanking the rear. This formation had been maintained for quite some time, ever since they had eliminated 2 teams from Yunin 3 days prior, patrolling in the same manner. That day, they had gone to the designated meeting point with Yunin, but found no sign of the enemy. They realized that someone from the eradicated squads had utilized a special method to relay information. Thus, they had adopted this formation for rapid patrols. The guard Feiju Qingting felt reassured in his sensing. Halt. Had he discovered something? The 4 came to a stop, looking towards Feiju Qingting. Gurgle. Feiju Qingting's stomach growled. Apologies, I am quite hungry. Hondo and the others were left speechless. They then found a sheltered spot, hunted a prey, and commenced a fire to prepare a meal. Sizzle. Captain, we have patrolled the borderline connecting to the Iron Nation twice already. Yet there are still no traces of the enemy. We must send someone to the Iron Nation to gather intelligence. The flying bamboo dragonfly deftly flipped the skewered meat in his hands. Offering a suggestion to It was not only he who sensed the patrol in recent days. The legless creature reconnaissance of Hondo and Itachi, who was carried into the sky to survey with the Sharingan, were also part of the effort. Even Bayun Zhaochen had employed battlefield reconnaissance techniques that could be described as a thorough search, aside from eliminating a few wandering ninjas attempting to infiltrate the Land of Fire. They had yielded no significant results. The relentless work had left them utterly exhausted. Day and night toil made Feiju Qingting long for his wife back home, craving the ramen she would prepare. Truly, the working class is akin to cattle and horses. At this moment, both Itachi and Hondo were equally worn out, particularly Itachi, who, despite his young age and exceptional talent, bore a mature mindset. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, fatigue flickered in his eyes. Baiyun Zhaochen declared. "I've already sent word to Lord Hokage. From now on, we shall ease the pace of our patrols and await his instructions." Understood. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Feiju Qingting too relaxed, as this was precisely the statement he had been awaiting. However, he could not voice such sentiments. After all, he was a diligent worker devoted to Konoha, and how could he express such negativity? "Now that we have some downtime, allow me to impart some battlefield wisdom that I have gleaned from my experiences as a ninja during the Third Great Ninja War," Feiju Qingting proclaimed. Standing upon a tree branch, addressing Itachi and Hondo, Baiyun Zhaochen cast him a glance, recognizing that this comrade relished showing off before his teammates. Yet surprisingly, he was also remarkably composed and rich in experience, consistently providing numerous effective suggestions. Subsequently, he embraced his weapon, seated himself against the tree trunk, and closed his eyes to rest. "Did you know, back in my day during the Third War, I was invincible, never having lost a single battle, instilling fear in my enemies," Feiju Qingting boasted, his words punctuated by fervent gestures. Itachi listened with rapt attention. "Get to the point. Those who have lost on the battlefield are generally dead. No need for exaggeration." "All right," Hondo interjected, her veins visibly throbbing. "And as for instilling fear, only the likes of the White Fang and the Fourth Hokage have accomplished that. Even the Third Hokage and the legendary three ninjas could not achieve such a feat." She, too, had experienced the battlefield and had anticipated that Feiju Qingting might share some valuable insight. Yet he merely boasted. She wasted no time in exposing his exaggerations. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes sparkled with interest. "Could you tell me about the White Fang, the Fourth Hokage, and the legendary three?" Hondo observed his eager expression, suppressing a cough, feeling a sense of pride. She then began recounting the illustrious deeds of these predecessors. Having followed Orochimaru, although some memories were sealed, they pertained solely to Orochimaru. Over the years, she had not wasted her time. Her narration was vivid and engaging. Feiju Qingting fell silent, irked that the focus had shifted from his own accomplishments. However, there were indeed matters that he was unaware of, which Hondo was well informed about. For instance, the sacrifice of Konoha as White Fang for his comrades, mirroring the narrative of past lives, and how after the Second War, only Orochimaru remained active on the battlefield. As Hondo elaborated, both individuals were captivated by her words. Yet, Feiju Qingting found it baffling that he was not the one boasting of his prowess. Over the years, he felt he had squandered his opportunities. Meanwhile, Itachi, upon hearing about Konoha as White Fang, who forsook his mission for his comrades, and the Fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself to protect the village, as well as the legendary three who bore the burden against the demigod, was flooded with thoughts. These were the great predecessors of the village, embodying the will of fire. Such hard-won peace should not be jeopardized by the radicals within his clan. All right, that concludes my tale. Hondo wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling fatigued from her storytelling, yet satisfied. "Now it's my turn to share some combat techniques." Feiju Qingting began, having realized after his first teaching session that educating others was quite fulfilling, especially when it involved two renowned characters from the original story. Hondo and Itachi listened intently, one a disciple of Orochimaru and the other hailing from a clan of skilled ninjas. Feiju Qingting's ability to take down 8J Nin showcased his exceptional strength, making his teachings invaluable. Feiju Qingting did not treat them lightly. Instead, he earnestly explained techniques, battlefield intelligence gathering, emergency aid, support strategies, trap design, and much more, practical knowledge drawn from real experiences. Finally, he emphasized one crucial point. Intelligence is the lifeblood of a ninja. Itachi and Hondo nodded in agreement, recognizing its profound importance. Analyzing the current situation is your key to overcoming the enemy. They nodded again. Learning diverse tactics is fundamental after you have discerned the enemy's intelligence to mount a counterattack. This insight resonated deeply with them. Lastly, every jutsu in a ninja's arsenal has its weaknesses. Identify them, conquer them, and victory will be yours. Just as Feiju Qingting concluded his discourse, the piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the sky. Baiyun Zhaochen opened his eyes, forming hand seals to execute a jutsu. A falcon descended from the heavens, landing upon his shoulder, a small pouch strapped to its back. The three of them turned their attention to their captain, understanding that the orders from the Hokage had arrived. "Captain, please see what instructions Lord Hokage has for us," Hondo urged eagerly, ready to showcase her skills. Bayun Zhaochen wasted no time, unsealing the letter to read its contents. His brow furrowed and then relaxed as he processed the information. "Lord Hokage has dispatched reinforcements to gather intelligence in the Land of Iron. Our sole responsibility is to patrol the borders and prevent the Cloud from invading the Land of Fire." Upon hearing this, Feizhu Qingting scratched his head, his mind brimming with enthusiasm. If they were merely to monitor the borders, it would be a far less daunting task than infiltrating the Land of Iron for intelligence. Espionage was among the most perilous and challenging roles for a ninja. Although the Land of Iron was a neutral nation and wouldn't treat infiltrating ninjas as invaders like the five great nations would, it still posed significant risks. The profession of a ninja assassin was not to be taken lightly. As the largest military organization within a nation, they typically employed thunderous tactics. Despite its neutrality, the Land of Iron would not permit casual intelligence gathering, and being discovered could lead to dire consequences. When he had read the original story, he had perceived other nations as weak compared to the five great nations. Yet, only through experience did Feizhu Qingting realize that such comparisons were misleading. That perceived weakness was relative to the immense powers at play. It was not a matter of one individual against an entire nation. As the original narrative suggested, Sasori's puppet techniques could devastate a country. But that referred to nations with only a few cities, not the Land of Iron, which boasted hundreds of towns. According to Feizhu Qingting's recollection, if he was not mistaken, the cult that birthed Haiden, the Immortal, originated in the Land of Water. Yet Konoha's investigations into the Land of Water had yielded scant progress, only revealing the presence of a malevolent cult. This demonstrated that the strength of other nations was not easily toppled by a lone individual. And the Land of Iron was no exception. Oh yes. So we merely need to guard the borders, and once our watch concludes, we can secure an S-rank mission. Hondo exclaimed with excitement, as this would mark her first solo S-rank task. Itachi too wore a slight smile. This would be his inaugural S-rank mission as well. He glanced at the captain and Feizhu Qingting, recognizing that these two were pivotal in accomplishing the task, akin to the third Hokage's intention in assigning them. This had been his reflection over the past few days, why the third Hokage would assign him and Hondo, two relatively weaker ninjas, to such a challenging mission. Beyond Itachi's Sharingan and Hondo's summoning jutsu reconnaissance, it was clear that there was also a desire for them to develop their skills. The third Hokage truly treated the Uchiha as part of the village. However, concerning the clan, Itachi shook his head, hoping for a de-escalation. Otherwise, well, they must remain prepared. Should the reinforcements sent by the third Hokage encounter trouble, they would undoubtedly need to provide support. The morning clouds nodded. It is not as simple as it seems. Until the situation in the Land of Thunder becomes clear, Konoha must remain prepared for war. One cannot afford to relax at the slightest hint of intelligence. Feizhu Qingting stretched lazily. There are no trivial matters on the battlefield. Everyone must be ready at all times. We cannot afford to let our guard down until our mission is complete. Itachi and Hondo nodded in agreement. Another fortnight passed. Keep it up, Uchiha. At the temporary encampment, Feizhu Qingting observed Bayun Zhaochen and Uchiha Itachi in a standoff, wielding a red flag that had mysteriously appeared in her hand. Waving it incessantly, Hondo watched in silence, initially thinking that she was eccentric enough, but realizing that this Feizhu Qingting was even more so. Clang! Bayun Zhaochen's katana clashed swiftly with Itachi's short blade, sparks flying with each dangerous encounter. Young as he was, Itachi's swordsmanship was commendable. Under the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, he gradually began to keep pace with Bayun Zhaochen's assaults. The Uchiha style of genjutsu flourished in his hands. This was their daily routine, sparring and nurturing the young ones in the span of 2 weeks. The border had seen no significant events. Most days were filled with ordinary patrols in light of this. Feizhu Qingting and Bayun Zhaochen would leave one person behind to conserve energy for potential enemies, while the other accompanied Itachi and Hondo in practicing combat. Currently, it was a duel between the captain and Itachi. Limited to swordsmanship to hone Itachi's practical skills, Feiju Qingting could discern that Itachi was indeed a prodigy, his progress in swordsmanship already matching half of his own speed, though he was merely practicing casually. Of course, his flag continued to wave in his hand. Such opportunities for respite were rare. "Hey, could you stop that? I need to focus on the battle and learn," Hondo exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer. Feiju Qingting shot her a skeptical glance. "You're still learning? I feel like your mastery of Orochimaru's secret techniques has made you a bit arrogant. I can hardly believe you when you say you're learning." The mention of arrogance ignited Hondo's ire. Just yesterday, during their spar, he had said the same thing like T that time. She had been confident that this man, 2 years her senior, was merely a tad more experienced in combat, and his genjutsu was nothing extraordinary. She had simply let her guard down. During their bout, Hondo utilized the serpent techniques she had learned from Orochimaru, confidently preparing to give him a taste of defeat. To her surprise, he countered with a bizarre genjutsu that mocked her arrogance, revealing that she had not even mastered the art of dispelling illusions. Now, she felt nauseated, yet she had to admit that Feiju Qingting was indeed a genius. However, Itachi, engaged in battle, was a genius among geniuses. With the Sharingan bloodline limit, his swordsmanship was exquisite, his physical abilities commendable, and his mastery of fire release and genjutsu formidable. All this at such a tender age. She had thought that after fighting alongside Itachi for the first time, she had gained some insight into his capabilities, only to find herself defeated in their recent skirmish. Sometimes, she pondered who was truly the Chunin and who was the Genin. With such talent, if Itachi were to remain unscathed by the internal struggles of youth, he might one day admonish Sasuke, saying, "You've grown complacent. You're as weak as a mere 6 paths." Feiju Qingting inwardly scoffed. What a pity Itachi's brilliance, stemming not only from the Uchiha bloodline, but also from the ideological clashes of the years, had taken root and could not be altered. Unless one day, Feiju Qingting's ultimate genjutsu could rewrite history and completely alter memories, there remained a slim possibility. Yet, Itachi would not wait for that, nor would he allow anyone to rewrite his memories. Clang! Unbeknownst to Itachi, the two behind him were critiquing him that moment. He was struggling to discern the captain's movements with his Sharingan and prepare his counterattack. In the midst of this, he learned much. Feiju Qingting had once said that every ninjutsu has its weaknesses. The same must apply to taijutsu and kenjutsu. However, he soon discovered that even though he had perceived the captain's intentions, his physical limitations hindered his ability to retaliate. This was what Feiju Qingting meant by learning diverse techniques. Without such diversity, even if one could analyze the enemy's moves and tactical intentions, they would still be unable to overcome them. Clang! Baiyun Zhaochen placed his sword against Itachi's neck. Concluding today's sparring session in the Land of Fire, at the border, be cautious, Feiju Qingting proclaimed as he took a breath and swung his katana towards Itachi. Unbeknownst to him, he casually formed a hand sign for a genjutsu with his left hand. Itachi's Sharingan whirled rapidly. To him, Feiju Qingting's current speed appeared sluggish. The trajectory of the katana laid bare before him. He could even perceive it without activating his Sharingan, entirely unlike their previous spar. Could it be a trick? Suddenly, he noticed that one of Feiju Qingting's hands had vanished from his sight, obscured by his body, recalling Feiju Qingting's signature technique of forming hand signs with one hand. He thought, oh no, that he intended to block the attack with his ninjat while swiftly distancing himself from Feiju Qingting. Rip! Time was of the essence, despite sensing that Feiju Qingting and his ninjat were still about 10 centimeters apart. His sleeve was unexpectedly torn. It was as if Feiju Qingting's blade had extended invisibly. Tap tap. Retreating a few steps, Itachi frowned the katana. What had just transpired? Had the blade truly elongated? What was happening with Itachi? How could the foolishness of letting Feiju Qingting's blade penetrate into such a defenseless area occur? This was not like him. Yuki Hondo, observing from behind, also furrowed her brow. Having spent 2 months together, she was well aware of Itachi's strengths. Such a blunder would be unthinkable for him, even for a normal graduate of a ninja academy. Against Feiju Qingting, Itachi's loss was inevitable, but he should not lose in such a manner. Baiyun Zhaochen contemplated for a moment and said, "Did you see the hand he concealed? He must have secretly cast a genjutsu that caught Itachi off guard." Hondo paused, recalling Feiju Qingting's earlier movements. Realizing that she had indeed not seen his other hand, remembering his one-handed hand sign technique and his genjutsu prowess, she felt reassured. As long as it wasn't Itachi's mistake, she could accept it. What kind of genjutsu was this? Feiju Qingting's ability to conceal was astonishing. During their 2 months on the border, apart from patrolling, they had engaged in mutual sparring and learning to maintain their readiness. And everyone held great admiration for Feiju Qingting's genjutsu. There was even a time when they prohibited him from using that nauseating taste-based genjutsu, which was simply outrageous. She had never encountered a more formidable genjutsu user. It's not about concealment. It's that you all cannot compel him to exert his full strength, Bai Yun Zhaochen remarked. Hondo was at a loss for words. She understood that too. Yet, under circumstances where one was aware of the opponent's genjutsu abilities and still could not dispel it, it was indeed a disgrace to the profession of a ninja. Uchiha Itachi, being Uchiha Itachi, after a brief moment of contemplation, also deduced that Feiju Qingting had concealed that one hand. He recalled Feiju Qingting's commonly used genjutsu, realizing that the blade had not lengthened. Rather, it had appeared misaligned in his perception. His genjutsu had caused him to misjudge the shape of the blade. Thus, he reached his conclusion. Dispel. With this thought, he immediately employed his technique to dispel the genjutsu. As he gazed at the smiling Feiju Qingting, waiting for him to recover, he noted that while the blade appeared largely unchanged through his Sharingan, it now seemed to have lengthened by about 10 centimeters. What a cunning genjutsu! As a fellow genjutsu user, he understood just how terrifying such an elusive technique could be for an adversary, in contrast to ordinary genjutsu, which an enemy could swiftly recognize. Aside from those that were impossible to dispel, most could respond quickly. However, genjutsu like Feiju Qingting's, which left adversaries unaware of its existence, was truly fearsome. Had it not been for Feiju Qingting holding back, his arm could have been severed. Itachi glanced at the shorn sleeve of his arm. Oh dear, have you realized? What do you think of my new genjutsu? I have not been idle during these 2 months of patrolling. Feiju Qingting, oblivious to Itachi's astonished expression, felt a tinge of boredom. Highly intelligent individuals lacked the element of surprise, leaving little room for amusement. He had hoped to see Itachi's jaw drop in astonishment. Begging for his guidance, that a new genjutsu, Yao inquired. In other words, this illusion was crafted within the past 2 months, which left him feeling somewhat inadequate. Everyone referred to him as a genius, but the individual before him was the true prodigy. Was he not? Feiju Qingting nodded. Illusion technique. Shape alteration can alter an enemy's perception of the object's form. This means that the moment you fall under its influence, all shapes are defined by me. However, the object's actual shape remains unchanged. What is altered is your perception, not the object's true form. Therefore, it would seem you have a countermeasure now. So come, let me see if you truly are a genius. Gazing at the smiling man wielding a blade, the 3 present, including Yao, felt a chill at his words. Even with the intelligence they had gained, responding effectively would not be easy. They must divide their focus, remaining vigilant for the possibility of an illusion. Even knowing they were not ensnared, they could not afford to be careless. Should they remain silent, the enemy would suffer greatly. Yet if they voiced their awareness, it would be as though the enemy had gained an additional ally, diverting part of their attention that in essence, possessing information or lacking it both wielded influence over the adversary. Unless, of course, the enemy was a robot devoid of consciousness. Yao began to form hand seals, expelling a massive fireball towards Feiju Qingting. This obscured their line of sight, thwarting the opponent's illusions. Subsequently, he retrieved kunai from his person, entwining them with wire to launch them in various directions. Whoosh! Indeed, a genius, he swiftly devised a method to prevent being ensnared by an illusion. However, while obscuring my vision, he has also obscured his own. Feiju Qingting remarked, finding it rather naive, as his large sword transformed into a palm-sized dagger, which he stowed away. He then formed hand seals. Earth release, subterranean navigation. He did not need to see to traverse. This method merely rendered his visual illusions ineffective. Emerging from beneath the enormous fireball, he surfaced before Yao, making a face. Whoosh! Yet, what awaited him was a barrage of kunai from all directions. Bound by wire, they launched towards Feiju Qingting. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sharingan whirled, observing his every movement, ready to make adjustments at any moment. The young man displayed a lack of martial ethics, launching a surprise attack on a 17-year-old elder. Feiju Qingting remained unperturbed in the face of the kunai. Wind release, void cutter, whoosh. The multitude of kunai was instantly halted by an invisible barrier, flung away from Feiju Qingting in all directions. Thud, thud, thud. The kunai embedded themselves in trees, emitting a dull thud. Clap, clap, clap. Feiju Qingting applauded. Let us call it a day. Well done, you've made progress recently. Mitsushiro Azuki approached, pointing at his face. Hey, that's rather underhanded of you. Blocking your eyes means Yao's illusions can't be utilized. Feiju Qingting shrugged. If you're weak, just practice more. His smug demeanor made Azuki want to strike him, but knowing she could not win, she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. She must not let him seize the opportunity. Yao, lost in thought, silently began to retrieve the surrounding ninja tools bit by bit. Land of fire. Border. Caw-caw. A hawk circled in the sky, descending after 2 laps. According to Lord Third's intelligence, the land of lightning has withdrawn its troops. And our ninja squad is en route, Baiyun Zhaochen announced. Feiju Qingting stretched lazily. Ah, finally over. Oh, you know how I spent these 3 months? Patrolling, training, patrolling, training. Azuki and Yao felt close to mental breakdowns from her relentless pace. Both were geniuses, yet in the face of him, they were consistently left in psychological turmoil by his sudden new illusions. Uchiha Yao, the eldest son of his clan, finally experienced the flavors of Beijing doji. Bitter melon and cilantro, once loathing grilled meat. Now his distaste had evolved. Azuki, too, aside from chili, had acquired several new aversions that, in summary, Feiju Qingting's life was fulfilling. Despite being engaged in work, he never neglected living. When he missed his wife, he would send messages back reporting on their safety. After all, his eye of insight could bestow special memories upon beasts, guiding them on the appropriate paths, even knowing to register at the front gate of Konoha. The beasts endowed with abilities by the eye of insight, Feiju Qingting referred to as illusion beasts, he felt that possessing a unique title added a touch of prestige. Uchiha Yao sighed in relief internally. I never want to battle Brother Qingting again. The feeling of being mercilessly tormented, with no hope of victory, was something he had truly encountered. Upon returning, he vowed to study diligently, aiming to break his illusions. This became Yao's modest goal. Feiju Qingting had shared many of his illusions, and Yao had learned a great deal about him, particularly regarding illusions in combat. However, there was one aspect he would never emulate: Feiju Qingting's penchant for mischief, seemingly relishing in playing pranks on him and Azuki. It felt as though, when Feiju Qingting played tricks on them, he derived a strange sense of accomplishment, akin to a renowned individual unexpectedly struck by an ordinary person. This left Yao feeling utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why he felt this way. It must be an illusion. All right, that pesky Feiju Qingting. Once I return to the village, I shall learn how to counter your ninjutsu. Just wait. Azuki's eyes blazed with determination. Feiju Qingting wholeheartedly agreed with her sentiment. You are welcome to challenge me. I have conceived new ideas for illusions that I shall allow you to be the first to experience. He genuinely had ideas. After months of research, he felt that visual illusions no longer satisfied him. Illusion technique, shape manipulation had already reached a high level of proficiency. Next, he aimed to delve into the auditory illusions, the most difficult to defend against among the 5 senses. Primarily, visual illusions had become somewhat obsolete when confronted with ninjas like him who did not rely on sight. Visual illusions were also the most frequently deciphered. Although he believed that within shape manipulation, there also lay form manipulation, it represented a vertical enhancement. For now, he sought a horizontal improvement with greater gains. Azuki paused, a look of horror crossing her face. She felt utterly defeated. Wait, so we are merely test subjects? I will report this to the third, she fumed. Oh, these are just minor illusions. The truly advanced ones, the third advised me not to casually use on comrades. He wouldn't concern himself with these. Feiju Qingting replied nonchalantly. He was referring to the mind-reading technique. Melancholy, which could be considered a trump card. With so many methods at his disposal, he had forgotten to experiment on the enemy. However, he cast a glance at Uchiha Yao, wishing to keep a trick up his sleeve. Who could say what the future held? Currently, Yao was still young, with limited tactics and insufficient countermeasures. Once he matured, things would be different. What? These are merely minor illusions. Azuki's mentality crumbled. The illusions that she and Yao had painstakingly tried to decipher were merely trivialities in Feiju Qingting's eyes. Uchiha Yao also felt a jolt upon hearing this. Reflecting on his clan's teachings and the various illusions documented in their archives, when compared to those previously demonstrated by Feiju Qingting, his illusions indeed did not qualify as forbidden techniques, that he was curious about the techniques that Feiju Qingting claimed could not be used on comrades, especially since they warranted direct instruction from the third. Otherwise, would you think I would need to use my trump card against you? Not just me. The captain feels the same, Feiju Qingting smirked. Azuki and Yao turned their gaze toward the captain. Bayun Zhaochen nodded. Every Jonin-S repertoire extends beyond a single technique. For instance, if you wish to advance to Jonin, you must learn not only the ninjutsu you currently excel at, but also the nature transformations of other elemental ninjutsu to better confront different ninjas, preventing one attribute from being countered. Just like in our previous battle against the Kumogakure ninjas, both Qingting and I prevailed because we were proficient in wind release. Thus, it is precisely this that makes you feel formidable. If the Yun Hidden Ninjas were to encounter the Rock Hidden Village's ninjas, the advantage would be reversed at Itachi's genjutsu. Along with your snake-style secret techniques, Red Bean can only be deemed effective when they are recognized as such, not easily countered by a singular ninjutsu. Only then can one have the foundation to advance to the rank of Jonin Dada. It's incredibly difficult, Red Bean exclaimed, throwing her head back in frustration. The transformation of chakra attributes is not something to be taken lightly. She had learned from Orochimaru, and the challenge is far from ordinary. Moreover, this is merely the foundation for Jonin, leading her to feel hopeless about achieving such a status. Itachi took note of these thoughts, understanding that such concepts were still beyond his comprehension as a Chunin, and his clan had yet to disseminate this knowledge widely. However, he was aware that not being countered is fundamental for a ninja. Feiju Qingting patted her shoulder. Do not lose heart. Look at how many techniques I possess, yet I have not officially advanced to Jonin. I am merely a special Jonin. You will find it even more challenging. So do not worry. Bastard, Red Bean retorted, kicking in his direction. Was he implying that she could only aspire to be a special Jonin? Feiju Qingting swiftly retreated, evading her attack. Right, enough of this. Rest well. Once the handover is complete, we shall return to the village. The next day, in Feiju Qingting's perception, a team of ninjas emerged from the direction of Konoha. The leader possessed chakra significantly larger than that of ordinary ninjas, at least more substantial than that of him and Bayun Zhaochen. It seemed that the village still harbored concerns, sending an adept to take over. The other three members, noticing him rise, also directed their gazes toward a specific point. Shortly thereafter, a plump figure clad in a red vest came into view. Upon closing into a certain distance, they could see each other clearly. Bayun Zhaojian and the individual across exchanged a covert signal, confirming their identities before approaching Dada. It's Qingting. We shall take over your watch duty now. Dingzhou greeted Feiju Qingting with a smile. The team members behind him were unfamiliar to Feiju Qingting, likely a newly formed group. After some time apart, Dingzhou had grown even more robust. Feiju Qingting politely complimented him. Acknowledging his impressive stature, it was no wonder he could withstand the Ten Tails later on. It made sense why he sensed such a formidable chakra approaching. Dingzhou, pleased by the compliment, scratched his head in delight. Haha. Indeed, Bayun Zhaojian, as the captain, nodded in agreement. That he then provided Dingzhou and the others with real-time updates on the patrolling situation before leading Feiju Qingting and the others away to the main gate of Konoha. Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzitai were registering various trade caravans and ninjas. Suddenly, Kamizuki Izumi turned to the road outside the gate. Clop, clop, clop. Leading the group was a young man wearing a forehead protector, his hair tied back in a ponytail, and a sword slung across his back, accompanied by three comrades in ninja vests, steadily approaching. Kamizuki Izumi nudged Gongzitai. Hey, it's Zhaojian and Qingting. These two kids are actually on a mission together. Gonzitai turned his gaze towards the gate, watching as the two former classmates drew closer. How unfair. Zhao Jian and Xing Ting can collaborate on missions, and we are stuck playing gatekeepers. He felt a bit dejected, as they too wished to undertake a mission. Hey, old friends, why are you two back to playing gatekeepers? It's truly unfair. Why isn't it my turn? As the four drew near, Feiju Qingting caught sight of his old classmates diligently attending to their duties. Baiyun Zijin smiled and nodded at them. Kimizuki Izumi completed the registration for the four, sighing, enough with the sarcastic remarks. I wish I could roam the nations like you. I don't enjoy wandering. Aside from my duties at the analysis class, guarding the gate has become my dream. Feiju Qingting scratched his head. What is there to see after all these years? It's exhausting, and I can't even see my wife. The thought of his wife made him impatient. Brother, at that moment, a cute little hedgehog-haired child appeared, calling out to Uchiha Itachi with a bright smile. They took a few small steps forward. Suddenly, he stepped on a small stone at the roadside, panic flashing across his face as he teetered on the brink of falling. Itachi swiftly appeared before him, catching him in his arms. Don't be mischievous, Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi said, lifting the beaming Sasuke into his embrace. I heard today is the day you return from your border duty, so I came early to wait for you. Behind Sasuke, Uchiha Makoto watched the harmonious brothers with a gentle smile, then turned to Baiyun Zhaojin. I entrust him to your care. Baiyun Zijin nodded. No need. He is my teammate, not my pupil. There is no need for special care, and he is quite capable, truly a genius of the Uchiha clan. Hearing praises about his brother, Sasuke's large, adorable eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother is the best, he exclaimed, waving his small hands. How adorable, Yusho Washi Redbean said, moving closer to pinch Sasuke's cheeks. Smack. Sasuke swatted her hand away, resting his head on Itachi's shoulder. His eyes fixed on her without blinking. Redbean's face stiffened, forcing a smile. I am your brother's teammate. I take good care of him during missions. Can I pinch your cheeks? Please. Sasuke remained silent, burying his head deeper. Come on, play with Sister Redbean, Itachi encouraged. Sasuke. No Redbean. Then how about a hug? Feiju Qingting watched the 3-year-old Sasuke, with his adorably large eyes, and found him utterly unlike Orochimaru in any way. He took out a long strip of bamboo, and, as Sasuke turned to look, rapidly manipulated it with his hands. Before Sasuke's curious gaze, a miniature figurine slowly took shape, starting from the feet. Then the ankles, waist, body, and finally the head, a mini-Q version of Itachi appeared in his hands. Sasuke's eyes lit up as he gazed at the figurine that resembled his brother perfectly. Its brother. How about it? Isn't it identical? As long as you play with me. This will be yours. Feiju Qingting beamed at Sasuke while holding up the little Itachi figurine. Not a chance. Just as Feiju Qingting sensed the eager glint in Sasuke's eyes. He thought Sasuke was about to agree, but instead, Sasuke turned his head away, rejecting the offer. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixated on the mini Itachi figurine. Hey, my teammate has many tricks up his sleeve. You can't just refuse. Redbean suddenly felt a surge of delight. The earlier dissatisfaction dissipated in an instant. It seemed learning those skills was unnecessary. It was better to save money for some delicious dango instead. Onlookers chuckled at the scene. They had never imagined the Uchiha clan could exhibit such an adorable side, a stark contrast to the members of the security team. Itachi, too, wore a smile, as long as the Uchiha clan could integrate into Konoha. There was still hope for reconciliation. Observing Feiju Qingting, it was evident that there were ninjas in the village who harbored no malice towards the Uchiha. Damn, kid, you're taking my kindness for granted. Whether you want or not, you will accept what I offer. Feiju Qingting seized Sasuke from Itachi's embrace, holding him in front of himself, and pressed the mini Itachi figurine into his hands. You think you can escape my grasp? Humph, in the future, I can boast that I'm the man who holds the legendary Sasuke Uchiha. What a sense of accomplishment filled him. That proud youth, that audacious lad, that one who loved to show off, was now like a puppet in his hands. Indeed, one must seize the moment, whether in play or in battle. Once he grows up, Sasuke stared at the bandaged face so close to him. He seemed to pause for a moment before realizing what was happening. Suddenly, he burst into tears, his little face contorted with distress, while his grip on the mini Itachi figurine remained tight. The onlookers exchanged glances. Speechless, seriously, do you have to tease the poor child like that? Uchiha Makoto observed with an awkward smile, internally lamenting, what a peculiar individual. I hope he won't corrupt my little Itachi during the mission. Uchiha Itachi, rendered speechless, had already suspected that this formidable teammate possessed a penchant for mischief, relishing in pranks at the expense of others, and now he was certain of it. Feiju Qingting was indeed an eccentric soul. It seemed only natural for a man who inherited the will of fire to exhibit such quirks rooted in the fabric of daily life, or so Itachi consoled himself. Oh dear, the bad man. Observing Sasuke, who clutched his Itachi figurine tightly and wept inconsolably, Itachi felt the weight of the gazes from those around them. With an impassive expression, Feiju Qingting returned the child to Itachi's embrace. There, little crybaby. Back to your brother's arms. My figurine shall be your consolation. As he gazed at the adorable Sasuke, Feiju Qingting's heart soared back home. It had already been over 3 months, and in another 7. His own baby would make an appearance, surely even cuter than Sasuke. The thought of Sasuke growing up, strutting before the powerful, filled him with the conviction that his own offspring would undoubtedly surpass him. Brother, back in Itachi's arms, Sasuke clutched his brother tightly with his right hand while holding the figurine in his left. The tears in his eyes replaced by joy as he beamed at the small Itachi figure. Snot trailing down his face in the streets of Konoha, Sasuke inquired, Brother, who is that bad uncle? He leaned against Itachi's back, his grip on the figurine firm, curiosity lighting his eyes. Behind them, Uchiha Makoto too felt a twinge of curiosity about this peculiar character who could potentially lead little Itachi astray. Itachi chuckled. That is a special jonin of the village. Feiju Qingting, not a bad uncle at all. Indeed, he bullied me. Sasuke protested. He made me cry. Special jonin? Uchiha Makoto was taken aback, surprised that a mission would involve 2 jonin. Seeing Itachi unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Itachi's companions were quite reliable. Yes, a powerful genjutsu user. I believe he could rival Shursui. Ever since their previous teammate had perished and Shursui had rescued him, they had become friends, knowing well that Shursui's genjutsu was formidable, in Itachi's eyes, the strongest among the Uchiha. Until Feiju Qingting's arrival, he had thought only those with Sharingan could wield such might in Jinja. Makoto's heart skipped a beat at this revelation. How can that be? As the clan leader's wife, I have heard from Fugaku that Shursui is the strongest genius of the Uchiha in a decade, with Genjutsu surpassing even that of the clan leader. How can a mere special jonin be compared to Shursui in Itachi's mind? Is there truly such a genius? Sasuke, toying with the figurine, asked curiously, what is Genjutsu? At the Feiju Qingting household, he animatedly recounted his exploits. With a Genjutsu feint, I sent my enemies to their doom amidst a cascade of splendid cherry blossoms, achieving complete victory while emerging unscathed. Did you hear that, my dear child? When you grow up, you will undoubtedly surpass your father. Seated across from Aoi, he gestured emphatically, sharing his heroic tales, his voice a gentle yet powerful melody, as if addressing the unborn child within Aoi's womb. Aoi, caressing her belly, chuckled softly at Feiju Qingting's antics. Did you hear that, my little one? Your father is quite strong. You must grow up to be a powerful being, just like him. Of course, my baby will never be inferior. Feiju Qingting declared with pride he envisioned his child, under his tutelage, delivering blows to Uchiha Obito and kicking the first Hokage, at least matching the prowess of his ancestor. This was a confidence instilled by a father. To set a proper example, he knew he must not slacken in his own training. Since he was not the team leader this time, he was spared from tedious reports and eagerly rushed to see Aoi upon his return. Sensing the vibrant life force of the child within Aoi, Feiju Qingting felt immense satisfaction, prompting his earlier boastfulness about providing prenatal education. After a brief affectionate moment with Aoi, assuring her of his strength and the minimal risks of their missions, he began to contemplate his future studies to be a role model for his child. He needed to possess commendable strength, as his current abilities still fell short of those world-destroying ninjas of the later era. Reflecting on his growth, he recognized that he must not cease his research into the mind-reading technique series, treating it as a decisive trump card. His current mastery of the Eye of Insight was at a standstill, and the illusions he conjured were limited. He had tested transforming into Kakurato, but it merely resulted in a robust ninja. He could not unleash the Kamehameha, nor the spirit/I in essence. His current ability to summon distinct types of strong physiques was restricted, relying on the mind-reading technique series to impart rich combat experience, rendering his methods somewhat monotonous. He conceived an idea for enhancing the deceiving capabilities of genjutsu by combining his prior studies in sealing techniques and barrier techniques. However, this was still in its infancy. If memory served, there was a clan of ninjas that specialized in manipulating weather. He could seek them out to expedite his progress. The series focusing on sensory manipulation had shown modest success, particularly in visual genjutsu, allowing him to hold his own against ninjas of Shursue's caliber. His proficiency in shape manipulation was also exceptional. Next, he aimed to delve into the realms of quality, form, touch, scent, and sound. Initially, he decided to focus on the domain of sound, as sound-based genjutsu held considerable advantages over other fields. Its lower difficulty, broader reach, and greater challenge in defense. Yes, I shall commence my research in a sound-based genjutsu. After all, we are still far from the Fourth Great Ninja War, and with my talents, I have ample time to develop thoroughly. Feiju Qingting resolve. I in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Arisen perused the mission report submitted by Baiyun, which detailed the events of the mission, including any alterations in the border terrain, the frequency of merchant caravans, and changes in weather patterns. Upon seeing the capabilities exhibited by Feiju Qingting, he raised an eyebrow. Exceptional in taijutsu, ninjutsu, sensory perception, genjutsu, analytical skills, and communication with companions. The report included Baiyun's recommendation for Feiju Qingting's promotion to Jonin. Although special Jonin were classified as Jonin within the ranks, their titles bore distinctions. Special Jonin possessed formidable combat prowess but had vulnerabilities, often becoming targets in the event of intelligence leaks. True Jonin were not easily countered by singular abilities. The benefits were equivalent to those of Special Jonin, belonging to the same organizational structure. This distinction served as a crucial indicator of a ninja's capabilities in Konoha. Hiruzen indeed believed Feiju Qingting was ready for promotion, in terms of leadership and personal strength. He was on par with Kakashi and Baiyun, making it unreasonable to withhold his advancement. Nonetheless, he needed to consult with the two advisors regarding the Jonin appointment. Besides the Hokage's endorsement, it required reporting to the higher-ups of the Land of Fire. Official Jonin status included a salary, disbursed monthly by the Land of Fire. Hiruzen had no choice but to report this, so he summoned two old friends to discuss the matter, entrusting them with the responsibility. Mito Minyin and Nara Shikaka nodded in agreement, acknowledging their role in managing Konoha's various civil affairs, including matters requiring communication with the Land of Fire. Hiruzen, this is a talent. Why not let me take him under my wing? I will ensure he receives proper training. One man with crossed arms and a cross-shaped scar on his chin interjected. Danzo, Feiju Qingting's abilities are already sufficient. He does not require Root's training not metal. Lest the existence of Root becomes unnecessary, Hiruzen admonished. How could Sarutobi Hisashi possibly allow a ninja with such an indomitable will of fire to enter the Root? Moreover, with his wife, Feiju Qingting, expecting a child, such actions are even more inconceivable. These are the true hopes of Konoha's future. Root is not. Hisashi, you will come to regret this. Danzo scoffed coldly. He understood the futility of the situation, yet he was determined to maintain the right to strive. Konoha benefits from a Root. The gentle sounds of water babbling by the riverside intertwined with the melodious high notes, soft and lingering harmonies, and deep, resonant bass notes flowing with the current. The notes, sometimes soaring, sometimes dipping, dance from the harmonica held in Feiju Qingting's right hand. A long, continuous breath giving rise to a cheerful melody. Beginning with tentative notes, it gradually evolved into a lively tune, the sound growing more confident with each passing moment. The joyful melody wafted through the air. The little birds perched on the trees by the river took flight, circling above him. Chirp, chirp. Feiju Qingting extended his left hand, and several small birds alighted on his arm, their eyes gleaming with delight as they bobbed their heads. Flatterer, he silently scoffed. Sensing their expressions, he had merely skimmed through the various techniques of playing the harmonica. Even with exceptional talent, it was improbable that he could enchant the birds to such an extent in such a short time. "Hey, Uncle Dragonfly." Just as he was about to continue practicing, a childish, endearing voice called from behind him. Feiju Qingting sensed a few figures nearby and gently set down his harmonica, turning slowly to face the source of the voice. Naruto stood there, a fishing rod slung over his shoulder and an old bucket in hand. "Oh, Naruto, can you remember me?" he exclaimed, pulling out a handful of rice from his bag to feed the birds on his arm. A reward for his flattery. How skillful. He hadn't expected Naruto to possess such a good memory, having met him only once when he was 1 year old, and now at nearly 4. He still remembered him. Upon hearing that Uncle Dragonfly recalled his name, Naruto beamed with delight, as though he had heard the sweetest words. "You remember me, Uncle? I'm a ninja, after all. Information is paramount. How could I forget you?" "Little one." Feiju Qingting pointed to his forehead protector. Naruto, with his small stature, looked up, his adorable blue eyes blinking. "A ninja? Is it the kind who flies around tall buildings?" Suddenly, Naruto's stomach growled loudly. "Ah, I can't chat anymore. I'm going fishing." The little boy patted his belly, sensing urgency. Despite his desire to continue chatting with Uncle Dragonfly, he rolled up his pants and approached the riverbank. From his tattered bag, he pulled out some scraps he found, baiting his hook. With a flick of his small hand, the hook plunged into the river. Feiju Qingting smiled gently, picking up his harmonica to continue practicing. Although sound-based genjutsu does not require an understanding of music theory to be unleashed, its effectiveness will be significantly diminished, a lesson learned from many experienced ninjas. Different melodies can augment the potency of genjutsu. At the same time, he infused his notes with a slight chakra, allowing the sound to ripple through the air. Naruto, engrossed in his fishing, along with the hidden umbu surrounding him, remained oblivious. However, once the sound waves merged with the river, penetrating the depths, some fish that had been resting or moving slightly, merely opening and closing their gill covers, suddenly felt an insatiable hunger. "Captain, this guy is a ninja. Could he be plotting something regarding the Nine Tails?" One umbu, with a canine mask, remarked to the silver-haired, masked leader. Another umbu chimed in. "Should we stop him?" They watched Feiju Qingting converse with the Nine Tails, their instincts urging them to act, fearing he might have ulterior motives regarding the beast. If anything were to go awry, it would be their failure. The umbu captain observed little Naruto, his small frame wielding a fishing rod, feeling a pang of sympathy that "I know that man. He wouldn't do such a thing." Rest assured, upon hearing this, the other umbu restrained their impulse to intervene, but remained poised for action. The umbu captain, watching Feiju Qingting play, felt relieved that he hadn't continued his interaction with Naruto. Despite his long-standing impression of his friend being disinterested in the Nine Tails, it was prudent to remain vigilant. It was their duty to be cautious. He had no desire for confrontation with this friend. With a splash, a palm-sized fish was caught by the 3-year-old Naruto, who gleefully pressed it onto the grass, treating it like a treasure before tossing it into his bucket. Why are the fish biting so well today? He wondered, peering into his full bucket, filled with curiosity. The enchanting sounds of Uncle Dragonfly's harmonica drifted into his ears, becoming increasingly melodious. Then, glancing at the bucket full of fish, he lifted one and called out to Uncle Dragonfly. "Uncle Dragonfly, I caught so many fish today. I'll give you one." Feiju Qingting was momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing his lips. "That is your accomplishment. You should enjoy it yourself. I must head home now." With that, he packed away his harmonica and waved goodbye as he started to leave. Little Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment, yet Uncle Dragonfly vanished from his sight. However, the thought that the uncle remembered his name and called him Naruto-kun brought back his sunny smile. "Today is my lucky day. I'll catch a few more to take home." He glanced at the brimming bucket and then at his clothes, deciding to seize the opportunity for a few more catches. Why aren't they biting anymore? Perhaps I should try a different spot. Darn it, could it be Uncle's song that attracted the fish? The next time he sees Uncle, he must learn from him. As he walked home, Feiju Qingting hummed a familiar tune. Meeting Naruto was a delightful surprise. Helping him was an act of kindness, but he refrained from overextending himself to avoid affecting his own life. He was willing to assist in many matters, provided they did not encroach upon his or his family's welfare, such as small acts of kindness that, of course, he was mindful of the scale of his good deeds. Opting for smaller gestures, great kindness often breeds animosity. With a foundation in visual-based genjutsu, he found the learning curve for sound-based genjutsu considerably eased. Judging from his recent practice, sound-based genjutsu appeared quite straightforward. However, he pondered why Konoha had so little documentation on this aspect. Perhaps their musical aptitude was lacking. Only a genius like himself could find it so simple. Similar to visual genjutsu, the sound-based genjutsu system operates on the same principle, inducing illusions in the enemy, transmitting the same essence but through different mediums. Visual genjutsu can immobilize an enemy's gaze, effectively nullifying one of their most potent weapons that in the original narrative, Asuma and Kakashi struggled against Itachi's genjutsu. Aside from enduring it, they were at a loss. Even the genjutsu master, Kurenai, found herself in a tight spot, highlighting the advantages of visual techniques. Conversely, the strength of sound-based genjutsu lies in its range and ease of targeting. Its limitation, however, is that the enemy may recognize the sound's origin at the first note, allowing them to rapidly devise countermeasures that was akin to the way he had deceived that jonin from the Cloud Village, exploiting the distortion of sight to catch him unawares. It seems I haven't seen Irika and the others in quite a while. They've likely been promoted to Chunin, signifying considerable growth in their abilities. Once I familiarize myself with sound-based genjutsu, I should seek them out to practice in a few days. From time to time, a fleeting thought would cross my mind. After spending a few days at home with my family, I occasionally assisted my father in crafting charming little animals for him to sell. Due to her pregnancy, Changpu refrained from undertaking any strenuous tasks, aside from her daily walks, yet she still helped my father whenever she could. Interestingly, Feiju Qingting did not harbor any thoughts of allowing my father to remain idle at home. Rather, he found solace in the fact that my father had tasks to occupy him each day. Reflecting on my previous life, I recalled my father lying in bed with his phone, lacking any motivation to venture outside for a drink, and I wished to avoid seeing my current father fall into a similar state. Qingting, do you have no missions lately? Feiju Dongqing inquired curiously. Over the past few days, Feiju Qingting had been toying with a harmonica, attempting to learn to play music, which seemed quite beyond him, prompting his impatience. Even if there were no missions, he ought to be training. After all, he had been diligent in his training back in the day, never missing a single day. Had he suffered a grievous injury to his arm, he would not have been able to boast a reputation as illustrious as his classmate, Bia, whose name resonated across the lands. I have no missions. Even ninjas require rest. Guarding the borders is rather exhausting. And even the most steadfast cannot continuously undertake missions. Feiju Qingting retorted. But if you don't train, you may become rusty, and when faced with an adversary, you might end up like my father. Feiju Dongqing countered, shaking his arm, which now bore only a third of its original strength. Look, I can't even form seals anymore. My path as a ninja is doomed. Changpu chuckled softly at the exchange, though her expression darkened with concern upon hearing that Feiju Qingting might risk losing his arm. Feiju Qingting sighed. You truly are relentless. Do you really think you have what it takes to be a ninja? I can form seals with one hand, he said, demonstrating as he formed seals with one hand, causing the recently woven butterfly to come to life, transforming into a vibrant, multicolored creature that danced around Changpu. Dispelling her earlier worries that IT eventually landed in her hair, fluttering its wings gracefully in that moment, Feiju Dongqing felt as though something had lodged in his throat. Moreover, I have not neglected my training. I dedicate time each day to honing my body and shuriken skills. I've merely been practicing sound-based illusion techniques these past few days. You understand, right? Illusions, Feiju Qingting continued. All right, we get it. You're impressive, Feiju Dongqing replied, feeling somewhat dejected as he had intended to impart a lesson to his son, but had not anticipated his prowess. You are wonderful, dear, Changpu chimed in with a smile. Suddenly, Feiju Qingting's brow furrowed as a figure approached swiftly towards their home. I have something to attend to. I'll step out for a moment. With a swift motion, he vanished, reappearing at the front door. Upon seeing a familiar masked face, he felt puzzled. Was there yet another urgent mission? The bandages that had been wrapped around his arm now encircled his head, and his forehead protector was adjusted accordingly that he usually refrained from binding his arm at home, but preferred to do so when outside. Oh, could it be that there's another mission? Feiju, Dongqing murmured, observing his son's sudden disappearance. Just moments ago, he had expressed his grievances, only to find it happening so soon. Meanwhile, Changpu wore a worried expression, silently praying that it was not a perilous task. Dear daughter-in-law, do not fret about that rascal. He possesses great abilities, Feiju Dongqing assured her, reassured by her anxious demeanor. That is precisely what I believe. Forming seals with one hand is not something just any ninja can accomplish. To continue as a ninja, he trained diligently for several years before finally conceding defeat, he thought, convinced of his son's strength. Changpu gently placed a hand on her belly, reflecting that her husband was indeed formidable. Lord Hokage has commanded that if there are no urgent matters, you should visit the Hokage building at once. An Umbu member informed Feiju Qingting, producing an anti-counterfeit order paper. This was a measure to prevent anyone from bypassing the Hokage to issue orders to the village's ninjas. Upon confirming the authenticity of the message, Feiju Qingting nodded in understanding. Understood. It appeared not to be an urgent mission, though it was certainly of significance. With a swift motion, the Umbu departed. Feiju Qingting returned home to provide a brief explanation before hastening towards the Hokage building. Almost forgetting, he recalled his appointment with Irika today. He hoped he wouldn't be late. Suddenly, he remembered that he had arranged to test his student's abilities today, not merely to experiment with his newfound illusion technique for his own sake, but for Irika's growth. Simultaneously, he pondered what the third Hokage wanted to discuss. Could it be that the Cloud Village ninjas were planning a counterattack? If so, it would indeed be an urgent command. Might it be that my application to study the shadow techniques of illusion was approved by the third Hokage? Just days prior, he had resolved to develop sound-based illusion techniques. Yet he had not abandoned his interest in other techniques. For instance, he had his eyes set on the shadow techniques created by the second Hokage, specifically designed to counter the Uchiha Sharingan. Considering the difficulty of obtaining such forbidden techniques, he suspected that the higher-ups in Konoha would not grant him permission so easily, be why the time they consented. He should have completed the fundamentals of his sound-based illusions. If I could acquire a forbidden technique so effortlessly, that would be splendid, Feiju Qingting mused, though he remained skeptical as the scenery of Konoha rushed past him. He soon found himself beneath the Hokage rock, standing before the imposing building situated beneath the four colossal heads. Familiar with the routine, he knocked on the door to the Hokage's office. Come in. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of several individuals within. Greetings, Lord Hokage, esteemed advisors. Though his astonishment, seated beside the third Hokage were Mito Manji and Tika Shinobu, two of the legendary Sennin. Ah, Qingting, you've arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted with a smile, producing a document to hand to Feiju Qingting. Congratulations, you have been promoted to an official jonin of Konoha, and Oichi has also been elevated to the position of head of the intelligence division. We all recognize your capabilities and your unwavering commitment to protecting Konoha. You are now appointed as the leader of the analysis team. Tika Shinobu nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have been promoted to jonin. You will receive a salary from the Land of Fire, so make sure to fulfill your duties. Mito Manji added, the heavy responsibility of safeguarding Konoha now rests upon your shoulders. A.S. Feiju Qingting took the document and listened to their words. He opened it to find it indeed contained details from the Land of Fire regarding the responsibilities and benefits of a jonin. Essentially, it was akin to the role of a special jonin, albeit with the added benefit of a fixed monthly salary of 500,000 ryo. Thank you, Lord Hokage and esteemed advisors. I shall diligently fulfill all my responsibilities, he replied, joyfully stowing the document away. A promotion and a raise, a fixed salary of 500,000 ryo, though not an exorbitant sum, it equated to the value of 500 explosive tags, .500, that could obliterate Haiden multiple times over. It was worth noting that the current daily revenue of his business barely reached hundreds of thousands of ryo. It would take him 4 or 5 days of sales to match that amount. At Training Ground 98, Irika, sporting a forehead protector and a ponytail, bore a new scar on his nose, muttering to himself, "Darn it, did the teacher stand me up?" He frequently glanced at the sky, anxiously awaiting his instructor's arrival. Today, the teacher had promised to evaluate his progress, and Irika was excitedly early to the training ground. However, as the minutes ticked by and the scheduled time passed, there was still no sign of his teacher. Ever since he became a Chunin and started leading teams a year ago, his progress had been evident. With the third Hokage's endorsement, he had become a teacher at the Ninja Academy and had diligently learned much. He was eager to showcase his skills before Feiju Qingting. Just as he was growing impatient, a distant eagle's cry pierced the air. Upon looking up, he saw a massive eagle soaring overhead. Darn it. I should have mastered that technique. Upon sighting the eagle, Irika immediately recognized that his mentor had arrived, evoking memories of the days spent under the tutelage of the esteemed Feiju Qingting. This secret technique, known as the eye-opening hand, had been mastered by him and two other comrades. Yet only Minbu Shin possessed a modicum of talent in illusion, managing to grasp it to a half-baked extent. Neither he nor Jishi Taisien had succeeded in mastering the technique, which was precisely why Irika affectionately referred to Feiju Qingting as his teacher. Indeed, he treated them as his disciples. Whoosh! Feiju Qingting leapt from the sky, swiftly diminishing the eagle's size and stowing it away in his bag. Plop! He landed gracefully on the ground, casting a sheepish smile at Irika. It seems I have arrived a tad late. Indeed, teacher, I recall you are not one to be tardy. Irika inquired with curiosity in his eyes. A teacher epitomized diligence in all endeavors, and he had never witnessed such a person arrive late. Feiju Qingting raised his chin, employing his freshly acquired musical knowledge to speak in a low, melodious tone. Is that so? How did you discern that I had just received an official promotion to Jonin from Lord Hokage, along with the position of class leader? A flock of crows flitted across Irika's mind as he murmured, "Teacher, I had no inkling." Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy for his mentor, Dada. So now you are aware. I see. Feiju Qingting nodded with satisfaction, sensing his understanding to be by the way. I have heard you are to become a teacher at the academy. Irika nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Teacher, you mentioned my talents may not be particularly strong, but my attentiveness makes me well suited for teaching. Over the past year as the team captain, I have come to realize this, and I believe becoming a teacher could be a splendid choice. Contributing to Konoha and inheriting the will of fire from Lord Third Hokage and yourself." Feiju Qingting longed to express that the will of fire was nothing but a farce. Much like idol worship, it was either a divine manifestation or mere superstition. Yet, he restrained his thoughts, for voicing such sentiments would serve no purpose to others and could be detrimental to himself. He was a steadfast executor of the will of fire. How could he entertain such notions? Bah! The will of fire was he, and he was the will of fire. Splendid! Achieving Chunin status at 14 and teaching at the Ninja Academy by 15. You truly are my disciple. Keep striving, for the future belongs to you. Feiju Qingting encouraged, patting Irika's shoulder. Compared to the original timeline, attaining Chunin status 2 years earlier was indeed commendable among commoners. Teacher, you're only 2.5 years older than I am. Please refrain from speaking as if you were ancient. Irika retorted, exasperated. Enough chatter. I did not summon you for idle conversation. Let me witness your progress over these years, should you bring shame upon me. Humph, you are well aware of my capabilities, Feiju Qingting threatened. Gulp. At his words, Irika felt a lump in his throat, recalling the punishments he endured for failing training tasks under his mentor's guidance. Those experiences were far less daunting than the dangers he faced during his year as team captain. Bolstered by confidence, he was a man who had achieved Chunin status at 14, merely 2 years behind his teacher, and had accumulated a year of leadership training. What was there to fear? Irika gazed at his mentor, filled with determination. Come, teacher. I am a man who must serve as a role model for my students. I shall not cower before your illusions. His eyes blazed with fervor. Oh, Feiju Qingting studied him intently, observing the confidence in his gaze. Excellent. Truly, my disciple, you must possess this self-assurance. Now, let me witness the extent of your current abilities. Whoosh! Feiju Qingting retreated to a suitable distance and formed a hand seal. Irika mirrored his actions. The wind tousled their hair as they clashed. Clang, clang. Their shuriken collided in midair, igniting sparks of fervor. Kunai clashed in a brief exchange, showcasing Iruka's commendable taijutsu skills as he engaged with Feiju Qingting. Iruka, this level of skill is insufficient. Feiju Qingting countered, wielding his kunai with one hand to counter all of Iruka's assaults. A smile crept across Iruka's lips. Of course, I have more up my sleeve. Zzz. Feiju Qingting expanded his perception, noting that Iruka's thrown shuriken and kunai had traced a colossal formation, encircling him. Fire release. Fire cutting. Each ninja tool emitted slender threads of flame, creating an inverted bowl centered around Feiju Qingting. Rapidly constricting. Crash. In Feiju Qingting's heightened awareness, even the ground was ensnared by the ninjutsu. The earth sliced into small squares, converging toward him. Meanwhile, Iruka had closed his eyes, declaring, "Teacher, I shall not allow your illusions to thwart me. Behold, this is a fire-release jutsu I developed using the fire nature transformation you taught me. Each flame thread carries concentrated heat, with cutting power surpassing even your wind techniques, so do take care." Iruka's voice brimmed with pride, though he also worried about potentially harming his mentor, hence his disclosure of his jutsu. Smack. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Do not disturb me. I am engaged in a spar with my teacher." Iruka swatted away the hand. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, only to find Feiju Qingting grinning widely before him. "Well done. You have even managed to develop your own jutsu. Impressive." Iruka glanced at him, then at the site where his ninjutsu had just been executed. The ground there now resembled a burnt offering, fragmented and scorched, with only a small, dismembered figure remaining. Was that the substitute for the eye-opening hand? Remembering his earlier encounter with the old Feiju Qingting, he realized the teacher had not employed any ninjutsu or illusions, but rather engaged him using only taijutsu and shuriken. He had assumed his mentor was merely allowing him to shine. Little did he know it was a substitute. When had it been created? His teacher had remained under his watchful gaze, and given that it was a test, he had anticipated that Feiju Qingting would not initiate an illusionary attack right away, leading to a series of arrangements. When had it been accomplished? Whoosh! As Iruka pondered, Feiju Qingting swiftly retreated, producing a harmonica. "I have seen your progress. Now let us observe the advancements of your teacher." "What?" Iruka had yet to process Feiju Qingting's actions and felt a sense of foreboding upon seeing the harmonica in his hand. Each time his teacher produced a new item, it signified yet another trick up his sleeve. His right hand quickly retrieved several shuriken from his tool pouch, attempting to thwart Feiju Qingting's actions. Whoosh whoosh, doot doot doot, clang clang clang, bang bang bang. Faced with the onslaught of shuriken, Feiju Qingting deftly sidestepped, his chest resonating as chakra infused his breath into the harmonica, initiating a melodious tune. The enchanting music resonated through the air that I knew it. Iruka realized with dread as the sound reached his ears, he had once again become the subject of his teacher's experiments. Despite having the opportunity to end him in an instant, Feiju Qingting chose to play the harmonica instead. Before he could contemplate further, darkness enveloped him. When he next emerged, he found himself crucified, facing a sinister old woman clad in bandages, with an array of various dishes simmering before her. Iruka felt not only the darkness before him, but also a heaviness in his heart, especially as the old woman scooped a spoonful and, unable to restrain herself, fed him. "No, teacher, please," echoed in the recesses of his mind, as Iruka, standing in the external world, simultaneously screamed in horror. Feiju Qingting set the harmonica aside, sensing a surge of energy within Iruka's chest, as if something were attempting to rise from his throat but could not escape. A smile crept across his face. Surely, Iruka would find the taste of this hodgepodge delightful. After venting his frustrations, he conjured a rocking chair with a flourish, settling down to await Iruka's dispelling of the illusion. With the continuous release of the illusion ceased, and without resorting to any extraordinary techniques, a conventional method of dispelling would suffice, though he remained uncertain if Iruka could withstand the overwhelming sensations long enough to break free. However, with the pungent flavor of fish mint as the staple, Beijing's fermented bean juice to cleanse the palate, cilantro mixed with rice, and durian for dessert, it should be manageable. The solitary flavor punishment was not unfamiliar to Irika. It was merely the first time experiencing it all at once. His brows knitted tightly, cheeks clenched, forehead taut, nostrils flaring, and his vision reduced to mere pinholes. Such was Irika's current state. Tears welled up and streamed from the tiny apertures. Mucus hung like crystalline pendants, and his muscles involuntarily tensed. I never want to spar with the teacher again. After a brief period of acclimatization, he finally recalled that this was an illusion, one that could indeed be unraveled, channeling his last reserves of energy. His chakra, minimized to its lowest ebb, suddenly surged forth. The scene before him gradually transformed. The terrifying old hag vanished. The dread-inducing cauldron of food disappeared, leaving only a seemingly slumbering dragonfly. Then he felt a chilling sensation on his chin. His hand brushed against the cool surface, a sticky texture transmitting from his hand to his mind that a closer inspection revealed it was mucus. Snap! Ah, Irika, how disgusting! The voice of the dragonfly echoed, and, at some point, a camera had appeared in his hand, the flash from earlier emanating from it. Well done. Well done. Tremendous progress. You are now fit to be a competent teacher. Truly, you have surpassed your predecessors. The dragonfly dismissed Irika's request to delete the photo, lavishing him with praise. Internally relieved, he had almost forgotten to document life, but thankfully remembered in time to preserve Irika's unflattering image. When Naruto's generation grew up, displaying Irika's photo before them would surely be quite amusing. Wouldn't it? Irika lamented. Teacher, you aren't truly assessing me, are you? You merely wish to experiment with your new illusion. The dragonfly nodded, then quickly shook his head. Nonsense. How could I use my disciple as a test subject? I simply want you to experience illusions. I aim to equip you with essential techniques for the growth of Konoha, to provide you with foundational methods for instructing students. That he patted his chest. Speaking with conviction, Irika, upon hearing this, felt even more despondent. Teacher, my talent in illusions is limited solely to dispelling them, as you have stated. What? Did I ever say that? It doesn't matter. I have grown. This illusion has special properties. I have thoroughly studied the resonance between chakra and taste receptors, as long as the hand seals I taught you are followed. One can release an illusion that imparts a specific flavor. Well, it is limited to humans, not summoning beasts. The dragonfly assured him that there would be no issues. Irika's eyes sparkled. Really? If so, whenever a student dared to be mischievous, he could use this as punishment, just as teachers do. Would he not become a teacher that no student in the ninja academy would dare defy? Irika mused, a strange smile creeping upon his lips. One understood the deterrent power of this illusion better than he. It had been the catalyst for his potential alongside the likes of Jigen and Minato. Otherwise, he would not possess the ability to develop new ninjutsu. Rest assured, do you still doubt the teacher's prowess? The dragonfly said, thumping his chest. Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, I am not being malicious. I merely wish for the future growth of Konoha, that if you happen to be affected, it is ultimately for your benefit. The dragonfly's thoughts soared to the ninja academy of Naruto's generation. Envisioning the scenes where Irika would punish them with this technique, in a simple room, Naruto was enjoying instant noodles when suddenly his nose itched and a sneeze nearly overturned his bowl. Startled, he quickly steadied it with both hands. Wiping his nose with his sleeve, he wondered, have I caught a cold? At the Nara household, Shikamaru placed a shogi piece in a desired position on the board. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! What's wrong, Shikamaru? Don't use sneezing to conceal your impending defeat. Shikaku had positioned his piece strategically, leaving Shikamaru in a vulnerable position that I want to concede. I just have a nagging feeling. This inexplicable sensation left Shikamaru puzzled. Shikaku chuckled. Humph, a man must admit when he has beaten. Achoo! No worries, Akamaru, let us try again. Kiba scratched his nose, grinning at the puppy his mother had gifted him, eager to practice their synergy once more. At the barbecue restaurant, Choji let out a hearty sneeze. But at over 3 years old, he skillfully grasped meat, maneuvering it with the dexterity of chopsticks catching flies. Not even a sneeze could hinder his appetite. Choji, eat slowly. Look, you're already catching a cold. His mother hastily handed him a tissue to wipe away his runny nose. after testing Irika's current capabilities and letting him experience his new technique. The dragonfly presented him with a scroll detailing his latest research on an auditory illusion designed to evoke extreme flavors. The technique featured 8 variations: Beijing fermented bean juice, cilantro, fish mint, herbal tea, lemon sourness, chili peppers, stinky tofu, and mustard. Since it was already a complete set, the dragonfly decided to rename it, as the original Nara technique was no longer applicable. The 8 Sense of Fire. Irika eagerly opened the scroll. The 8 Sense of Fire, a classic illusion embodying the will of fire, capable of compelling mischievous disciples to pay attention in class. A magnificent illusion crafted by Konoha's greatest illusionist, the dragonfly. Now passed on to his disciple Irika, with hopes for its continued proliferation. Irika shot a glance at his teacher, thinking to himself, "You certainly know how to shine a light on yourself." Though he harbored such thoughts, the specific methods for releasing the illusion and the 8 variations made his eyes gleam with excitement. Beijing fermented bean juice. What a bizarre name. That must be the repugnant odor of a filthy rag. Cilantro and fish mint. These target only the taste receptors of ninjas, not applicable to summoning beasts or monsters. The advantages were clear. This illusion specifically targeted the physical body of the enemy rather than the mind. It would induce sensations in the central nervous system, stimulating the glossopharyngeal nerves to convey distinct flavors, which would then be transmitted to the brain. Compared to the Nara technique, the 8 Sense of Fire was more efficient, bypassing the process of creating visual hallucinations and directly inducing physical sensations in the ninja's body, leading to immediate feedback to the brain. Teacher, you're quite perverse to have created such an illusion. You wouldn't use it for malicious amusement, would you? Despite his excitement at mastering this extraordinarily twisted technique, Irika felt less thrilled at the prospect of it being used on himself. He had transitioned from a visual to an auditory focus, making it even more challenging to defend against. Ridiculous. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Look at the description. This illusion carries the will of fire, a great technique that has nurtured countless generations. How could you think otherwise? The dragonfly adamantly denied such claims that Irika's eyes lit up. Teacher, to verify if I can learn it, please stand still and let me try. No defenses. Let us see if your illusion truly succeeds. You little brat, seeking revenge on your teacher. Are you? Get out of here. The flying bamboo dragonfly delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. That if you refuse, then so be it, Irika thought, dusting himself off and making his escape. The flying bamboo dragonfly shook his head and returned home. Upon becoming a fully fledged jonin, his father was elated, indulging in 2 cups of wine before collapsing onto the dining table. SHBU also shared in his joy. However, in the stillness of the night, the flying bamboo dragonfly, after completing his daily studies on genjutsu, began to contemplate the matters of advancing to jonin and the responsibilities of leading the analysis team. After much deliberation, he felt that there was no harm in it. Work had become more liberating, free from the scrutiny of superiors. Although Yamamoto Kaiji remained his superior, the dynamics of the position no longer required him to constantly gauge others' moods. Moreover, he held a voice of authority in various matters. Being a jonin signified an enhancement of his capabilities, earning him greater trust from the ninjas under his command, a trust born of skill. Naturally, this elevation in status also entailed increased responsibilities. Sleep. This position was still manageable. The following day, within the analysis team, the flying bamboo dragonfly officially assumed the leadership role from Yamamoto Kaiji, witnessed by numerous colleagues. This transition elicited a wave of nostalgia among his peers. The once prodigious captain they had watched grow was now their superior. Particularly for SHG Mon, who had witnessed the flying bamboo dragonfly's journey through growth, marriage, and ascension to jonin, and now to team leader. Colleagues who had once shared drinks and laughter were now in positions of authority. The same sentiment was echoed by Delijing, who lamented the fickleness of talent. His own prowess as a ghostly sergeant had yet to be fully realized, while the flying bamboo dragonfly had already become a jonin, and his superior at that it seemed his own strength had facilitated the rapid emergence of a jonin. Delijing's gaze fell upon the newcomers in the analysis team, who were respectfully facing their new leader, completely unaware that the ghostly sergeant was now eyeing them. The first order of business for the flying bamboo dragonfly was routine. The workflow of the analysis team was already well established, requiring no alterations. Only he, as the new leader, needed to implement changes. Apart from the more challenging ninjas, he merely needed to organize and report the intelligence collected by his subordinates. The workload was relatively light, that of course. The team leader was not without responsibilities. As a senior member of the department, there remained much to learn in this regard. He would turn to Yamamoto Kaiji for guidance. He was responsible for liaising with other departments and interfacing with the Hokage, among other duties. While the flying bamboo dragonfly diligently dedicated himself to his work, a document from Sarutobi Hiruzen was issued. It stated that in 3 days, the hidden cloud village would arrive in Kanahegakure to discuss an alliance. Staring at the document in disbelief, the flying bamboo dragonfly pondered whether a significant event from the original narrative was about to unfold. The instant he learned of the Cloud Village's intent to form an alliance, he recalled the incident of Narashikaku's demise. His directive was clear: instruct his subordinates to refrain from engaging with the Cloud Village personnel. After all, as the leader of the analysis team, his responsibilities did not extend to the security forces. He only needed to fulfill his duties without encountering those from the Cloud Village for rescuing others. He felt powerless in terms of perception. Aside from their different characteristics, the Byakugan clan was not inferior to him. The fact that the Cloud Village managed to infiltrate indicated that they had employed certain tactics to evade the Byakugan's detection. Alternatively, it was possible that the Hyuga clan refrained from activating their Byakugan at home. In any case, the intricacies of the situation were too convoluted for him to decipher, even with a sharp intellect. Unless he could read minds individually, the political landscape was something he humbly acknowledged he could not rival the third Hokage in. Each time he faced his juniors, a mere declaration of the will of fire compelled them to work diligently. Yet the best he could conjure were strategies like the fire of 8 incense, or some form of alluring advanced ninjutsu, nowhere near as effective as the third's commanding presence. Thus, these matters were beyond his purview. He considered himself merely a diligent worker, doing well to fulfill his responsibilities. Earning a meager sum each month, what was the point of risking his life? For now, it sufficed to steadily grow stronger. He felt a renewed sense of relief for not having been transmigrated into a clan such as the Uchiha or Hyuga, whose lives, though endowed with power, appeared devoid of true freedom, an illusion of liberty. The higher-ups must have been bustling about, for the analysis team was undoubtedly the most relaxed department. The main gate of Kanahegakure, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's direction, a team awaited, the silhouettes of several figures gradually becoming discernible in the distance. They were cautious. Not long ago, the Cloud Village had ambushed a merchant convoy from the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron. This so-called alliance could very well be a ploy by the Cloud Village. In the shadows, several Umbu operatives monitored the potential machinations. Such scenarios were not uncommon. Yet since the Hokage had issued the order, they were to proceed with their assigned tasks. It was perplexing that the Hokage had not commanded a counteraction. After all, it pertained to crucial trade involving Kanahagakure's ninja tools. This was Kanahegakure, occupying the most fertile land of the Land of Fire. How frustrating. They still possess some strength. It was rumored that previously, on the border of the Land of Fire, the esteemed Chuanjia and Chiazong had been slain by a Kanahegakure team. Who was responsible? Was it the renowned Kakashi Hitaki, who had acquired the Sharingan? Or the illustrious Shunshin Shizen? Or perhaps the Hokage's direct Umbu? According to intelligence gathered by spies, it was 2 jonin dispatched by Kanahegakure, leading a couple of youngsters who triumphed. One named Bayun Zhaochin, and the other the flying bamboo dragonfly. It appeared that Kanahegakure truly was a cradle of talent. Yet, so what? As long as they successfully completed their mission, they could once again bolster the village's strength. Enough talk. Kanahegakure had arrived. The envoys from the Cloud Village each bore a sword. Their physiques remarkably robust. Within the analysis team, the flying bamboo dragonfly flipped through various documents and records left behind by the previous team leader, striving to clarify the workings of the analysis team in the shortest time possible, hoping to grasp the rules and take advantage. Certain tasks were indeed quite manageable, though they required considerable mental effort. Thankfully, he possessed an intellect suited for the task. The responsibilities of the team leader involved not only collecting and organizing the intelligence read by his subordinates, but also submitting crucial information to the Hokage. Additionally, he was responsible for analyzing the corpses of enemies, summarizing the strengths and weaknesses of their jutsu, and compiling reports for the Hokage. Although the workload seemed minimal, it was quite cumbersome due to the vast array of information involved. The enemy's jutsu, the evolution of their codes, and deducing potential enemy movements from subtle clues were all part of his genuine responsibilities. For instance, in modern times, a sudden surge in the purchase or shipment of a particular commodity could reveal much. These tasks constituted his true work. Reporting to the Hokage was the easiest part. Thankfully, this was his forte. The envoys from the Cloud Village were likely still in discussions with the third Hokage, and he retained a sliver of curiosity for this significant episode in the original narrative, particularly regarding the third's motivations in handing over Narashiko. 3 days passed since the arrival of the Cloud Village envoy. After extensive negotiations, which included frequent communications with the Cloud Village, an alliance agreement was finally reached. Described as an alliance, it was essentially a non-aggression pact, one that could be broken at any moment. During the alliance ceremony, the Hokage invited the heads of prominent clans and leaders from various departments to attend. The flying bamboo dragonfly was among them. Boredom enveloped him. He wished for the ceremony to conclude swiftly so he could return to further his research on sound-based genjutsu. He let out a sigh. The recent promotion and the alliance with the hidden Cloud Village had significantly reduced his research time that he had been delving into the art of auditory illusion. And with just a few more months, he would be capable of making his enemies hear whatever sounds he desired. Auditory illusions were not merely tricks to ensnare the foes with sound. They also encompassed other methods that could induce auditory hallucinations. The realms of visual and auditory illusion intersected, forming a complex web rather than existing as two separate lines. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Leaf Village had officially forged an alliance. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the envoy from the Hidden Cloud concluded the ceremony. The following day, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud would return to their village. However, events took an unexpected turn. While Feiju Qingting was at home, peacefully sleeping beside his wife, the darkened clan of Hyuga struck. They assassinated the envoy from the Hidden Cloud who intended to abduct the main family member, Hinata. The next day, Feiju Qingting received word of the incident. An atmosphere of alarm enveloped the entire Leaf Village. Given that the ceremony had only concluded yesterday, the sudden death of a Hidden Cloud ninja within the Leaf Village was utterly shocking to the higher-ups. The envoy from the Hidden Cloud remained obstinate, refusing to acknowledge their involvement, instead casting blame upon the Leaf Village, claiming they had feigned alliance to lower their guard. Ultimately, they extracted information from the envoy's corpse. Harboring ill intentions in the end, as narrated in the original tale, the world witnessed the demise of a boy who believed in destiny and the loss of a brother who sacrificed himself for his sibling. The Hidden Cloud Village gained a useless corpse, leaving many in the Leaf Village in a state of lamentation. Hyuga clenched his fists tightly, gazing at the portrait of his father in the morning hall. His sorrow evident. Hyuga Hayashi, accompanied by Hinata, placed chrysanthemums upon the altar. After the envoy from the Hidden Cloud departed, Feiju Qingting suddenly received a summons from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Qingting, the development team for the illusion barrier has been established, and I need you to assume an additional position. Sarutobi's eyes bore a hint of fatigue, clearly indicating that this incident weighed heavily on his mind. Understood, replied Feiju Qingting. The previously mentioned barrier techniques had only now resurfaced in his thoughts. This incident likely prompted the third Hokage to consider more preventive measures. Though he had not diligently researched barrier techniques recently, his genius mind allowed him to refine his previous skills with minimal effort. He had not been idle. Rather, he was merely taking on more responsibilities. However, tasks meant resources and remuneration, which he found acceptable. Moreover, holding two important positions, both of which were stationed, significantly reduced his chances of leaving the village, granting him more time with his family and wife, which he welcomed. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "With your current capabilities, you should also be able to learn that illusion technique. I have approved your application." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Feiju Qingting's face. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. Yes, go ahead, but be cautious. That technique carries considerable danger. Feiju Qingting filtered out the warning, confident that his talent would not allow him to struggle with any jutsu. With a smile, he exited the door, politely closing it behind him. After his departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Ah, how I wish I were 10 years younger. I would not allow the hidden cloud to act so brazenly. Now, I can only hope to nurture more capable children like Qingting in the coming years. The situation with the hidden cloud was not due to a lack of desire to strike, but rather a fear of the repercussions. Just a few years after the end of the Third Great Ninja War, the Leaf Village was only just beginning to regain its strength. Any further conflict could jeopardize the peace the residents had begun to enjoy. And the higher-ups of the Land of Fire would never permit such a calamity to unfold. T Training Ground 88, Irika, with his hair tied in a ponytail, was practicing the newly acquired illusion technique. Fire of 8 cents. After forming the seals, he grasped the whistle hanging from his chest, channeling chakra into his mouth, and playing a melody in a specific rhythm. Toot toot, tweet tweet. The surrounding birds were startled, seemingly terrified by the discordant music, and they took flight, fleeing into the distance. Meanwhile, at a distance from the training ground, a figure was making his way to practice when he noticed the panicked birds and felt curious about who could be practicing ninjutsu to scare them away. This youth, with light blue hair and a slender build, wore a sports cap that held back the upper half of his hair, revealing a handsome, protagonist-like face adorned with delicate features and mid-length hair, framing his chin. Now displaying a look of curiosity, if Feiju Qingting were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as Mizuki, one of the classic characters in the Leaf Village, known for his protagonist-like visage yet relegated to a minor role. Mizuki approached the training ground, his presence instinctively concealed, and as he drew nearer, the unpleasant melody continued to waft through the air, causing Mizuki to frown. Who is playing such a terrible tune? However, after walking a few more meters, he sensed something amiss. His tongue involuntarily produced saliva, accompanied by a foul odor that filled his mouth. What on earth was that scent? The moment the odor overwhelmed his senses, his stomach reacted violently, a wave of nausea surging up his throat. Ugh! Mizuki leaned against a tree, retching as he expelled a considerable amount of foul liquid. What was happening? He couldn't comprehend why his body was responding this way. Had he fallen victim to a ninjutsu? Or was it merely the wretched music that triggered such a reaction? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Mizuki fought against the nauseating taste and continued to stealthily advance. After walking a few more meters, the music shifted again, transforming into another discordant tune. How utterly devoid of musicality! Mizuki scoffed inwardly at the cacophony. Yet before he could revel in his mockery, his expression contorted as an unexperienced bitterness spread through his mouth. His features contorted as he desperately tried to produce saliva to dilute the bitter taste, intending to expel it. Yet, to no avail, the bitterness persisted. Was this some sort of secret technique? As an experienced ninja, Mizuki understood the significance of not ignoring the signs. He knew this music was undoubtedly problematic. The thought of a secret technique sparked jealousy within him. Why was he a mere commoner, born into an ordinary family, forced to learn basic techniques and undertake numerous missions to earn his own jutsu, while others were gifted powerful techniques from birth? With such thoughts, Mizuki concealed his presence further, intent on stealthily approaching to see if he could learn who was practicing a secret technique. The discordant melody shifted once more. Mizuki sensed impending trouble as a spicy flavor erupted in his mouth, instantly flooding his senses and making him feel as though his head would burst from the onslaught. Damn it! I must see who is behind this. Fueled by determination, Mizuki pressed on. Spicy, foul, coriander, fishy, sour. After experiencing 5 more wretched flavors, the sound abruptly ceased. Mizuki, with a twisted and sour expression, quickened his pace, unable to maintain his concealment any longer. He was now solely focused on discovering the source of this dreadful music. Tap tap. Irika set down the whistle, a smile illuminating his face. After days of practice, he had finally managed to use the illusion technique his teacher had taught him, albeit with some struggle and control. Yet he believed that with continued effort, his mastery over chakra would surely improve. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, he was met with a familiar yet unfamiliar figure, whose features appeared oddly flushed and purple, as if unwell, with unsteady steps. "Mizuki," he asked incredulously, "have you come to practice too? Are you hurt?" Mizuki slowly approached, recognizing the familiar voice, his mask of pain lifting slightly as he replied, "Irika, how can it be you, the one I once pitied?" "Mizuki, it's me. Are you all right?" Irika expressed his concern. Mizuki remained silent, instead scanning the training ground. Whereas everyone else, he noticed the absence of other ninjas aside from Irika. Assuming they must have hidden away or left, "Dada, it's just me here," Irika replied, puzzled. "Were there others? Scoundrel! How could I have treated you so well?" "I'm referring to that fellow who was playing music just now. The one whose melodies were utterly unbearable. Speak quickly. Where is he?" Shui Mu's face contorted with rage as he shouted at Irika. Startled by his expression, Irika stammered, "That brother Shui Mu, the musician you mentioned." "Might be me." And he lifted the whistle from his chest to show him. "This is what I used to play." Shui Mu was taken aback. Irika's demeanor did not suggest deceit, yet he remained unwilling to accept it. How could Irika possess such a technique? After confirming repeatedly that Irika was not lying and that there were no other individuals present, he finally believed that this was indeed Irika's handiwork. How infuriating! How could he have such a secret art? Though he thought this inwardly, his expression reverted to a familiar smile, feigning a sigh of relief. "Irika, I truly apologize for startling you, that I merely passed by here and was caught off guard, thinking it was an enemy." "So it was your doing. How splendid. By the way, what kind of ninjutsu was that? Why did it have to sound so atrocious?" Upon hearing Brother Shui Mu return to his usual demeanor and his words, Irika felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The scroll annotations from his teacher stated that even if an enemy lacked human taste organs, their ears could still be affected, thereby creating an additional point of attack within the same time frame. However, hearing Shui Mu's remark about the music being unbearable was indeed mortifying. Would he now be ridiculed for lacking a sense of rhythm? He awkwardly chuckled. "Aha! This was a gift from my teacher, a genjutsu known as Fire's 8 cents. After saying this, he seemed to remember something and cautiously inquired, "Brother Shui Mu, you weren't affected by it, were you?" Only then did he take a serious look at Shui Mu. Observing the familiar expression on his face, reminiscent of when he had been caught in his teacher's technique, which made him feel even more embarrassed. Brother Shui Mu had always treated him kindly since the passing of his parents, offering comfort and encouragement. Now, to think he might have inadvertently affected him with that illusion, it seemed he had taken the full brunt of it. His toes curled in discomfort, and a forced smile lingered on his face. Only he understood how unpleasant it was to simultaneously experience 8 different flavors. Irika felt an urge to cover his face and flee. Training ground 88. Fire's 8 cents. Genjutsu. Taught by my teacher. Every utterance from Irika made Shui Mu feel increasingly uneasy. The genjutsu referred to as 8 cents must be the 8 flavors he had just experienced. Damn, the 8 cent that Irika's teacher was evidently not a school instructor or the 3rd Hokage. It could only be his former team leader. Feiju Qingting. How infuriating. They were no longer on the same team, so why would he still teach him new ninjutsu? Why did I not have such a teacher? Shui Mu wore a smile, but jealousy twisted in his heart. He was aware of Feiju Qingting. In the past 2 years, he had sparred with Irika, and given their relationship, he knew who Irika's teacher was, if not for the numerous training methods he had secretly learned from Irika. He would not have ascended to the Chunin ranks so swiftly. Back then, Shui Mu had pondered how wonderful it would be if his teacher were Feiju Qingting instead of Irika, the pitiful soul whose parents had perished under the Nine Tails. Yet even now, having parted ways with the team, Feiju Qingting still treated Irika with such kindness. This made Shui Mu envious. Why was it that the 3rd Hokage, Feiju Qingting, and others were so generous to Irika, while he, Shui Mu, remained inconspicuous, relying solely on himself? "Ah, your teacher is truly remarkable to teach you such a secret art that I'm fine. Your progress is what matters most." Shui Mu chuckled dismissively, seeing Brother Shui Mu's nonchalance. Irika felt a wave of relief wash over him. Teacher Qingting is indeed fantastic, but he has a rather peculiar sense of humor. For instance, this genjutsu, you felt its utility in actual combat is not significant, right? It was taught to me by my teacher to intimidate students, encouraging them to study diligently. Irika scratched his head and laughed. Upon hearing the word students, a fleeting shadow passed over Shui Mu's gaze. He recalled how both he and Irika had passed the trial set by the ninja school's teachers, yet due to his previous actions, suspected of having killed a teammate to complete a mission, his qualification as a teacher had been delayed. A deep-seated resentment brewed within Shui Mu. The White Fang had been vilified for rescuing his comrades, while he, in pursuit of a mission, had even refrained from directly accusing anyone of killing a teammate. Yet he had wagered his entire path of advancement that he hated the Hokage's favoritism and the opaque mechanisms of Konoha. Why could none of his efforts gain recognition? In the Konoha Techniques repository, Feiju Qingting was unaware that Irika had already found his first experimental subject at that moment. He gazed at the scroll before him, the Darkness Technique. How is this technique attributed to the first Hokage? Feiju Qingting raised an eyebrow as he looked at the inscription that a technique capable of countering the Sharingan was surprisingly created by Senju Hashirama. This was utterly unexpected. Previously, he had thought it was created by Tobirama, but it seemed that Hashirama was indeed a master of ninjutsu development, living up to his title as the god of shinobi. Both surprising and yet not surprising. During the Warring States period, it was not the era of Konoha, and the Senju and Uchiha clans were the two strongest rival families. It was understandable that they would develop techniques to counter each other's abilities. Senju Hashirama's innate talent was evident, and it made sense that he could create such techniques. You have 1 hour that if you do not memorize the technique completely, you'll have to wait for the next opportunity. Feiju Qingting noted as a team of Umbu surrounded him, preventing him from taking the ninjutsu scroll. This was a forbidden technique, one of Konoha's highest secrets. Feiju Qingting was not surprised. He had just passed through several procedures to finally see the original scroll of the Darkness Technique. As his perception expanded, the numbers within the scroll appeared like miniature figures performing martial arts, each hand sign, formula, and detail rapidly flooding into his mind. When his perception reached the secret chamber, it was obstructed by a barrier, allowing him only to observe everything within. After a quarter of an hour, Feiju Qingting concluded his study of the technique. He could not rush it and needed to conserve some energy. The Darkness Technique, with a learning difficulty rating of A, is a mid to long-range supportive genjutsu that can deprive enemies of their sight, plunging them into a silken abyss of darkness, thereby stealing away their light. The principles behind the technique are exceedingly complex, explaining why it can counter the Sharingan. However, it does have flaws. If the caster learns it improperly, they risk falling into an endless abyss of darkness, losing all light, a splendid genjutsu. And now, there was another reference for visual type illusions. Feiju Qingting was thoroughly satisfied, especially since it could even affect the Sharingan. This was precisely the material he needed. The Sharingan possesses formidable insight and can observe the chakra movements of enemies, that if faced with an opponent wielding such abilities, the effectiveness of genjutsu decreases significantly. Feiju Qingting understood that to deal with Shursui, he needed to ensure a quick hit. If he did not break the illusion immediately, it was merely due to a lack of intelligence. He was acutely aware that should they battle again, the opponent would surely know he was a genjutsu-type ninja and would be prepared against it. The defenses against his illusion could only temporarily guard against the enemy's insights. However, the chakra released could not be concealed. As long as Shursui's mobility was strong enough, he could resist many of his genjutsu. Ultimately, genjutsu involves disrupting the enemy's chakra with one's own, thereby inducing hallucinations. Most techniques operate on this principle. Techniques like Betsu Tenjin, Jianjing Shou, and Izanami are exceptions. With the reference of the Darkness Technique, he could draw upon experiences to find methods to counter powerful ocular techniques. After all, there exists a legendary moniker in the ninja world regarding eyes. This was of utmost importance. In the Konoha Barrier Division's secret training ground, Feiju Qingting looked at the three individuals before him and asked, "Is it just the three of you?" "Yes, Lord Qingting. We three are the ninjas responsible for maintaining and sensing the barrier, serving under the orders of the third Hokage to learn from you," replied the leader, a Hyuga ninja clad in a ninja vest with white eyes and a forehead protector. The two others behind him appeared rather ordinary. Feiju Qingting was slightly surprised. "From the Hyuga clan?" "Indeed, my lord, I am Hinata Tetsun, The Hyuga ninja introduced himself that it seemed that every department had representatives from prominent clans, as one of the most formidable clans. The Hyuga clan having members engaged in the barrier division is hardly a remarkable occurrence. Feiju Qingting nodded thoughtfully. Now, let us commence that I believe the third Hokage has already conveyed the purpose of my role as the captain of the barrier development team to you. Has he not? Yes. The third Hokage mentioned that we are tasked with developing a defensive barrier capable of countering large-scale attacks. Hinata Taiyin nodded in agreement, as did the other two members. There were no objections, for they were acutely aware of the significance of the barrier division. The Hokage would not undertake trivial endeavors. The presence of this individual, dispatched by the Hokage, spoke volumes about his capabilities. Thus, the development of the supersized defensive barrier. The inverted golden bell was set to begin at the Leaf Village's barrier development team. The special kunai whirred around the entire area before swiftly returning to the hands of Feiju Qingting and his barrier team. That will suffice for today. Let us adjourn for dinner and reconvene next week. Feiju Qingting addressed the trio. Understood, Captain, Hinata Taiyin replied respectfully. After a month of collaboration, Feiju Qingting's mastery of barrier ninjutsu left the seasoned members of the barrier division feeling somewhat inadequate. Despite being elite individuals specially cultivated by Konoha from a young age, they found their foundational skills in barrier ninjutsu lacking compared to Feiju Qingting, who had come in from outside. Initially, while Feiju Qingting possessed a profound understanding of barrier techniques, he still had much to learn and often sought their guidance. Yet, with each passing day, they witnessed remarkable progress in his development of barrier techniques, advancing at an extraordinary pace. Simultaneously, they held great admiration for the barrier ninjutsu he had created. The inverted golden bell barrier, in their minds. Once this barrier was scaled up, it would serve as a formidable defense against vicious entities like the Nine Tails, effectively preventing any potential destruction. Such a contingency was nothing short of miraculous. Feiju Qingting nodded at them, glancing at the time. It was nearly time to conclude. The work in the barrier division did not consume too much of Feiju Qingting's time. He only dedicated 2 days a week to it, with the majority of his time spent managing responsibilities in the analysis division. His routine comprised commuting to work, returning home for dinner, and engaging in daily training. He had already mastered the dark journey technique 2 weeks prior. As he had anticipated, there were some discrepancies. The dark journey technique was not merely a genjutsu aimed at vision, but rather a large-scale illusion that ensnared all ninjas within its range. This meant that once the technique was activated, the visibility of all adversaries would be shrouded in darkness. Moreover, it was a continuous technique. Even if one disrupted the chakra, they would be ensnared by the genjutsu once again in the following instant. Only by completely barring the caster's chakra or eliminating the caster could one break free. For instance, the Uchiha Susanoo, which encapsulated the user entirely, could nullify such illusions. Today was Ino's birthday. What gift should he buy? Perhaps a figurine of Feiju Qingting would suffice. With a smile, he considered what he deemed the most splendid gift. Truly, he was a genius. T the Ninja Academy. Irika-sensei has arrived. Settle down. I can't take it anymore. I want to file a complaint against Irika-sensei for using ninjutsu on students. It's useless, I told my dad, and he supports Irika-sensei. How infuriating. Irika-sensei has developed such despicable ninjutsu. I heard it was taught by his teacher. Just wait. The dream of becoming Hokage is yours, while my dream is to teach Irika-sensei and his teacher a lesson. Me too. I in the second grade classroom, upon hearing that Irika-sensei was teaching this period. The previously rowdy children instantly returned to their seats in an orderly manner, and within moments, silence enveloped the room as they feigned seriousness in their studies. Even the proud youths from the Uchiha clan and the aristocratic Hyuga clan appeared as though they had swallowed something unpleasant, clearly suffering under the weight of their discomfort. Tap, tap, tap. Irika entered, carrying books and wearing a warm smile. Observing that all the students were diligently studying and not causing any disruption, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, I must commend myself. Even the esteemed Hibisuzum cannot manage to keep students in line as I have done. Irika felt that his role as an educator was destined. His dreams, abilities, and character all seemed crafted for the purpose of teaching. Suddenly, he noticed a Uchiha boy raising his hand and presumed he had a question to Uchiha. Do you have an inquiry? As I have mentioned, restroom breaks are permitted during recess, but not during class. Teacher, I merely wish to inquire about who your teacher is. A teacher capable of producing someone as remarkable as you must be an extraordinary ninja. The other students perked up at this question, having long been curious you know how they spent the past week. Aside from the top students, those who were a bit mischievous had all faced repercussions in the entire class. Only a few earnest learners had escaped punishment, yet they had heard tales of Irika's formidable ninjutsu and had no inclination to act out. Excellent question, Uchiha. Everyone should take a leaf out of his book. This is one method of extracting information. Do not demand it directly, but rather inquire indirectly. Not only did he appreciate the cleverness of Uchiha question, but Irika also felt a sense of pride in his student's diligence. Well then, Uchiha, who is your teacher? I swear, when I grow up, I will certainly give him a good thrashing, Uchiha declared without pretense. Irika chuckled. You have courage. He is a jonin. Are you certain you wish to confront him? I will also become a jonin, and with my Sharingan, I will surely bring him down. Uchiha clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Having grown up in the Uchiha household, he had never tasted such a loathsome flavor. In his heart, the individual who devised such a technique was only slightly less detestable than one who insulted the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga youth seated next to him nodded, momentarily aligning with the Uchiha. Not only they, but the entire class felt similarly. His name is Feiju Qingting, and he is currently the captain of the analysis division. If you have the capability, feel free to land a few punches on my behalf. Irika encouraged. This was indeed a source of great joy that Irika's words left the students bewildered. Wait, we want to beat him up. Why does that involve you? Besides, they were planning to confront Irika first. Nevertheless, at the tender age of 7, they were already calculating their own schemes, only asking for Feiju Qingting's name. There was no further discussion about beating up Irika. Very well, so it's Feiju Qingting, is it? Just wait until I grow up. I'll show you how to take him down, first by snatching his ninjutsu, then throwing it back at him, Uchiha brimming with determination. Meanwhile, the Hyuga boy beside him felt a ripple in his Byakugan. There were both clever and cunning minds among them. Some had already begun preparing to gather intelligence on Feiju Qingting and, leveraging their youthful innocence, intended to approach him with a cute demeanor only to deliver a sudden punch. They felt a sense of discomfort if they didn't strike at least once. All right, enough idle chatter. Let us move on to mathematics. Pay close attention, or else not only will you be unable to strike my teacher, but you will also have to endure my fire release. 8 flaming whirls. However, I am magnanimous. You may choose the flavor. As Irika finished speaking, the students' expressions darkened, and they dared not utter another word. Their desire to confront him only intensified in the Yamashiro household. Come, let us open it and see the super cool gift that Uncle Qingting has prepared for you. The dragonfly, Feiju, perched opposite the small well, gazing at the excited expression on Xiaojing's face. Before her lay a beautifully crafted gift box, no larger than the palm of her hand, meticulously prepared by Feiju. In the background, Shan Zhonghai and Jingye's mother observed them with amused smiles. Xiaojing rubbed her hands together, glancing at the stranger, recalling how last time Feiju had conjured her favorite flowers at will. I am opening it, she declared. With her hands clasped in silent prayer, tinged with anticipation, she slowly unveiled the gift box. To her astonishment, she was met with a fluffy layer of gift wrapping, as her small hands pushed aside the fluff. The true nature of the gift was finally revealed. However, her expression fell flat. She was utterly speechless, for inside was a figurine intricately woven from bamboo, resembling Feiju himself. The figurine's hand rested atop the head of a Xiaojing figurine, creating a rather brotherly impression. Is this really the extraordinarily handsome gift you prepared for me, Uncle Dragonfly? Xiaojing's displeasure was evident. She had expected something beautiful, perhaps flowers, but instead, she had received this toy. She shot a disdainful look at Feiju. Meanwhile, Shan Zhonghai and Jingye's mother chuckled at the unexpected creativity behind Feiju's gift. Xiaojing, you shouldn't speak so thoughtlessly. This is a birthday gift from your Uncle Dragonfly. It would be impolite to dismiss it. Jingye's mother gently admonished. Xiaojing pouted. But this gift is far too abstract. I don't like it all that Xiaojing. I assure you, my tastes are far from lowly. Do not underestimate this figurine. It is a piece of ninja equipment handcrafted by Uncle Dragonfly himself. Feiju proclaimed with pride. Ninja equipment? Shan Zhonghai raised an eyebrow. Since when did you start making ninja gear? I was unaware of this. Xiaojing looked at him in confusion. Just wait until you grow a bit more. Once you can refine chakra, you will simply need to channel it into this. Feiju formed hand seals and infused chakra into the figurine. Instantly, the figurine sprang to life, much to the astonishment of Xiaojing's family. As the tiny figures transformed to resemble real people, albeit on a smaller scale, they even smiled. Suddenly, the Xiaojing figurine spoke. Uncle Dragonfly is the most handsome man in the world. The Feiju figurine chimed in. Xiaojing is the cutest girl in the world. This exchange repeated several times. Once the chakra was depleted, the figurine reverted to its original state. Xiaojing was utterly speechless. Clearly, she was the most adorable girl in the world, and there was no way Uncle Dragonfly was the most handsome man. What a shameless stranger! Shan Zhonghai couldn't help but smile awkwardly at the absurdity of it all. What do you think? Isn't it charming? Once you learn to refine chakra, you'll be able to hear the most handsome uncle speak to you every day. Feiju said with all seriousness, appearing quite pleased with his gift. Under the urging gaze of her mother, Xiaojing reluctantly accepted the figurine. I suppose I'll keep it, but you can't send me such things again. Despite her words, she intended to preserve it carefully, though she would never bring it out for display. Too embarrassing. Feiju felt quite satisfied, his thoughts drifting to Uchiha Sasuke, who must be quite enamored with the little Itachi figurine he had received. In the Uchiha clan district, Uchiha Sasuke watched his older brother, who had just returned from a mission, with a look of discontent. He pulled out the little Itachi figurine gifted by Feiju. Stupid brother. Always off on missions and never spending time with me. Just wait until I tickle you, he muttered. Sasuke began to scratch the figurine's feet, seemingly punishing his brother for his absence. The little Itachi figurine had already developed a sheen from frequent handling. That crafty uncle's craftsmanship isn't half bad, that I should ask Mom for money to buy a few more, but where does that bad uncle live? Sasuke pondered, wishing for a whole lineup of his brother's figurines. Days passed, and as time went on, the belly of Changpu grew rounder. Feiju began to take it easy at work, spending most of his time using shadow clones while the real him stayed at home with Changpu. As his physical strength increased and his spiritual energy accumulated, his chakra levels soared, making the use of shadow clones for work a breeze. According to his perception, his chakra levels are now only a quarter lower than that of the third Hokage. This allowed him to develop techniques and train with greater efficiency. The speed of his advancement had accelerated. It was no wonder that the original 12 young ninjas seemed to grow stronger at an increasing pace as they matured. Growth in body and mind naturally led to greater chakra reserves, which in turn allowed for longer training sessions until they hit their limits. Of course, he had to report his time off to the Hokage. As he was the inheritor of the will of fire, the analysis team and barrier development team were crucial roles that could not be treated lightly. So he chose to be forthright with Sarutobi Hiruzen. My wife's belly is growing larger. I need to be with her. I'll use shadow clones for work. You have no objections, right? He conveyed with utmost politeness. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing this, did not dare to say a word, promptly granting approval. The truth was his eldest daughter-in-law was also nearing her due date, so he understood completely. Furthermore, even with shadow clones, Feiju's abilities would enable him to perform excellently in the analysis team. Feiju left a shadow clone to accompany Changpu, while he followed his usual routine, heading towards training ground 98. That a day without practice is a day wasted. He understood this principle well. Thus, he never slackened in his training regimen. SSHHH, will he really come? Did you get the intel wrong? At training ground 98, 3 little rascals were hiding in the bushes nearby, accompanied by a dog, peering sneakily at the training ground. Impossible. My intelligence class was top-notch. So there is no way it could be wrong that he comes here to practice every day, and I heard he has been playing music lately. Huh. Is he a ninja or an aspiring artist? Regardless of whether he wants to be an artist, we must land a punch on his face. Exactly. It's all his fault that Irika-sensei learned that technique. They had a plan in place. And one of them had even studied child psychology at the library to ensure they could catch him off guard. All right, I'll rush in for a hug, then slap him while you step on his feet. If Irika were present, he would recognize these mischievous second-year students, led by a third-year classmate, scheming against Fei's. As Feiju approached training ground 98, he sensed the three little rascals lurking in the bushes. With a sly grin, he chose not to expose them and instead began his training. First, he performed his usual routine of 200 one-finger handstands, 2,000 push-ups, and one-handed push-ups, practicing his movement techniques. Both body and spirit are the foundation of chakra, and Feiju never neglected his physical training. These exercises were mere trifles for him. While he may not possess the physical talent of Guy, he compensated with intellect, using technique to make up for any lack of natural ability. Impressive. The only girl among the trio, Inuzuka Hana, watched Feiju's training regimen with deep admiration, her eyes sparkling. The Inuzuka clan specialized in taijutsu, so she could easily discern the difficulty of his training. Even her father could not perform with such ease. Should we go for it? Do we have a chance? Inuzuka Hana swallowed hard, feeling their opportunity slipping away. Is this really Irika-sensei's teacher? His prowess is remarkable. Should we manage to land a punch on him, he wouldn't retaliate, would he? The boy with the center parting and suspenders has already begun to waver. The slightly plumper boy with a mustache, demonstrating greater courage, asserts, "What is there to fear? We are merely children." According to child psychology, as long as we don't intentionally urinate on him, he wouldn't dare to strike a child. Is your understanding of child psychology reliable? Questions the boy with the center parting. With resolute eyes, Inuzuka Hana responds, "Fear not. As long as we act before he can react, we can claim that Irika-sensei summoned us." He will undoubtedly redirect his ire towards Irika-sensei. She recalls Irika-sensei's words, who hopes that they, the younger generation, can one day defeat the formidable Take-Chio. There must be some conflict, if we can shift his attention. Aha! Hana's logic is sound. The two boys nod in agreement. This is the foundational course of espionage and subversion, as taught by Irika-sensei. Achoo! Irika organizes the students' assignments, wiping his nose. What is happening? The weather has just begun to cool. And I already have a cold? He shakes his head and surveys the assignments in hand, feeling quite pleased. With the support of his new illusion techniques, he feels empowered within the school. Are these little rascals here to come after me? Do I recognize them? And is that Irika, that rascal, up to something at school, leading to this? Thoughts swirl in Take-Chio's mind. Despite his musings, his hands continue their work, that he unleashes his self-created Take-Chio fluid technique against the wooden post before him. Bang! Bang! This technique incorporates various martial arts from Awagakure, Reikage, and Kanahagakure, tailored to suit his physique and combat style, but it's not that it's superior to others. Rather, it is more fitting for him. Suddenly, Take-Chio halts his movements. Glancing in a particular direction, the three little troublemakers finally emerge, led by a girl with an inverted triangle pattern on her face, with the two boys trailing closely behind. "Hey, mister, are you a ninja?" Inuzuka Hana exclaims, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazes at Take-Chio, leaving her two companions quite unsettled. The eldest truly possesses the innate qualities of a ninja. Her demeanor is astonishingly convincing. Observing the pattern on her face, Take-Chio muses, "Ah, just a child from the Inuzuka clan. Don't you have classes to attend?" He is curious to see how these children intend to confront him. "Wow, that's amazing. Brother, you're incredible. Is your dream also to become Hokage? We're here to practice ninjutsu today. Can you teach us, please?" The trio choruses, their eyes gleaming with admiration. How utterly adorable, though he's aware that their admiration is feigned. Their innocence is truly charming, far surpassing that of Itachi. Similar age, Itachi bore the weight of the world on his shoulders, yet these children still possess a sense of childlike wonder. He feels rejuvenated. Take-Chio shakes his head. "No, I have no desire to become Hokage. I intend to pass on a mantle of Hokage to you. You are the true future Hokage. Now, tell me what you've learned in school, and I shall impart my knowledge to you. I am quite the genius in this regard." Upon hearing Take-Chio's claim of being the Hokage's successor, the trio's eyes sparkle with excitement, sensing a thrilling opportunity. They exchange glances, resolutely reaffirming their plan. "Brother, I want to become a powerful ninja too. Can you hug me and let me feel the greatness of a ninja? Inuzuka Hana pleads, her eyes shimmering. Takeshio nods. Of course, but you must introduce yourselves first. I am Inuzuka Hana. Kazama Shuriken. Idaniza Saizai. The three little ones can hardly contain their excitement, with Inuzuka Hana even stretching her arms wide for a hug. Very well. Such brief introductions leave him familiar only with Inuzuka Hana. The sister of Kiba, if memory serves, her personality is quite similar to Kiba's. Surely, she is merely putting on a facade. Nevertheless, he lifts her up into his embrace. To be honest, he finds it perplexing that Inuzuka Hana, at a similar age to Itachi, would be so bold as to request a hug. Idaniza Saizai and Kazama Shuriken exchange glances, each delivering a playful kick to Takeshio. Watch me flatten you. The embraced Inuzuka Hana, unable to contain herself, suddenly transforms her expression, yelling, and delivers a punch to Takeshio's face. With a startled release, Inuzuka Hana and her companions quickly flee in the direction from whence they came. Haha, let me allow you to experience the thrill of a successful ninja tactic. Next, I shall relish the sensation of being a teacher again. After feigning pain for a moment, Takeshio's lips curl into a smile. The children's tactics are commendable. He appreciates those who think critically, though their schemes are rather too brazen. Uo, sure, Ushi. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Yay, the tactic was successful. Weavei struck down Irika-sensei's mentor. Inuzuka Hana beams with pride. Truly, the eldest sister is remarkable, effortlessly adopting such a charming demeanor. What? You little rascals, do you wish to be punished? Ah, forgive us, eldest sister. You are always charming. The trio exerts all their might. Aware that they cannot defeat Takeshio and desperately attempt to escape. Suddenly, they sense something amiss. A cliff appears before them. Swish, they halt before the precipice, gazing down at the dizzying drop of several dozen meters. The two boys even collapse to the ground in shock. What is going on? Are we under a genjutsu? Inuzuka Hana realizes something is amiss, glancing at the distant forest and the even more distant residential area of Kanagakure. Turning back, she sees cliffs surrounding them on all sides. They stand atop a massive block of earth that ITS Earth release. Such a grand display. Woof! Just as they're engulfed in panic, the sound of barking erupts. Takeshio appears, holding a gray ninja dog, perched upon a colossal eagle, and soaring towards them, a cheerful smile gracing his face. Gremo. Inuzuka Hana watches anxiously. Woof! Gremo gazes down, feeling it best not to struggle. Falling would be disastrous. Return Gremaru to me, big brother. Inuzuka Hana, worried about Takeshio's intentions towards Gremaru, particularly due to his disconcerting smile, speaks in an endearing tone. Her two little companions are already terrified. Please don't harm us. Irika-sensei instructed us to confront you. The two boys burst into tears, their earlier bravado evaporating, yet they seem to retain the memory of their plan. Especially with Takeshio's eerie smile, they tremble in fear. What would I gain from harming you? You are the successors of Hokage. However, since you have struck me, you shall face consequences. Takeshio chuckles, tossing Gremaru back to Inuzuka Hana. He is certain that Irika has said something about him at school. Woof! Inuzuka Hana catches Gremaru, looking at Takeshio. What do you intend to do? Didn't you say you wish to learn about ninjas? I shall train you, Takeshio replies. Train us? Indeed. You are from the Inuzuka clan. While they belong to the Kazama and Idaniza clans, correct? According to my intel, the Kazama clan is gradually fading, and the Idaniza clan lacks even a single Jainin. Since you approached me for guidance and fate has brought us together, I shall provide you with foundational training to enhance your chances of becoming Jainin. Feiju Qingting observed Inuzuka Hana and the two young ones as a high-ranking member of Konoha. He was well aware of such intelligence. Konoha boasted numerous small clans, such as the Fma clan, creators of the Wind Shuriken, and the Izunoya clan, known for their secret techniques. Many of these clans had never produced a Jonin, and even achieving the rank of Chunin proved to be a formidable challenge. This disparity stemmed from a lack of resources compared to prominent clans like the Hyuga, as well as a smaller base of common ninja, leading to a scenario where the small clan struggled to even produce chunin. This reality elucidated for Feiju Qingting the scarcity of appearances by lesser clans in the original narrative. Thus, while idly passing the time during training, he resolved to nurture the younger generation. Moreover, other clans' jutsu intrigued him. These younglings were likely the focus of their clan's cultivation efforts, given the limited number of members. However, the rate of becoming accomplished ninjas was disheartening, as even a cursory glance would reveal the grim prospects. Upon hearing Feiju Qingting speak of his clan, Inuzuka Jichin and Izunoya Kaikai snapped out of their panic. Learning that their clan had yet to produce a single jonin left them somewhat despondent. They too bore the weight of expectation, as each generation placed their hopes upon the next. This generation was tasked with shouldering that pressure and striving for success. They possessed commendable talents, evidenced by their recent analytical theory class. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the confidence to confront Feiju Qingting. "We will surely become chunin," they asserted resolutely. "Hey, given that I've said this, shouldn't you aspire to become jonin instead?" Feiju Qingting remarked, somewhat exasperated. This was bordering on self-deprecation. What had happened to their earlier bravado? The two young ones hung their heads. The legacy of their clan had failed to instill in them the confidence they needed. Inuzuka Hana furrowed her brow, surprised to discover that her two little brothers lacked such confidence. "Hey, don't let him underestimate you. Just now, we did manage to give him a beating. Be a bit more self-assured. We can definitely become jonin. Even Hokage," she encouraged loudly. Yet her words only caused their heads to droop further. Their innate talents were indeed commendable within their clan, yet they were acutely aware of their limitations. The expressions of their family members conveyed this reality. With so few clan members, the burden of expectation fell heavily upon them. Becoming chunin was already their goal. Well, regardless of what your aspirations may be. As the ones who have landed a punch and stepped on me, you have already earned your pride. You have surpassed the genius ninja Kakashi, even eclipsed the prodigious Uchiha Itachi, and outshone the disciples of the legendary three. Mitarashi Anko, Feiju Qingting stated with a grin. Huh. Upon hearing this, the three of them looked up at him, their faces filled with confusion. They were well aware of Kakashi and Itachi, the latter being a prodigy who had entered the academy alongside them and graduated some time ago. The mention of Anko, a disciple of the legendary three, only compounded their astonishment. How could they possibly surpass such geniuses? Well, you are correct in your assumptions. Kakashi was my classmate, and to this day, he has never managed to touch a single hair on my body. Feiju Qingting raised a finger. Not long ago, Uchiha Itachi was my teammate, and in our sparring, he found himself at my mercy without laying a finger on me. Anko as well, he added that he then praised them. And you, with your remarkable ninja qualities, have discerned my psychology and successfully struck me. You are truly impressive. Do not underestimate yourselves, but do remember to strive for improvement. Kaikai and Jichin's eyes brightened. Was it true? Had they indeed surpassed such prodigious talents? Only Inuzuka Hana, with her more discerning intellect, analyzed his thoughts and longed to ask, "Is that correct?" Yet considering the state of her younger brothers, she held her tongue. "Now, as a consequence of your actions, your task today is to descend from this earthen wall." Feiju Qingting pointed to the wall beneath their feet. The trio, along with the dog, gazed downwards once more, feeling an overwhelming urge to jump. Yet, reason quelled this impulse. That would surely result in injury. Wouldn't it? Inuzuka Hana remarked, while the excited barks of Homaru echoed in agreement. The two young ones nodded fervently. Feiju Qingting formed a series of hand seals, causing a small yet tall pillar to protrude from the center of the earthen wall. Let's start with something simple. Every 5 minutes, if I determine anyone is slacking off, then you can experience my genjutsu. I suspect that is the very reason you sought me out, he stated with a smile, pulling out a harmonica. He had surmised the reason behind their visit, and it aligned perfectly with his own desires. Unexpectedly, before he could enjoy the fruits of his labor, his sister had already savored it. This thought brought him comfort. He then proceeded to share techniques for chakra control while climbing trees, demonstrating several times and instructing them to scale the newly erected pillar gradually. Once they became adept, they would be able to descend from the earthen wall on their own, having previously led a team. Feiju Qingting possessed the experience necessary to communicate effectively, making his teachings accessible to ninjas at various stages, thus differing from his methods with Irika and others. His approach was better suited for these younglings, who didn't require the same rigor. Thud! The trio gazed at the bandage-faced figure, clutching a harmonica, swallowing hard. They recalled Irika-sensei's techniques, recognizing that this was surely a figure more formidable than their instructor. The thought sent shivers down their spines, and simultaneously, they lamented their decision to confront him. Faced with the towering pillar, they reluctantly began to practice the techniques Feiju Qingting had imparted, due to his comparison with several prodigies. The two boys felt a surge of confidence, shedding their previous despondency, as motivation surged within them. Coupled with Feiju Qingting's threats, they dared not falter. They occasionally tumbled from the pillar, while Feiju Qingting began to practice music, simultaneously contemplating how to integrate the techniques of the dark arts into his combat system. The dark arts constituted a distinct system within genjutsu, differing from visual illusions that influenced the enemy's chakra through sight, or auditory illusions that transmitted chakra via sound. It involved a broad-spectrum transmission of chakra through the air, akin to the release of ninjutsu, yet yielding the effects of genjutsu. Thus, integrating the darkness into his own genjutsu system posed a challenge for Feiju Qingting. Certainly not something to be resolved in a day or two, he did not devote all his energy to this endeavor. Rather, he allocated a portion of his time daily to accumulate experience until he amassed sufficient knowledge to complete his work. Currently, his primary focus remained on conventional genjutsu, such as visual and auditory techniques, as well as research into mind-reading techniques. The fire style, Eight Flames, was a specific application of his auditory genjutsu research, transmitting chakra through sound to affect the enemy's five senses. Ah, that hurts. Izunoya Kaikai tumbled to the ground, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Gazing at the pillar before her, she yearned to unleash her clan's secret techniques upon it. Yet, when she glanced at Feiju Qingting, who was practicing music nearby, she hesitated. Ma Jichin shared her sentiment. The meticulous manipulation of chakra proved to be exceedingly challenging. At that moment, his parted hair and suspenders were drenched in sweat. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Hey, put in a little more effort. I'm starting to feel something, Inuzuka Hana exclaimed, her feet leaving the ground as she slowly walked at a 90-degree angle along the pillar. Just as she finished speaking, she fell once more. Her expression was invigorated. This sensation was truly exhilarating. It's not difficult at all. Kaikai looked at her. How did you manage that, Hana? Fong Emoji-kun also cast a glance at her. They felt nothing at all. Sometimes, after only a few steps, one could fall down. Inuzuka Hana encouraged, saying, if you try this and that, you'll find your rhythm. Just then, a familiar yet distinct melody echoed in their ears. A hint of spice surged in their throats, shooting straight to the crown of their heads. The fatigue they had just experienced vanished in an instant, leaving them invigorated. Keep pushing yourselves. Once you complete this, you'll be free. Otherwise, Feiju Qingting raised the harmonica in his hand, signaling them not to overthink and to practice diligently. Yes, they thought, not wanting to endure such a technique again. It was simply too terrifying. The sensation from moments ago, when their crowns were shaken, had made them feel as if they were on the brink of meeting their ancestors in the afterlife, with no time to slack off. The three continued their training. Feiju Qingting observed every movement they made, his brow slightly furrowed. Inuzuka Hana was doing well, demonstrating a commendable talent for chakra control. However, the other two showed a lack of aptitude, making it clear that these two little ones would not master the basics anytime soon. He soon relaxed his brow, thinking there was no rush. He was merely helping to train his juniors, not aiming to mold them in a sage of six paths brother. Is that bad uncle really over here? Sasuke asked, holding Itachi's hand and slowly trailing beside him as they gazed at the expansive forest and road surrounding them. Itachi chuckled in response. Did you not call him a bad uncle? Why do you still want to find him? However, the brother he had crafted in his mind was indeed quite handsome. Sasuke extended his right hand, clutching a small Itachi figurine. The sunlight glinted off the figure, reflecting light. Itachi smiled at the figurine before turning his head, his expression reverting to one of composure. The bags under his eyes had grown more pronounced. It was evident that during the past month or two, he had endured much, leading to a more mature demeanor. Itachi replied, "The bad uncle you speak of practices here nearly every day. He should definitely be around at this hour." "Brother, why can the bad uncle train every day while you have to go on missions?" Sasuke asked innocently. He did not understand. Every time he wanted to play with his brother, even just watching him train. Sasuke was willing. Yet, most of the time, his brother was away on missions, leaving little time for play. Itachi chuckled, "Because I'm a Genin, I need to enhance my strength and experience. Once I become a Jonin, I'll have more time to spend with you." Sasuke seemed to grasp a part of it. "Is it similar to how Dad is?" "Almost. Tap, tap, tap." "Hey, brother, what is that?" Sasuke craned his neck as shadows enveloped them, a towering stone wall blocking their view. Itachi, with sharper senses, spotted Fei Zhu Qing Ting sitting at the edge of the wall, playing some music. Da-da. That should be the earth release technique your bad uncle is using. He must be training. Itachi explained to Sasuke. "Why are they here?" Fei Zhu Qing Ting sensed that Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke had entered his range of perception. Could they be here to train at Training Ground 98? That seemed unlikely. The Uchiha had their own training grounds. They weren't coming to seek him out, were they? Before long, Itachi led Sasuke beneath the earthen walls. "Qing Ting senpai, oh, Itachi, what brings you here? And why have you stopped calling me brother?" Fei Zhu Qing Ting leaped down from several meters high, landing gracefully before them without causing a stir, like a feather settling to the ground. Uchiha Sasuke hid behind Itachi, watching Fei Zhu Qing Ting's movements. Feeling awestruck by his agility in jumping from such heights, hearing the remark, Itachi's face flushed with embarrassment. Somehow, after a period of absence, it felt strange to call him brother. "Senpai, please don't tease me. My brother is looking for you," Itachi stated. Upon hearing this, Fei Zhu Qing Ting's lips curled into a smile as he noticed the figurine in Sasuke's hand. "Oh, I thought you were here to challenge me. I've recently developed some new genjutsu that I'd like to test on a Sharingan user." He feigned disappointment. Itachi was momentarily a loss for words. Despite his visible progress over this time, he still felt reluctant to confront Fei Zhu Qing Ting's genjutsu. He had yet to discover a method to counter it. Or rather, his chakra was insufficient, rendering many of his techniques ineffective against it. "Bad uncle, I want to buy several of those brothers," Sasuke piped up, raising the small Itachi figurine in a childlike tone. "All right, I shall indulge your request. But first, let this uncle give you a hug." Fei Zhu Qing Ting, amused by the brother's visit, disregarded any potential objections and crouched down to embrace the nearly 4-year-old Sasuke. Sasuke, of course, resisted, wanting to escape. But who was Fei Zhu Qing Ting? He easily pinned him down. Having merely teased him before, he decided to hold him this time. "Stay still. I will weave a few small Itachi figurines for you," he said. With that, he retrieved bamboo strand from his ninja tool pouch, and within seconds, several uniquely shaped small Itachi figurines appeared. All were in chibi style, some standing, some sitting, each holding different items like shuriken and kunai. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with delight. Training Ground 98, beneath the earthen walls, 3 little ones lay on the ground, peering down. "Hey, it's Uchiha Itachi," Fong Emoji-kun remarked, observing the silhouette. "Indeed, it is Itachi. It seems that the bandaged man truly did beat him." Inuzuka Hana added, having given him the nickname due to the bandages on Fei Zhu Qing Ting's face, a form of punishment for their misdeeds. "I feel a chill in my heart. It's as if he's looking at us." Izuya Zai expressed, "Not good. He has hiding his eyes. He must be a sensory ninja. We've definitely been discovered. Hurry and practice, or we'll be in serious trouble," Inuzuka Hana shouted, urging his 2 companions to continue their training. "Itachi, do you really not want to spar with me? Let your brother see your strength," Fei Zhu Qing Ting said as he set Sasuke down, addressing Itachi. Itachi had shown remarkable growth after a period of absence. His chakra had significantly increased. Clearly, he had faced considerable challenges during this time. It was evident that Itachi's mental energy was accumulating rapidly, constrained only by his youthful form. Otherwise, he would be even stronger. Truly, he was the chosen one of the ninja world, a man capable of creating a religion in the realm of anime. "No, we are leaving," Itachi said, glancing at the 3 heads that had retreated. After expressing his gratitude, He slipped away with little Sasuke. He had no desire to engage in battle. Sasuke waved at Fei Zhu Qing Ting with the small Itachi figurines in hand, clearly a polite child. And it was evident he was very happy. Fei Zhu Qing Ting watched the departing duo, pondering whether Itachi would consult him for advice when making decisions in the future. Probably not. His own performance was merely that of a slightly formidable jonin. He considered whether, when Itachi eventually found Obito, he might ask for his assistance in dealing with a masked man, that he then shook his head. His talent was too great, and his progress too rapid. It felt as though he was becoming a bit inflated with pride. Such matters are best left to the child of destiny. The team merely needs to fulfill his responsibilities adequately. Subsequently, the focus shifted to the three little ones above, where it was observed that a few had yet to master the balance required for tree climbing. Or rather, aside from Inuzuka Hana, the other two were woefully inadequate. To be frank, at this level, they could not even compare to Naruto's initial talent. It could be said that their shortcomings were substantial. As the sun set, its residual glow illuminated the Inuzuka household, where Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru were engaged in a game of Lift Me High. Hey, Akamaru, do you think sister is so late because she yes on a date? Kiba wondered aloud, gazing outside as the daylight waned and his sister still hadn't returned, a playful grin revealing his small canine teeth. Woof woof. Akamaru agreed enthusiastically with his notion that a knock echoed through the air, prompting Kiba to hastily escort Akamaru to the door. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a weary Inuzuka Hana, accompanied by the panting and tongue-lolling Akamaru on her shoulder. Little brother, quickly give me a glass of water. I'm utterly exhausted. Kiba, albeit confused, complied and poured a glass for his sister. What happened, sister? He inquired. Don't mention it. Hana replied. I encountered a perverted old man who wore me out. It wasn't a date after all. Embracing Akamaru, Kiba curiously asked, did he bully you? When Mom and Dad return, we should have them teach him a lesson. No, Hana interjected, halting his thoughts. Just moments ago, she had completed the training with the flying bamboo dragonfly. It was not that she had fulfilled the task at hand, but rather that night had fallen. She had anticipated that finishing would mean freedom, only to find that the instructor absurdly required the three of them to undergo training every day after school. Being beaten would have been preferable, but with training, their parents would undoubtedly support it. She dared not disclose to them that she had retaliated against the jonin. She felt despondent, realizing that for the foreseeable future, they would have to accompany the flying bamboo dragonfly for training every day. Akamaru, too, appeared exhausted, seemingly catching the attention of the flying bamboo dragonfly, who insisted that at Joinai and at IT was utterly exhausting. Meanwhile, the Izuno family was elated to learn that a jonin would be training Izuno Zai Zai. Over the years, their family had received so few opportunities to be guided by a jonin. Now, Izuno Zai Zai, despite not having graduated, was to receive such instruction, which was indeed cause for celebration. Although Izuno Zai Zai felt fatigued, he recognized the significance of the moment in light of his parents' excitement. Mom and Dad, the dragonfly uncle said that if possible, with your permission, he would like to see our secret techniques to help me chart my future direction. His words brought a smile to his parents' faces. Yet they exchanged glances of hesitation. After all, that was a secret technique. Even the leading instructors seldom revealed their most guarded techniques to students if the objective was to acquire their family's secret techniques. This matter required deliberation within the family council. Such decisions were beyond the purview of his parents alone. The Izuno family, comprising dozens of members, necessitated consultation with the elders regarding significant matters that in the same vein. The Kazama family was equally exhilarated that Kazama Shirkuin was to be trained by a jonin to invigorate the Kazama clan. They were far more decisive than the Izuno family, permitting Shirkuin to consult the flying bamboo dragonfly regarding their secret techniques. This was due to the fact that their clan was stronger and possessed superior intelligence, having heard of this individual and knowing him to be the leader of the analytical class. This was a position the Kazama family had never had access to, so such an opportunity was not to be missed. For the sake of uplifting their clan, they were willing to make many decisions that contradicted their ancestors' wishes. The most talented member of their clan, Kazama Ran, had been secretly entrusted to Orochimaru. Now, with Kazama Shirkuin receiving guidance from a jonin, the revitalization of their family, seemed imminent. 5 months passed. The schedule of the flying bamboo dragonfly remained remarkably consistent. Devoid of any unexpected occurrences, the tasks of the analytical class and the barrier class continued to advance steadily. Progress on the large barrier known as the inverted golden bell was nearing completion. During this time, the flying bamboo dragonfly encountered Iruka, providing an opportunity to train him. Since the 3 little ones had given him a beating, several other young ones had also come seeking to challenge him. However, he did not allow them to train together, attributing it to a lack of fate that he merely taught them a lesson, making it clear that they were not formidable at all, observing the 3 little ones diligently training. The flying bamboo dragonfly noted that over the months he had focused solely on foundational exercises. Their young age and insufficient chakra limited their capacity to train in powerful ninjutsu. The primary focus was on chakra control and shape transformation training, as well as the 3-body technique, along with customized training methods corresponding to their family's secret techniques. However, aside from Inuzuka Hana, the other 2 had taken a month to master tree, climbing, and water walking before progressing to other training, which left them lagging far behind Rin and Iruka. The small families were disheartened. Yet, the secret techniques from the 2 smaller clans held some intrigue. The Kisame family's secret technique had a profound understanding of chakra, achieving the remarkable feat of chakra-infused wings, albeit with a high difficulty level, making it nearly impossible to practice without the chakra control prowess of a jonin. The Izuno family's secret technique, divine possession, summoning demon technique, was humorously dubbed Sasanu by the flying bamboo dragonfly. This technique could summon a divine entity to manifest a colossal, auspicious figure akin to Susanoo to attack adversaries. Additionally, there was the ninja art, claw, ear, and tail technique, which allowed chakra to form claws, ears, and tails, granting unique properties to. In the ninja school, Iruka surveyed his classroom filled with students, a hint of worry etched across his face. For reasons unbeknownst to him, in recent months, the teachers seemed to have taken a keen interest in him, frequently summoning him for training. Whenever he had a moment, it felt as though he was subjected to their scrutiny. Leaving him perplexed on a bright day, he was sharing a meal with his former teammate, Rin, reminiscing about old times when suddenly, the teacher appeared, declaring that he wished to assess Iruka's progress in genjutsu, dragging Rin into what turned out to be an unforgettable training session. Armed with intel regarding the Fire S8 incense illusion, Iruka had diligently researched a countermeasure, successfully creating a technique to block out sound. However, he had underestimated his teacher's prowess. One glance was all it took for him to fall prey to the illusion, reminding him that this technique was primarily visual. Rin, as a member of the intelligence department's interrogation unit, had undergone specialized training, enabling him to endure such torments. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of comfort over discomfort, once he realized that Iruka was being singled out by their teacher, Rin only dared to invite Iruka for meals when the teacher was otherwise occupied. At all other times, he avoided him, fearful of being implicated. Curse those little rascals for selling me out. Realizing something was amiss, Iruka utilized the intelligence-gathering skills honed through missions to finally pinpoint the source of his torment, certain little troublemakers before him. If they wished to confront the flying bamboo dragonfly, they could do so, but why drag him into it? How could they pass the blame on to him? He had endured such hardship for the sake of his students' learning and future development. Was that fair? While he took solace in the fact that the students had engaged in espionage for their benefit, experiencing it himself was far from pleasant. Thus, today, armed with well-gathered intelligence, Iruka's focus remained fixed on his students. Should anyone dare to misbehave or act out in class, they would soon learn a lesson. Especially 2 individuals, Kazama Shirkwin and Izuno Zai, who were rumored to be the instigators of this trend. Having devised a strategy to shift the blame onto him, in the classroom, feeling the weight of Iruka's gaze, Kazama Shirkwin and Izuno Zai exchanged several glances. Iruka-sensei seems off today. Indeed, it appears that they are paying close attention to us. It seems more like a scrutinizing gaze, as if searching for faults that I must focus on my studies. I do not wish to fall victim to illusions at the hands of the esteemed Torian, nor at the hands of Iruka-sensei. Although both individuals exhibit a lack of talent in chakra ninjutsu, during their sessions with Torian, they surprisingly excel in intelligence gathering, after months of unspoken understanding. A mere glance between them can reveal each other's thoughts. Consequently, Irika's gaze is instantaneously drawn to their analysis and discussion, leading him to a disappointing conclusion. Over the past few months, the once mischievous children have become remarkably earnest in their studies. He senses that the innocence of his students has faded. The whistle around his neck itches for action, yearning to discipline Irika-sensei. Just then, a child's voice breaks the atmosphere. Swish! Everyone turns, their expressions filled with disbelief. Towards the source of the sound, it is Hokage. It that moment. He is lost in slumber, mumbling about wanting to discipline Irika. Irika chuckles, his lips curling into an unfamiliar smile, while the other students, including Uchiha, watch in admiration. Months have passed, and in Irika's class, the students fear his presence. The troublemakers have significantly diminished, including the proud little brat from the Uchiha clan, due to the educational shortcomings stemming from their laxity in class. Even the Uchiha family holds them in contempt, making it impossible to involve their parents. Thus, Uchiha finds himself admiring Hyuga Deacon. While I do not hold the same regard for the other members of the Hyuga clan, I have come to respect you, Deacon. I acknowledge your worth. He muses inwardly. Smack. Irika's piece of chalk strikes Hyuga Deacon's head. Deacon awakens groggily, catching sight of Irika-sensei's peculiar expression, as well as the gazes of his classmates. His heart sinks with apprehension. There is no time to waste. Irika gestures for him to exit the classroom. The others resume their studies, as Irika takes Deacon aside to discuss the matter of sleeping in class and talking in his sleep. Once they step out, the classroom buzzes with activity. Deacon is truly remarkable. He is doomed. He will feel the repercussions for the entire day. What kind of punishment will Irika-sensei subject him to this time? The Hyuga family is not so impressive after all. Usually Deacon's grades are stellar, and he is not particularly disruptive, having been spared from Irika-sensei's illusions until now. Finally, he has been caught. It feels gratifying. Yes, it is infuriating. I have been caught so many times, and now it is Deacon's turn that I wish Uchiha would also get caught. I suspect today's illusion will have a taste of mustard. No, I believe it will be chili. Deacon is not fond of spicy food. The students in the classroom revel in Deacon's misfortune. While being caught is certainly unpleasant, witnessing a classmate's downfall brings them immense joy. They can already envision Hyuga Deacon, the top student, with a flushed or contorted face. Just thinking about it excites them. Uchiha furrows his brow. I'm not like these ordinary fools. Moments later, Hyuga Deacon returns with a ghastly expression, trailing behind Irika. All right, my dear students, I hope you will adhere to classroom discipline and devote yourselves to your studies. Only through diligent learning can you avoid being killed by enemies in the future. Understood? Irika instructs Deacon to return to his seat, his tone laden with meaning, the corners of his mouth betraying his current state of mind. And no wonder the teacher enjoys educating him in this manner. It seems this peculiar approach not only fosters student improvement, but also brings him joy. After delivering a few more lessons, he warns them not to be caught by him before stepping out of the classroom. Byakugan, activate. Hyuga Deacon activates his Byakugan, watching as Irika-sensei slowly walks away. His expression shifts instantly, returning to calmness, with a hint of smugness at the corners of his mouth. Deacon, what flavor of illusion did you experience just now? His desk, mate inquires, sensing something amiss in Deacon's demeanor. Uchiha perks up his ears, paying particular attention as the only one in their class capable of rivaling Deacon. The others, too, are curious. I don't know. Hyuga Deacon replies with a smile. You don't know? Could it be that you encountered a flavor you enjoyed? Irika always employs a single flavor, for it is merely an educational tool rather than a punishment. Therefore, he utilizes only one flavor each time. As a ninja, if you have yet to discover a method of countering this after such an extensive period, you underestimate the Hyuga clan's bloodline. Hyuga Deacon snorts, a look of pride gracing his countenance. Everything prior was merely a performance to inflate Irika-sensei's ego, hence, he is oblivious to the flavor. How did you accomplish this? Is the unspoken thought of all his classmates. Their ears perked with anticipation. If the previous conversation was mere gossip, it now pertains to their personal interests. Uchiha frowns. Hyuga Deacon has actually broken Irika's illusion. Moreover, he has deceived Irika-sensei. This revelation unsettles him, as he has not managed to unravel the teacher's illusions himself. I told you, do not inform Irika-sensei. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble, Hyuga Deacon boasts, having been working on breaking the teacher's illusion for quite some time. He finally confirms his success. Spill it. The other students urge eagerly. Izuya Saizai and Kazuki Shirkoin also lean in, eager to learn so they may emulate the esteemed Torian. This technique I developed is called the throat protection technique, which safeguards the primary nerves of taste from chakra intrusion. I observed for a long time before finally developing it. If the teacher catches wind of this, it could pose a problem. Hyuga Deacon expresses his concern, hoping his classmates will keep quiet. However, he cannot contain his excitement. Having achieved such a feat, he feels compelled to share. With his exceptionally pure Byakugan, Hyuga Deacon had secretly activated it during Irika's second application of the illusion. Meticulously observing the flow of the teacher's chakra and identifying which part of his own chakra was affected, primarily where it targeted. Had it not been for his insufficient knowledge base, he would have unraveled it long ago. He spent months gathering information on illusions and medical data regarding human taste to accomplish it. We won't say a word, and we will diligently practice our acting skills, ensuring the teacher remains oblivious. The students unanimously nod in agreement. Uchiha clenches his fists, thinking, how infuriating. If only I had awakened my Sharingan, I could have developed such a technique as well. Hyuga Deacon possesses Byakugan, while he, as a rival and Uchiha disciple, remains without his Sharingan, leaving him feeling anxious. La la. What a wonderful day! Irika hums a cheerful tune as he walks down the corridor to his office. Appearing quite pleased, I shall not let you pass the blame onto me. I have my eyes on you in the office. Mizuki observes Irika's exuberance and smiles, asking, Irika, you seem particularly happy today. Beside him, Ebisu, who is attending to paperwork, also glances at Irika, the teacher who instills fear in his students. Though he does not agree with such methods of guiding student learning, he recognizes their effectiveness, even easing his own workload somewhat. Irika replies, yes, I have noticed that many students are improving in their studies, and I am genuinely happy for them. Indeed, it is largely thanks to your approach. It is incredibly effective, Mizuki replies. Ebisu ponders for a moment before advising. Irika, it would be wise to utilize such methods sparingly. This does not reflect your true teaching abilities. Relying too heavily on this tactic may hinder your ability to set a proper example for your students. As a classmate of Feiju Qingting, who remains stationed in the village as a ninja, they often meet and engage in friendly sparring. He has indeed experimented with Feiju Qingting's techniques. However, he possesses his own insights regarding teaching. After several years in the teaching profession, he understands the nuances of instruction better than Irika, recognizing the drawbacks of Irika's methods, which tend to stifle students' creativity by leading their thoughts to converge. Irika, not one to be rigid, harbors aspirations of nurturing talent in Konoha. After some contemplation, he nods in agreement, acknowledging that the excessive use of ninjutsu could indeed suppress one's own creativity. Hibishu feels satisfied, believing that there is potential for growth. Of course, when faced with particularly obstinate students, one can resort to those methods. After all, one must not be deterred by minor setbacks. Hibishu chuckles, for he is not the type to shy away from effective strategies. Meanwhile, Mizuki, who sits nearby with a smile on his face, harbors a profound disagreement in his heart. Were he to wield such techniques, he would certainly encourage his students to strive for excellence, as it would grant him opportunities for advancement. After months of waiting, lacking direct evidence to prove his involvement in the death of his teammate, he managed to secure a position at the Ninja Academy as a teacher. Yet, Mizuki is acutely aware that his career progression has reached an impasse, with such suspicions casting a shadow over his future. Thus, he seizes every opportunity that presents itself. Jealous of Irika, he finds himself resentful of the good fortune that still eludes him. What need is there for creativity among students? Strength is all that matters. The methods are secondary. Outside in the corridor, Sarutobi Shinizuki of the Sarutobi clan paces, while Sarutobi Nikizane sits nearby. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry breaks the air, eliciting a look of joy from Shinnezuka. Nikizane, too, smiles upon hearing it. The door swings open with a creak, revealing a medical ninja clad in white. Congratulations, Hokage-sama and Shinnezuka-sama. It's a boy, and the delivery went exceptionally smoothly. The medical ninja remarks with a smile. Unable to contain his excitement, Shinnezuka rushes inside, while Nikizane stands outside, feeling a sense of relief that, in recent years, Konoha has endured the ravages of the Third Great Ninja War, the Nine Tails incident, and various significant events, leading to a decline in its populace. Now, with the birth of his grandson, while other clans recuperate, they are also fervently expanding their families, resulting in a rapid influx of newborns. Konoha is recovering swiftly, allowing Nikizane to breathe a little easier. Furthermore, the Ninja Academy has produced many exceptional teachers, which brings him great satisfaction. In a few more years, Konoha is poised to regain its former strength. I wonder if Qingting's wife is nearing her due date as well. Nikizane suddenly reflects, considering the timing in relation to his grandson's birth. Over the past few months, Feiju Qingting has been occupied with internal village missions, which could be seen as a prolonged period of idleness that he contemplates whether to assign Feiju Qingting, a valuable asset, to special tasks once his child is born or to keep him within the village. Currently, Konoha faces considerable pressure. Even his eldest son has been granted only a brief respite to await his wife's delivery. In Nikizane's eyes, Feiju Qingting possesses remarkable strength, capable of withstanding significant pressure in the field. Remaining in the village limits him to tasks that others can also perform. Although he does not wish for Feiju Qingting to miss too many moments with his child, leading to a situation akin to Asuma's. Circumstances are forcing his hand. Let us observe the situation for now, that I could have Hachi take on a part-time role in the analysis class, and the development of the barrier class is nearing completion. After the birth of his child, I shall make a decision based on the circumstances. Nikizane sighs. If only Minato were still alive, along with Tsunade and Jiraiya, Konoha would not be in such dire straits, leaving subordinates with scarcely any time to spend with their children. Yet, turning his gaze toward the room, the intermittent cries resonate. Bringing a smile to his face, he hopes his grandson will one day assist him. Becoming a pillar of support for Konoha, Nikizane harbors great expectations for every child. Since Sarutobi Pihwa tragically passed away while delivering Kyuku, every subsequent generation in Konoha has become a source of hope for him. In Training Ground 98, a resonant buzzing fills the air as two colossal wind release shuriken whirl at incredible speed, emitting a sharp sound. Wind release, Shizuken extends chakra threads from his hands, deftly manipulating the shuriken's trajectory. Crossing his arms, both shuriken converge to strike at Feiju Qingting. Observing this scene, Feiju Qingting nods in satisfaction, acknowledging the Wind Release clan's unique understanding of chakra. In the periphery, Izunoya Kekai, enveloped in chakra, displays claw-like appendages on all four limbs, and long chakra tails sway behind him as he rushes toward Feiju Qingting with remarkable speed, his stout figure surprisingly agile. Utilizing the four-legged technique, he embodies the art of beast mimicry. Boom, boom, boom. In a swift transformation, Inuzuka Hana morphs in her beast form, accompanied by the gray-haired triplets, all emulating her, leaping toward Feiju Qingting like intelligent beasts. This time, they are prepared with a Nada Takuma's ninjutsu. Determined not to be outdone by the bandaged man. Too naive, Kaikai. Pay attention to how your family's secret technique should be employed. Feiju Qingting senses the chakra building within the throats of the three and feels a sense of pride, realizing they have already devised a method to counter his genjutsu. However, it is futile. After nearly 6 months of training, the inherent differences in talent are undeniable. While their abilities may be superior among their peers, they still fall short of being competent genin. Before the primary assault of the wind release shuriken can reach him, Feiju Qingting swiftly retrieves a scroll from his waist pouch, unfurling it in midair as he channels chakra into it with hand seals. Divine Avatar. Upon the completion of the technique, a colossal avatar, formed of chakra, envelopes Feiju Qingting. This marks their final lesson, and to prevent the three from becoming overly arrogant, he intends to utilize their own ninjutsu against them. Clang! With a flick of his hand, he sends the two wind-release shuriken flying. With a swift movement, his tail ensnares Izunoya Kaiji, who gasps in surprise as he hurtles towards Shizuken. The latter quickly relinquishes control of the shuriken to catch his teammate. Clang! The two wind-release shuriken embed themselves into the ground. As Inuzuka Hana splits into four, her powerful fists land upon Feiju Qingting, akin to a mere tickle, failing to elicit any significant response. Hana, this simply won't do. And Gray, don't think I'm oblivious to your trickery of rotating dogs for training. Now you're experiencing the consequences of your laziness. Feiju Qingting admonishes, observing the four Inuzuka Hana scratching him playfully. Gray is indeed one of the triplets, while Inuzuka Hana possesses 3 ninja dogs, 2 more than her brother. During training, she often switched dogs, believing he was unaware. This final training session, she brought all her dogs, hoping to catch him off guard. Swish! Inuzuka Hana reacts significantly faster than the others, but she is still inexperienced. Feiju Qingting sweeps his tail across as they leap, delivering a hefty smack with his padded claws. Boom! Instantly, the gray triplets are sent back to their original forms, defeated. Panting heavily, the 3 small ones gaze up at Feiju Qingting, particularly in awe of the avatar surrounding him. Shizuken and Inuzuka Hana look toward Izunoya Kaiji. I say, Kaiji, is your family's secret technique truly this formidable? This question resonates among them. Goodness, what an extraordinary ninjutsu! Comprehensive defense coupled with formidable offensive capabilities. There's simply no way to counter it. Izunoya Kaiji gazes at the slowly dissipating avatar, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Indeed, this is a legendary technique of our clan, said to have established our foundation in the Land of Fire during the Warring States period. This battle instills immense confidence in him, realizing that their clan can indeed be this powerful, leaving him feeling unworthy of his ancestors. Currently, not a single jounin remains. However, the training difficulty is quite steep, and it demands a substantial amount of chakra. Ah, I see that in that case, perhaps, Kaiji, you too can achieve it one day. Shizuken displays a look of envy, for their clan lacks such evidently powerful ninjutsu. Inuzuka Hana experiences a moment of realization, acknowledging that her clan also possesses such potent techniques. However, it is essential for one to undergo physical development before embarking on the path of training, a feat that is undeniably challenging. This marks the final lesson. Thereafter, there will be no need for you to come for practice. As you can train independently, you have laid a solid foundation, and by the time of your graduation, ascending to the rank of a genin will pose no problem. Feiju Qingting, having gathered his thoughts, addressed the trio. The manifestation of divine presence holds some utility, albeit limited. This occasion merely serves as an exchange, but it has its merits. Nunghu, as his name suggests. Yet, with his wife nearing labor, he would soon find himself preoccupied with the little one. Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Hana and her companions felt a twinge of reluctance. Over the past 6 months, Feiju Qingting had imparted a wealth of knowledge to them, and they felt their growth was substantial. They had already surpassed the majority of their peers, becoming exemplary students within their school. However, they understood that having 8J Nin dedicate such a lengthy period to their training was a rare opportunity, one that could not be demanded. Fumajikuin declared, Qingting-sensei, I shall strive diligently to become a protector of Konoha. Izuya Kaiji echoed, I too shall become a formidable force like you in the future. Inuzuka Hana tousled the heads of the Greyhound triplets, proclaiming, Humph, just you wait. I will not disappoint you. Throughout this extended period, Feiju Qingting had not merely imparted the fundamentals of ninjutsu and taijutsu, but had also instilled the will of fire within them. This principle proved immensely beneficial. From Iruka and the trio of Kiki, to Uchiha Itachi and Akane, and now to Inuzuka Hana and her companions, none had ever let him down. This made him contemplate the very essence of the will of fire. A resource so effectively potent, excellent. The sparks of Konoha shall be ignited by you. The position of Hokage in the future is undoubtedly yours. Hana shall be the 5th, Jikuin the 6th, and Kaiji the 7th. I have faith in you all, so persevere. Feiju Qingting expressed his endorsement of their resolve while simultaneously bestowing high expectations upon them. Why am I the 7th, and Jikuin the 6th? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Kaikai exclaimed, filled with fervor but also dissent. Hearing his teammate's words, Fama Jikuin patted his shoulder. We are comrades. I can take the role of the six without issue. Why quibble over such matters? Th, I will definitely become Hokage before you. No, I shall. Humph. You witnessed the secret arts of my clan just now. They are incredibly powerful. Laughable. The secret arts of my clan allow me to soar. You won't be able to touch me. Observing their playful banter, Feiju Qingting chuckled heartily. Hokage, what a peculiar title. Aside from Tsunade, none have lived long in that role. Only individuals like him, possessing a degree of power among Konoha's upper echelon while maintaining stability, could claim true prowess. In this regard, one must learn from the Inuzuka clan, T. Konoha Hospital. A youthful figure paced before the delivery room, accompanied by two middle-aged men seated nearby. Feiju Qingting had now removed the bandages, revealing his true appearance: white hair and lashes, azure eyes shrouded in mist, and a tall stature that drew the attention of passing nurses. However, witnessing his anxious pacing and distressed expression, the nurses felt a pang of disappointment. Such a remarkable man was already taken, leaving them envious of the woman within. Qingting, please cease your pacing. Your restlessness is affecting the joyous atmosphere, one remarked. Initially, it was of little concern, as he had experienced this himself years ago. Yet the incessant movement stirred worry for the situation within. Feiju Dongqing quipped, Son, with such low composure, did you acquire your J-Nin rank through favoritism? Upon hearing this, Feiju Qingting finally halted his steps. Rolling his eyes, isn't this the first child? It's strange not to feel concerned, is it not? He found it hard to believe that during his or Changpu's birth, his father and father-in-law had not shared similar feelings. Father-in-law, do you think it's a boy or a girl? What names should we consider? I pondered for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. Feiju Qingting felt a headache coming on, having absorbed countless memories on the battlefield. He had never felt such strain. Now, his usually efficient mind felt as though it were stifled. I say, Changpu is carried for 10 months, and you haven't even thought of a name? One scoffed. Feiju Dongqing contemplated briefly. Then trust me, let us name him Feiju Xianglong, signifying a colossal dragon soaring through the sky, fierce and formidable. When I named you Feiju Qingting, it was to allow you to soar among the great trees of Konoha, granting you the opportunity to become 8 J-Nin. Having spoken, he felt quite proud of his naming prowess, as expected of him. No, I believe if it's a boy, we should call him Feiju Tonkatsu. And if it's a girl, Feiju Miso, so that my grandson may inherit my legacy. One interjected, deeming the proposed names too trivial, opting instead for names more closely tied to life. Feiju Qingting stroked his chin, realizing names could be approached in this manner, simply using a reference and appending it to the surname. Perhaps a boy could be named Feiju Take and a girl Feiju Buck, thus entering the world as high-ranking officials. Wouldn't that be even better? After some contemplation, he believed he had devised 2 splendid names. Yet, the response was met with 2 pairs of rolling eyes. Why not call him Feiju Hokage? Why not name him Feiju Daime? They chorused. Initially, one would think that Feiju Qingting, having achieved the rank of J-Nin, must possess a sharp mind. However, it seemed that was not the case. Upon hearing this, Feiju Qingting clapped his hands. If they agree, it might not be impossible that, go away. Do not name anything. Once Changpu emerges, the 3 of us will decide together. You can step aside, Feiju Dongqing declared. Tisich, Feiju Qingting turned his gaze toward the delivery room. Suddenly, a wail echoed forth. Elated, the 3 rejoiced. She s out. Then, another distinct cry rang out, a sound unmistakably from a different infant, suggesting the arrival of twins or perhaps a boy and girl. However, uncertainty loomed over whether Changpu's body could endure the strain. Shortly thereafter, the delivery room door swung open and doctors emerged, cradling the newborns. Congratulations, a pair of twins, 1 boy and 1 girl, delivered naturally and both are healthy. The mother and children are in excellent condition. As the doctor concluded, Feiju Qingting felt an immense wave of relief. Gazing upon the 2 children in the doctor's arms, a profound sense of connection swelling within him. This was the essence of legacy. Concurrently, a surge of responsibility washed over him, transforming his perspective. He felt an immense energy coursing through him. This must be what paternal love feels like. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen began. Chinting, I sincerely apologize for interrupting your time with your children. However, the situation is urgent. All other J-nin are currently on missions, and we are short-staffed. I must impose upon you. Observing Feiju Qingting's disheartened expression, he handed him a document. Feiju Qingting was indeed dismayed. His children were merely a month old, and he was already being called to duty. The plight of a working individual was truly disheartening. Yet he refrained from complaints. After all, the son of the Hokage was treated similarly, having been dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen just as he was, even earlier. According to his information, Sarutobi Kanomaru had already been born, roughly a month older than his own children. Moreover, Kanomaru's father, Sarutobi Shinji, had only remained for half a month before being assigned a mission. He could not help but admire the system. Had he possessed such authority, he would never have acted thusly. Picking up the document, he scrutinized it carefully. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "This pertains to intelligence from the Rain Village. According to the last report from our spies, it seems that internal turmoil had erupted over 2 years ago, and only recently did this information reach Konoha. Your objective is to lead a team to investigate the internal matters of the Rain Village. Be cautious. I've already dispatched 3 elite intelligence teams, all of whom have gone missing," but he slowly relayed the details of the mission to Feiju Qingting, feeling a surge of anger toward Danzo for having withheld the information regarding the Rain Village for 2 years, a blatant misconduct. It was also due to several failed missions that he had decided to assign Feiju Qingting. Having endured the Third Great Ninja War, Feiju Qingting's capabilities were beyond question, and he was among the most steadfast adherents to the will of fire. It appeared that significant events were unfolding within the Rain Village. Feiju Qingting began to speak, gazing at the intelligence in his hands. The 3 espionage teams were comprised of elites in the field of intelligence gathering, making the discovery of their whereabouts a task of considerable difficulty, but a fleeting thought of the Rain hidden village crossed his mind. After all, it was the birthplace of the Akatsuki organization. After nearly 7 years traversing the ninja world, he was finally entangled in this web. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "I need you to uncover their intentions and gather as much intelligence as possible. If the situation becomes perilous, I permit you to withdraw your team." Having already lost 3 elite operatives, he too recognized the gravity of the situation. "Understood, but what about my teammates? Your companions are your former disciple, Jishi Taisien, along with 2 elite members from the Umbu." Before Sarutobi could elaborate further, a figure stepped through the doorway, sporting a cross-shaped scar on his chin. It was Shimura Danzo. Feiju Qingting observed him, noting that he appeared quite vigorous, his hands unscathed, and he bore no cane. Not much different from when we fought the Nine Tails, he mused, before turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of curiosity. Seemingly perceptive of his puzzlement, Sarutobi explained, "He is the head of Umbu training. Just like me, a disciple of the second Hokage, Lord Tobarama Senju." Lord Danzo, Feiju Qingting nodded in acknowledgement. "What does this old man intend?" In the Hokage's office, Danzo began, "I've heard much about you, but this is our first meeting. I entrust this mission to you. You must return with the intelligence at all costs, even if it means sacrifices." Feiju Qingting was undoubtedly a Konoha elite, possessing the mind-reading technique that surpassed even the likes of Yamashiro Aoi. And he was well-versed in barrier ninjutsu, which Danzo greatly admired. Were it not for Sarutobi's presence, he would have considered promoting him to a higher position. "Sacrifices?" Feiju Qingting retorted, incredulous. "So you mean to say that lives lost are of no consequence?" How ruthless! This also indicated the significance Danzo placed on this mission. Emerging from his lair to personally address it, was he coveting the power of the Rinnegan? Undoubtedly, the internal strife stemmed from the incident involving Nagato and Hanzo. At this moment, the Akatsuki organization must have already gained complete control over the Rain hidden village. Listening to Danzo's words, Sarutobi spoke sternly. "Danzo, do not constantly speak of sacrifices and why orders are to retrieve the intelligence safely. Ensuring a secure withdrawal. Foolishness. Minor sacrifices are necessary for the greater good of Konoha." "Hiruzen, You are becoming senile, Sarutobi's words, laden with resignation, deeply disappointed Danzo. Indeed, he alone was the best candidate for Hokage. Once he acquired the power of the Rinnegan, the title would be his. Humph. I am the Hokage. Qingting, please inform your family that we depart tomorrow. This mission may take a considerable amount of time, so do not neglect your family, Sarutobi instructed. Understood. Feiju Qingting, having witnessed a significant moment, grasped the intelligence tightly and slowly retreated. As he passed by Danzo, he could feel the cold, emotionless gaze directed at him. Feiju Qingting's home. He addressed the twins in the cradle. Tianyu, Jinshi, your father has a mission tomorrow. So be sure to listen to your mother. His azure eyes regarded the two. Both children had inherited the color of his eyes, their blue misty gaze appearing lively and spirited. After much debate among the four, they finally settled on the twins' names, Feiju Tianyu and Feiju Jinshi. Simple names, devoid of grand implications, yet pleasantly easy to call. In fact, not one among them had the talent to name them otherwise. Jinshi and Tianyu seemed to have heard his words, both displaying cherubic smiles, their little eyes sparkling with life, as if to say, "We will take good care, mother. You go ahead." Truly, they were my children. Possessing such keen perception, Feiju Qingting smiled at the two, knowing full well that they had inherited his perceptive abilities. They had a remarkable sensitivity to the emotions of adults, perfectly timing their cries and laughter, adeptly gauging their parents' feelings. Watching the father-son interaction, Changpu remarked, "It has been quite a while since you undertook a mission outside the village, hasn't it? Will it be a lengthy absence this time?" She had grown accustomed to the life of a ninja, understanding that missions were an integral part of living in Konoha. Changpu bore no dramatic emotions of separation, merely concerned for Feiju Qingting's safety. With an apologetic expression, Feiju Qingting replied, "Yes, it has been several months. This mission may take a bit longer. I entrust the two little ones to you, my wife." This was an intelligence mission, and Feiju Qingting dared not speculate on how long it might take to complete. Especially when facing someone of Nagato's caliber, he did not believe that merely having read the original work would guarantee him success in acquiring intelligence. That would be naive. The original text provided little in the way of detailed descriptions, at most. It mentioned the existence of the Rinnegan and Nagato's control over the six paths. Moreover, he could not simply wander about and claim to have gathered intelligence upon his return. Konoha possessed organizations dedicated to verifying intelligence to prevent individuals from fabricating reports out of fear. Besides, he would not be alone. His disciple and likely two of Danzo's subordinates would accompany him. Rest assured, they are not just your children. They are also my children, and I will take care of them, Changpu assured him. The twins seemed to sense the emotions in the air, letting out soft coos. Now, Tianyu, Jinshi, during my absence, these two will keep you company, Feiju Qingting said, producing two exquisitely crafted figurines, placing them beside the children's bedding. The figurines resembled him. Each figurine contained a substantial amount of chakra, a safeguard prepared by Feiju, Dongqing, and Changpu. In critical moments, they could unleash pre-prepared techniques to protect the children at night fell. Feiju Qingting formed hand seals, inscribing countless sealing techniques onto the bandages wrapped around his head, prepared for when the need arose, thus reducing the casting time. He gathered various ninja tools, antidotes, radios, telescopes, and all manner of useful items. This mission would be his most challenging S-rank task, confronting an adversary who wielded the Rinnegan. With partial intelligence on the enemy, he naturally had to devise appropriate countermeasures. Feiju Qingting did not claim to possess all the intelligence regarding Nagato, and currently his genjutsu was quite restrained by the Six Paths pain. Yet in terms of combat experience, he had never feared anyone, not even a mere child like Nagato. Feiju Qingting brimmed with confidence, primarily because the orders he received were to collect intelligence safely, allowing for retreat if overwhelmed. He was not like Jiraiya, that stubborn old man fueled by the will of fire, who would refuse to flee even when outmatched. He bore no psychological burden about escaping. He had a family to care for, and with only a few 100,000 ryo a month, what was worth risking his life for? In a second-floor apartment, Jishi Taixian prepared for battle alongside his mentor, and we will be fighting side by side with the teacher again. This time, I must show him my capabilities. He meticulously checked his ninja tools, secured his forehead protector, and wore a smile on his lips. After 2 years of experience, he was no longer the same person he once was. He had matured into a capable chunin, both in experience and combat strength. He was now on a different level. As the most gifted ninja among the trio, Jishi Taisien was filled with confidence. This mission was an S-rank intelligence task, marking his first S-rank mission, and he could not afford to disappoint Qingting-sensei. He was eager to demonstrate his abilities before his teacher. Your mission is to gather intelligence on the wielder of the Rinnegan. Utilize Feizhu Qingting's power to draw the enemy's attention. You are all elites from the root, and I trust you know what to do, Danzo instructed, looking at the two before him. Understood. Both masked individuals replied, their tones devoid of emotion. With a sudden whoosh, the two vanished before Danzo. The legendary Rinnegan was indeed a source of power. It truly existed. Sarutobi, time will prove that I am right, Danzo thought, gazing at the sky with a smirk. Everyone harbored their own thoughts. However, as the dawn broke, all were prepared and gathered at the rendezvous point. After bidding farewell to his family, Feizhu Qingting arrived at the assembly location ahead of schedule. Not long after, as he contemplated his infiltration strategy, the other 3 members appeared. Teacher, it has been a long time. Finally, we are on a mission together again, and such a high-level one at that. The thorny vine of iron wire beheld the flying bamboo dragonfly, excitement illuminating his visage. The flying bamboo dragonfly nodded in acknowledgement, clearly pleased with him. The thorny vine of iron wire was his most talented disciple, a source of consistent satisfaction for him. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the other 2 teammates. Gentlemen, although I possess your basic information, for the successful completion of our mission, I require a more concrete understanding of your abilities. The 2 were unfamiliar faces. One, a burly man with unkempt facial hair. The other, a slender figure resembling a delicate young scholar. Yet, within the flying bamboo dragonfly's perception, both possessed chakra levels that had already reached Kakashi's caliber, indicating their formidable strength. It seemed this mission was of great significance to Danzo, and rightfully so, given the Rinnegan. The eyes of the sage of 6 paths, the burly man stated, I am Yin Kuei, skilled in earth release, taijutsu, and assassination. The slender young man introduced himself as Tsong Yun, proficient in tracking, assassination, and other supportive skills. Both introduced themselves with impassive expressions, merely summarizing their circumstances, revealing little of their emotions. Very well. Let us now inspect our ninja tools. Once confirmed to be in order, we shall proceed in a conical formation towards the land of rain. The flying bamboo dragonfly instructed with a nod. He too checked his equipment, ensuring an ample supply of explosive tags, shuriken, and the like, feeling reassured once confirmed. The other 3 did likewise. Then, let us depart. Whoosh, leaping across the branches en route to the land of rain. The flying bamboo dragonfly focused his perception on the 2 men. There were no obstructions, no dissent. They followed obediently. What troublesome fellows, he mused, marveling at the talents that Danzo had under his command. The quieter it became, the more it signified potential troubles ahead. Perhaps the mission assigned by Danzo diverged greatly from his objectives. If that were the case, it would indeed be problematic. 2J Neen stirring trouble was no trivial matter. Thankfully, he still had his disciple. The thorny vine of iron wire remained vigilant on the flank, ever alert to impending dangers. It appeared he had truly matured, no longer the boy who required coercive training through his Nara technique. As time passed, the humidity in the air gradually increased. A layer of dampness clung to the flying bamboo dragonfly's skin, the moisture rising. The geographical peculiarities of the land of rain rendered it perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, with rain falling intermittently, resulting in a noticeably higher humidity compared to other nations. Its distance from Konoha was also greater than that from the land of iron. At their current pace, they would require approximately 3.5 days for the journey. The 4 moved forward intermittently, with the 2 Umbu ninjas not pressing for speed, content to follow closely behind. The flying bamboo dragonfly, maintaining his perception on the 2, found the experience rather dulled. In contrast, the thorny vine of iron wire occasionally fiddled with his ninja tools. After 3 days, they approached the land of rain, the stormy skies visible from afar. The flying bamboo dragonfly halted, casting a glance at Yenkei. This could prove troublesome. Yenkei, speechless, recognized the authority of the flying bamboo dragonfly as the team leader and began forming hand seals to release a jutsu. Earth release, earth shelter technique, with a thunderous rumble. A towering earthen structure rose at the border between the land of fire and the land of rain. Yenkei watched the flying bamboo dragonfly with evident impatience, to which the latter responded with a smile. Upon discovering that this young man was an earth release ninja, he was reminded of Yamamoto, who constructed houses with wood release. He had intended to inquire whether Yenkei could create a shelter for rest. He was pleasantly surprised when he actually did. The thorny vine of iron wire expressed his envy. How fortunate! You certainly do not resemble someone accustomed to sleeping outdoors while on a mission. If only I could master earth release as well. The moment he laid eyes on the structure, he felt a pang of longing that if he possessed such abilities, the entire team would benefit immensely. You should focus on mastering space-time, ninjutsu, and wind release. The flying bamboo dragonfly encouraged him, patting his shoulder. With your talent, acquiring earth release mastery would take 2 to 3 years. He couldn't help but marvel at Danzo's profound resources. Every technique imaginable seemed to exist within his grasp. However, he remained unaware of what jutsu the other individual employed. Yet, that was inconsequential. As long as it did not interfere, the flying bamboo dragonfly would allow him to witness his own strength. The rain fell silently. According to the intelligence from Lord Hokage, 3 elite teams had previously infiltrated the Land of Rain, all returning empty-handed. They could only surmise that the area was likely saturated with sensory ninja's barriers. Thus, they could not approach through conventional means or create too much noise. The flying bamboo dragonfly began to review the intelligence. The other 3 nodded in agreement. The directions of the Land of Grass, Land of Birds, and Land of Rivers were the paths taken by the teams dispatched by Lord Hokage. Hence, it was evident that any attempt to infiltrate from these regions could result in detection, including from the borders of the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth. This analysis was straightforward. 3 minor countries and 3 major nations formed a triangular blockade around the Land of Rain. The failures from all directions indicated that success was unlikely for the larger nations as well. This highlighted the enemy's formidable sensory capabilities. Surrounded by 6 nations, the Land of Rain was geographically small. Were it not for the 6 nations' territorial ambitions and environmental challenges necessitating a buffer, it would have long since vanished. The flying bamboo dragonfly was aware of Nagato's Rain Tiger Freedom technique. Yet he still felt the need to analyze with his teammates. After all, how could he claim to possess information if he rarely ventured out? He held a mix of disdain and envy towards such a wasteful expenditure of chakra. Disdain for its extravagance, envy for the chakra available for such waste. An abundance of ninjutsu pervades the Land of Rain. If only I could channel such chakra, perhaps I could forego beef altogether. The thorny vine of iron wire inquired. So how do we infiltrate? This was the crux of the matter. The elite espionage team sent by the 3rd Hokage had failed, so how could they succeed? The flying bamboo dragonfly turned to his 2 assassination-specialized comrades. Yenkei shook his head. It's impossible. Aside from Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo has also dispatched teams, all of which ended in failure. If infiltration were feasible, what need would there be for the flying bamboo dragonfly? Indeed, a frontal assault is also out of the question, as it would trigger significant repercussions that if other nations become alert, we might very well see the 4th Great Ninja War reignite. The flying bamboo dragonfly lamented that it appeared that Danzo's subordinates truly lacked elite intelligence operatives. If that walking shrine maiden were still at the root, perhaps he would not be in this predicament. The flying bamboo dragonfly had perused the memories of numerous ninjas, understanding that the secret techniques of a ninja world were innumerable, with the sealing scrolls merely representing a fraction. Many techniques could evade sensory and tracking methods. The walking shrine maiden, capable of traversing nations and acquiring intelligence satisfactory to Danzo, would likely have no trouble infiltrating the Land of Rain. However, she was likely now the head of an orphanage. Or perhaps she had already faced failure at Tikano's Ninja Academy. Days passed, and Irika finally sensed something amiss. Over the past few days, he observed his students becoming increasingly lively. Their gazes were no longer filled with fear. Instead, they were animated, laughing and chatting, only displaying discomfort when he employed the fire release, 8 flames illusion. Yet, as soon as he turned away from their sight, they resumed their banter, devoid of the earlier distress. Initially, he attributed this shift to the children adapting, believing them far more resilient than he. However, this peculiar behavior began with the 3rd grade and gradually spread to the 2nd and 4th grades. Every year except for the 1st exhibited this trend. This raised a sense of unease within him. The qualities of an exceptional ninja urged him to investigate this situation. Bang! Irika transformed into an eraser. Quietly awaiting the class bell, he prepared to employ his skills as a nin to gather their secrets. He was resolute in this endeavor. Dinkling. As the school bell rang, students filed into the classroom, each vibrant with energy, though a few appeared somewhat fatigued. It's another day of Irika-sensei's class. How delightful. Indeed, the mere thought of feigning distress before Irika-sensei is utterly delightful. Today, should we indulge in our antics once more? I am tempted to skip class and frolic outside, for Irika-sensei's techniques have lost their efficacy. The harmonious sounds of youthful laughter resonate in Irika's ears, providing him with a morsel of intelligence. The strategies imparted by his teacher have been deciphered, and he's been outwitted for several days, and no wonder he has felt something amiss lately. Hey, the blackboard from yesterday hasn't been wiped clean. Leon, you are the only one in the entire 3rd grade who hasn't faced punishment from the teacher. Hey, essay model student, would you kindly take care of the blackboard? Suddenly, a student noticed the chalk writings left from the previous day's lesson and, in a fit of inspiration, decided to alleviate the teacher's burden. The boy named Leon did not complain. Indeed, he exemplified the model student and excelled in this regard in the entire Ninja Academy. Only a handful of students have evaded Irika-sensei's disciplinary measures, and he is one of them. Stop, please don't. Irika wished to speak, yet, mindful of not revealing his eavesdropping, he could only strive to maintain the guise of the blackboard eraser. Leon seized the eraser, sensing that it felt considerably heavier than usual. However, he dismissed the thought and began to wipe the board. Irika, with tears streaming down his face, felt the friction between his body and the blackboard. The discomfort was particularly poignant in the hands of such an exemplary student who never faltered. Had he known, he should have transformed into a podium instead. After Leon finished, he returned to his seat alongside his classmates, awaiting the teacher's arrival. Upon seeing the students settle back in their seats, Irika, disguised as the eraser, suddenly extended 4 legs, seeking to escape through the classroom door. However, before he could make his move, Mizuki entered the room, clutching his books, causing Irika to immediately retract his 4 legs. Good day, students. Good day, Mizuki-sensei. Now, please turn to page 27 of the information summary book, and based on trace identification studies, determine the scene of an occurred battle. While lecturing, Mizuki illustrated the questions and answers on the blackboard, occasionally picking up the eraser to wipe it clean at one moment. He paused briefly before resuming his task. In the teacher's lounge, Irika was confronted by Mizuki. What's going on? How did you end up transforming into a blackboard eraser? Ha ha! Mizuki chuckled at Irika's flushed cheeks. The other teachers nearby, witnessing Irika's predicament and hearing Mizuki's comment, stifled their laughter. Mizuki, you knew I had transformed, didn't you? Irika lamented, voicing his frustration. Mizuki shrugged. Well, if you had just said something, I might have thought you were an enemy. In truth, he had assumed that the individuals monitoring him on behalf of the 3rd Hokage were foes, only to realize it was Irika. Sigh, I suspected something was off with the students and went to gather intelligence. Irika explained. Did you uncover anything? Mizuki inquired. Well, these rascals have deciphered my illusion technique and are widely broadcasting it. Aside from the 1st graders who had just learned to refine their chakra, my technique is ineffective against the other students. Irika lamented his surprise. While he had merely contemplated a method to block his ears, the students had already unraveled the illusion. The teachers present were taken aback upon hearing Irika's words. Students, they have cracked that bothersome illusion? As educators, they were all capable individuals, and over the course of time, they had naturally considered various means to counter, defend against, and evade such techniques. However, the fact that it could spread throughout the entire ninja academy indicated that their methods were no longer applicable. Who was it that deciphered it? To be able to crack and disseminate the technique suggests that this student possesses exceptional talent. We are all eager to know which little prodigy it is, or perhaps which little genius had their parents assist them. Irika shook his head. I don't know yet. I haven't gathered enough information, but I believe it must be a third grader since that is where the technique originated. Hibiki chuckled. Well, consider it a lesson learned. Teaching should be earnest and guided, rather than relying on coercive tactics. Irika nodded, deeply recognizing that such an approach to teaching was indeed flawed. However, there are indeed gifted youngsters among them, capable of unraveling this illusion. Quite remarkable. This sentiment was echoed by the majority of the teachers in the land of rain, 3 feet underground. The time was marked by the celestial signs. The expansive perception technique was deployed to its maximum range, penetrating 3 feet of earth, with keen focus directed towards sensing. Countless drizzles fell from the heavens, casting a somber shadow over the land of rain. Clad in raincoats and boots, the residents and ninjas progressed along the roads. Occasionally, the presence of Rain Village ninjas could be sensed, swiftly navigating through the rain. The residents of the Land of Rain, having abstained from participating in the Third Great Ninja War, exhibited a noticeably higher level of happiness compared to most regions. Due to the unique geographical environment of the Land of Rain, most structures were made of iron sheeting, giving the area a cyberpunk aesthetic. How goes it? Yen Kue inquired, beside the flying bamboo dragonfly. Yen Kei, serving as the laborer, occasionally employed earth techniques to clear a path as instructed. The thorny iron threads and cloud of fog held special scrolls, maintaining a unique barrier that surrounded the 4 of them. We are nearing the Rain Village. Remain vigilant. Iron threads, cloud of fog. Maintain the barrier. We cannot discount the possibility that the enemy has already located us. Be prepared for battle at all times, the flying bamboo dragonfly cautioned. After issuing the command, his perception did not cease, as he remained alert to the possibility of an unexpected encounter with figures like Nagato or Conan. He was uncertain whether traversing underground while maintaining his developed stealth barrier could evade the Akatsuki's perception. Moreover, there were other ninjas in the Rain Village. The Land of Rain was not solely inhabited by Nagato and Conan, and the other ninjas should not be underestimated. In the Rain Village, a hand emerged from the ground, and a figure clad in the same raincoat. As the villagers surfaced, the flying bamboo dragonfly observed the concealed exterior. Deliberately avoiding stepping into the rain, he was acutely aware that Nagato's technique relied on rainwater for perception. Transforming into an ordinary resident using transformation techniques, he traversed the underground with earth techniques while utilizing perception ninjutsu to navigate. He arrived at a tavern, seizing an opportunity to slip inside. Upon surveying the surroundings, he noted that the ambience was not dissimilar to that of taverns in Konoha, save for the differing decor that moment. A handful of ninjas were engaged in conversation that I recently dealt with a massive aquatic beast in the Mistflow River. It was as tall as a building. But who am I? Just a mere rain-dew thousand blades, and I took it down. The local villagers even showered me with gifts. Had I not fled swiftly, I might have even captured the village flower's heart. Puffed. What large beasts remain in the Land of Rain? They've all been handled by the angel and the messenger. You can brag all you want. Yet, there are still stragglers. Remember how the village's Jane Neen struggled to eliminate the local beast problem? Now, thanks to the god and the angel, the village's environment has greatly improved. The flying bamboo dragonfly listened intently to the discussions around him. After a sip of wine, he felt a significant alleviation of the dampness that had plagued him over the past few days. Observing the forehead protectors worn by those nearby, it was evident that they were ninjas from the rain-hidden village. The so-called Lord Angel and God that they spoke of were likely referring to Conan and Pain. The ninjas refrained from delving deeply into discussions about the Lord Angel, expressing nothing but reverence. Offering no additional intelligence, it seemed that obtaining information was far from easy if memory served him correctly. In the original narrative, Danzo's subordinate, Sai, had assassinated the hardliners of the Land of Rain against Konoha. This indicated that the rain-hidden village was not without means of infiltration, but acquiring intelligence on Conan and Nagato would be considerably challenging. His gaze briefly fell upon a paper doll a sunny day in the tavern. But it lingered for but a moment. The surveillance from the rain-hidden village appeared even more extensive than he had anticipated. It was no wonder that even Jiraiya had met with defeat. It was indeed arduous. Underground, within a concealed barrier, 3 individuals, aside from the flying bamboo dragonfly, awaited. The thorny wire kept a watchful eye on the two, ensuring they did not engage in any mischief. This was a directive from his teacher, the reasons for which he did not fully grasp. Nevertheless, having faith in his teacher's words, he chose to comply. It seemed their captain had successfully infiltrated the area. Yin Kuei spoke up. They had now entered the territory of the rain-hidden village. And 15 days had already passed. Asked the captain. The flying bamboo dragonfly had been gathering intelligence outside for an extended period. Why now? The opponent's perception method was crystal clear. It was the rain that fell from the sky. The fact that they had remained undetected for so long suggested that their method of infiltration was indeed correct. Yin Kuei and Song Yun exchanged glances. The thorny wire cast a wary look at them. Feeling that these two comrades harbored ulterior motives, which explained the teacher's decision to keep an eye on them, that he mused that the third Hokage must be growing senile, sending out teammates with questionable loyalties without realizing the perilous nature of espionage missions. Do not act rashly. Should the enemy discover us, not only would the mission fail, but it would also jeopardize the captain. The thorny wire cautioned. He felt it necessary to lay down the law. Song Yun, with his delicate features, flashed a disingenuous smile. Completing the mission is our sole objective. We will not interfere with Captain Dragonfly, but we must simply be prepared to provide support at any moment. Correct? As he spoke to draw the thorny wire's attention, several small black mice scurried from beneath his feet, vanishing into the tunnel from whence they came. Yin Kuei made a slight commotion, further diverting his focus. Understood. Acting recklessly benefits no one, the thorny wire replied, oblivious to their subtle maneuvers. Yin Kuei and Song Yun exchanged a stoic glance, as if nothing had transpired, based on the intelligence from Lord Danzo and their interactions over the past days. They were well aware that the flying bamboo dragonfly was a sensor-type ninja and dared not act out of line in his presence. Today, they had calculated the dragonfly's departure time and his approximate sensing range. Prompting their actions, the thorny wire was indeed too naive and underestimated their capabilities. Meanwhile, the thorny wire maintained the barrier by channeling chakra into it, while discreetly tapping his thigh in a rhythmic pattern. Although he was unaware of the earlier actions of the two, he recalled the intelligence protocols taught by his teacher. When suspecting a teammate of harboring ulterior motives, they should be treated as adversaries in certain respects. In such cases, drawing attention away from oneself would differ from previous interactions. They must have done something. Thus, if a trustworthy ally was present, it was imperative to signal discreetly and remain prepared for action. The recent behavior of the two certainly fit this criterion. He would not allow himself to be complacent. In the rain-hidden village, the flying bamboo dragonfly removed his hand from a ninja's head. Swiftly forming hand seals and pressing against the ninja's forehead, tiny runes flickered and surged into the ninja's mind, spreading towards his brain. Whoosh! After completing the task, the flying bamboo dragonfly vanished into the earth. The ninja slowly opened his eyes, bewildered by his surroundings. How did I end up here? Why am I here? Just moments ago, he had been drinking. Could it be that he had drunkenly wandered to this place? Shaking his head, he glanced around and began walking in the direction of home, disappearing into the rainy night. In the underground temporary resting area, the flying bamboo dragonfly had created a space using earth release. His mind was still occupied with the intelligence gathered over this period. As a ninja skilled in mind-reading techniques and the leader of the intelligence department's analysis team, he was quite adept in this regard. Due to the resistance offered by the enemy's mental defenses and the chakra within their bodies, even he could not extract all the information from an adversary's mind through mind reading alone. Therefore, before employing mind reading, he would first utilize interrogation techniques to extract the enemy's intelligence, then use mind reading to supplement and prevent any errors. Finally, he would seal away all memories related to him using sealing techniques. This had been his modus operandi during this period, targeting ninjas likely to possess valuable information for intelligence gathering. So the Rain Tiger's Free Will technique discerns enemy intrusions based on the chakra signatures of those who have been active within the Rain Hidden Village for an extended period, identifying any suddenly unfamiliar chakra that would alert Nagato. The Flying Bamboo Dragonfly, having gleaned intelligence from the ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village and studied the principles of ninjutsu, along with analyzing through the lenses of mathematics and psychology, felt a 90% certainty that Nagato's perception method operated on this principle. The reason it was not a full 100% certainty was due to his familial responsibilities. He had to remain cautious and not act recklessly. If only he had paid closer attention to the details while watching the Shippuden series. After all, everyone knew that Kurizetsu was black and Shirazetsu was white, but who would notice that Kurizetsu's nails were pink? Regarding Nagato's method of perception, the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly was also lacking in this detail. Otherwise, he would have cracked it long ago. Just then, a special radio in his ear emitted a series of long and short signals with varying rhythms. Danzo's subordinates were truly restless. Through the code, the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly learned of his teammate's situation and shook his head in exasperation. He hoped this old fellow wouldn't jeopardize his mission. Completing this task could yield at least 10 million ryo, equivalent to a third of the bounty for the land. His annual base salary was merely 600,000 ryo, making it quite valuable. Researching certain ninjutsu also required funding. However, the most pressing concern was the fear of being discovered by Nagato and his associates. Such a revelation would ruin everything, turning a promising venture into a futile endeavor. He was uncertain of what Yen Koei and Songyin were up to, so he needed to be cautious and attentive to any disturbances. As the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly gradually melded into the earth, he swiftly advanced in the direction of his team. Outside the borders of the Land of Rain, several teams of ninjas clad in black cloaks appeared. Gazing toward the Land of Rain, .1 ninja began forming hand seals to perform a technique, while others protected him. Intelligence had arrived. In the distance, several black mice darted out from the ground. One of them, Gigi, unfurled a blank scroll, infusing it with chakra, after which the mice seemed to find their direction and scurried into the scroll. Their bodies gradually transformed into written characters and imprinted themselves onto the blank scroll. It appeared that this time, they had finally made a breakthrough. They would transmit the findings back to Konoha, reporting to Lord Danzo. The leading ninja glanced at the information on the scroll, rolled it up, and summoned a messenger hawk, binding the scroll to its leg. With a fluttering of wings, the messenger hawk took flight, soaring high toward Konoha. Captain Dragonfly, you weren't discovered, were you? As the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly emerged from the tunnel wall, Yen Koei inquired. The Flying Bamboo Dragonfly nodded, saying, after half a month, we have finally made progress. I have identified the principles behind the Rain Hidden Village's perception techniques. Next, we must decipher the ninjutsu and find a way to infiltrate their internal organization to gather intelligence. Songyin was astonished to hear that the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly had so swiftly uncovered the enemy's ninjutsu principles. During this time, they had only just confirmed that the enemy's perception relied on the rain falling from above, intending to decipher the principle and subsequently devise a method of intrusion. Little did they know, the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly had already unraveled the principle. Who truly was the expert in assassination? However, this is preferable. Their objective is the Rinnegan. The more formidable the Flying Bamboo Dragonfly becomes, the more advantageous it is for them. For now, let us maintain silence for a while and devise a method of concealment. Otherwise, we will inevitably be discovered that it is impossible for a person to remain in an underground cavern indefinitely. Not only are there issues regarding air and sustenance, but also concerning mental well-being. Even the most proficient ninja cannot escape this reality. Should they create too much disturbance in the Rain Hidden Village, it would arouse suspicion, making intelligence gathering exceedingly challenging. The other three nodded in agreement. Just as they were unraveling the ninjutsu in Konohagakure, Danzo received intelligence from the Dragonfly reconnaissance team. He gazed at the information before him. A smile crept upon his lips. That is it. To sustain such a vast ninjutsu, it seems the Rinnegan indeed lives up to its legendary status as the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The intelligence detailed the methods by which the Rain Hidden Village perceives ninjutsu. Having acquired insight into the enemy's perception techniques, Danzo was confident that he could swiftly decipher it within half a month and deploy additional personnel to infiltrate the rain-hidden village. He had not anticipated that the persistent rain would allow the rain-hidden village to conceal ninjutsu within its depths. Such expansive, continuous ninjutsu would demand an enormous amount of chakra. Thus, he had not considered this aspect. Summon the personnel, instruct them to decipher this intelligence, and formulate a response plan within half a month. Danzo commanded as he handed the information to his subordinates. 5 days passed. The flying bamboo dragonfly completed its research and issued orders to the three, instructing them to set traps and remain prepared for support. "Hey, Captain, won't you teach us?" Yin Kuei and the others, noticing the orders given by the flying bamboo dragonfly, speculated that he must have devised a solution. The thorny wire also glanced toward the flying bamboo dragonfly, as he too lacked a principle upon which to base his own ninjutsu system in order to formulate a response as expected of our teacher. Within just a few days, he has conceived a means of resolution. This technique involves secret arts, which you cannot achieve. Conceal yourselves well, remain ready to receive signals, and prepare for support, the flying bamboo dragonfly stated before merging with the wall and vanishing from their sight. Watching their vanishing captain, they felt helpless. Secret arts were not easily learned. However, as specialists in assassination, Yin Kuei and Song Yin contemplated alternative strategies. The two exchanged glances and, employing their previous tactics, transmitted the intelligence once more. In the rain-hidden village, a middle ninja named Hayakawa, after completing his daily training, felt an unsettling chill, as if invisible eyes were scrutinizing him. This weather is far too cold. It has been many days since the sun has shone. I truly envy the environment of the land of fire. Hayakawa muttered to himself, tightening his clothing.